The story begins with the desolate scene at the border of the Great Chaos Continent, where the 9 deaths, one life realm lies amidst thousands of crumbling, precarious rock formations. This is a treacherous terrain where life and death blend in chaos, with bones scattered everywhere. The gathering of fierce beasts here leaves one uncertain of their safety. Amidst this scene, a girl struggles to explore, beads of sweat dotting her chest from exhaustion. With each step, she breathes heavily. Phew, she stops to rest, glancing around wearily, then says, "Since I enter here, I've been chased by a black lightning bull for 3 whole days. A lifetime grandmaster like me, the 990th sect leader of Wangxian, has been reduced to this state." In her heart, she begins to feel anxious, wondering, could he really be hiding here? Qingqing recalls not long ago when her master fell gravely ill. In his dying moments, he struggled to impart a few words to her. "Cough, cough, Qingqing, my lifespan has reached its end. Now I pass the position of sect leader to you," her master said, his voice growing weaker, each word filtered through increasingly labored breaths. He fought through the pain, continuing to instruct, "Next, I will be brief. You must remember what I tell you in your heart." Lu Qingqing worriedly clutched her master's wrinkled arm, sobbing as she said, "Master, I'm here." Her master's eyes were half closed from fatigue, his gaunt face nearly devoid of vitality. He spoke in a weak voice, each word trembling. "Kick off, Qingqing, don't be sad. Our Wangxian sect is now just a third-rate sect about to be destroyed by the Divine Sword sect. Actually," he paused, coughing loudly as if to release the pain tearing at his heart, then continued. 100,000 years ago, during the era of primordial chaos, our Wangxian sect was once a great high-level sect. Don't mention the current Divine Sword sect. They weren't even worthy of licking our shoes back then." A harsh cough seized him, but he held it back, his eyes shining with bright memories. "At that time, our sect had a grandmaster who was renowned throughout the world. He was not only handsome and generous but also highly educated, with features that were impeccably refined. Even the grass beneath his feet dared not be trampled. His martial prowess, it could be said that Lin Deyu was no match for Yang Liu, sweeping across the Great Chaos Continent. Unmatched by anyone. An absolutely invincible existence, truly admirable and very handsome." The master's tale seemed to transport Lu Qingqing back to the golden age of the sect, but the harsh reality before her only deepened the pain in her heart. The trembling arm was raised, and master tried his best to speak with slow gestures, his voice coarse but clear. But the grandmaster was born without reason and also retreated without reason. 100,000 years ago, the grandmaster chose to live in seclusion at the 9 deaths, one life realm in the Great Chaos Continent. To be honest, it is not an ordinary place. The 9 deaths, one life realm is a place where wolves roam like a jungle, and fierce beasts are everywhere. Anyone who is not a true hero would find it hard to survive. I was once lucky enough to pass through there, but as soon as I set foot in, I was so frightened that I didn't even recognize myself anymore. Fortunately, at that time I had brought enough clothes, otherwise I wouldn't have had time to run." He forced a smile, his expression still somewhat haunted. "At that moment, running away under the twilight, I realized that my youth had been lost forever. Truly, it was a terrifying experience." Qingqing, sitting beside him, watched him struggle to illustrate, thought he seemed completely healthy, not knowing that this weakness was merely an act. She was surprised to see master lean forward, take out a token, and use his last bit of strength to show it off. Fortunately, before going into seclusion, the grandmaster left behind a mysterious token for the sect. He said that if the sect faced life and death danger, just bring this token to the 9 deaths, one life realm, and you would be able to find him. There the grandmaster would ensure safety, take care of lodging, and assign clear tasks. If you do well within 300 years, you might even be able to buy a mount. The last statement eased the tense atmosphere, but everyone understood that master's words carried great expectations. 500 years can buy a cave mansion. Suddenly he pretended to be aggrieved, sobbing, "Hoo-hoo. Such selfless dedication, thinking of those struggling cultivators like us. I ask you, Grandmaster, what spirit is this?" "It is the spirit of great socialism. Impressive." The more Lu Qingqing listened, the more annoyed she became. She suddenly fell into a state of confusion, her emotions in an unusual turmoil. Sect leader Wang of Wangxian sect looked at his female disciple with a worried gaze. After speaking too much, the corners of his mouth were now filled with blood. Breathing weakly, he struggled to utter his last words. Cough, cough. Qingqing, do you remember? Now the only way to save the sect is that you must find the Grandmaster before the protective formation is broken. You must rebuild Wangxian sect. As he said this, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, collapsed onto his knees, and passed away. Lu Qingqing was stunned, crying out, Master. She sobbed, choked up and unable to speak. Disciple, I. It turns out Lu Qingqing cried not because she couldn't bear to witness the teacher-student separation, but because she had forgotten her master's instructions. Such an unforgettable memory would be forever etched in her heart. Lu Qingqing still felt an unending sense of emotion. She softly called out to her master. Perhaps this disciple is missing you again. She took out her master's token, gazing at it intently while thinking, Master, the Grandmaster has been living in the 9 deaths, one life realm for 100,000 years. Is he really still in this world? Suddenly, from afar, an ancient monster appeared. It soared high above, seemingly scouting the situation. Its piercing cry echoed, startling Lu Qingqing. Unexpectedly, the beast dove straight down towards her. With its colossal size and the pressure it exuded, it filled Lu Qingqing with horror. In panic, she screamed, "Ay!" Staring at the monster before her, she trembled and muttered, "Oh my, this is the great monster from legend, the Dark Phoenix." Lu Qingqing became even more terrified as she recalled the rumors. The legend says that the Dark Phoenix is a brutal creature, fond of devouring humans, possessing unrivaled power. Even the masters of the Divine Sword sect could only meet a tragic end when facing it. The beast drew increasingly closer. Lu Qingqing, losing all sense of direction, collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as her heart ached. Could it be that I haven't found the Grandmaster and must lose my life here? Master, I'm sorry. Suddenly, the creature swung its wings fiercely, striking the ground and creating a deafening explosion. Lu Qingqing was thrown onto the back of the beast. She was immediately startled by its actions, involuntarily exclaiming a soft The Dark Phoenix flew her straight into a violent vortex. The mist and smoke enveloped the area, creating a dark and dangerous landscape imbued with a primal essence. The chaos and slaughterous scenes left her in awe. Lu Qingqing pondered, the Dark Phoenix didn't eat me. Instead, it allowed me to ride on it. Is this a dream? How can a great beast like the Dark Phoenix allow a human to ride it? Or does it want to take me somewhere? A person and a beast soared deep into the very heart of the 9 deaths, one life realm. This place was both perilous and desolate, embodying an enigmatic, cyclical existence. The Dark Phoenix landed in a grand hall. It gently leaned to allow Lu Qingqing to dismount easily. Then, unexpectedly, it spoke. Master, the task has been completed. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing was so surprised that she was left speechless. She looked at it with a puzzled gaze. It can talk. From above the hall, a deep and majestic male voice echoed down. All right, step back. The Dark Phoenix replied softly, Yes, master. Lu Qingqing's heart raced in horror at the exchange. There is someone here. An awkward moment ensued as she bowed respectfully to the mysterious figure above. Younger generation Lu Qingqing respectfully greets you. May I ask who you are? Her heart was filled with unease, anxious about the situation before her. This person is who even the Dark Phoenix has to bow and acknowledge his authority? Suddenly, a medallion flew out from Lu Qingqing's body. She stared blankly as it detached from her. A second later, recovering her senses, she panicked and raised her hand, shouting loudly, Why did you take my medallion? The other person caught the medallion in his hand, laughing mockingly, Ha ha, take! To dare call it taking from this Grandmaster? Lu Qingqing was stunned, but immediately understood. She murmured, Could it be, you are the first-generation sect leader of Wangxian sect, Grandmaster Chen Zhuan? The other person did not respond, only smiled. Chen Zhuan, imposing and dignified, stepped into the light. His silver hair glimmered like moonlight, his attire radiant, exuding the nobility and authority of a supreme sect leader. Lu Qingqing immediately knelt down, respectfully saying, "I am Lu Qingqing, the 990th generation sect leader of Wangxian sect. I implore the first-generation grandmaster to return from seclusion, hoping you will come back to manage Wangxian sect." Chen Xuan remained silent for a moment, his gaze revealing a hint of amusement. He pondered. The Wangxian sect has been hidden for 100,000 years, and yet there are still people who remember me. He stroked his chin and said slowly, "Tell me everything that has happened." After listening to Lu Qingqing explain the entire situation, Chen Xuan merely nodded lightly, his eyes reflecting contemplation. "Are you saying that a group of semi-corrupted demigods from Divine Sword sect almost seized my territory?" Chen Xuan's eyes flashed with urgency as he cleared his throat and continued, "It's only been over 100,000 years, and the power I've built has deteriorated to this extent. I, someone who has crossed over from another world, have never endured such humiliation." Lu Qingqing suddenly came to her senses, murmuring in confusion, "Ah, the Grandmaster is talking about the semi-corrupted demigods, and what the hell is this crossing over thing?" The atmosphere in the room became oppressive. Chen Xuan took a sip of tea and exhaled deeply to ease the situation. He slowly began to introduce himself. "Correct, my name is Chen Xuan, and I am someone who has crossed over to this world. Previously, I came with a special system when I stepped into this fantastical world. The first place I arrived at was the Wangxian sect. The system stated that as long as I could establish my own power, I would receive rewards for cultivation, and the cradle that could recognize the cultivation I built was the Imperial Dynasty. At that time, with the help of the system, I established a powerful force in Hongming continent, which had long been the cradle of the Wangxian sect for generations. Cultivation under the reward system continues to rise. In no time, I became the supreme existence in the Hongming continent. This continent consists of 7 realms: Realm of Mind Focus, Key Cultivation Realm, Drunken Bone Realm, Yang Spirit Realm, Divine Transformation Realm, Tao Principles Realm, and Tao King Realm. All are under my command, Chen Xuan. I proudly flaunted my system interface. Love me alone in the dark alley. Love my unbeatable appearance as well." Chen Xuan continued with his introspective lamentations. "I originally thought that after reaching the pinnacle in the Hongming continent, I would go to another continent to establish my own sect. I still remember when I bid farewell to the disciples of various sects, they were all reluctant to part ways. 'Grandmaster, without you, how will we survive? Grandmaster, please don't leave.' At that moment, I just sat in the system interface, filled with emotion. The Grandmaster must move on to the next station. Take care of yourselves." An unexpected turn of events unfolded. But just then, the system suddenly malfunctioned. A familiar sound echoed. "Ting, ting. System notification. You've experienced all the content of the current version." The abrupt statement left me choking up, and I hurriedly asked, "What will happen?" The system replied succinctly with 3 words, "Will shut down." As the words ended, the system interface immediately went dark. Chen Xuan froze, standing alone in midair. A moment later, gravity pulled him down, and he fell straight into the abyss before the astonished eyes of thousands of disciples from various sects. His scream echoed throughout the barren Rocky Mountains. "Oh dear, oh my." The witnesses were taken aback. Some shook their heads while others swallowed hard. Grandmaster Chen Xuan was plunged straight into a state of mental shock. His body turned icy cold. The cup of tea in his hands had gone cold long ago, leaving him no chance to enjoy it. He sighed, his face blank, murmuring, "So I can't break through anymore. Not being able to break through means there are still people stronger than me in this world. And if there are people stronger than me, then my undefeated status is no longer secure." Lu Qingqing quietly observed. Her gaze held a hint of sympathy, but she couldn't hide her amusement at his helpless expression. She gently called out, "Grandmaster Chen Xuan?" Chen Xuan didn't respond right away. He was lost in thought, resting his hand on his forehead, bowing his head as if questioning himself. "If I'm not secure, how can I become a salted fish? And if I can't become a salted fish, then I'll be chopped down by others. He sprang up, his eyes glimmering with a touch of sorrow. Oh dear, that's right. A mistake. This guy made a mistake. Only after being undefeated can I lie down and be a salted fish. Lu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. She reminded him, Grandmaster, perhaps you should reconsider your definition of salted fish. Lu Qingqing looked at his reaction, feeling astonished in her heart. She wondered, what's wrong with the Grandmaster? She could only see Chen Zhuan sitting like a recluse, talking to himself. He muttered, I fear there are powerhouses from other continents coming to kill me. That's why I've had to hide in the 9 Deaths, one life realm of the Hongming continent for 100,000 years. This is the state I'm enduring. He curled up, lost in thought within his inner world. I'm really pitiful. I'm too weak, I must not be strong enough. Without a system, I don't dare to go outside to play. I will definitely be killed by others. In fact, the system had explained to him many times that he was very strong, but he refused to believe it. He even frightened himself with strange dreams. Last night, I dreamed that a powerhouse from another continent came to kill me. I've endured enough for 100,000 years. Looking at how he imagined and feared so, even outsiders had to sigh. This is indeed the final stage of delusional victim syndrome. Chen Xuan also found it hard to understand himself. He thought, but now even a divine sword sect of the Hongmei continent dares to trample on my head. Could it be that they really don't see me as anything? He was lost in thought, his hand unconsciously fiddling with a small sip of the harmonious energy to ease his boredom. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. What if I just let it go and casually unleash a palm strike to blow up the divine sword sect? Just then, the system unexpectedly announced, Ding ding, the sect system upgrade has been completed. Qin Xuan stared at the screen, momentarily stunned, and before he could react, the system continued to boot up. The light from the interface illuminated his face, accompanied by the announcement, New mission launched, 6 rounds of trials before progressing to the next continent. Reading this, he gradually grasped the situation. A wave of horror surged in his heart as he wondered, next continent? What the hell is this? The screen continued to display mission information. First trial round. Assist the younger generation, Lu Qingqing, in resolving the sex crisis. Note, the master must not take direct action. Everything must be handled by the younger generation themselves. Rewards will be given upon completion of the trial, or when the younger generation's cultivation breaks through. The master will also receive corresponding rewards. After reading this, Chen Xuan could only be dumbfounded, dazed, and then he toppled over. He mumbled to himself, Oh my God, another new mission. Finally, this system has decided to upgrade. Immediately after, the system's monotone voice rang out. Will the master accept the mission? He felt overwhelmed with happiness when he saw the system return to him. His whole body trembled, tears streaming down his face. He exclaimed, So there's a chance to go to another continent, right? Qin Xuan shouted, his voice choked as he faced the response from the system. Is that even a question? Lu Qingqing, standing nearby, observed the emotional display of joy and anger that was no different from witnessing a genuine performance by Chen Zhuan. His gaze lingered on the system interface, his facial expressions seemingly devoid of any clear emotions. Not able to hold back, she stepped forward and gently called out, Grandmaster, Grandmaster. However, his gaze gradually shifted towards her, causing Qingqing to ponder. Why is the Grandmaster suddenly staring at me like that? Does he actually notice me? But with such an age difference, could he accept me? Just then, Chen Xuan suddenly spoke up, his tone resolute. I accept. His unexpected words struck Lu Qingqing like a bolt from the blue, making her unable to hold back a gasp. Ah! Qin Xuan grasped her hand, his eyes bright with joy as he spoke to himself. Haha, that system told me to recruit Yi and nurture the next generation to receive rewards. But it didn't allow me to act directly. It seems I have to let Xiao Luo take action instead. Lu Qingqing completely misunderstood Chen Zhuan's action. She thought to herself, is the Grandmaster confessing to me? Then will it lead to the forbidden training between master and disciple? Increasing these degenerate plot elements, how can I accept this? Her mind began to wander, even thinking about naming their future children. A son named Chen Chang would be good, but seeing how self-absorbed I am, could this be a sign of the late stage of love? Meanwhile, Chen Xuan remained calm, not noticing Lu Qingcheng's strange expression. He casually asked, "By the way, Xiao Lu, my grandmaster is very tough. But are you tough?" The unexpected question left Lu Qingcheng bewildered. She hesitantly asked back, her voice soft, "What do you mean by tough?" Chen Xuan withdrew his hand and seriously explained, "What I mean is, forging iron requires oneself to be tough. Do you understand this principle? Regarding the sex matters, I won't help you. You'd have to rely on yourself to solve it. This grandmaster will never get involved, even if it costs me my life." At this moment, Lu Qingcheng finally understood his meaning. She sighed, her voice filled with disappointment. "Ah, it's tough in that sense." She became completely despondent. After a moment, she sadly said, "But Grandmaster, the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect has the Heavenly Sword battle oath. How can I possibly defeat him? I can't withstand even 3 moves. Based on oneself, it is certain to die." Ken Xuan also realized this. "Oh, is that so? That's right. The opponent has the Heavenly Sword battle oath while you have nothing at all." Lu Qingcheng sighed, deducing for herself, "The Grandmaster must be worried about my insufficient strength, wanting to pass down some divine skill or precious artifact to turn the situation around." She told herself, "The Grandmaster is indeed a soft-hearted immortal." But in reality, Chen Xuan arrogantly responded, "Then the Grandmaster can only gift you a set of clothes. When the time comes, wearing them will surely look better than those lowly battle physique." These words completely crushed Lu Qingcheng. She was reluctantly pulled along by him. "Come on, the Grandmaster will take you to pick out some clothes." Lu Qingcheng could only cry inwardly, wondering it's a matter of life and death, and still the question is whether the clothes look good or not. Saying that, she suddenly widened her eyes and realized, wait. I understand now, it's funeral clothes. It turns out the Grandmaster wants me to die while still maintaining my dignity. Kim Swan snapped his fingers. Poof. The scene immediately changed. He brought Lu Qingcheng to a strange space. She couldn't help but be astonished, glancing around frequently, her eyes wide open. Lu Qingcheng actively asked, "Master, where is this?" Chen Xuan replied gently, "This is my dressing room." Chen Xuan cupped his hands to his mouth and spoke loudly to the people in front. "Hey, my descendant needs a set of clothes. Who among you is willing to follow her?" Lu Qingcheng looked at the 4 figures in front of her. They wore 4 outfits of different colors. She was astonished, gazing carefully for a moment before exclaiming, This is clothing. No, this is clearly fire, water, wind, earth. The 4 phenomena of battle physique. And each of them surpasses the innate battle physique," she observed carefully. A surge of intense emotion rose in Lu Qingcheng's heart. Looking at the wind figure, she felt as if she was being drawn in. Her voice was a whisper, her eyes shining brightly. "If I wear this, oh my, isn't it as if the whole world was born just for Lu Qingcheng?" She smiled dreamily. "With such a body, just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm already several times more charming." But after a moment, she pointed at the fire figure and turned to Chen Xuan. "Master, I want this one." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Xuan abruptly kicked all the figures away, not forgetting to shout loudly, "Get out of Lu Qingcheng's sight immediately." He grimaced, shaking his head with discomfort. "So ugly, how would my descendant dare to wear this to meet people? Quickly change for a new batch. It must be of a level suitable for a Paris Fashion Week." Lu Qingcheng was stunned in the face of Chen Xuan's prejudice. She muttered with an embarrassed expression, "Did I just see the Grandmaster blow up the entire battle physique statue with a kick?" Right behind her, the atmosphere suddenly shifted strangely. Lu Qingcheng quickly turned around, her gaze landing on a gloomy purple battle physique statue that radiated an aura of malevolence. She reminded herself, primordial supreme poison body. Lu Qingcheng immediately recalled the legend from thousands of years ago. It was said that the lone Azura, possessing the incredibly toxic innate poisonous technique body, single-handedly charged into the mountains to save his mother. He challenged 100 heavenly asuras without suffering a scratch and won overwhelmingly. That achievement shocked the world. At that time, a battle physique statue faced 100 opponents, with corpses littered beneath the feet of the poison cultivator, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Looking at the statue before her, Lu Qingcheng couldn't help but exclaim, "The poison body is the path to invincibility. Why rely on the strength of others?" The noble and majestic aura emanating from the statue filled her with admiration. With determination flashing in her eyes, Lu Qingcheng emotionally pointed at the battle physique statue and said to Chen Zhuan, "Grandmaster, I want to have this." However, Chen Zhuan merely scoffed. He waved his hand mercilessly, completely destroying the statue. He sternly reminded her, "Daughter, it would be better not to dress and act too defiantly." Lu Qingcheng felt as if she had collapsed. She sank to the ground, filled with regret. She sighed and murmured, "Such rare poison bodies exist in the world, yet the Grandmaster shattered it with a single blow." The other battle physiques appeared and then vanished like a cycle. The conversation between Lu Qingcheng and Chen Zhuan went on endlessly, as if it would never come to an end. Lu Qingcheng sighed, "So I want the coexisting with thunder, mental mutation thunder sword body." Chen Zhuan smirked, looking over. "Himph, too gaudy, not suitable." Lu Qingcheng then shifted direction. "What about the spirit water body that was once the battle physique of the Empress?" Chen Zhuan flatly shook his head, "Not modern enough." She didn't give up. Floating golden immortal body. Legend says it can stand shoulder to shoulder with deities. Chen Zhuan frowned, sneering. Just hearing the name makes it feel outdated. Lu Qingcheng pouted. Then I want this one." This time, Chen Zhuan said nothing, immediately destroyed it without needing to argue. Lu Qingcheng held her head, lamenting, "Oh dear, Grandmaster, are you destroying the battle physique or my weak spirit here?" Chen Zhuan ignored her reproach, still calmly browsing through items, pretending not to care about her feelings. She began to cry, clinging to his leg. "Don't destroy it anymore. Don't destroy it anymore. The last one, no matter what, must be kept for me." In the end, Chen Zhuan also relented. He handed her a set of clothes, saying as he gave it, "Fine then. This one looks quite decent. Colors and patterns match you." Like being freed, Lu Qingcheng nodded repeatedly. "Aha, aha, aha." In her heart, she quietly cheered. "Oh ancestors, as long as I'm not chosen anymore, anything is good. I'm very easy to please." He looked at the outfit in his hands, thoughtfully evaluating it for a while before saying, "Yes, but your taste is still insufficient. I fear that wearing this outfit will lead to you being burned alive by the flames of trend." Lu Qingcheng, hearing this, didn't understand. She tilted her head and asked, "Burned by taste? Does the Grandmaster mean that I have only reached the realm of mind focus, and if I forcibly harness the flames of battle physique, I could end up burning to death?" The feeling of regret hadn't yet faded when despair surged up. She mumbled gloomily, "But I am the last hope of the sect. If I don't seize this opportunity, the people of the sect will all perish." Lu Qingcheng thought for a long time and finally made up her mind. She raised her head, showing a determined expression, and said to Chen Zhuan, "Grandmaster, I want to try." Chen Zhuan did not hesitate. He channeled his energy, his hands subtly shifting as he transformed the outfit to fit her body perfectly. "All right, then try it on." Lu Qingcheng quickly donned the outfit. The moment she finished putting it on, her entire being seemed to change. The Fusion Fire Combat Body outfit seemed to radiate with brightness. The temperature from the outfit gradually increased, spreading throughout her body, causing Lu Qingcheng to panic and scream. "Ah, Grandmaster, I'm so hot." King Xuan raised his hand to regulate the energy within the outfit, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Do not resist. The first time always hurts." He observed silently. This was the great Sun Yang body, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary battle physique. So what would a battle physique talent be? Chen Xuan muttered, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. Compared to this, it's nothing at all. At this moment, Lu Qingcheng could barely hear Chen Xuan's words. Her entire focus was dominated by the scorching heat from the battle physique. The temperature kept rising like a flame burning her body, making her feel power surging but also experiencing immense pain. She could only endure, absorbing the heat while letting out a soft ah. Chen Xuan observed the situation of the female descendant and thought to himself, if she successfully cultivates the great Sun Yang body, this fire will grant her immortality. Just at that moment, Xiao Luo, with a fire attribute, selecting this volume seemed like fate. After a while of enduring the heat, Luo Qingcheng gradually reached the level of transforming celestial fire. The process of absorbing fire to perfect her battle physique had succeeded. She seemed to become a completely different person. Her entire body was suffused with blazing red spiritual fire, and a fiery mark appeared on her forehead. Luo Qingcheng touched her body, feeling the newfound strength. She smiled, enjoying the unfamiliar fragrant smell of burning fire, then sighed. I have successfully achieved harmony. When the battle physique receded, she realized this was indeed the great Sun Yang body. She sincerely bowed in gratitude. Chen Xuan, the descendant is Qingcheng. Thank you for granting me this physique, Grandmaster. Qin Xuan replied calmly, Rise, it is merely a technique. If you truly want to thank me, then rebuild the Wang Xian sect. After saying this, he mumbled to the system. System, the clothes willingly followed the descendant. It doesn't count as me taking action, right? The system immediately confirmed, does not count. After completing everything, Luo Qingcheng took her leave. Grandmaster, then I shall take my leave back to the sect. The situation there is urgent. I will return to express my gratitude to you later. Just as she was about to leave, Qin Xuan suddenly called out, wait. There's an important matter I need you to handle. Luo Qingcheng instantly became serious, her eyes gleaming with determination. She asked right away, Grandmaster, what is it? If needed, I will certainly risk everything to accomplish it. She was absolutely certain that if a character like the Grandmaster said this was a great matter, it must be something significant. However, Chen Xuan did not seem excited. He glanced at Luo Qingcheng, saw her cheerful and vibrant, and could only smile wryly before saying, Well, it's good that she has that insight, but this isn't easy. Saying that, he became serious, feigning the pose of a highly skilled person deep in thought, looking at her earnestly and asking, Does she know how to cook? Luo Qingcheng immediately showed a flustered expression, as if taken by surprise by a question that was beyond her expectations. She stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what the great matter the Grandmaster was actually referring to. Huh? She exclaimed with confusion. Before long, a sumptuous meal had been meticulously prepared by Luo Qingcheng. Dishes like stewed chicken with royal sauce, braised pork, and stir-fried peppers with meat were all colorful and delicious, making anyone who looked at them salivate. She wore a simple yet warm chef's outfit, creating a feeling that was both amusing and strange. Deep down, she silently lamented. The sect is facing life and death crisis, yet the Grandmaster tells me to cook here, and even forces me to wear this ridiculous outfit. It feels so odd. She gently bowed her head, addressing Chen Xuan, Grandmaster, the food is ready. Junior must return to the sect now. But how could Chen Xuan easily let such a beautiful cook with such delicious food leave? He smiled politely, holding her back. Don't be in a hurry, it has been a long time since anyone has dined with me. Come, try this piece of pork. Luo Qingcheng hesitated, feeling both flustered and a bit dissatisfied. She firmly said, Grandmaster, whether I die out there right now or even jump down here, I still have no mood to eat. But who would dare to defy Chen Xuan? He immediately placed a large piece of pork into the girl's mouth, causing her to nearly choke and cough violently. My Grandmaster. As soon as the piece of meat was swallowed, Luo Qingcheng felt the delicious flavor bursting in her mouth. She closed her eyes to savor it, blissfully enjoying this special delicacy. This is not ordinary pork. This is the meat of a holy unicorn, Qingcheng thought to herself. This type of meat was completely different from any she had tasted before. She couldn't stop exclaiming, so delicious, a wonderful delicacy. Just a small piece, and the pure energy from the fire spirit had spread throughout her body. In that moment, Qingcheng recalled the legend about the origin of this meat. It was said that 100,000 years ago, lone Nazareth, in an attempt to save his mother from a severe illness, decided to hunt the unicorn to obtain the holy item for healing. However, not only did he fail to catch one, but he was also forced by the unicorn to perform eloquent speech for 3 years to be spared. At that time, Lone Nazara, surnamed Oo, used all of his talent to perform, illustrating with body language and rich words. The unicorns showed great interest, praising his performance as wonderful, and thus called him O Dak Gong. This illustrates the value and rarity of unicorn meat. Lu Qingcheng continued to chew and swallow with fascination, unable to hide her delight. She smiled in satisfaction. "Ha ha, so great." Ken Zuan looked at her, puzzled. "What's wrong with this girl? Is she choking?" Zhu Dao quickly handed her a cup of water, kindly saying, "Drink some water, don't rush." Lu Qingcheng waved her hand in refusal. "I'm fine, I'm not thirsty. Don't worry too much, Grandmaster Jr. is still okay." Chen Zuan forced Lu Qingcheng to drink a glass of water, his tone somewhat sarcastic. "Oh, you look so thirsty, go ahead and drink." Lu Qingcheng helplessly accepted the glass of water, not daring to refuse. She took small sips, but the water spilled out at the corners of her mouth, leaving small trickles down her shirt. As the cool water seeped into her body, a marvelous sensation spread throughout her, leaving her astonished. She widened her eyes, thinking to herself, "This is not ordinary water. This is clearly Jade Spring Divine Nectar. Furthermore, it's not just a drop, but a whole glass full." She glanced at the glass of water in her hand, and Chen Zhuan's mischievous smile. Lu Qingcheng's heart suddenly trembled. She reminded herself, "This divine water is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, yet the Grandmaster gave me a whole glass to drink. Could it be, the Grandmaster truly loves me?" In a fit of emotion, Lu Qingcheng unexpectedly knelt down, hurling her head to the ground with a thud. She spoke with deep gratitude. "Grandmaster, such valuable Jade Spring Divine Nectar, I truly do not deserve to receive it. Thank you so much." Chen Zuan merely smiled and waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. I have an entire lake of this stuff." He turned around, gracefully extending his hand behind him, revealing a shimmering scene of the lake. The sight left Lu Qingcheng so astonished that she almost forgot to breathe. She looked at the vast lake before her with confusion in her heart, thinking, "Is this the Emperor's aura of the first-generation Grandmaster? This is truly beyond imagination." Suddenly, a thunderclap rang out by her ear. The girl jumped in fright, her face bemusedly glancing left and right before asking Chen Zhuan, "Oh, Grandmaster, there's thunder. It's too crude, and it seems I've broken through, becoming a drunken bone realm now." Ken Zuan gently replied, "Ah, that's the thunder caused by the breakthrough." While she was still speaking, the system screen suddenly displayed a notification. "Ring. Descendant Qingcheng has leveled up, rewarding the master with 10,000 years of power." The thunder boomed again. Ken Zuan was satisfied with the system's reward and also had an additional bonus. The thunder grew louder and spread widely, striking an entire bright sky. The system notified that Chen Zhuan had broken through to the second rank of Dao Sovereign. The bizarre events made Lu Qingcheng's eyes widen, still unable to adapt. Chen Zhuan still lightly laughed contentedly. He calmly said, "Haha, 100,000 years. I was stuck at the first rank of Dao Sovereign for 100,000 years, and now I can finally break through to the second rank. Indeed, I have now become a Chen Zhuan of the second rank Dao Sovereign." Wai Tai's advancement was clear through his imposing aura. He told himself that later he would secretly assist his disciples while continuing to level up. Lu Qingcheng asked with delight, "Grandmaster, is this celestial phenomenon caused by you?" He chuckled and replied, "Haha, there's nothing to fear, it's just a small breakthrough." The girl solemnly lowered her head once more, pondering, "If this is called a small breakthrough, then doesn't that mean I haven't broken through at all?" The girl respectfully said to Chen Zhuan, "So, Grandmaster, the sect is facing an urgent matter. I asked for your permission to return first." He hurriedly stopped her, smiling faintly. "What's the rush? Look at the sunset, it's so beautiful. Why hurry?" Chen Zhuan pointed to the evening sky, where the warm, fiery sunset enveloped a space. Then he smiled invitingly. "Come join me for a steam bath." Lu Qingcheng felt flustered but still followed his invitation, She arrived at the steam room, a mix of confusion and shyness filling her heart. Clutching her towel tightly around her body, she murmured, "Steam bath? What kind of bizarre activity is this? A grandmaster and a sect leader together in here. It's inappropriate for men and women." Lost in her thoughts, she wondered, "Why do you want me to dress like this? Could it be the grandmaster is that kind of person?" In contrast to Lu Qingcheng's awkwardness, Chen Chuan was very relaxed. He leaned back, sighed, and said with a laugh, "So comfortable. What? Can't stand this temperature. This is how a steam bath should be." Noticing her discomfort, he quickly changed the topic. "How about I tell you a story?" Lu Qingcheng immediately nodded eagerly, showing her agreement. But her face turned as red as a ripened tomato, secretly thinking, "Oh dear, this grandmaster really is warm-hearted. It turns out he's not a rogue, just a bit peculiar." Kim Suan began to tell. This story is full of energy, titled Living Together Shyly. It's about a single man and woman living together. Lu Qingcheng suddenly jolted. The rhythm of the story sounded familiar, and she quickly reacted, "Wait a minute. This isn't an energetic story at all. Clearly, it's a romance novel." Dead, the Grandmaster is indeed a rogue. This time, it's truly like sending a lamb into the mouth of a tiger. Lu Qingcheng suddenly noticed that the energy around her was becoming increasingly dense. She couldn't help but ponder, "Wait, why is the mist gathering around me like this?" But just after a moment, she was startled to realize something was amiss. This wasn't mist, it was spiritual energy so thick that it had turned into a tangible substance. She was even more astonished when she recognized that this density was perhaps hundreds, even thousands of times greater than the traditional spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lu Qingcheng could still hear the calm storytelling voice of the Grandmaster. She saw him chuckling lightly as he said, "Fire of 10,000 desires, a burning fire that consumes everything." At this moment, Lu Qingcheng was taken aback to discover something. He continued to narrate, "The young man Abin yearned daily to learn the verbal formula from her." Lu Qingcheng silently speculated in her heart that the Grandmaster's words did not seem merely a simple joke. Unexpectedly, this could be a legendary imperial-level cultivation technique. She collected details from the Grandmaster's story, relating it to the legend of the Fire of 10,000 Desires. Every day he thirsted to learn the verbal formula from her. If that's the case, Lu Qingcheng mused, and then suddenly remembered the pinnacle technique, 10,000 fires dividing the heaven technique. She understood very well the rankings of cultivation techniques. They are categorized from low to high as Huang, Xuan, Di, Tian, and Dai. Even though the Divine Sword sect is renowned for being the most powerful, it only reaches the Dai level. But now, what the Grandmaster said made Lu Qingcheng's heart race uncontrollably. In a moment of daze, she imagined the Grandmaster affectionately saying to her, "Woman, I wish to create a world. In it only I can bully you." These words echoed in her mind like an ambiguous confession, coupled with the notion of using an imperial-level cultivation technique to enchant others. Lu Qingcheng's face turned red, feeling both shy and dreamy. "Hoo, the Grandmaster truly loves me to death." Immediately after, she startled herself, saying, "No, I can't let the Grandmaster down. I must quickly cultivate." Only readers like us can recognize the truth that no, she is overthinking. Chen Chuan cast a probing glance. Finally, a glimmer of hope appeared, and he joyfully thought, "Ha, Xiao Lu has finally noticed." He said to the system, "System, pay close attention. I'm just leading the younger generation to eat, steam, and share stories." The system was so frustrated it wanted to blow smoke, but couldn't do anything. The next day, he officially released Lu Qingcheng and said a few parting words. "Xiao Lu, I have nothing more to entertain you with. If you want to go back, feel free." She quickly replied, "Yes, the younger generation Queen Than thanks Grandmaster for the great kindness." Yesterday, after spending some time in the steam room, she had broken through to the spirit-nourishing realm. She realized that Grandmaster had kept her around to gain enough strength to confront the Divine Sword sect. Qin Xuan, being hospitable, pulled out a calf and offered, "By the way, the road to Wangqian sect is long, so I gift you a calf for the journey. If you get hungry, you can roast it." Lu Qingcheng looked at the calf with sparkling eyes. Her mouth watered as she praised, "Oh yeah, so adorable. Thank you, Grandmaster." She looked at the calf, feeling a bit of familiarity but couldn't figure it out. In the end, she dismissed it and tidied up before taking the lovely calf back to her sect. Before leaving, she didn't forget to bid farewell. Then Grandmaster, goodbye. Chen Xuan stayed behind, crying mournfully, instructing the person leaving, "Remember to come home often and check on the stars. Even if it's just to help the Grandmaster wash the dishes, that's fine." Once the figure was out of sight, he let out a sigh of relief. Chen Xuan looked up at the sky and laughed. "Haha, now that Qiu Luo has so many specialties, as long as I don't encounter anything bizarre, it will be fine." He wore a loose cloak and baggy shorts. Standing proudly under the sun, he shouted, "I should be able to deal with that divine convenience sect, right?" The system, upon hearing this, appeared confused, unable to comprehend what he was talking about. Chen Xuan threw off his cloak, wearing only his shorts, happily running around everywhere, laughing and saying, "Haha, Xiao Luo is gone. Now I can just wear shorts and comfortably go out to play with the big birds." The system immediately sent a warning message. "You are the bizarre one. Here there are no big birds aside from the dark phoenix." The scene shifted to a majestic high mountain, where a sect with a formidable atmosphere displayed its pride. The sect leader sat on the throne, sternly asking, "Have we obtained what I desire?" A man and woman subordinate standing below awkwardly replied, reporting to boss, "We suffered a setback once, but we have obtained the thing that the four of us wanted the most." The man added, "However, it seems that people from the kingdom of Vast Moon have been sent to hunt us down." The girl's subordinate pushed the demonic ball up to her superior. The one receiving it was the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect, Nameless Sword, a person with another identity as Tao Principle's realm. He took the precious item in his hands, and his eyes flickered with bold demonic aura. He coldly said, "Is that so? Forget it, this treasure has fallen into my hands. Even if they chase after us here, it will only be seeking death." But immediately after, when he touched the demonic ball, his body began to thrash as if experiencing a strange reaction. The pupils of Nameless Sword suddenly lost the usual demonic aura, only to shrink to the utmost extent. He was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ugh, what is happening to my body?" His voice gradually became suffocating and uncomfortable. "You all, what's happening to my body?" The crowd below watched their sect leader writhing in pain. He staggered, his divine essence becoming chaotic, mumbling unintelligible words. "You all are not members of the Divine Sword sect. I am sect leader Nameless Sword. Quickly return my body to me. If not, He abruptly stopped, his gaze becoming hollow, as if being controlled by an invisible force. Hesitating for a moment, Nameless Sword slapped his own right cheek hard. The pain jolted him, shifting his state, his voice trembling and tentative. "Numb." His gaze suddenly flashed with a radiant dark energy, his whole being emitting a madness more intense than usual. His voice became deep, cold, and terrifying. Test, why are you so disrespectful every day? It's time to teach this disrespectful one a lesson." The true body of Nameless Sword wanted to break free but was flailed and absorbed into the dark devil's orb. His voice came out, trembling and full of fear. What do you want to do to me?" He screamed in anguish. "I don't want this anymore. My body can't take it anymore. I beg you, spare me, please." The wails gradually faded away. Nameless Sword was entirely swallowed by the dark devil's orb. His soul truly vanished, leaving behind a body completely possessed, now transformed into a new dark entity. He laughed loudly, the sound filled with terror. "Haha, the power. This power is incredible, but I need much more." Nameless Sword soared into the air, gripping the dark devil's orb tightly, then commanded, "Send the order down. Tomorrow instruct the sect to attack Wangxian sect. All of them will become my nourishment." The group of people, upon hearing this, responded simply, "Yes." The next day, at Wangxian sect, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, piercing through the solid protective barrier of the sect. The legendary formation, said to be unbreakable, which had existed for many years, was now breaking apart, crumbling into countless fragments. Those inside panicked. "It's over. The sect's protective formation has been breached. Everything is spiraling out of control. Within the sect, countless corpses lay scattered across the ground, blood staining the area red. They whispered among themselves, "All these tragic events are caused by one reason. Divine Sword Sect has led people in to kill." Upon hearing this news, everyone in the city was shocked, horrified, and could not believe their ears. What? The protective wall has been broken. Every last fragment of spiritual power is gradually dissipating into nothingness. Yi Chen swaggered forward, casting a shadow over the entire area. He radiated a brilliant light, becoming the focal point of the night. He laughed maniacally. "Haha! Fellow brothers and sisters, aren't you going to run yet?" Yi Chen, a first-grade cultivation expert, was also considered somewhat capable. That's why he dared to be so arrogant. Moreover, he brought along 500 brothers, so his confidence was almost sky-high. Yi Chen sarcastically said, "Only those who know when to adapt are true elites. Your sect leader has already fled. Why not follow our lead and join the divine tribulation?" He showed off his arrogance and complacency in front of everyone's reactions. The crowd below heavily criticized him. They were not only angry at his attitude but also disappointed by the decay of this place. One person shouted in anger, "Yi Chen, you are the eldest senior brother, yet you recklessly lead the disciples to join the enemy. You are truly a disgrace to our sect. I curse you to die in unrest." But Yi Chen did not care about those words at all, even displaying a challenging expression. "Ha! I die in unrest? That should be the fate meant for all of you." Next, he ordered his army to charge in and kill them all. Lu Lingchen, covered in wounds, still stood alone at the front line, risking his life to protect his sect. He was determined that today he would live or die facing this traitor. "Impudent rebel, do you really think that Wangxian sect has no one left?" Lu Lingchen gritted his teeth, pronouncing each word with conviction. Yi Chen, standing beside him, glanced at the scene with mild interest. The person before him was the senior elder, the leader of Wangxian sect. Lu Lingchen was originally a master of the third rank of spiritual cultivation realm, but at this moment he was severely injured. His cultivation skills had been greatly depleted, to the extent that even breathing became immensely difficult. Everyone around couldn't help but worry. A disciple spoke up, "Master, Senior Elder Lu, your wounds have yet to heal, please stop." Despite everyone's earnest advice, Lu Lingchen remained resolute in performing his cultivation technique. He took a deep breath, his voice filled with determination. "Want to lay a hand on the people of Wangxian sect? It's not that easy." The supple movements of the arm, the flames surged up fiercely, the heat enveloping a vast area. Yi Chen felt a hint of panic. After all, his cultivation was 2 ranks lower than Lu Lingchen. If it came to a direct confrontation, his chances of winning were almost zero. Lu Lingchen, his entire body ablaze like a torch, clenched his fist and charged straight at the enemy before him. He shouted loudly, "You want to advance? Then step over my corpse first. Do you want to perish together with me or not?" Yi Chen was terrified by the reckless spirit of this old man. He thought to himself, "He's gone mad. Does he really want to burn everything just to launch this attack?" The flames of Lu Lingchen were indeed terrifying, but in the end they were still blocked. A sword that gleamed as if plated in silver intercepted that lethal strike. Standing opposite Lu Lingchen was the sword enthusiast, the top disciple of Divine Sword Sect. He was at the 8th level of the Nourishing Spirit realm, and the 2 swords in his hands shone unusually, easily stopping the powerful attack of Lu Lingchen. Sword enthusiast sneered disdainfully, his eyes looking down on Lu Lingchen as if watching a farce. "What do you intend to do to me with this little fading strength?" He spoke disdainfully. "Haha, sword technique isn't bad, quick enough. This guy is already strong, and with that bad temper, his notorious reputation has truly reached the Wangxian sect." The people around were left in awe at the scene. "Oh no, it's the sword enthusiast. The sword enthusiast is the strongest talented individual of the Divine Sword Sect. It is said that his abilities can rival even the senior elder." Lu Lingchen was truly nearing his limit. The flames surrounding him gradually faded, no longer burning fiercely as they had at the beginning. The Divine Sword sect has sent forth their best talent that needs nurturing. Is it true that our Wangxian sect cannot escape calamity today? The swordsman continued unleashing an onslaught of techniques. Each move he executed was treacherous. Just one hit would be enough to ascend to the heavens and reunite with the ancestors. His eyes bulged, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. He sneered coldly, "Old useless thing, continued to burn your lifespan." Lu Lingchun was severely injured. On his chest were fatal stab wounds, to the point where the chance to dodge the blow was eliminated, not to mention counterattack. His entire body trembled, aching as he was nearly exhausted. He silently thought, his sword is too strong. The sword enthusiast fought with Lu Lingchun like a cat playing with a mouse. He steadily attacked, forcing the old man's dwindling vitality to deplete. In the end, he delivered a finishing blow and laughed with delight. "Senior brother, there is an opening." Lu Lingchun's body felt as if it were torn apart. He could only let out a gasp of "paft" before collapsing. Those below witnessed the heartbreaking scene, tears and snot streaming down their faces, calling out loudly, "Six, Senior Elder." Nevertheless, no matter how many times they called, it was in vain. He had been beaten to such an extent that merely breathing was already his last effort. The fierce battle ended in just a few short hours. The Divine Sword sect emerged victorious, and the band of villains following them cheered incessantly. Yi Chen lifted his face to the sky, mocking, "Haha, martial brother, what powerful martial arts! Sword enthusiast, put your sword away. Your lifespan has almost burned out. Junior brother, go clean up the remains of your master." Yi Chen stood to one side, putting on a flattering demeanor, responding sweetly, "Yes." The crowd below was filled with rage, collectively opposing, "Don't even think about touching Six, Senior Elder." Yi Chen, full of disdain, snorted coldly. Those who dared to stand in his way always shared the same fate. He coldly said, "Get lost." The next moment, he unleashed a palm strike downwards. A loud explosion echoed, the force of destruction creating a cloud of dust that billowed everywhere. Thousands were injured, the sounds of painful groans resonating throughout. Cough. Yi Chen swung his sword, charging straight towards Lu Lingchun. When the blade was just a hair's breadth from his opponent, he still tried to act fake, sweet-talking in a tone full of treachery. "Master, become my merit in the Divine Sword sect." Lu Lingchun coughed up blood, clenched the sword tightly in his hand, but felt helpless, unable to dodge. His expression radiated profound despair. Lu, the sect leader, has entered the 9 deaths. One life realm, the chances of survival are slim. I am the last line of defense for the Wangxian sect. If I die, does heaven truly turn its back on us? The tip of Yi Chen's sword was less than 10 centimeters away from Lu Lingchun. In that moment, all his efforts and hopes collapsed. Lu Lingchun was on the verge of giving up, only left to desperately wonder, is there truly not a glimmer of hope left for our Wangxian sect? At that moment, a sudden ray of light appeared from nowhere, sending Yi Chen flying thousands of feet away. His body crashed violently into a nearby pillar. The strike was so quick and powerful that Yi Chen didn't have time to evade, taking the full force of the terrifying energy. Everyone, including the sword enthusiast and Lu Lingchun, instinctively turned to look in one direction. Seeing Yi Chen die without closing his eyes right on the spot, his blood and flesh splattered, rocks and dirt flying everywhere, rendering his body unrecognizable. Everyone found the scene truly grotesque. However, no one cared about his grotesque appearance and death. What shocked everyone was the fact that Yi Chen had died. He, the right-hand man of the Divine Sword sect, who had slaughtered thousands of disciples from sects, had been completely defeated with just one blow. Lu Lingchun was also stunned, exclaiming, "Yi Chen, he is really dead." At that moment, Lu Qiqing appeared. Her long, slender legs gently touched the ground, walking as if weightless. She looked at everyone, her cold voice rang out. 100,000 years ago, the Divine Sword sect was just a small sect clinging to my Wangxian sect. Yet now, they dared to bully its master. When she appeared, her serious demeanor and heroic aura made no one dare to underestimate her. Beside her was a large bull, its majestic presence no less than that of its master. Seeing Lu Qingqing, the disciples of the sect were overjoyed and excited. They cheered. Ha, it's the sect leader. The sect leader has returned from the 9 deaths, 1 life realm. Lu Lingchen, who had just been on the brink of death, was now unbelievably healthy. His eyes were wide open, and his voice trembled. Sect leader, you haven't died. Have you invited the Grandmaster? Lu Qingqing, her hair flowing in the wind, smiled softly like a savior. She replied calmly, yes, I have found the Grandmaster. She scratched her head in a show of concern and sighed. But the Grandmaster refuses to emerge. He says we must live or die according to heaven's will. These words struck like a bolt of lightning. Everyone was stunned, only wanting to spit blood on the spot. Sword enthusiasts stood silently for a long time before speaking up. Senior brother, you are the newly appointed sect leader from the 9 deaths, 1 life realm of Wangxian sect, right? He laughed, a strange smile that was unsettling. His voice rang out. It's unclear whether he was telling a story or bragging. I once recklessly ventured there and nearly lost my life. But because of that experience, I comprehended a sword technique. However, because it is too powerful, I have yet to find anyone capable of withstanding it. He turned to look at Lu Qingqing, his gaze filled with suspicion. You survived and returned from the 9 deaths, 1 life realm as well. The people around began to sense something ominous. Just as they thought, he not only wanted to brag about his extraordinary sword technique, but was also subtly challenging the sect leader of Wangxian sect. He swung his sword, exuding power like a roaring dragon. The sword enthusiast accumulated spiritual power, his voice full of challenge. You must be able to withstand my strongest strike, right? Although he was cruel, vicious, and despicable, his sword technique had long been renowned far and wide. Everyone felt anxious. Lu Qingqing desperately tried to stop her. Sect leader, run away. The sword enthusiast is the strongest new generation in the divine sword sect, and has reached the 8th level of spiritual cultivation. You are still at the realm of mind focus. You can't match him. Even Lu Lingchen struggled to rise and advised, sect leader, even in my prime, I couldn't withstand one of his full-strength strikes. However, Lu Qingqing had no intention of fleeing. She had changed from before and was no longer afraid of the 8th level or anything else. Confidently showcasing her talent, she ignited a flame in her hand, reassuring everyone. Ha, everyone, it's fine. Although the Grandmaster is not here, just leave everything to a sect leader who isn't at full capacity like me. The crowd below could only shout back. At this moment, the sword enthusiast truly resembled nothing human. His muscles bulged, as if wanting to rip through the fabric of his clothes. His eyes gleamed a ghostly green, and his head was sharply pointed, not unlike that of a sewer rat. He looked at Lu Qingqing with a contemptuous expression, a mocking tone in his laughter. Haha, a small flame dares to dream of challenging my towering sword intent. As he finished speaking, he swung his sword and shouted loudly, self-willed dragon sword. His shout blended with the roar of a furious dragon, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Just listening was enough to make one's hands and feet go weak. Lu Qingqing merely smirked, her eyes cold and seemingly indifferent. She calmly executed her cultivation technique, her hand moving gently as the flame in her palm blazed even hotter. She said in a gentle yet sharp voice, Hack 10,000 fires dividing the heaven technique. The small flame suddenly transformed into a gigantic fire phoenix, charging straight towards the sword enthusiast. The phoenix tore through the dragon aura he had just built, causing the space itself to seem to ignite. The sword enthusiast panicked but was caught off guard. He was engulfed by the fire. The destructive heat ravaged his meridians, forcing him to convulse and writhe like a fish in a hot pan. His outer robe was burned to ashes, the heat seeping into every fiber of his flesh. If he were not completely charred, he would certainly have been singed. The sword enthusiast collapsed to the ground, his entire outfit consumed by flames. The fire seemed to possess a life of its own, roaring fiercely without any sign of extinguishing, yet it only surrounded him without spreading elsewhere. In front of him, Lu Qingqing appeared with the demeanor of a victor. She mocked, "Haha, is this your strongest move?" She shrugged challengingly, as if defeating him had been no difficulty at all. No matter what she said, the sword enthusiast was now too weak to respond. He looked so wretched that he evoked disgust, bulging eyes, mouth agape, his appearance extremely ugly. He died looking as unattractive as Yi Chen, shocking everyone around. What? He's dead. The shocking news brought immense joy to the onlookers. Lu Lingchen witnessed this thoroughly satisfying scene, but still couldn't believe it and had to ask again for confirmation. Sect leader, have you really broken through to the spiritual cultivation realm? Lu Qingqing responded a bit shyly. That's right, thanks to the inheritance from Grandmaster. I have gained the strength I possess now. She had truly become the idol of Wang Xian sect. Everyone looked at her with eyes filled with admiration. That's great, sect leader. Everyone was overjoyed. But Lu Qingqing did not forget her primary mission. She had to eliminate the scoundrels who dared to slaughter her sect. Looking up at the subordinates still hovering in the sky, her eyes blazed with anger. Traitors, your senior brother is dead, still not coming down to face your doom. Tang Zong appeared amidst his subordinates, his entire being exuding the strong scent of someone who had just tasted failure. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Who is it?" Then, unable to contain his anger, he bellowed like a pig being slaughtered, "Who killed my disciple?" The plump, bald man with a large behind was none other than the senior elder of the Divine Sword sect. His cultivation had reached the half-step divine transformation realm. No wonder the subordinates around him looked as if they had found a lifeline when he appeared, their faces brightening. Ha! The Grand Senior Elder is here. Lu Lingchen, in just one day, had continuously encountered terrifying figures. Each new person was even more daunting than the last, leaving him pale with fear. He hurriedly stammered, "It's over, sect leader. This is the Grand Senior Elder of the Divine Sword sect, Tang Zong. Our old sect leader died at his hands. You must leave now." Lu Qingqing, riding on her momentum, became even more audacious. In front of the figure regarded as a big shot in the world, she showed no signs of fear. She stepped forward and boldly confronted Tang Zong. "Oh, so the one who killed my master is your old dog." Everyone around was astonished by her bravery. Both the sect leader and his subordinates could only look on in fear, hoping for her safety. Tang Zong looked at Lu Qingqing with contempt, a faint smile on his lips. The new sect leader of a small Wangxian sect was actually able to break through to the spiritual cultivation realm? How ridiculous! You dare to kill my beloved disciple? Let's see what you can do. But Lu Qingqing had no intention of listening to these words. She bluntly interrupted, "Old dog, stop barking. 10,000 fires dividing the heaven technique." With her words, a small flame appeared, slowly flying towards Tang Zong. He glanced in confusion, his eyes filled with disdain. What is this? Just a moment later, that tiny flame suddenly erupted into a violent blaze, the terrifying heat burning away his outer clothing and skin. The scene was even more horrifying than the battle with the sword enthusiast before. The fierce fire was so intense that it seemed to turn heaven and earth upside down, the overwhelming heat causing fear in all who witnessed it. Tang Zong screamed in agony. He panicked, unable to believe it. What? A mere spiritual cultivation realm could unleash power on par with the divine transformation realm? Lu Qingqing remained calm as she controlled the flames, her expression showing no strain at all. She coldly stared at him, softly saying, "Tang old dog, go down to the Yellow Springs and apologize to my master." At the moment she thought she had fully grasped victory, successfully controlling the notoriously ruthless Tang Zong. He suddenly curled his lip in a disdainful smile. "Ha, really?" With just a thrust of his sword, he shattered the flames, piercing through the stronghold that Lu Qingqing had painstakingly maintained. The situation was immediately reversed, and the initiative fell into his hands. Tang Zong aimed directly at her, launching a lethal strike. This turn of events was completely unexpected. Lu Qingqing gaped, unable to evade or even counterattack in time. She stood frozen in place, helpless. Tang Zong's blow struck directly at her, making her cry out in pain. Q. All of Lu Qingqing's strength faded away. She collapsed onto the icy ground. The members of the sect rushed forward in concern. Lu Lingchen shouted in panic, "Sect leader." Lu Qingqing lay motionless, her face contorted in agony. Tang Zong's expression gleamed with viciousness. Amidst mock laughter, he declared, "Haha, did you think fighting was just about throwing flames from afar to win? Your practical combat experience is still too weak. Did you think I only know how to use a long sword? Wrong, I also have the long spear. Not only that, it's the diamond rock spear, the unbeatable hard weapon." As he spoke, he boasted, his eyes filled with a sense of triumph. "You must know that the ultimate rigid heart-protecting armor of your former sect leader is based on breaking through its hardness. Qingqing was just counterattacked, and her power was gradually weakening. It was difficult for her to get back up." Looking at the man in front of her, she indeed had some reservations in her heart. Tang Zong held two weapons in his hands, piercing through the sacred flames, striding forward. He said, "Now all I need to do is use my sword aura to blow away your fire, and with the long spear to attack, you will be unable to do anything to me." Without hesitation, he aimed a powerful strike straight at Lu Qingqing. At this moment, Qingqing was heavily injured. With her current agility, even dodging would be difficult, not to mention counterattacking. She anxiously thought to herself, "It's over, I can't withstand this." Just relying on the drastic increase in cultivation still cannot make up for the gap in actual combat. "Grandmaster, disciple apologizes to you." At that moment, Xiao Black, who had been standing still, suddenly leaped forward. It charged straight into the center of the battlefield. One of its hands intercepted Tang Zong's strike, preventing him from advancing. In fact, he couldn't even pull the long spear back out. Tang Zong's entire arm trembled violently. Under that terrifying resistance, even the hardest thing would shatter into hundreds of thousands of pieces. The face of Xiao Black was filled with murderous intent. "Get out of my way," he shouted loudly. Tang Zong looked down at the long spear in his hand, now reduced to mere fragments. He stood frozen, his face dazed, stuttering and unable to voice his thoughts. Fear was clear in his eyes. Everyone around him was no better off. They were all stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Everyone cried out in unison, "What?" The ground and rocks around them were flying all over the place, dust swirling everywhere. Tang Zong, even standing far away, had to hurriedly step closer to get a better look. As he walked, he yelled loudly, his face flushed with anger. Who dared to destroy my ultimate treasure diamond rock spear? You audacious beast." But Black Child looked even more terrifying than he did. His eyes glowed red like blood, his hands continually cracking their knuckles. The sound of grinding teeth echoed chillingly. "Ha!" A cold voice spoke up. "The old master didn't want to take action, but if the Grandmaster learns that I didn't protect her well, I fear it would be hard to explain." With every word from Xiao Black, his entire being radiated thick spiritual power. His body suddenly transformed, becoming larger and more ferocious. Lu Qingqing was so frightened by the scene that she was left speechless. She stared blankly, murmuring, "Xiao Black can talk. Why is he getting so big?" Tang Zong could not hide his horror either. He stared wide-eyed at the increasingly larger figure before him, his mouth agape, cold sweat pouring down his face. Before him, Xiao Black was no longer an ordinary human. He was Black Thunder Bull, a true Tao King realm being. He stood there, his muscles bulging, exuding a majestic presence. And the most terrifying part was that he wore a wicked smile, directly staring at Tang Zong. Tang Zong could only exclaim in horror, "Black Thunder Bull!" Lu Qingqing could not help but widen her eyes, shivering as she thought, "That's why Xiao Black looks so familiar. Isn't this the Black Thunder Bull that chased me for 3 days in the 9 deaths, 1 life realm?" Lu Lingchen was the one with the most exaggerated expression. His whole body was covered in injuries, yet he kept trembling uncontrollably, his gaze fixed intently on the scene before him, both delighted and worried. "Why is the Black Thunder Bull appearing here? Is it a rare great monster come to help us?" Tang Zong felt that the situation allowed no room for hesitation. Without saying a word, he immediately knelt down. He knew that if he delayed or made a mistake, he would undoubtedly lose his life. Tang Zong sobbed and whimpered, trembling as he pointed at his disciples, betraying them. Great sir, no, great monster father. Please don't eat me. I have disciples here, you can eat them instead." His action left everyone in stunned silence. The situation changed too quickly, faster than the change of heart of an ex-lover. Lu Lingchen stared wide-eyed in amazement, directly begging for mercy. "That's really unexpected." The Black Thunder Bull seemed very pleased. It reached out to inspect the corpses lying on the ground, grinning with delight. "Oh, so you know I like this? Quite sensible." Tang Zong displayed a sycophantic demeanor. "Ha, great monster. If you like to eat, then feel free to eat. If that's not enough, I will bring the disciple behind to make it a buffet." Black Child, even after transforming into the Black Thunder Bull, still retained the deeply ingrained gluttony. Upon seeing the food, he perked up immediately. "All right, I'll have a taste." Tang Zong secretly hid the sword behind his back. He burnt his lifespan, infused it with spiritual energy, and wore a cunning smile. If it's still not enough, he would suddenly strike, launching a deadly blow with an air of triumph. "Then I'll kill you with just one move from the Dao King realm." Lu Qingcheng, witnessing the critical situation, quickly called out to warn Thunder Bull Sr. Lu Lingchen was also filled with anxiety. "Be careful." Even as they both desperately warned him, the Black Thunder Bull remained lost in the joy of food, completely oblivious. Tang Zong was filled with confidence, sure of the victory in his grasp. "Haha, it's too late. One must not underestimate deceit. This is a strike I've enhanced to the Dao King realm after burning my lifespan." He laughed triumphantly, thinking to himself, "Moreover, this thin little sword will become an assured point of attack that cannot be destroyed against its gigantic form." The sword drew closer to the Black Thunder Bull. Tang Zong's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. He thought, even the Black Thunder Bull of the Dao King realm absolutely cannot withstand this blow. "This is the culmination of many years of practical combat experience I've gained, the experience of certain victory." Tang Zong's plan was about to succeed. The tip of the sword, saturated with dense and powerful spiritual power, charged towards the vital point of the target. Nothing could stop it. At this moment, it was unclear whether it was the overpowering scent of the corpse or the foul thoughts of Tang Zong that were too sensitive, but Black Thunder Bull felt an itch in its nose. It let out a few sounds to catch its breath before sneezing with a rumbling force. The sneeze resonated like thunder, emitting from its two nostrils. Not only did it turn the sword to ashes, but the force of the sneeze also caused Tang Zong to drop dead. He barely had time to let out a piercing scream before being reduced to charred flesh. "Ha ha!" Tang Zong screamed, his body jolted to the point of billowing smoke, his clothes completely burned off. He died in a state of utter nakedness, looking rather ridiculous. Meanwhile, Black Thunder Bull remained unfazed, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. "Ugh, my nose itches too much," it muttered, completely oblivious to the fact that its earth-shattering sneeze had just saved its life. What's more, the sneeze had also eliminated one of the most powerful figures in the world. Both Lu Qingcheng and Lu Lingchen were in shock, their mouths agape as if wide enough to fit 3 meters. This shock was truly overwhelming for ordinary people like them. What the heck? The members of both sects were equally astonished. A mere sneeze had killed Tang Zong, and moreover he had died in a pristine condition. Black Thunder Bull furrowed its brow and angrily said, "Sword enthusiast, your disciple is burnt. Just the smell is unbearable. I can't eat this. Can I eat you instead?" Seeing no one respond, it turned around. Upon noticing all three were billowing smoke, Black Thunder Bull immediately grew furious and somewhat panicked. It shouted, "Hey! Why are you also burnt? Which dog did this? I've worked hard to get a snack. I'll have to kill him." Lu Lingchen and Lu Qingcheng stood below, their eyes wide in disbelief at what they were witnessing. He suddenly spoke up, enduring a fierce blow from a Dao King level, yet unharmed. Lu Qingcheng was startled, exclaiming, "This defense is truly terrifying." Chen Xuan stood at a distance, observing everything through the spatial mirror, laughing heartily. "Haha! Although Xiao Black is just a minor Dao King realm demon, among the same level, he's at the top. Xiao Black's defense can be said to be invincible. To break through his defense, one must either suppress him across levels or have a racial advantage." He leisurely continued, But the Wangxian sect, such a small place, how could they have anyone strong enough to defeat Xiao Black? As he spoke, Chen Zhuan silently thought, indeed, reading novels is quite exciting. Lu Qingcheng suddenly knelt down, crying as she said, I thought this was a gift from the Grandmaster to show his affection, who knew it was actually a war beast. Lu Lingchen pointed at her, shouting, Sect leader, what's wrong? Are you injured? Everyone around gathered close. He thought to himself, it's not a physical injury, could it be a psychological trauma? At this moment, the group in the sky began to stir. Some people hurriedly turned back, shouting loudly, it's over, Senior Elder Tangzong is dead. Run quickly, help. Those below, seeing the crowd fleeing, joyfully cheered, fellow disciples. The life and death battle of the Wangxian sect, we have won. Ha ha. Suddenly, Lu Lingchen collapsed, his voice weak, cough cough. Thankfully the sect leader managed to save the sect in time. I can finally leave in peace now. Lu Qingcheng quickly turned back, worriedly shouting, Senior Elder Liu. She supported him, asking in panic, Senior Elder Liu, how are you? Black Thunder Bull immediately replied to her, this guy has burned through his entire lifespan, he must be dying soon. Hearing this, she asked back, what should we do? He frowned and answered, aren't you carrying Jade Spring Divine Soil? She was taken aback and responded, that's right. He continued, let him drink it. Upon hearing about the Jade Spring Divine Soil, the old man was so surprised that he was filled with burning rage. With a sad expression, he asked, Jade Spring Divine Soil, did the sect leader manage to obtain a drop from the Grandmaster? But since it has come to this, there's no need for it. Lu Lingchen gazed up at the clear sky, contentedly continuing the unfinished sentence. To hear the sect leader is willing to give such precious Jade Spring Divine Soil to me, this old man is already very satisfied. Now that I am approaching the Yellow Springs, that drop of Jade Spring Divine Soil should still be given to the young ones of Wangxian sect. Seeing that he seemed to be misunderstanding, she presented a full water pouch to him, and said, no, Senior Elder Liu, you've misunderstood. I have a lot of Jade Spring Divine Soil, you should drink it quickly. What just happened was so unexpected that he was taken aback, his eyes appeared ready to pop out. He thought to himself, what, a pouch of Jade Spring Divine Soil? He stammered in shock, oh my, how can there be so much Jade Spring Divine Soil? Oh dear, it's spilled. Water from the pouch splashed onto the ground, and he bent down, saying, oh dear, the sect leader is too wasteful. May I lick it off the ground? Seeing him about to lick it, Lu Qingcheng quickly intervened, no need, Senior Elder Liu. She explained, Jade Spring Divine Soil has a large lake at the Grandmaster's place. This lake is very big, you can drink as much as you want. If it's not enough, I still have some, ensuring there's enough for the whole sect to share. As she spoke, she thought of Chen Zhuan's gigantic lake. Black Thunder Bull next to her smirked and said, yes, look at that rustic appearance. He has never experienced the world. Hearing that, an image of the gigantic lake appeared in his mind, making him astonished. Jade Spring Divine Soil is a whole large lake. No way, absolutely impossible. He shouted loudly, questioning her. Sect leader, are you joking? I wouldn't dare dream of this. Or is the old man dead? Seeing that he did not believe, she performed a spell to prove it. Lu Qingcheng gently said, Lu Senior Elder is not lying to you. Look here, this is the great Sun Yang body that the Grandmaster casually gave to me. And this Black Thunder Bull Senior is just a small beast among the countless fierce beasts that the Grandmaster possesses. Black Thunder Bull beside them angrily retorted, hey, the old master is not small. Witnessing this scene, Lu Lingchen was even more astonished. His worldview officially collapsed. Something that the Grandmaster could casually give away was indeed the great Sun Yang body. A fierce beast like Black Thunder Bull was actually considered small. Without hesitating for a second, he immediately gulped down the entire cup of Jade Spring Divine Soil. After finishing, he asked, is there more? Is it enough? Lu Qingcheng happily replied, enough, no need to rush. Everyone around also started to drink. Some approached her and asked, Sect leader, what should we do next to deal with the Divine Sword sect? She said seriously, "Haha, if the Divine Sword sect wants to slaughter us, the traitors can come together to watch the excitement, then let's fight." Upon hearing this, everyone's fighting spirit surged, and they were all ready to battle. She shouted loudly, "Today we have the inheritance of the Grandmaster. We must eradicate the Divine Sword sect." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." An unbalanced battle officially broke out at the Divine Sword sect. On that day, the Divine Sword sect finally remembered the fear from 10 years ago, when it was dominated by Wang Xian sect. The disciples of Divine Sword sect fled in panic, unable to withstand that kind of power. And humiliation of the past was repeating itself. Wang Xian sect mercilessly slaughtered. Black Thunder Bull, with an evil grin, enjoyed watching the crowd flee in chaos. Lu Qicheng used the Great Sun Yang body, ruthlessly killing members of the Divine Sword sect without hesitation. The crowd was in disarray, and someone shouted, "Oh no, it's Black Thunder Bull and the Great Sun Yang body. Wang Xian sect is rising again, everyone run quickly." Amidst the fleeing crowd, one person not only remained calm, but also angrily said, "What's all this noise? Why panic?" This person was none other than Nameless Sword. Seeing him, the fleeing crowd rejoiced. "Haha, sect leader! The sect leader has emerged. We hope the sect leader will save our sect." However, there were still some fearful people whispering to each other, "What are you thinking? Do you want the sect leader to go to his death?" The sect leader was seriously ill a month ago, and his strength has greatly diminished. Now Wang Xian sect has divine weapon assisting them. The sect leader won't be able to stop them. Upon hearing this, the fleeing crowd knelt down, crying, "Sect leader, we implore you to escape with us." Nameless Sword smirked, his voice full of confidence. "Haha, do I need to do that?" The group exclaimed in astonishment, "Sect leader." The disciples looked at their sect leader, their eyes filled with worry. Behind him, the enemies were surrounding the sky with overwhelming power. One of them asked, "Sect leader, what should we do now?" Nameless Sword hovered in midair, gripping a sphere charged with immense magical energy. He coldly said, "Let them make their move. Even a small Wang Xian sect wouldn't dare to touch me. You all become my nourishment." Having said that, Nameless Sword forcefully threw the sphere in his hand, activating the soul-devouring pearl. The sphere instantly shone brightly, growing larger and larger, surrounded by dense arcs of electricity. The spiritual energy from the earth and all life around was being absorbed by this sphere, leaving nothing to escape. He opened the barrier, erecting a solid wall around the entire area. Inside, no one could escape, while outside, even the powerful Black Thunderbolt was stopped. This defying power made heaven and earth tremble, dust swirling around, thunder rumbling everywhere. At the same time, outside Divine Sword sect, Xiao Xiaoyu watched from a distance, her eyes unable to hide her astonishment at the horrifying power of this technique. She anxiously exclaimed, "Look, that's the soul-devouring pearl being activated." Xiao Longshu, upon hearing this, was startled and quickly said, "It's over. Are they really using the soul-devouring pearl to absorb power? We are too late." He seemed eager. "Right now, we have only found one national treasure. If the soul-devouring pearl is refined by them, the national master will surely punish us. Hurry up." Zhou Shouyu merely shrugged, appearing bored. "What a pity, what a pity." After saying that, the two of them immediately disappeared, merging into the void. At this moment, fear filled the Divine Sword sect. The disciples cried helplessly, continuously banging against the invisible barrier just erected, panicking incessantly. "What is happening? Why can't we get down the mountain? It seems like something is blocking us." However, more terrifying than being imprisoned was the feeling of their souls gradually separating from their bodies. One person cried out in pain, "My body, my soul feels like it's being torn apart." Bits of the soul were forcibly drawn from their bodies, flying toward a single direction. Lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground, piled into heaps. The souls being extracted left behind pained groans. All the souls were absorbed by a gigantic sphere, causing it to grow larger and more powerful multiple times over. The Divine Sword sect suddenly transformed into a living hell with a chilling scene. The sky turned pitch black. Bolts of furious lightning struck down at where the nameless sword was seated. However, the thunderous explosions could not drown out his maniacal laughter. He continuously broke through, from the peak of the divine transformation realm, to the first rank of the Dao King realm, and then onward to the second rank. He laughed loudly, his voice filled with pride and satisfaction. Haha. I have a feeling that this time I will shatter the chains that have bound me for 100,000 years. In the distance, Lu Qingqing stood atop the Black Thunder Bull, her face full of worry. She turned to ask, "Senior, what is the situation over there?" Black Thunder Bull could only shake his head helplessly. "I don't know, but it seems someone is absorbing the souls of the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect." Hearing these words, she was incredibly surprised. What? At that moment, a voice echoed behind them, causing both to grow wary. "So it's you. No wonder the small Wang Xian sect dares to counterattack," Enchanting Demon said, her tone mocking. "So it turns out there is a mutant Black Thunderbolt in the legendary Great Sun Yang body." The aura from the opponent immediately made Black Thunderbolt break into a cold sweat. He couldn't believe his eyes. "The Black Aura, it's from the Demon Clan," Lu Qingqing whispered, her expression unable to hide her astonishment. "What? Demon Clan?" Black Thunderbolt struggled to recall the terrifying memories from long ago. "That's right. The Demon Clan is adept at using Black Aura, very hard to kill. Moreover, they are inherently carnivorous, consuming humans and beasts to enhance their cultivation. But wasn't the Demon Clan exterminated by humans 100,000 years ago?" The terrifying Black Aura made even Black Thunderbolt wary. This indicated that the opponent was extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Lu Qingqing began to realize their current unfavorable situation. "Senior, they are very difficult to handle, right? Then I'll hold one back, and you quickly deal with the other. How about that?" Black Thunderbolt nodded in agreement. The two charged forward, attacking head-on. This was their last resort, and they could only gamble like this. Enchanting Demon, seeing their serious demeanor, burst into a delighted laugh. "Are you ready to make a move?" She pointed at Lu Qingqing. "I'll choose this beautiful little sister." Demonic Power was also ready for battle, curling his lips in a cold smile. "Then I'll play with this bull." Enchanting Demon rushed straight towards Lu Qingqing, her voice filled with desire. "Little sister, I want your body." Lu Qingqing cautiously observed her opponent. If Black Thunderbolt had said the situation was dire, she had to give it her all. "Then I must prepare to unleash a killing blow." Flames erupted from her hands. The wings ignite, life burns like fire, death like ashes, heaven is scorched and the flames tear apart, slashing the sky. 1,000-foot-long fire blade was formed, slashing straight at Enchanting Demon without hesitation. She was astonished by this blow. What? On this side, Demonic Power delivered a powerful punch to Black Thunderbolt's face, distorting one side of his countenance. Despite the punch being thrown from a tiny arm, its power was terrifying. The speed of Demonic Power was so fast that Black Thunderbolt couldn't dodge in time, forced to endure the painful strike. He fell to the ground, while the demonic energy next to him looked on with great delight. "Haha, weak, the bull is too weak. Bring him back to boss. Boss will definitely praise me, praise me." But before he could laugh for long, he was struck repeatedly in the face. Black Thunderbolt's hand suddenly transformed into a long tentacle, tightly coiling around him. "You are mistaken, little brother." Black Thunderbolt grinned slyly. "Old Master took this hit just to draw your attention." He pointed up at the swirling storm of thunder and lightning roaring in the sky. "Aren't you paying attention to that?" Immediately, a lightning bolt struck the demonic energy, causing him to flail in desperation. His entire body in pain, he could only scream in despair. Elsewhere, Enchanting Demon was also writhing in a sea of flames, squirming like a fish thrown into a frying pan. His entire body was burning, with painful screams echoing. "Ah!" At this moment, Black Thunderbolt's tentacle remained tightly wrapped around Demonic Power. Enchanting Demon was not faring any better as he was ruthlessly attacked by Lu Qingqing, his clothes in tatters. Lu Qingqing and Black Thunderbolt exchanged satisfied glances, both saying in unison, "We succeeded." However, before they could rejoice, Enchanting Demon suddenly rose again. He leaned close to Lu Qingcheng's ear, chuckling softly. "Haha, is that so?" The laughter startled Lu Qingcheng. Before she could react, Enchanting Demon struck her from behind, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. In the blink of an eye, Enchanting Demon had transformed into the true form of the demon clan. His broad wings and long, characteristic horns became evident on his body. Lu Qingcheng exclaimed, "Spiritual cultivation realm can also unleash the strength of half-step divine transformation. So frightening." Enchanting Demon smirked, his eyes blazing red. "Unfortunately, you are not in the Dao King realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be your opponent." As soon as his words ended, he continued to attack. Lu Qingcheng was struck hard from behind, toppling to the ground. Hearing this, Lu Qingcheng exclaimed in surprise, "What? In the state where I have unleashed all my divine power, the imperial capital remains unscathed." Black Thunder Bull was also knocked down. She coughed softly, looking at her guardian monster that had been defeated and couldn't help but worry. She spoke up, "Senior, haha, you get me so pleasantly, can you strike again?" Suddenly, a demon clan member flew up, holding a tentacle, or rather, the arm of New Man, which he had just severed. The demon laughed loudly, showcasing his power. He was demonic power, a being who had reached Dao King realm. Black Thunder Bull lay flat on the ground, heavily injured. Seeing Lu Qingcheng approach, he could only sigh in frustration. "Damn it, they are all Demon Clan Dao King realm. I simply cannot injure them." He coughed violently. Lu Qingcheng heard this and looked at the wounds on New Man, astonished, silently thinking, "The defensive senior is so strong, yet he is still heavily injured." When noticing that their opponent was out of strength, Enchanting Demon urged his companions, "Demonic power, quickly handle this. If not, boss gets angry, it won't be good." Demonic power nodded in agreement. Two demon clan members rushed forward with a massive surge of purple energy. At that moment, Lu Qingcheng, disregarding everything, spread her arms to block in front of them, shouting loudly, "If you want to harm Senior, you must go through me first." Black Thunder Bull shouted in panic, "Kid, get out of the way." But Lu Qingcheng remained resolute. She tightly shut her eyes, fearfully thinking, "It's over, the demon clan is too strong. I'll definitely die here today." The two demon clan members were oblivious to the fact that right behind them, two figures darted forward. A blazing red force struck directly into demonic power's abdomen, sending him flying. Enchanting Demon was also pierced by a surge of power, falling helplessly to the ground. This scene astonished Lu Qingcheng and New Man. Enchanting Demon turned around, holding his belly and groaning, "Cough cough, it hurts so much." Lu Qingcheng anxiously asked, "What just happened?" New Man was equally astonished, murmuring, "Is there anyone who can inflict damage on the demon clan?" Two figures stood in front of demonic power, sneering, "Haha, is this scene of battle from some sect actively attacking the demon clan?" Demonic power, heavily injured to the point of being unable to stand, could only stare at them, growling, "You." The two who defeated the demon clan were Xiao Longshu and Xiao Xiaoyu, both of whom were experts at the Dao King realm. Looking at the demon clan, who had collapsed and could not rise again, Xiao Xiaoyu sneered softly, "In this poor spiritual energy forest, there are still people who dare to challenge the demon clan." Truly unaware of their own limits, Xiao Longshu nodded in agreement, "That's right." At this moment, Lu Qingcheng spoke up, "So have the two seniors saved us?" New Man, hearing this, reminded her, "It seems so. Don't you hurry to thank them." Listening to New Man, Lu Qingcheng quickly took out a jade bag and bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you very much for helping us, seniors. This kindness our Wangxian sect will not know how to repay." Zhou Shouyu replied indifferently, not bothering to look at the jade bag, "Haha. There's no need for such mundane things to express thanks." Her words left Lu Qingcheng incredibly astonished. This was a type of extremely precious jade, something everyone would covet upon seeing. Yet this girl outright refused. Zhou Xiaoyu crossed her arms, coldly turning away, and added, "We did not come to save you, we only want to take back what is ours." Xiao Longshu reminded, remember this. The matters of the demon clan are not something that small sects in the mountains like yours can involve themselves in. Next time you face the demon clan, run as far away as possible. Did you understand? Lu Qingqing was somewhat dazed, then replied in a low voice, I understand. In her heart, she thought, these two seniors even disregard precious items like jade spring. They are truly good people, or they do not know how to appreciate valuable things. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the void. Himph. Giving you guys a little task and you can't even handle it. Truly a waste of effort. Everyone was startled and turned their heads. In front of them appeared a mysterious, eerie vortex that emitted a mysterious voice. Fortunately, I have refined the soul-devouring pearl. Now you will become a part of my power. Saying this, a force from the vortex shot straight down at the two defeated demon clan members. They screamed for mercy. Boss! No, don't. But it was too late. All their spiritual power was drained. Both the soul of the enchanting demon and the demonic power dissolved into the vortex before the horrified onlookers. The mysterious voice spoke again. 100,000 years. 100,000 years. From the vortex, a colossal sphere gradually formed, carrying an awe-inspiring power. A demon clan member with fierce red horns and white hair appeared. That voice just now belonged to him. He laughed loudly. Finally, I have reappeared in the human world. He is the primordial demon at the half-step Tao Emperor realm. His face is grotesque, and his pupils are merely streaks of deep red. New Man recognized this, exclaiming in horror. A half-step Tao Emperor realm demon clan. So he has been absorbing souls. Qingqing was also astonished. Isn't that nameless sword? How did he turn into a demon clan? On the other side, Xiao Yu sneered. So what if he's half-step Tao Emperor realm? With that, she and Xiao Longshu prepared to confront the primordial demon. The two of them dashed swiftly towards him, intending to launch a surprise attack from behind, just as they had taken down the two demon clan members before. Xiao Yu concentrated her power, her eyes glowing red, swinging her sword as a warning. You dare to steal our national treasure of the demon exterminators. Longshu followed suit, his gaze equally cold. Then you must die. Hearing this, New Man suddenly recalled something, muttering, Demon exterminator, I remember now. He turned to explain to Qingqing. The demon exterminators are those with the bloodline of the demon clan, born with the ability to contend against the demon clan. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, their ancestors made great contributions in fighting against the demon clan. Seeing Xiao Yu and Long Shu battling, New Man confidently said, with them, we will undoubtedly win. However, before he could finish, both of them were easily tossed away by the primordial demon. He mocked, trash. Qingqing gasped in shock. What? Two seniors? New Man could not hide his panic either. No one expected that the power of the half-step Tao Emperor realm could overwhelm Xiao Yu and Long Shu so easily. The two of them were violently thrown to the ground from the massive energy sphere created by the primordial demon. Xiao Yu struggled to get up, her body trembling, wondering, what kind of barrier is that? Long Shu gritted his teeth, continuing, why isn't our attack able to break through him? The primordial demon shrank the energy sphere in his hand, his cold gaze looking at them. Looking down at the crowd that had lost all strength to fight back, he scoffed disdainfully. Haha, I knew that stealing the soul-devouring pearl would lead to a manhunt by your demon exterminators. But do you think I wouldn't be prepared? He raised the orb high, his eyes filled with pride. This was not an ordinary orb, but a treasure that had been refined into a magical artifact for protection, embodying the laws of heaven and earth. Its shield not only had the capability to bind enemies, but also served as a solid defense for himself. With this treasure, he was confident he would no longer fear any attacks. Xiao Yu quickly stood up, her face showing clear panic. This is bad. The laws of heaven and earth. He has reached a realm we cannot counter anymore. Long Shu, hurry and get out of here. Long Shu was not slow either, swiftly preparing to escape. But before running, he could not help but turn his head back, muttering curses. What bad luck, what bad luck, what bad luck. However, a half-step Dao Emperor realm expert would not easily let the two of them leave. He laughed coldly. "Wanna go?" Two demon exterminators at the Dao King realm, one divine body, one mutated Black Thunder Bull, along with hundreds of disciples from Wang Xian sect. "Since you have brought so many big things here, you might as well stay and have a cup of tea with me first." As he spoke, he raised the powerful orb in his hand. The orb gradually swelled, emitting a dazzling light. Tendrils of power from the orb emerged, sharp as blades, attacking straight towards Xiao Yu and Long Shu. Xiao Long Shu spat out blood, crying out, "Oh no!" The surrounding villagers gradually knelt down, their bodies losing vitality. One person lamented, "My body is in so much pain." Then another groaned, "Ah, it hurts so much." Lu Qingcheng and Numa also struggled against this situation. Although their spiritual power had been drained, causing them agony, Qingcheng still worried for the villagers. She sighed, her face full of regret. "It's over, my disciples are all trapped. I acted on my own to lead the disciples of the entire sect to retaliate. Am I really going to die here today?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, not only from the pain, but also from the guilt of involving so many people. Inside the 9 Deaths, 1 Life realm, a group of monsters trembled, prostrating themselves. A voice from an old man rang out, laced with sarcasm. "Ha ha! Wasn't it said that 9 Deaths, 1 Life realm is teeming with ferocious beasts, and those who enter can hardly survive? So why are they all lying down when they see me?" The old man, leaning on his staff, slowly approached and continued. "I, the Jade Hall Venerable, have walked among humans for 1,000 years. Who doesn't know my reputation? Who hasn't heard of me? I just never expected that even in the 9 Deaths, 1 Life realm, I would be so renowned." His voice grew increasingly arrogant. "I am Wang Bai Yu, the Jade Hall Venerable, having reached the pinnacle of the Dao King realm." He spoke to himself, his expression full of self-satisfaction. "Surely, even if this is a place that instills fear in anyone who hears of it, in a little while, I too will become the strongest in this region." After saying this, he sang a line, as if to glorify himself. "Unmatched, how lonely it is." However, his self-satisfaction did not last long before a brilliant blue vortex suddenly appeared in the sky of this realm, shining directly down to the ground. Mr. Bai Yu was very astonished to see this. A gigantic hand descended from above, with Chen Zuan underneath it. Wang Bai Yu was startled and shouted out loud. He was panicked by what was happening in front of him. An old man with white hair and a pair of golden horns on his head seemed unable to stand firm. He knelt down hard on the ground, his body trembling, his brows furrowed. At this moment he could not utter a word. Only one question appeared in his mind. "Heaven, what is this?" Countless questions flooded his thoughts. Surrounded by numerous monster beasts, he wondered, "Why have I unconsciously knelt down like this?" Elsewhere in the sky, a strange radiant light of spiritual power suddenly appeared. Inside it was Chen Zuan, who was sitting on a floating boat in the vast sky. Chen Zuan asked, "System, I just picked up a sect. I want to greet the descendants of the sect. This surely doesn't count as taking action, right?" The system hesitantly replied, "No, it doesn't count." Hearing this, he opened his eyes. His eyes shone brilliantly like the radiant glow of a saint. In a melodic tone, he said, "All right then." Below, the sound of clashes between various auras continued to echo. Within the barrier, both sides had exhausted their strength. Those who still had enough energy to resist could be counted on one hand. Xiao Yu, her body now full of wounds, said, "I never expected that I, a demon exterminator, would soon die at the hands of the demon clan." Xiao Longshu, looking frustrated, shouted, "How unlucky, how unlucky, how unlucky." Lu Qingcheng could no longer keep herself standing. Dark lightning clung to her as she struggled to rise, her heart full of remorse. "Grandmaster, I'm sorry," she furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with sorrow. She called for Chen Zuan from the depths of her heart. "Grandmaster." Suddenly, a strange vortex appeared in the sky, dividing the heavens, with bolts of lightning continuously striking down. A voice echoed from within the whirlwind. "Hi, my younger generation. Hello, everyone. Instantly, Lu Qingqing recognized that voice belonged to him. She looked toward the vast sky, unable to hide her surprise on her face. The two Xios also quickly turned their gaze. The primordial demon was taken aback and turned his head, looking up at the sky where the spatial vortex was occurring. A multicolored hand emerged from the center of that vortex, enveloped in glowing spiritual power. Within that arm, there was the silhouette of a tall man, none other than Chen Zhuan. He waved his hand to greet everyone, saying, "It's been a long time since we met. I am your beloved Grandmaster Chen Zhuan. Are you all living well?" Black Thunder Bull seemed unable to believe the words just heard. It hesitantly asked, "This is?" Qingqing immediately sat up, respectfully calling, "Grandmaster." Primordial Demon remained silent, slowly observing and evaluating Chen Zhuan. This person did not need external objects to unleash the power of the laws of heaven and earth. He thought to himself, he is a Tao Emperor powerhouse. He felt furious, his heart ablaze, sensing the threat from the person before him. How can this be? This is a desolate land, where a Tao Emperor realm can be supreme. Why has a Tao Emperor appeared here? Moreover, this person even claims to be the Grandmaster of Wangxian sect. Before him stood a young man with an incredibly handsome appearance. Suddenly remembering his purpose, Chen Zhuan immediately raised his finger, reminding the younger generation standing there. He spoke in a gentle tone. "Right, the Grandmaster came here simply to greet you all. It is absolutely not to save you." Hearing those words, Primordial Demon felt relieved. He thought to himself, that makes sense. A powerful figure at this level, even if they see the younger generation of their own being killed, will not intervene. Life and death are part of the laws of heaven and earth. Those powerful beings like him have long seen through life and death, and they do not care to interfere. Suddenly he raised his hand, a bright smile on his face. He announced to his younger generation, "Ah, right, at Grandmaster's place, it's trendy to greet by shaking hands. Therefore, Grandmaster will shake hands with everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, his large hand descended like a storm. Chen Zhuan, unaware of the danger in his way of greeting, sweetly reminded, "Remember to shout the slogan while shaking hands with me." At this moment, the primordial demon was truly at a loss. He was terrified beyond measure, with a flurry of chaotic questions in his mind. Wait, why is he coming towards me? He gritted his teeth, anger boiling within. Why have I endured for thousands of years to seize the body of the sect leader of Divine Sword Sect? Why have I patiently accumulated for 100,000 years to refine the soul-devouring pearl? I've always acted modestly. Why must I encounter this kind of powerhouse? Does heaven intend for my demon clan to perish? No, I cannot die here. He yelled, "I must fight." Immediately, he summoned his strongest technique, activating the entire bloodline of the demon clan. The primordial demon unleashed a massive fire, deep red like blood. The flames gradually turned purple, enveloping his entire body. This was the ultimate opening move, tapping into the full power of the soul-devouring pearl, because even the Tao Emperor was merely a person after all. Despite the fact that even the Tao Emperor has weaknesses, it is not impossible to achieve victory. Power gradually gathered in his hands, forming a mysterious weapon. He silently reassured himself, activating the full heavenly sword battle oath. "After all, I am a true member of the demon clan," he muttered, "and I am just a half step away from reaching Tao Emperor." At this moment, the primordial demon had evolved to its final high tier. With white hair, imposing devil horns, and a body enveloped in a massive amount of demonic energy, he had become the most complete and powerful form. In his hand was a long sword filled with dark energy, and his eyes were cold with lethal intent. Chen Zhuan smirked, his gaze flashing with mischief. He loudly recited the mantra, "Ha, now is the time to end it." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed to command the primordial demon sit peacefully. At maximum speed, his hand shot forward like a rocket towards his opponent. He stood there, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying danger he was about to face. His voice rang out with confidence and arrogance. "Ha, bring on the battle. Right now I am in a state of full prosperity, the pinnacle existence on this continent. Even if the heavens themselves came, they couldn't kill me. I am invincible. I won't keep primordial demon waiting. He struck a powerful slap as if the heavens had crashed down on the enemy's face, distorting the face of the primordial demon to such an extent that it appeared severely deformed and utterly unsightly. The impact caused one side of his face to swell up, his entire head flattened like a deflated ball. His mouth gaped open, teeth and lips in disarray, his tongue nearly falling out. The primordial demon was caught off guard, directly attacked by Chen Zhuan. With just one move, Chen Zhuan sent him flying thousands of miles away. As a result, continuous explosions erupted. The mountains and forests trembled, rocks and debris flew everywhere, and dust billowed into the air. The destructive power of a Tao emperor was indeed terrifying. The people of mysterious heaven, who had been in seclusion for 100,000 years, were left speechless, stunned by the scene. Their bodies trembled, their eyes filled with horror. The body of the primordial demon gradually faded into dust. He struggled to utter his final words. I am not willing. If anyone were to look back at the history of the Han continent from 100,000 years ago to investigate, they would find that just a few seconds later, the primordial demon had completely vanished from the world. His body had turned to ashes. On every page of history, people wrote down the phrase, the strongest mystical heavenly emperor. After the terrifying collision, a cloud of dust spread to where the younger generations were standing. They hurriedly covered their eyes to avoid the billowing dust. A choked sound echoed in the suffocating atmosphere. If you do not believe what history records about Chen Zhuan, take a look back at the legend of that year. By midnight, the sphere formed from the array began to swell. Then, the sphere suddenly cracked open, shattering into hundreds of thousands of fragments. In every line of the record, you will discover that the history of the invincible mystical heavenly emperor actually only recorded two similar words. Chen Zhuan smiled, a smile of the savior. That was the moment he used a final move to annihilate the demon clan, a technique known as Hodon. After the tremor, a long and massive stone wall was formed. The dust had not settled, and the echoes of the battle still resonated. Not only etched into the natural landscape, but also deeply inscribed in the minds of those who witnessed it with their own eyes. Everything had unfolded exactly as Chen Zhuan desired. Chen Zhuan turned around, looking towards the younger generation, and said goodbye. All right, greetings done. I'm off now. King Zhuan stepped forward, his whole figure blending into the high layers of clouds. Before disappearing from sight, he managed to shout down, Next, you all must strive to study hard. Progress every day, okay? Grandmaster is leaving. Bye-bye. The two siblings of the Qiao family could not hide their astonishment. Xiao Yu, clutching her injured arm, stammered, who was that powerful person? Xiao Longshu immediately followed up. Even in our kingdom of vast moon, facing such a powerhouse is like facing a swarm of ants. Suddenly, a voice from behind broke the confusion in their hearts. Everyone, the person just now is the first grandmaster of our Wang Xian sect, from 100,000 years ago. Lu Qingcheng immediately ordered the younger generations, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and respond to Grandmaster's greeting. The disciples quickly shouted in unison, Give me 5, give me 5, give me. Oh yeah, the Qiao siblings stood frozen in shock at the unfolding events before them. Xiao Longshu's face turned pale as he stammered. That formidable figure is the grandmaster of this third-rate sect. It's not just third-rate, it might even be a super-tier super sect. We must find a way to establish good relations with them. Xiao Yu replied, her voice trembling. That's true, but our attitude towards them previously was quite poor. The two siblings leaned in closer, whispering and discussing. Xiao Longshu suggested, How about we present a gift to make amends? Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. The two quickly devised a plan. She called out to Lu Qingcheng from behind, her tone filled with respect. Senior. The Qiao siblings bowed their heads low, presenting their offerings to her. Xiao Longshu said, Although the soul-devouring pearl is lost, we still possess a national treasure known as the Map of Destiny. Xiao Yu added, We hope you will accept it as a token of gratitude for the Grandmaster's life-saving grace. In response to the change in their attitude and actions, Lu Qingqing could not hide her surprise. She hurriedly declined. The star map. That's a treasure map that records the location of the great power lost. It's too significant, I can't accept it. Being rejected, the two of them immediately became sullen, looking at each other as if they understood each other's thoughts. She must be looking down on us. They immediately knelt down, bowing their heads in supplication. Senior, if you do not accept it, we will stay here with you forever. That's right, we will keep bowing until you agree. Faced with their sincerity, Lu Qingqing reluctantly accepted. All right, I'll accept it. You two hurry up and stand up. Achieving their goal, the two of them happily bid farewell to Lu Qingqing, their faces unable to conceal their excitement. Great, Senior, then we're off. She gently smiled in response. All right, go ahead. Qiao Longshu still felt it was not enough. Before leaving, he suggested, before we go, how about we do it one more time? She connected his sincerity and quickly waved her hand. It's really not necessary. After they left, she breathed a sigh of relief, turned to the young disciples, and smiled faintly. Lu Qingqing said, the Grandmaster said to let me decide, yet in the end I still couldn't hold back and took action. On the craggy cliff where the Divine Sword sect once stood, there was now only a desolate scene. The marks left on the battlefield were enough for anyone, even the most foolish, to imagine the brutality of the battle that had just occurred. Receiving help from Chen Xuan, Lu Qingqing self-deluded herself. The Grandmaster truly loves me to death. To the extent that the author also wanted to knock some sense into Lu Qingqing, saying, no, you are simply overthinking it. Lu Qingqing was as happy as a festival. She danced and said loudly, all right, disciples. Today, the battle with the Divine Sword sect, Wangxian sect, we have won. From now on, we must not let down Grandmaster's expectations. We must strive to cultivate diligently. The disciples all raised their fists, expressing their determination. In another place, a strange vortex appeared in the sky, surrounded by fierce thunder and lightning. Suddenly, a stream of purple energy surged from the center of the vortex, straight down to the ground. Powerful bolts of lightning struck down, shattering the surrounding rocks. A colossal force from the vortex plunged directly into the lake. The scene became horrifying. System announcement: successfully assisted Lu Qingqing in resolving the sect's crisis, rewarding the owner with 10,000 years of cultivation power. Chen Xuan, Dao King Realm, 3rd grade. The turbulent waters flowed around him. The sparkling light from the river created a majestic scene. He replied to the system. If the first trial has been completed, then where is the next mission? The system responded. The next mission is related to the one who just broke into the 9 deaths, 1 life realm. Please find the clues to open the next trial on your own, master. In front of the system screen, an image appeared of an old man with white hair and a pair of strange golden horns. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow and asked, oh, so this time you want me to find the clues myself? He looked at the system panel, smiling faintly. I really look forward to the participant this time. I hope they can be as generous and charismatic as my Grandmaster. Amidst the vast mountains, the undulating slopes blended with the winding river. Birds soared in the fantastical purple sky, creating a scene that was both peaceful and mysterious. At the same time, in the eastern region of the Han continent, for some unknown reason, 3 dazzling golden chains fell down chaotically. On the fighting table, 3 third-rate sects were placed carelessly. Hao Ran stared in shock. Hey, is this for real? A dining hall this big and there are only 3 third-rate sects. He angrily pointed at the deformed, hideous third-rate sects that were an affront to the eye. Is there anyone who treats the head of the household of the Chen family like this right now? 100,000 years ago, even my dog wouldn't have eaten this. The group of young people at the next table hadn't even noticed him. One person in the group looked at him with disdain and said, Chen Hao Ran, how dare you speak up when you're at the bottom of the academy? Another one chimed in, the talents of our Bailu Academy have always been categorized from the top tier. You having spiritual reality is already a blessing from the academy. Besides, this spiritual reality is specially tailored to encourage people ranked at the bottom like you. At this point, all four of them wore vile and shameless expressions. One person sneered, "If you're not going to eat it, then you might as well feed it to the pigs." His expression darkened, arms crossed, showing contempt. "Enf, you think you're humiliating anyone? Just this cheap spiritual reality, damn." He held 3 pieces of pear cake, turned around, and didn't forget to throw back a comment. "Of course I want it." His actions infuriated the young people behind him to the point they couldn't swallow their food. He turned back, sticking out his tongue. Not taking advantage of a good deal is truly foolish. The crowd behind was indeed intimidated by his uniqueness, and one person angrily remarked, "Cough, he actually took this embarrassing stuff. Truly shameless." At that moment, a girl with delicate feet approached him, her voice gentle. "No, you cannot eat this." In front of him was Chen Tai-ir, with a figure that was breathtaking. Chen Haoran looked at her, bewildered, and asked, "Who is that? Why did you say it was for me if you're not going to let me eat it now?" She presented him with a fragrant honey-glazed chicken leg. Chen Tai-ir looked at Haoran with a warm expression, gently saying, "Eat my food, brother. This is for you." She flashed a smile that was heartwarming and full of love, then added, "Tai-ir is not hungry." The group of young men behind them broke into loud laughter, not forgetting to throw in a few mocking remarks. "Haha, is this not Chen Tai-ir, the one ranked first in our academy? Now her brother has to rely on his adopted sister. How disgraceful." Haoran's face darkened at their words, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes filled with anger. Yi Wu, with an arrogant demeanor, waved his fan in front of his chest, smirking slyly. "So what now? The one who stands first in the academy is now giving spiritual reality to the one at the bottom of the rankings. Isn't that like the host eating porridge while the guest enjoys a lavish meal? Chen Haoran, who do you think you are? What about the law?" Yi Wu was the second strongest in Bailu Academy. Seeing Haoran's helplessness, he continued to pour on the insults. "Useless pig, why did you hurry up and return the spiritual reality to Tai-ir?" The crowd erupted in laughter, joining in the ridicule. "Haha, that's right. Both Chen Haoran and Chen Tai-ir received guidance from the great senior master, yet this is the result. The younger sister stands at the top of the academy, while the older brother stands at the bottom. A loser like you doesn't deserve to eat that. It's a waste." The insults grew harsher, making the atmosphere even heavier. Chen Haoran did not want to explain. He simply turned and walked away. Chen Tai-ir awkwardly looked after him and then called out, "Brother, are you just going to leave without looking back?" Chen Haoran coldly replied, "Little sister, you can eat by yourself, I'm not hungry." At that moment, Yi Wu raised his fan to block his path. He thought to himself, indeed, being kind only brings trouble. "I'm so fed up with these people." Yi Wu began speaking again without pause. "Ah, what a waste. You, as the head of the household of the Chen family, aren't you going to lead your family to submit to the academy? Look, my Yi family submits to the academy, and look how rich in resources we are. My sister ranked first, and she only needs to eat a small spiritual leg. And here you are, treating your sister like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" As he spoke, he spread his arms wide to show off. This ridiculous attitude made everyone around burst into laughter. But for Chen Haoran, the tree wants to be still, but the wind doesn't stop. Hearing this, Yi Wu could no longer hold back and pulled out his sword. Chen Haoran immediately stopped him. "Little sister, do not strike. We are a big family. We must use gentlemanly ways to resolve disputes." These words made Yi Wu laugh maniacally. "Haha. Everyone, look at him. Opening his mouth is all about being a big family. Closing it is still the same big family. Does he think his Chen family is still like it was 100,000 years ago?" The crowd burst into laughter. "Haha, what a heavy delusion. The medicine just can't stop now." Those humiliating words truly touched Chen Haoran's limits. He could endure when he was insulted himself, but once his family and loved ones were touched, he would not forgive. He coldly retorted, "Himph, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the poor family. If you insult my family, don't blame me for inviting you to taste a proper beating." This tone only made Yi Wu more gleeful. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Haha, you have quite the mouth on you. Young Master Chen, what do you want to invite me to eat in the way of a gentleman? In the blink of an eye, Chen charged forward, whined at his back. In his hand, he held a few chunks of golden excrement, shoving them straight into Yi Wu's face with a gleeful smile. Old master, I invite you to eat shit. Yi Wu screamed in rage. His teeth and lips were a mess. His face changed color. The taste was truly horrific, forcing him to let out a difficult groan. The people standing around, who had been bullying Yi Wu, immediately panicked and were clueless about what had just happened. A few of them covered their noses, trying to avoid the nauseating stench rising from the chaos. This Li fellow has a bit of spiritual energy, one person commented, but the stench is no different than dung. How dare he call this pure cake? Upon hearing this, many people around snorted in disdain, showing their disgust. They shook their heads and walked away, criticizing Yi Wu for bringing shame upon himself. King standing nearby, looked at her brother with concern. Chen Haoran was now wearing a sinister smile, his expression dark. Hif, he said, who plays gentlemanly games with you uncouth people? Do you not know that warfare is not to be taken lightly? Yi Wu, I acknowledge your spiritual reality. After saying this, Chen calmly collected all of Yi Wu's resources and then shrugged, sneering. Let's get out of here. Yi Wu was so furious that his face turned red. He retched, coughing and seething with anger. The people around could only exclaim, "Oh my, Chen Haoran is truly a hypocritical gentleman. Not only does he deceive others, but he even steals the spiritual reality." At that moment, Chen Haoran was sitting in front of a stone statue, busy packing up all the spoils. His face was beaming as he looked at the pile of spiritual reality he had just gathered. I'll bring this pile back to my sister later, he thought to himself. King Er's cultivation will surely rise again. But then his gaze suddenly drifted far away and he sighed. I never expected that as a member of the esteemed Tran family, I would end up in a situation of tricking and cheating like this. He recalled the glorious past of his family. In the old days, Wang Sr. had roamed the world, concentrating spiritual energy around a radius of thousands of miles to establish the Bai Lu Academy. Chen Haoran looked up at the statue of Mr. Wang with a majestic expression, then continued, "The main purpose is for everyone to be able to cultivate, to create blessings for all beings." His gaze shifted to the statue of the new director, which was twice as large and dominated the spotlight. Chen Haoran couldn't help but sigh. However, he remembered what happened a decade ago when the old director left, and the academy was completely bought out by the new director. From then on, any clan that wanted cultivation resources had to sign an agreement and become part of the academy. Thinking of this, he frowned and complained. What does it even mean for the new generation of clans to become part of the academy? Isn't it like the clan will lose its esteemed reputation? He unintentionally looked at the sign engraved on the base of the statue, which clearly stated, "Cultivation Civilization, strictly prohibit random urination." But for some reason, Chen Haoran poured water right onto the base of the statue, as if to express his attitude. He secretly thought, "This is why I refuse to submit. That is why my sister and I are targeted by the academy, forced to accept the worst resources. It's such a pity for my sister's talent." The memories brought him back to his childhood days. At that time, Chen Haoran bravely showcased his talent. He had once said confidently, "Watch me discharge electricity." But in just a moment, the amount of electricity he produced was negligible. The surrounding children broke into laughter and mocked him. "Haha, you can only discharge for 1 second. What a waste." Recalling that incident, Haoran told himself, "Narrow innate meridians, uselessly absorbing energy, made me a waste in their eyes." He sadly slung his backpack over his shoulder and sighed. If Mr. Wang could be like 10 years ago, helping the Chen clan once again, that would be wonderful. But with his temperament, he is probably wandering somewhere, creating new legends. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Haoran pulled out the business card in his hand, his eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. He told himself, if the Grandmaster is still alive, perhaps he would be like Mr. Wang, causing a stir in the world. Looking at the business card Commander Chen left by Chen Xuan, it features a photo of a haggard man, his messy hair, accompanied by specific information, name Chen Xuan, gender male, ethnicity nation's dwelling, date of birth April 1, 2000, address no. 250 Ti Bao Wang, seeking the two immortals' hall to flourish. Hao Ran glanced over and said, "It would be so good if that were the case." On the other side, Chen Xuan sat majestically on his throne, his sharp gaze looking down, questioning, "How dare you invade my 9 deaths, 1 life realm? What do you think should be done with you?" Wang Baiyu, brought here forcibly, still defiantly retorted, "Himph, deal with me? You are the one floating above, aren't you?" At that moment, a strange green light suddenly erupted around Wang Baiyu. His eyes became emotionless, his aura surged, radiating a powerful might. Without panic or arrogance, he spoke, "Chen Xuan, I dominate the world, standing as an upright man. If I have intruded upon your territory, it seems you have misunderstood." Chen Xuan was momentarily astonished. Normally, upon hearing someone self-proclaiming an invasion of his territory, he should be furious. But in the face of Wang Baiyu's sudden change of attitude, he could only be dumbfounded. Wang Baiyu, who had just been so defiant, now suddenly knelt down, his face seemingly on the verge of tears. "My lord, it is truly a misunderstanding. I did not know this was your forbidden area before. It was only because my lifespan is nearing its end. I wanted to find a place to rest after death. I did not intend to intrude at all." His trembling words, as if filled with utmost fear, conveyed a deep sense of dread. Chen Xuan laughed and said, "Oh, not very careful, huh? Then let me ask you something." Hearing that, Mr. Wang immediately knelt down, bowed his head repeatedly, and then looked up to respond, "You may ask, what do you want to know? I will certainly answer." Chen Xuan rested his chin on his hand, speaking gently, "Have you recently encountered any young juniors? For example, from the decaying sect forces or the Chen family?" Wang Baiyu was surprised. "The Chen family?" He quickly continued, "Oh right, 10 years ago I did see 2 promising juniors from the Chen family in the eastern part of the Han continent. I also helped guide them a few times." Kim Zuan frowned. "Oh, they progressed very quickly?" He opened the system to examine. Thinking about the prospect of his descendants having outstanding talent, he secretly wondered, could they be the juniors I need to help? Could it be that foolish kid I met before? Wang Baiyu continued to narrate. Among the 2, one showed exceptional talent. With just a little guidance, he progressed rapidly. But the other one, named Chen Hao Ran, possessed a primordial lightning radiance body. He sighed and added, "That kid was born with very narrow meridians. Even though I did my best to guide him, he is still just a useless waste." King Xuan replied upon hearing this, "Oh dear, truly a pity. The Thunderlight body is indeed so useless." At the same time, a line of text appeared in the system, causing Chen Xuan to fall silent, not saying anything further. Unaware that the person before him was Chen Xuan, Wang Sr. continued to comment, "Moreover, I have roamed the world for 1,000 years, and found that the females of the Chen family seem to be quite good, but the sons of the Chen family, really don't amount to much." These words struck Chen Xuan like a bolt from the blue. He stiffened, feeling as if those words were hinting at him. Immediately after, a swirling vortex of power appeared behind him, quietly surging. Chen Xuan angrily stood up and questioned, "Are your words all true?" From the swirling power, a gigantic fist shot straight out. Seeing the fist getting closer, Wang Baiyu hurriedly cried out, "Haha, great power, spare my life. Everything I said is true. If I dare to deceive you, my uncle will be charged more for vegetables, and my grandfather will suffer a stroke while drinking." Unexpectedly, the fist opened up, revealing a strange lump of dung. The hand grasped the dung, as if preparing to smash it down. Kim Xuan leaned sideways and said, "Hey old man, what are you doing? My surname is Chen. I want you to guide my descendants. I just want to invite you to eat up here. There is no need to be so aggressive." Wang Baiyu knelt on the ground, both confused and angry. In his heart, he thought, this person says he wants to invite me to eat up here. Good heavens, I clearly see that he wants to eliminate me. Then he bitterly laughed at himself. Who invites someone to eat a pear? Isn't that humiliating me? But anyway, at this point, I have to accept it. Saying that, he took the pear and took a bite. But as soon as he bit down, tears streamed down his face, and he silently lamented, so humiliating. But you have to endure. After all, this person is so much stronger than me. However, his expression immediately changed. From a state of watery eyes, his eyes widened, shining like stars, and even two small hearts appeared within them. Wang Baiyu's whole body emitted a dazzling golden light. He exclaimed, "Wait, this golden light, this feeling, this is not an ordinary pear." His body immediately became incredibly comfortable. He joyfully shouted, "This is clearly the sacred medicine I have been searching for tirelessly for 1,000 years." The fruit that he had just eaten was the jincha bango. It is said that one jincha bango can extend one's lifespan by up to 1,000 years. He gazed silently at the glowing fruit on the table, thinking to himself, "My lifespan is about to run out. I have searched for 1,000 years and still have not found a single one." This powerful being sighed, feeling regretful as he thought. Beside him, Baiyu was greedily devouring the jincha bango, pretending to cry as he ate. "Hoo-hoo, great one. I only pointed out your descendants by chance. You don't need to pay such a high price to thank me. I really feel awkward eating this." Chen Xuan looked at him helplessly and replied, "You've already eaten the seeds and you still say you feel awkward eating." He continued, "It's fine, I have plenty of these. If you don't eat them, they will spoil anyway." As he spoke, he picked his nose and pointed towards several stacks of jincha bango piled up behind him. "If you're willing to be my subordinate, you can eat as much as you want in the future." Baiyu was astonished, his eyes wide open, and he shouted, "You call this stuff? And you have so many of them." After saying that, he quickly ran over to hug Chen Zhuan's legs, tears and snot all over him. "Hoo-hoo, thank you, great one. I am willing to be your subordinate. No, I am willing to be your son. I will devote my whole life to serving you." Chen Zhuan was terrified by the sudden change and quickly said, "Hey, being a subordinate is fine, but get the hell away from me with this son thing." He sighed, a resigned expression on his face. "Himph, if it weren't for the system's rules preventing me from acting directly, I would definitely not take this old, ugly man as a little brother. But fine, I still need someone to run errands for me." The scene shifted to the ruined courtyard of the Chen family. Chen Hao Ran called loudly, "Hey little sister, I'm back. I left the best of the spiritual realities for you." As he spoke, he spun the red wig in his hand, proudly showcasing his accomplishments. He said, "Today, while Dean Bai Dong Ran was sleeping, I secretly stole his wig. After waking up, he didn't notice and went around, making me laugh until I nearly died." Unexpectedly, as the story was getting exciting, he suddenly fell silent. Standing in the courtyard was Dean Bai Dong Ran, with his red hair and shiny bald forehead, staring at him with a not-so-friendly gaze. He suppressed his anger, took out a mirror, looked at his empty forehead, and then could no longer endure. An old servant, seeing the tense situation, hurriedly ran to Chen Hao Ran, snatched the wig, and said, "Oh my God, young master. Hurry and return the wig to the dean." The servant trembled and whispered, "Quick, give it to me so I can put the wig back on for the dean." Chen Hao Ran, at that moment, finally came to his senses, pointed directly at Bai Dong Ran, and shouted, "Bald old man, Dean, what are you doing here again? I've told you countless times, our Chen family will not submit to your academy." Bai Dong Ran calmly adjusted his wig and coldly replied, "Himph, do you think I came here just to force your family to submit? This time I came here for Chen Tai Er." That statement struck Chen Hao Ran like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned. Behind the dean, Chen Tai Er bowed his head and softly said, "Brother, I'm sorry." Bai Dong Ran pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve and smiled with hidden meaning. "Hef, just now Chen Tai Er voluntarily signed the agreement. If you can win against the other challenging forces in the academy competition, 10 days from now, then everything may change." Her eyes reddened, but she remained silent, not rebutting his words, letting him continue. "That you will be the one from the academy." Chen Hao ran, darkened his face and asked, "You mean my sister?" He had not finished speaking when the man interrupted, "Haha, don't be quick to blame her. I promised Chen Tai that as long as it's just her, your Chen family won't need to become a force of the academy, but can still obtain abundant resources." Bai Dongran secretly laughed. Chen Tai was once guided by Bai Yu. She possesses the qualities of his successor. Besides, who in this world doesn't respect Senior Bai Yu? If we use the title of his successor to expand our territory, we will definitely gain considerable benefits. Thinking of that, he smiled cruelly and looked at Chen Hao Ran. Hao Ran, you see, sacrificing one woman in exchange for happiness for the entire family, isn't that a very profitable deal? Wait for Chen Tai to pass the Academy Challenge 10 days from now. Your family will gain a large amount of resources. Chen Hao Ran did not respond, just rushed past Bai Dong Ran, ignoring him as he continued to babble behind. Chen Hao Ran, your sister wanted to obtain resources for a useless person like you? Don't be ungrateful. That statement made Chen Hao Ran furious, his face darkened. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. Seeing her brother's unstable demeanor, Chen Tai quickly spoke. "Brother, what the dean said was just in anger. Don't take it to heart, it's my fault to you." But Chen Hao Ran yelled, interrupting her, "No, he is right." Anger enveloped him, and Chen Hao Ran furrowed his brows. He blamed himself. "My sister has sacrificed herself for the benefit of the family. Yet I, due to the ridiculous pride of the clan, refused to bow my head, pushing her to this point." He spoke with deep remorse. "I have wronged you." After saying that, he turned and ran off, but didn't forget to remind her, "I left some spiritual reality for you. Eat it first." Chen Tai watched his departing figure. Unsure of what to do, she could only call softly, "Brother." Suddenly, a small hole appeared in the sky, from which countless lightning bolts struck the statue of Bai Yu. On the altar sat a fragrant roasted pig, surrounded by a variety of dishes and fruits. In the center of the altar was a small card. Chen Hao Ran reverently clasped his hands before his chest and prayed, "Grandmaster, you once said that if the family faces danger, we can seek your aid. The unfilial descendant has caused the family to decline, and my sister is about to lose her life. I hope you, like Elder Wang who came to our aid in the past, will help us this time." Amidst the green lightning, a voice echoed from the system. "Ding! The second trial to the next continent has been opened." An image of Chen Hao Ran standing before the statue of Bai Yu appeared. The system displayed a notification. Objective: help the descendant Chen Hao Ran revive the clan. Condition: the master cannot directly intervene and must let the descendant complete it on their own. Chen Xuan chuckled secretly. "Ha, Mr. Wang, your first task has arrived." Chen Hao Ran pleaded, "Grandmaster, please help me." He clasped his hands, closed his eyes tightly, and made a vow. "If you help me, I will offer you tributes every day from now on. Whatever you wish to eat, just let me know in a dream. I will definitely invite you to dine in my dreams." The token placed on the altar suddenly shimmered brightly. The token displayed information: Chen Xuan, male, nation's dwelling ethnicity, born on January 1, 2000, residing at No. 250, Ti Bao Wang, seeking the two immortals' hall to flourish. The light emanating from the token was so dazzling that Chen Hao Ran had to cover his eyes with his hands to see. When he could see clearly, he noticed countless twinkling rays of light radiating from the token. His eyes lit up joyfully as he wondered, could it be that the Grandmaster is manifesting? Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning struck down from the sky with incredible force, hitting Chen Hao Ran directly. He screamed in pain. A voice echoed, "No, it's just a lightning strike. Don't stay outside when it's raining." At that moment, Chen Hao Ran, struck by lightning, had his hair standing up like burnt noodles, with black smoke billowing around him. He angrily thought, "Oh my, isn't it said that encountering danger would lead to finding someone useful? Why is it striking me with lightning like this?" He furiously cursed, "Damn it! The Grandmaster is not taking responsibility. Are you messing with me?" With a roasted leg in his mouth, he was loosening his belt with one hand. He shouted loudly, "Old master, I'm going to greedily eat your tribute in secret, and then wake you up." Immediately afterward, a stream of wastewater suddenly spurted out from Chen Hao Ran. While he was tilting his head back, the stream unexpectedly transformed into a ring of golden light, carrying with it Mr. Bai Yu, who was kneeling and banging his head below. "Yes, your humble servant will surely welcome the descendant here," Bai Yu said respectfully, but accidentally caught the entire stream of water. The strange sensation left him astonished. He reached up to touch his head and muttered, "Oh dear, where did I teleport to? Why is it suddenly raining?" Chen Hao Ran looked down, catching the puzzled gaze of Mr. Bai Yu. He was so stunned that he couldn't utter a word, his face full of questions. Bai Yu looked up, and as soon as he realized what the rain he had just caught was, he became furious. Chen Hao Ran panicked, his eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. He stammered, "Oh my! Are you Mr. Bai Yu Sr.?" Bai Yu was furious, shouting, "It's you, little brat." Despite his anger, he tried to restrain himself, wiping his forehead with a cloth while grinding his teeth. "Very well, you are the descendant of Grandmaster Chen Xuan, aren't you?" Chen Hao Ran immediately hugged Bai Yu's legs tightly, weeping like a child, both happy and scared. "Wang Elder, you came back to manage the academy, right? I never expected the Grandmaster would truly manifest." His heart was filled with emotion, but Bai Yu coldly squeezed his shoulder, replying sternly, "No, I am no longer concerned with the matters of the academy." The statement left Chen Hao Ran with wide eyes in shock. But before he could ask further, Bai Yu used his energy, lifting him like a balloon and tossing him away. He added, "I am here to take you to meet the Grandmaster." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yu shot off at lightning speed. Pulling Chen Hao Ran along as they soared through the air like a rocket. The wind disfigured Chen Hao Ran's face, tears and snot flying everywhere as he shouted in panic, "Avani, is this how we go?" Chen Hao Ran complained, "Bai Yu is really stingy." The one being criticized, Bai Yu, was infuriated. The next day, the two stood in front of the 9 deaths, 1 life realm. Bai Yu pointed ahead and said, "There it is, your Grandmaster is right there." Chen Hao Ran weakly replied, "Okay, okay." After steadying his mind, he looked up to observe. The scene before him left him in shock. "Wow, Grandmaster lives here?" he asked, seemingly incredulous. In his heart, Chen Hao Ran thought, "Is this the palace of Bai Yu Sr.? It's so huge." Bai Yu continued pointing forward, "Yes, your Grandmaster is over there." Chen Hao Ran stood behind, feeling excited, exclaiming, "I can't believe Grandmaster is still alive. I could still become a disciple of Wang Elder. Grandmaster is so talented." However, as he stepped inside, the sight that greeted him caused Chen Hao Ran's inner world to completely collapse. Ken Xuan, the one referred to as Grandmaster, was lying in a massive pile of garbage. His hair and beard were a tangled mess, and he looked disheveled. His mouth was wide open as he slept soundly, drooling and snoring loudly like thunder. Chen Hao Ran couldn't believe his eyes, questioning in his heart, "Oh my God, is this really the Grandmaster of our Chen family? Living in a pile of trash, could it be he's just guarding the door for Wang Elder? How does he have no status at all?" His gaze fell upon the enormous pile of garbage behind Chen Tuan. Flies swarmed, adding to the unbearable atmosphere. Suddenly, from within the trash, a bird poked its head out and stared fiercely at Chen Hao Ran. Its red eyes were filled with anger. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Hao Ran couldn't help but feel terrified. "Oh my, is that the great monster, the Dark Phoenix from legend?" Chen Hao Ran was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "Oh no, how could the Grandmaster dare to sleep on top of it? Thankfully, Elder Wang is here." His train of thought was interrupted as he shouted loudly, "Oh no, my Grandmaster is about to be killed. Elder Wang, hurry and kill that bird." Suddenly Bai Yu knelt down on the ground. Chen Hao Ran stood there in a daze, feeling confused about life, looking at him with bewilderment. "Oh my, Senior, why are you kneeling?" He secretly speculated, could it be that Elder Wang is frightened too? Chen Hao Ran stepped forward, intending to help Bai Yu get up, but he hesitantly said, "Master, please rise." The dark phoenix also bowed its head, speaking in a gentle voice. Xiao Wang, I have helped lead the younger generation here. Qin Xuan, the one revered by everyone, remained as lazy as usual. He lay there propped up on his hand and didn't bother to wake up, continuing to sleep. Bai Yu immediately chimed in, Indeed, your humble servant may not disgrace your command. At this moment, Chen Hao Ran's mind was filled with question marks. He thought over and over again, what is Elder Wang doing? Why is he kneeling before my grandmaster? He looked up at the dark phoenix, still not believing his eyes. That bird can talk. Why does everyone call the grandmaster master? Could it be? Qin Xuan finally woke up. He blinked, smiled, and said, All right, you all can withdraw for now. Immediately, both the dark phoenix and Bai Yu bowed their heads respectfully, speaking in unison, Yes, master. Chen Hao Ran was stunned, as if shocked into a daze. He exclaimed, Oh my, the grandmaster really is their master. Suddenly from behind, something flew by at lightning speed. Chen Hao Ran was still in a daze, stammering, No, is the grandmaster really the master of Elder Wang and the dark phoenix? Is this real? Or am I dreaming? It turns out to be Lu Qingcheng. Holding a cow in her arms, she soared through the air, cheerfully calling out, Grandmaster, Xiao Lu has come to visit you. Lu Qingcheng paid no attention to Chen Hao Ran, who was standing right in front of her, and immediately flew straight to Chen Xuan. She collided with him with a loud bang, leaving him dizzy and spitting blood. She practically launched herself at Chen Xuan, pressing her ample figure against his face. Happily, she said, Thank you to your friend, the divine body of the imperial capital and Black Senior, for helping the sect get through a difficult time. Now thanks to you, my sect is being rebuilt. Chen Xuan was caught off guard by her sudden advance but remained calm. He gently replied, This facial cleanser has a bit of a smell. Then he let out a sigh of relief and instructed, Phew, little Xiao Lu, I still have a lot of work to do. You go cook first. Lu Qingcheng obediently nodded in agreement, Got it? Chen Hao Ran, standing nearby, watched the scene in disbelief. Oh my, am I seeing things? This woman has an astonishingly pure aura, and even has a mutated black thunder bowl. She claims all of this is thanks to the Grandmaster. In Chen Hao Ran's mind, a dreamlike vision began to form about receiving similar gifts. How generous could the ancestor be? If someone like her receives such favor, can it be that I, a relative of the Chen family, won't ascend to greatness? The more Chen Hao Ran thought, the more he fantasized. Suddenly he raised his hand to the sky, and then bowed in a solemn gesture toward Chen Xuan, though his face still revealed a greedy expression. Grandmaster above, I humbly bow my head to you once. Chen Hao Ran placed his hand on his chest and respectfully said, Indeed, because my family is in decline and facing grave danger, I sought you out. In my heart, I thought that as long as you casually grant me a royal-level beast, all my problems would be solved. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with joy, and he even told himself, I'm struck it rich. But he did not expect that Chen Xuan had long seen through his thoughts. He raised his hand, creating a power ball, and frowned while saying, Tusk, a family with such poor business, still dares to ask for gifts from me. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot the power ball straight at Chen Hao Ran with one finger, coldly adding, Accept your punishment. A beam of light shot forth like a bolt, piercing through Chen Hao Ran. The dazzling light appeared, striking hard against his body, leaving him dazed and unable to comprehend what was happening. Chen Hao Ran knelt down, blood spilling from his mouth, gasping as he asked, Cough, Grandmaster, what are you doing? Qin Xuan, sitting on the shimmering armor, coldly reprimanded, Hey, you still dare to ask me what I'm doing? A person like you, whose family business has failed, even dares to come begging? He continued, I have crippled your cultivation and battle physique. A person like you does not deserve to keep those things. Those highly damaging words were uttered with indifference. Hearing this, Chen Hao Ran panicked, stammering, Grandmaster, why did you do this? Without the battle physique and cultivation, I am no different from a waste. So what am I now? Chen Xuan looked at Chen Hao Ran with a cold expression and a tone full of admonition. Don't rush, your punishment is not over yet. As he finished speaking, a colossal alchemy furnace appeared beside Chen Haoran, leaving him stunned and speechless. Chen Xuan casually flipped through the book in his hand and said indifferently, "Recently I've been reading a few books, and I just happen to be very interested in alchemy. You're going to be punished to stay here as my alchemy assistant, fueling the fire for me. You'll need to stoke it for about 10 to 15 days. Don't even think about leaving." Hearing this, Chen Haoran couldn't help but feel indignant and quickly protested. "No, that's not allowed, Grandmaster. If you keep me here for 10 days, I won't be able to participate in my sister's martial arts competition. I have to go." Inside, he kept lamenting, "Oh my God, what is happening? Is he really my Grandmaster?" Ken Xuan's gaze at that moment shot out sparks. His expression was filled with murderous intent, and his voice grew even chillier. "You don't have the right to refuse. Starting from now, my impressive aura will follow you like your shadow. Either you do your alchemy well so that I can let you go, or what awaits you is." Ken Xuan paused for a moment, his gaze becoming even sharper. "Death." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoran's entire body went rigid, fear gripping him to the core. Chen Xuan, usually looking disheveled, now radiated an overwhelming pressure that rendered others helpless. Under this force, Chen Haoran could no longer stand firm and knelt down on the ground. He was frustrated and thought to himself, "Heavens, is this really a Grandmaster? How can you be so ruthless to someone from his own clan? There's not even a bit of benefit, and now it feels like I might lose my friends too." 3 days later, the competition of Chen Tai officially began. The announcer shouted loudly, "In the first match, Chen Tai has passed." Chen Tai solemnly bowed in respect to her opponent who had just been defeated. Her opponent looked pitiful, his mouth moving but only managing to produce a few weak sounds. Below the stage, the disciples cheered loudly. "Oh, beautiful." Chen Tai, despite lacking resources, still defeated those who relied on others. Truly a genius in cultivation. The applause rang out incessantly, but Chen Tai only felt weary. She sighed, thinking, "Since the day I decided to join the academy, he has gone missing. Is he still angry with me?" On the stage, Bai Dongran observed her outstanding performance. He nodded, exclaiming, "Very similar to the demeanor of Wang Elder. Perhaps after passing this competition, he will take Chen Tai as his direct disciple. At that time, the reputation of Wang Elder will surely expand." At the same time, in another place, Chen Haoran was busy gathering firewood. The thick smoke made him cough, 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 cough. He sat down, trying to breathe in some fresh air while muttering to himself, "This fire should last all night, right? So tired and yet still no rest." Before he could sigh, a sharp voice called out from behind, "Chen Haoran, are you planning to keep doing nothing? Get up immediately." Chen Xuan arrogantly said, "I forgot to mention, now not only have you been stripped of your battle physique and cultivation, but you are also not allowed to eat or rest." His gaze became terrifying, lit up with rage, serving as a warning to Chen Haoran, "Keep adding fuel to the fire for me." The boy, though terrified by the towering figure, still mustered the courage to ask, "What? No food and no rest?" His fists were clenched tightly, his eyes shining with indignation. Though weak, he still showed resilience, thinking to himself, "This guy, is he even human?" 7 days later, on the final day of Chen Tai's competition, the exuberant host announced to the audience, "Oh, Chen Tai has defeated the affiliated forces of the 9 Families Academy. If she defeats one more opponent, she will become the strongest powerful individual among the youth." The series of matches progressed and the final battle had arrived. The host shouted loudly, "Let the final contestant take the stage." Yiwu stepped up, pointing at his opponent, smiling while provoking, "Chen Tai, I can't believe you chose to join this academy. It seems you're more sensible than your good-for-nothing, arrogant brother." Provoked by the insult against her family, Chen Tai couldn't contain her fury. Her eyes blazed with fire as she retorted fiercely, "Hemph, wait until I defeat you and seize the best resources for my brother. At that time, he will definitely prove himself to be a genius." Yiwu scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. Oh, does he still need to prove anything? A waste like him, no matter how many resources he's given, is still a waste, right? It would be more useful to feed those resources to pigs than to nourish him. Chen-tai was unable to endure that provocation any longer. She yelled, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, "You bastard, shut your mouth." After saying that, she unleashed the Bai Lu sword technique, the blade shining brightly in her hand as she charged at her opponent. Sacred Goat's essence charges into battle, causing those below to gasp in amazement. Oh my! This divine symbol is none other than Bai Lu's divine symbol. The singer back then relied on this self-created sword technique to dominate the world. I can't believe Chen-tai knows how to use it. Yi Wu's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. Bai Dongran, sitting beside him, found the spectacle amusing and burst into laughter. "Hi, Yi Wu, what were you thinking? All these years you have never won against anyone." On the arena, Chen-tai could not contain her anger and charged at Yi Wu with her sword, threatening him. "Apologize to me right now." But Yi Wu was not frightened at all. He even wore a dangerous smile, his eyes filled with challenge. Do you think you're worthy?" As soon as he finished speaking, another figure leaped out from Yi Wu and delivered a punch straight to Chen-tai's stomach. She had no time to dodge and took the blow head-on. The force was so strong that it pushed her back several steps, her breath becoming labored and difficult. Chen-tai clutched her stomach, coughing. Cough, cough. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone could hardly believe she was taken down so easily. Bai Dongran stood up, his eyes wide in astonishment, mumbling, "Wait a minute, what was that?" His gaze turned tense as if he had just realized something. This is none other than the rare battle physique that the senior left for the academy, right? He looked towards Yi Wu Mo. Next to Yi Wu Mo was another figure that bore the same appearance, demeanor, and aura. Could it be? This is the twin battle physique? The audience is still in shock, simultaneously shouting, "What? Chen-tai lost? And there are two Yi Wu Mo. Am I seeing things?" The original Yi Wu Mo stood in place, pointing at the girl and laughing loudly. "Haha, Chen-tai, now I will use your own brother to answer you. Indeed, 30 years in Hadong, 30 years in Hete, don't underestimate the poor." Bai Dongran stepped forward, trying to find an explanation, and asked, "Yi Wu Mo, where did you get the twin battle physique?" The twin battle physique not only enhances all the abilities of its owner, but also grants 2 lives. This is a treasure that Elder Wang specifically left for the fated one. How did you obtain it? The two Yi Wu Mo laughed loudly, speaking in unison. "Haha, I got the twin battle physique thanks to Chen Haoran." His answer left the entire audience dumbfounded. People watching were all agape, eyes wide. Yi Wu casually fanned himself with a paper fan and said leisurely, "If it weren't for him giving me that rotten pear to eat that day, I wouldn't have gone to the restroom to the point of exhaustion and collapse in the academy's restroom." He recounted with a nostalgic gaze, "It was at that moment that I discovered the twin battle physique that Elder Wang left in the restroom." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a shiver down their spine. Some murmured, "Oh my goodness, the battle physique that Elder Wang left in the restroom. That hiding method is really crude." Bai Dongran also felt nauseated. He covered his mouth with his hand, trying to suppress the urge to vomit, filled with frustration. "So that's how it is. No wonder I searched the entire academy and found nothing." Upon hearing this, Yi Wu became furious and immediately rushed to grab Chen-tai by the throat. He gritted his teeth, his cold voice rising. Chen-tai, the matter of you feeding me is not over yet." The person exerted more strength, lifting her high, causing her body to dangle precariously in the air. Yi Wu Mo, standing nearby, saw her struggling to resist, letting out only a few weak cries, but he contemptuously remarked, "I originally planned to settle scores with him, but these past few days, he seems to have vanished from the world. How about you kneel down and apologize to me on his behalf?" Chen-tai's left cheek was swollen and red. Her whole body ached to the point of breathlessness. However, a strong will still burned within her. She gritted her teeth, her eyes shimmering with determination. "You can forget it, senior brother. I let you obtain the battle physique and you still want me to apologize? Himph. As soon as the words left her mouth, a slap like thunder descended on her right cheek. Chin Tai staggered, her body in war pain, but she did not yield. At that moment, both Yi Wu Mo and Yi Wu joined forces, treating her as if they were torturing her together. Chin Tai gritted her teeth to endure, but still could not avoid letting out a pained moan. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her expression darkening, her face gradually shifting to a mournful despair. She said nothing, only hearing his strong voice ring out, "Hey, do you think you are still the top of the academy? Do you still dare to be stubborn in front of me?" Yi Wu, standing beside, laughed heartily, speaking in a mocking tone. "Now I have the twin battle physiques, you refuse to kneel? Ha, fine, let me beat you until you kneel." Having said that, his hand violently swung again. This time, the force and speed were incredibly fierce, as if wanting to crush the last remnants of her will. The twin birth battle physique struck Chin Tai in the face with two powerful palm strikes. The weak girl took both hits directly. The spectators in the stands were instantly horrified. "Oh my, this Yi Wu is so disgusting. If Chin Tai can't win, she should just stop," one person shouted. "Someone has actively called for the dean. How can there be such a competition? This is clearly a personal vendetta," another person angrily chimed in. "Chin Tai has lost her fighting spirit. The duel should stop immediately." Bai Dongran observed the situation for a while before finally calling out to Yi Wu. His voice unexpectedly dropped, carrying a mysterious and strange tone. "Continue. Even if you kill Chin Tai, I will bear the consequences." The people who had just called for mercy for Chin Tai now felt horrified, speechless. Bai Dongran put on an extremely cold and dangerous expression. In his heart, he thought, "Hemph, now Yi Wu possesses the twin birth battle physique left by Elder Wang. He is much stronger than Chin Tai, who has been guided for many years. In the future, if Yi Wu is chosen as Elder Wang's representative, the territory will surely multiply many times." He burst out laughing. "Haha, Chin Tai, look over there, the director said it would be fine to kill you." Outside the arena, the crowd was noisy and cheering. How annoying. Is the director covering for Yi Wu? Normally, killing is not allowed in duels, yet now he acts so casually. It's truly outrageous. Yi Wu did not care about the chatter. He only focused on Chin Tai with a cold, mocking gaze. Seeing her haggard, devoid of any vitality, he sneered. "But killing you would be merciful. I have thought of a more interesting punishment than killing you." His eyes glinted with malice. He smirked, his voice deep and sinister. "Isn't it true that all that's on your mind is that waste of a boy? All right, I'll help you forget him." He leaned down, eyeing Chin Tai's slender legs exposed beneath her skirt. Just a second later, Yi Wu kicked straight into her thigh. The sound of a bone breaking echoed chillingly. The pain coursed through her, leaving the onlookers haunted. Chin Tai screamed, her cry filled with despair. In another place, at Chin Hao Ran's wood furnace, he was diligently pushing each log into the furnace to maintain a stable temperature. Once done, he sighed in relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Phew, enduring the oppressive force and working continuously for several days now. I wonder when he will finally let me go. The pendant on his necklace suddenly emitted an unusual glow. A voice announced, "Emergency. Chin Tai has been crippled in cultivation by Yi Wu, currently on the brink of death. Head of the household, please return quickly." Chin Hao Ran, upon hearing this, was alarmed. "Sister, younger sister is in danger?" He immediately reported to Chen Zuan, who was sitting a distance away. "Grandmaster, younger sister is in mortal danger. I must return immediately, please let me go." Chen Zuan calmly replied, "No, wait a little longer. The pill is about to finish refining." Chen Hao Ran angrily retorted, "About to finish? I have told you numerous times, but every time you only say about to finish." The man beside Chen Zuan gently explained, "Hemph, normally Grandmaster has lived for 200,000 years, so 1 or 2 years for him is just about to finish." Lu Qingqing, sitting next to him, agreed, "That's right, that's right." Chen Hao Ran felt uncomfortable looking at them, resting leisurely, basking in the sun. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, my younger sister is about to die, and you all are here comfortable like this, making it difficult for me. It seems he's just looking for an excuse to stop me from leaving. He stepped forward, stood behind them, and then cleared his throat to say, all right, if that's the case then come here, you Chen Zhuan dog. Wanna chop, wanna kill, just go ahead. However, both Chen Zhuan showed no reaction at all. Chen Hao Ran's attitude became extremely serious. I know I am a waste, I know I have driven my family business to the brink, but I have tried my best. His spirit surged as he charged straight towards Chen Zhuan, who was lying there, shouting loudly, right now, my family is about to be beaten to death, and you are locking me up here. I never imagined that in my desperate attempt to protect my family, I would have a biased grandmaster behind me. Bai Yu and Lu Qingcheng simultaneously asked, hey kid, what are you planning to do? Chen Hao Ran was so angry that he wanted to explode, his eyes flashing with rage. He shouted, Himph, instead of being locked here watching my sister die slowly, I might as well try to kill this guy. Even if I know I can't win, at least I will live like a man. With a blazing spirit, he dashed straight towards Chen Zhuan, who was lying there enjoying himself without a care for the outside world. At that moment, Chen Hao Ran didn't even realize that his body had unconsciously activated thunder energy. Crackle. The sound of lightning suddenly rang out, causing him to halt. He vaguely sensed something unusual about his body. Looking at the thunder energy enveloping him, Chen Hao Ran exclaimed in astonishment, wait a minute, my primordial heavenly thunderlight body. Why has it returned? Lu Qingcheng walked over and scolded Hao Ran. Hao Ran, how dare he disrespect the Grandmaster, even saying that the Grandmaster wants to harm you. Do you know how much your body has changed? Chen Hao Ran closed his eyes, feeling that something was wrong with his body. Before, my spiritual vein was very narrow. Why is it now so wide? Moreover, my cultivation realm of mind focus was supposed to be damaged, right? Suddenly his entire body reacted with changes. Celestial lightning spread around his body, suppressing into a stream of dynamic celestial energy. A vague image of a crown emerged above his head, while the lower part of his body was covered by a layer of refined heavenly lightning. Hao Ran opened his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, what happened? I've reached the divine transformation realm. Bai Yu snorted coldly, saying to him, the Grandmaster did all of this for your own good, and yet you dared to scold him. Lu Qingcheng added, do you think the Grandmaster wanted to kill you these past few days? You are mistaken. Then he recounted everything. At that time, the Grandmaster only sealed your battle physique. The act of damaging your cultivation was actually to seal your cultivation ability. He continuously released his pressure to restrict your speed and didn't let you rest to suppress your stamina. Everything he did was to help you surpass your limits. Mr. Bai Yu pointed, his voice stern, and all these purposes are to grant you the new battle physique. The pill furnace suddenly shook, the lid popped open, releasing a fragrant stream of battle physique elixir. The moment the battle physique appeared, it shot out of the furnace lid, darting like lightning in search of its master. Without a moment's hesitation, it aimed straight at Chen Hao Ran. The battle physique wrapped around Chen Hao Ran, radiating powerful celestial energy, leaving him astonished. Ugh, this is. He quickly calmed down, allowing the flow of power to gradually merge into his body. In his heart, he thought, this is one of the 10 great ancient battle physiques, 4 winds battle physique. This extraordinary body is truly incredible. The battle physique gradually completed, enveloping him like a dragon robe. Chen Hao Ran could clearly feel his strength significantly increase. He smiled gently, his heart filled with joy. It seems my strength has been enhanced by this battle physique. However, a sense of regret gradually crept in. Chen Hao Ran lowered his head and softly said, so it turns out the Grandmaster only wanted the best for me. But why did he treat me like that before? Mr. Bai Yu immediately explained, that is the existence of the 4 winds battle physique, a divine body. To achieve transcendence, the conditions for use are very complex. It requires sealing 4 types of power from the master, while simultaneously triggering rage to guide it. Therefore, the master has been continuously provoking you. At this moment, your anger has reached its peak, hence the battle physique can be cultivated. He added, actually before you arrived, the Grandmaster specially selected this battle physique for you. He pondered for an entire night because activating the Four Winds battle physique requires a sacrifice of one's vital essence. The Grandmaster sacrificed 1,000 years of his own life force back then, which is why he has become so haggard. The battle physiques that Chen Zhuan classified ultimately turned into a pile of scrap. Lu Qingqing also spoke up. The Grandmaster cares about you that much, I even feel envious. Do you still dare to think the Grandmaster is harsh on you? Chen Haoran then realized, saying, so that mountain of junk is actually the battle physique selected for me. Then why didn't the Grandmaster tell me this directly? Why make it seem like he wanted to kill me? Lu Qingqing leaned over and whispered, Grandmaster has a strange habit. Every time he wants to give us something good, he goes around in circles. Bai Yu hurriedly imitated Xiao Lu's gesture and added, that's right, he wouldn't say it directly even if it meant dying. The master is truly arrogant. Chen Haoran listened, feeling bewildered, and asked, oh really? They chatted and laughed, not stopping at all. Chen Zhuan, standing at a distance, heard them and couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking, oh my, these people. What do you mean I'm arrogant? I'm only being indirect because that dance system doesn't allow me to speak plainly. At that moment, the system also chimed in, reproaching him, you are the indirect one. Ken Suan felt frustrated but still held back his laughter, thinking, haha, after all, I didn't directly take action. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. Chen Haoran unexpectedly knelt down on the tiles right behind Chen Zuan and boldly said, thank you for the grace bestowed by Grandmaster. I have been unfilial. I offended Grandmaster earlier. Please punish me. Chen Zuan politely waved his hand, refusing, don't say any more. I'm not giving you anything, and your kneeling position, you're kneeling wrong. Chen Haoran chuckled lightly, replying, it's not wrong kneeling. He felt that Chen Zhuan's way of handling things was really similar to his father-in-law's when he was young. That man used to teach. If you want to cultivate but don't know how to eat enough, starving until you faint is your own fault. Eat quickly. As Chen Haoran said this, tears welled up in his eyes, choked with emotion. Thank you, you're just like my father. Chen Zuan looked at him, silent for a moment before sighing. He half-jokingly, half-seriously said, what are you two brats crying about? A man shouldn't shed tears so easily. Isn't it just a small battle physique? There are many more at the Grandmaster's place. As he spoke, he suddenly changed his tone, pretending to be emotional, crying and lamenting. Hoo-hoo. The Grandmaster gave you a divine artifact. If you face a life-and-death crisis, you can use it to save yourself. He took out the divine artifact and solemnly took a handkerchief to wipe his tears, wiping while saying, hoo-hoo, the poor child without a father. The more he cried, the more fervent he became. Chen Zhuan held Chen Haoran close, choking on his words. Actually I know someone is bullying your sister. But for some reasons, I can't take action. You quickly go back and beat them to death for me. Chen Haoran, heartbroken, wailed, hoo-hoo, Grandmaster, don't worry, I will kill them. Lu Qingqing, standing beside them, looked at the two with a judgmental gaze. Well, isn't it said that men don't easily shed tears? After a while the wind blew gently, carrying a fragrant aroma. Someone had been granted permission to leave and fulfill the righteous task. Chen Haoran prepared to depart, not forgetting to bid farewell to the one he regarded as a second father. So, Grandmaster, I'm off now. King Suan cried and stood there like the stone of the waiting wife. He waved his handkerchief, his eyes red, hoo-hoo, goodbye. Old Bai Yu stood behind, sighing, haha, this kid has a battle physique, endless prospects ahead. The local faction will naturally support him, but it's a pity he's not as handsome as the Grandmaster. Suddenly, Chen Suan seemed to realize something. He hurriedly checked the system screen, thinking to himself, something is not right. Just now, I carelessly gave the divine artifact to Haoran, but why didn't the system intervene? Could it be a glitch? The scene shifts to the Chen family's residence. Chen Tai, seriously injured in his right thigh, was lying sprawled out on the couch in the house. In front of him, Yi Wu was arrogantly making a scene, loudly asserting his dominance. "Hey, Chen family, listen up. Now Chen Tai's cultivation has been crippled by me. There's no longer anyone named Chen Tai for you to be proud of. The Chen family no longer holds any value to the academy." Yi Wu held the agreement in his hand, his face filled with intimidation. He smirked and said, "I advise the Chen family to quickly submit to the academy. Otherwise, I, the official representative of Wang Elder, will take action to destroy your entire family." A representative man stepped forward, trying to explain, "Excuse me, previously our head of the household had abandoned the family. This matter is completely unforeseen." Yi Wu responded coldly, "Hemph, very well." The man had just touched the agreement, and his eyes immediately became dangerous. He thought to himself, "Haha, in fact, I have long colluded to submit to the academy. Now being so proactive, after I submit, my benefits will surely be the greatest." Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. "Ha, Grand Elder, I haven't been home for just a few days." The man was startled and turned to look towards the voice. Lightning shot from Chen Ran's fist as he charged forward, shouting angrily, "Do you dare to make decisions on my behalf?" Chen Ran powerfully punched the man in the face, causing him to feel pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, he rushed to stand in front of everyone. His imposing demeanor and the glow of lightning surrounding his figure made him even more radiant. Chen Ran appeared outstanding, embodying the perfect beauty of an exceptional young man. The servants in the house rejoiced upon his return, exclaiming, "Ha, it's the head of the household returning." Yi Wu Mo, holding the agreement in his hand, arrogantly laughed and said, "Oh, the trash has come back. Grand Elder, what you are doing is merely following the trend. I advise you to sign it. If not, as the representative of Wang Elder, I will not let you off the hook." Chen Ran said nothing, only shot a bolt of lightning from his hand, directly aiming it at the opponent. Yi Wu Mo quickly adapted, seizing the attack and using force to shatter the spirit thunder light. Chen Ran, with a serious expression, said, "Shut up. Do you want me to surrender to the forces that harmed my sister? Dream on. I challenge you to a life and death duel. If I win, I will kill you. If I lose, my entire clan is at your mercy." The Grand Elder, hearing himself implicated, immediately protested. "What? You want to drag us all to our deaths? Head of the household, absolutely not." Chen Ran coldly cleared his throat. "Shut up." Saying that, he pressed the Grand Elder's head down to the ground, causing him to let out a startled "ugh," before falling silent and lying motionless. Yi Wu Mo watched Chen Ran's performance and chuckled with delight. "Haha, truly interesting. To be able to openly kill your entire family, I couldn't ask for anything more." He lightly waved the fan in his hand, the smile on his face still unbroken. Chen Ran's blood surged, making an immediate decision. "Hemph, then we shall meet on the arena tomorrow." The Grand Elder realized that there was no hope left in the situation and could only weep in despair, unable to say anything more. The next day, the announcer's voice rang out. The life and death match between Yi Wu Mo, the head of the academy, and Chen Ran, the one considered the most useless in the academy, officially begins. On the arena, Chen Ran stood proudly facing Yi Wu Mo, his gaze resolute and unwavering. In the stands, someone shouted, "Oh my God, Chen Ran is back. He's here to engage in a life and death battle with Yi Wu Mo." Another person curiously asked, "His sister is so strong and still couldn't win. Is he here to buy one get one free?" A person beside replied immediately, "No way, I heard this time he bets his entire clan. He means to give his family away too." Baidong Ran let out a disdainful laugh. "Haha, Yi Wu, there's no need to show mercy. Go all out for me." In his heart, Baidong Ran thought, "I have to teach these people a lesson. Otherwise, how can I expand my territory and establish authority in the future?" On the fighting stage, Yi Wu Mo performed a salute with a haughty expression. He sneered, "Haha, trash. Don't say I didn't give you face. After all, I now have the twin battle physique. you can take a moment to think about where your family should be buried first. Chen Hao Ran crossed his arms, appearing completely unfazed. He retorted, "Oh, you're just relying on my luck. You nearly stumbled upon the inheritance of Wang Elder in the restroom. And I, having been away from home for so long, dare to return and challenge me." At this point, Chen Hao Ran's gaze turned fierce, his tone filled with provocation. "You think I couldn't have found any inheritance?" Chen Hao Ran's imposing demeanor made Yi Wumo momentarily uneasy. Looking at that overwhelming aura, he gritted his teeth, questioning himself, "What's going on?" Chen Hao Ran's confident appearance, could it be that he really has obtained an inheritance? At that moment he had swung his fist and charged towards him. "Sorry, Yi Wumo," Chen Hao Ran shouted, his whole body rushing forward with a brilliant surge of spiritual power. "Die!" This strength momentarily startled Yi Wumo. He quickly raised both hands, preparing to block the incoming attack. His face clearly showed tension, no longer displaying the usual calm demeanor. How strange, Yi Wumo thought. As Chen Hao Ran closed in on him, Yi Wumo managed to create a shielded dome surrounding himself to block the blow. A strong coughing sound rang out. Cough, eh? Chen Hao Ran crashed hard onto the ground, causing a tremendous impact that shattered the earth and rocks around. Yi Wumo shifted from fear to confusion. "What is this?" Bai Dongran, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter, tears streaming down from laughing too much. His hand slapped his thighs rhythmically. "Haha, excellent. Look at this guy, thought he was so cool, but turns out he's just like his little sister. One move and it's all over." The people in the stands began to murmur amongst themselves. Well, Yi Wumo only defended himself. One person next to them remarked. Chen Hao Ran simply charged into Yi Wumo's protective aura and was rebounded. Another person widened their eyes in admiration. Indeed, Yang's spirit realm is no joke. Yi Wumo slowly stepped in front of Chen Hao Ran, who was still unable to stand. "Haha, Chen Hao Ran," Yi Wumo mocked, "and I thought you had some skills earlier." He was full of arrogance. Unexpectedly, with just a casual defensive move, he had already defeated you. He pointed directly at Chen Hao Ran's face, feigning mockery. "You truly are unparalleled." Chen Hao Ran scratched his head, laughing foolishly. Sorry. It's my first time using battle physique, so I forgot to lift the seal. Because the stronger the seal before the battle, the stronger it will be when released." Yi Wumo sneered. "Haha, lift the seal. I see you really are delusional." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack at Chen Hao Ran. However, Chen Hao Ran quickly dodged it. When the words "release" were uttered, Chen Hao Ran used one hand to pin Yi Wumo down to the ground, causing the earth and stones around them to shatter. Bai Dongran, who was leisurely sipping tea, was so astonished that he spat out a mouthful of tea. The entire arena felt as if struck by thunder. Oh my god, when did Chen Hao Ran have such strength? Chen Hao Ran stood in the arena, grinning proudly. "Haha, what's so surprising? Just casually killing a guy like Yi Wumo, easy peasy." Yi Wumo's voice suddenly rang out. "Haha, I didn't expect a waste like you to force me to use twin battle body." At that moment, Chen Hao Ran finally realized that the person he had just pinned down had disappeared without a trace. His jewel figures radiated a stream of dark spiritual energy, taking turns to say, "Fortunately, the greatest benefit of the twin birth battle physique is the ability to dodge a fatal blow once. Otherwise, I would have truly died at your hands." Both figures of Yi Wumo shouted loudly, "4 great forbidden techniques." The dark spiritual power of them erupted intensely. He commanded, and at the same time, 4 spirit beasts appeared in succession: peacock, deer, polar bear, and tiger. Each one roared majestically, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock. "What is this?" "This is the forbidden symbol technique left by Elder Wang." Chen Tai-er frowned and murmured, "At most, I could only learn one. Did Yi Wumo learn them all?" Bai Dongran slowly wiped his mouth, his eyes revealing a mix of admiration and envy. "Ah, great talent, great talent. With Yi Wumo here, our academy's future is certainly boundless." The powerful spiritual energy enveloped the arena. The two figures of Yi Wu-mo led the way, followed by the four spirit beasts. He sneered, looking at his opponent. Although I don't know where you derive your strength from, I will not underestimate you now. Go die. Chen Hao Ran remained calm, his gaze inscrutable. Really? He paused, as if pondering something, then suddenly shouted, not just strength. Immediately he unleashed an astonishing speed, his body like it was attached to a rocket, dashing swiftly towards Yi Wu-mo. His punch was powerful and precise to the point that both Yi Wu-mo and his beasts couldn't dodge, receiving the hit without fail. In just a moment, all of Yi Wu-mo's power was completely exploded. Bai Dongran rushed over, his wig flying wildly, his mouth spewing blood like a broken pipe. The audience was left with shocked faces. Some individuals were so stimulated that their eyeballs nearly popped out. Chen Hao Ran not only shattered the celestial symbol above, but also obliterated the twin birth battle physique. After his victory, Chen Hao Ran smugly proclaimed, "What is the twin birth battle physique worth? What's so great about Elder Wang? Don't believe the nonsense from that old man. In fact, Elder Wang is just my younger brother. Moreover, I have even urinated on his face." Despite being gravely injured, Yi Wu-mo refused to concede, shouting defiantly, "Elder Wang is not someone you can casually insult. If you can't compete fairly, you're just making excuses. You must be using some underhanded techniques. Otherwise, how could you defeat a disciple of Elder Wang like me?" Yi Wu-mo panted heavily, pointing directly at Chen Hao Ran's face. "You are truly arrogant. But it seems that unless you experience the depths of hell, you won't back down. Let me show you." Upon finishing his words, Chen Hao Ran unleashed a horrifying speed and strength. He used his 2-meter-long legs to deliver a powerful kick that sent Yi Wu-mo flying, his body tumbling in the air. As he kicked, he stated, "In terms of strength or speed, you are nothing compared to me." Chen Hao Ran radiated an overwhelming aura. With a direct punch to Yi Wu-mo's abdomen, he continued, "Whether it's cultivation or battle physique, I completely dominate you." At the same time, Chen Hao Ran activated Divine Transformation Realm, unleashing lightning radiance body, filling the space with a booming thunder. He shouted confidently, "This is the thunder wrath of 10,000 strikes, my ultimate move. Accept your defeat, Yi Wu-mo." At this moment, Chen Hao Ran attacked Yi Wu-mo, knocking him down onto the arena floor, causing the ground to shatter. He smirked and said, "By the way, you are a twin battle physique, aren't you?" Chen Hao Ran raised his hand, where spiritual energy was gathering. He continued with a self-satisfied expression, "Damn it, I have 2 battle physiques. These 2 battle physiques are the 4 winds battle physique and the true twin battle physique." Upon hearing this, Bai Dongran couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood from shock. The surrounding audience was also shaken, feeling no different from him. One person in the crowd gasped, "When did he reach the 1st grade of divine transformation?" Another whispered, "Moreover, he has the primordial lightning radiance body and the 4 winds battle physique." The 4 winds battle physique is one of the top 10 ancient battle physiques. Bai Dongran stuttered, his face pale. "Isn't that the battle physique that only exists in legends?" He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. If Yi Wu-mo with his twin battle physique was hailed as a genius, then what was Chen Hao Ran? A peerless genius. Meanwhile, Yi Wu-mo lay motionless after the attack. He struggled to sit up, his body trembling, looking wretched, yet still stubbornly shouted, "How can a useless fool like you possibly defeat me? I must be under your delusion. No way. Ha ha, cough cough cough." Chen Hao Ran coldly regarded him. 2 minutes ago, you were saying I was deluding myself all day, but now the one truly deluding themselves is you. As he spoke, he concentrated his strength into his hand. Spiritual power quickly gathered, creating a terrifying pressure that made Yi Wu-mo tremble in fear. Chen Hao Ran shouted, "It's you." Immediately after, he unleashed all his spiritual power to attack Yi Wu-mo, intensifying the battle even further. From Chen Hao Ran's hands, a stream of yellow spiritual energy shot directly into Yi Wu-mo's forehead. He writhed in pain, eyes wide open, mouth agape. On the arena, Images projected from above showed Chen Hao Ran standing still, unharmed, while Yi Wumo lay crumpled on the ground, body covered in injuries. Everyone in the stands fell silent, their gazes fixated on the two. The atmosphere was enveloped in a suffocating silence. Once they came to terms with reality, none could conceal their astonishment. "Oh my God, Chen Hao Ran has killed Yi Wumo." Chen Hao Ran spread his arms wide, a faint smile on his face. "Hey, why are you all so shocked? Didn't I just kill Yi Wumo? Previously he broke the rules when dealing with my sister. This is the price he must pay." Suddenly from the stands, Bai Dongran leaped directly onto the arena, his face taut, furiously shouting, "Scoundrel!" He charged towards Chen Hao Ran, roaring, "He merely crippled Chen Tai-er's cultivation, yet you dared to kill him." Everyone was taken aback, mouths agape as they witnessed Principal Bai Dongran personally take action. He hovered in midair, his gaze fierce with killing intent as he fixed his stare on Chen Hao Ran. Each word he uttered carried immense power. "Today, either you represent the Yi Wu Hall and submit to the academy, or you must die." As soon as he finished, Bai Dongran unleashed the power of the Dao King realm, 5th grade. The spectators below erupted in chatter. "What? The principal is personally intervening." One person lamented, "It's over. Fighting between Divine Transformation Realm and Dao King Realm is like an ant facing an elephant." Another added, "Even if Chen Hao Ran wins, he will still struggle to escape death." Chen Hao Ran showed no signs of fear, his eyes filled with defiance. He pointed at Bai Dongran, smirking and said, "Hey, I had a life and death match with Yi Wumo. Killing him is a normal outcome. You, as the principal of the academy, would dare to attack a student like me? Aren't you afraid people will mock you for your shamelessness?" Bai Dongran coldly laughed, responding, "Shamelessness, what does it matter? In the world of myriad heavens, strength is supreme. The brat, I give you one last chance. Which one do you choose?" He was silent, his gaze inscrutable, then replied, "Haha, those who live in this world, of course living is the best." The old man snorted coldly, "Consider yourself wise." Chen Hao Ran smiled a chilling smile, raised his middle finger and said, "But I still have to use the phrase I've said 1,000 times to answer you. You want me to submit to the academy? I'd rather die." Does the old man not die but grow hair? The onlookers were taken from shock to shock. Some swallowed hard, truly not knowing how to write the word death. Another person sighed, "My God, this kid dares to insult the academy head. He really doesn't know what it means to respect heaven and earth." Bai Dongran laughed coldly, "Haha, good, very good, good for a man." The veins on his forehead were prominent, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Get ready to face death." He unleashed the white whale's descent technique. 2 gigantic whales appeared, staring intently at Chen Hao Ran, who still stood immobile. The aura of the technique was so immense that those in the stands could hardly bear it. "My God, isn't that the ultimate technique, white whale's descent of Wang Elder?" someone remarked. Previously, Baiyu Sr. used this move to single-handedly overpower the leader of the 3 great sects. This time, Chen Hao Ran is surely doomed. Chen Hao Ran confidently activated his powers to soar into the air. Laughing coldly, "Himph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" He shouted loudly, "Come." At the same time, he unleashed the 4 winds battle physique, breaking all seals. When the shout "Break for me" rang out, the colossal power of the two clashed with the first punch. A horrifying explosion occurred. Smoke and fire filled the arena, the force blowing away those in the stands. Cries for help, sounds of pain echoed in the thick cloud of dust. The deafening explosion shook the entire forest far from the arena. The audience in the stands were tossed around, rolling on the ground, their mouths continuously groaning. One person wiped the corner of his mouth, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, it has stopped. On the arena, thick smoke slowly dispersed. Through the smoke, a figure gradually became clear, accompanied by a coughing sound. Cough, 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 cough. That person was Bai Dongran. He stood there, his body in tatters, gasping for breath. Ha. The audience below was in shock, buzzing with discussion. Oh my God, the president was injured while killing Chen Hao Ran? One person questioned. If Chen Hao Ran really had this level of strength, then even in death, he would be enough to go down in history. Suddenly, another person's eyes widened, trembling hand pointing at the arena, stammering, "Look, isn't the president bald?" His bewildered words added to the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Bai Dongran laughed loudly, full of smugness. "Haha. I never thought killing a waste like him would injure me like this." He stroked his chin, his voice somewhat admiring. To achieve this feat, he truly deserves to go down in history. Just then, a faint laugh rang out from behind him. "Ha!" Bai Dongran was startled and turned around. From within the dust, the figure of Chen Hao Ran gradually appeared, standing tall, unmoving. His warm voice resounded. "President, you can withstand the top 10 ancient battle physiques and still be alive. That's truly impressive." Chen Hao Ran continued nonchalantly, each word leaving everyone stunned. "But the one who deserves to go down in history should be me." Bai Dongran's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just heard. The audience below gaped, utterly shocked. What? Chen Hao Ran is not dead. Moreover, he's not injured at all. On the arena, Chen Hao Ran stood upright, looking calm as if he had never fought. Bai Dongran could not accept the scene before his eyes. He thought to himself, impossible. How could he be unscathed? This brat must have a powerful magical artifact assisting him. If I don't eliminate him, he will surely be a future threat. Chen Hao Ran maintained his composed demeanor, but inside he chuckled wryly. "Haha, damn it, I'm just pretending to be unharmed. But in reality, I'm in excruciating pain." Blood flowed continuously from his hand behind his back. He gritted his teeth, enduring, thinking, "I faced off against the Dao King realm. The difference in strength is more than 10 levels. Enduring this strike was almost more than I can take." Bai Dongran's eyes reddened with rage, his voice dropping, icy with malice. "Humph, Chen Hao Ran. An innocent man harbors no guilt, yet holding a treasure invites sin. Don't blame me for being ruthless." After that, he activated spiritual power, and the 2 gigantic fish reappeared. The technique he used was white whale's descent, enveloping the arena in a shimmering purple aura. In the stands, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Earlier, Wang Elder was besieged and could only retreat with the use of white whale's descent. But this technique consumes a massive amount of lifespan, and because of this, Wang Elder had to withdraw from the martial world. Chen Hao Ran smirked disdainfully. "Haha, you want to frame me, but you have no chance. The Grandmaster has given me a divine weapon, which I originally intended to use later on." Saying that, he pulled out a rather peculiar piece of dry wood, then slowly said, "After all, this thing was obtained from the lair of the ancient garlic from 100,000 years ago, and it was not easy to acquire. But since you want to take it this far, then I can only use the divine weapon to smash you." The surrounding audience, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel bewildered, chattering enthusiastically. "What? Divine weapon?" Bai Dongran's face changed slightly. He thought to himself, "Damn it! This guy has the ancient 4 winds battle physique, so it's not impossible for him to possess a divine weapon." Chen Hao Ran saw the changes in everyone, especially the unpleasant expression on Bai Dongran's face, and felt extremely excited. He slowly raised the dry branch high, then challenged, "Come on, you damn donkey. A guy like you has probably never seen a divine weapon, right? Let me show you one before you die, so you can die with your eyes closed." Chen Hao Ran gradually opened the branch, but as everyone saw what was in his hands, they collectively froze and then exclaimed, "A stick." Chen Hao Ran looked back at the stick in his hand in surprise. When he realized the truth, he suddenly exclaimed, "Heaven! This isn't the wood I used to start a fire back then." Bai Dongran, seeing his opponent's embarrassment, burst into hearty laughter, not forgetting to mock. "Haha, this guy has gone mad. Holding a stick and claiming to fight me. A useless hand holding useless wood, truly deserving." Chen Hao Ran picked up a dry branch on the arena, making a disciple observing from outside side. He thought to himself, he's really gone crazy. Although not injured, the blow of the white whale's descent from the principal has driven him mad. The sneers of the crowd echoed around. But Chen Hao Ran did not show any sign of humiliation. He tightened his grip on the branch in his hand and resolutely said, "Hey, keep laughing. What the Grandmaster has given me is definitely a divine weapon." Every word of him was clearly recorded by a magical mirror. In the mirror, his face appeared full of determination, his eyes like steel, still firmly believing that the branch in his hand was a divine artifact. He emphasized again, "It is definitely a divine weapon." In another place, Hin Xuan looked at the image from the mirror and couldn't help but feel speechless. In his heart, he regretted. The old man was indeed right. That's just an ordinary branch. The Grandmaster must have taken the divine weapon by mistake. Qin Xuan pulled out a silver sword to examine. He stared blankly, thinking, "Oh my, this is the ancient divine weapon the profound master intended to give Hao Ran." I was so emotional at that time, crying deeply that I accidentally swapped them. Recalling this incident, Qin Xuan was furious and scolded the system. "Oh my, now I remember. Clearly, I directly gifted the divine weapon. Why didn't you remind me? Knowing well that I gave him a branch but remained silent, you did that on purpose, right?" The system immediately retorted, its tone both humorous and indifferent. "Haha, you've been gifting items to juniors all year round. It's not unreasonable for me to not remind you just once." Hearing this, Chen Xuan became even angrier, pointing at the system and shouting, "Very well. You've learned how to play me now. Hao Ran will definitely be in danger. I have to go save him." Chen Xuan wanted to go rescue but could not. He felt a bit confused about the current situation. At this moment, Chen Xuan had been shackled by the system, preventing him from taking action. The system spoke up to remind him of the mission. "No. The mission stipulates that the master cannot directly intervene to help the younger generation. Furthermore, you are not allowed to send Mr. Baiyu's people to assist." Hearing these bizarre regulations, Chen Xuan showed discontent. He burst into anger, grabbing the system and shouting, "Damn it! Doesn't that mean my younger generation is doomed? Damn it, regulations my ass." The system seemed helpless and could only respond, "This is the regulation. The master is not allowed to directly intervene." King Xuan suddenly fell silent. An idea flashed in his mind. He cunningly smiled and said to the system, "System, you said I cannot directly intervene, right? So if I don't directly help Chen Hao Ran, that would be fine, right?" His statement was accompanied by a scheming ha-ha laugh. The system, sensing his unusual tone, felt a bit alarmed. What do you want to do?" The scene quickly shifted back to the battle between Bai Dongran and Chen Hao Ran. Bai Dongran, after seeing that Chen Hao Ran's divine weapon was just a withered branch, became exceedingly confident. He roared, "Himph, fighting with a crazed junior like you is truly an insult to me. Prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pink energy surged rapidly towards Chen Hao Ran, who was holding the withered branch across from him. However, Chen Hao Ran was extremely confident in the withered branch in his hand. He raised it up, unafraid, and shouted, "Come on, am I afraid of you? Damn it, this unbeatable branch will stab you to death." However, as soon as it came into contact with Bai Dongran's monumental force, the withered branch in his hand instantly broke in half within the blink of an eye. This scene left Chen Hao Ran utterly astonished. Chen Hao Ran was utterly astonished. He held the branch that was said to be a divine weapon, but as soon as he touched it, it cracked in half right in his hand. His face turned pale, stuttering, "What is this? Divine weapon, the Grandmaster ruined it." Bai Dongran, standing nearby, saw the panic on Chen Hao Ran's face and immediately guessed what had happened. He laughed smugly, not forgetting to mock, "Haha, I told you, this is just a dry branch. You useless trash, you're dead for sure." The audience around fell into silence. One person covering their face in disappointment exclaimed, "These two are really fools, bringing sticks to a fight." Another sneered in disdain, "He deserves to die. I can't be bothered to watch anymore." Chen Hao Ran stood there, trembling all over. He was exhausted and seemed to have no spirit left to resist. At that moment, Bai Dongran gathered all his strength to prepare for an attack. A powerful aura from him transformed into two ferocious beasts, fiercely charging straight at Chen Hao Ran. He stood frozen, powerless in the face of that terrifying scene. Tears streamed down his face, and he choked out, "Boo, Grandmaster, you let me die." But just at his most desperate moment, a warm voice resounded. Chen Xuan appeared like a deity, smiling calmly. "Haha, Hao Ran, how could the Grandmaster let you perish?" He gently waved his hand. A strange force quickly transferred to the dry branch in Chen Hao Ran's hand. "Restoration," Chen Xuan exclaimed. Immediately, the dry branch restored to its original state, even emitting a brilliant glow. That power turned the branch into a true weapon. In the blink of an eye, the branch shot high into the air, flying straight towards Bai Dong Ran's two ferocious beasts. They were shattered effortlessly and powerfully. Bai Dong Ran gaped, stunned by everything unfolding right before his eyes. The dry branch suddenly attacked Bai Dong Ran's arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Just a light touch, and his arm was broken, twisted beyond recognition. He stared blankly at his arm, which was almost unrecognizable, unable to move. In the stands, everyone was bewildered. They all stood up in shock. "What kind of weapon is this? It's terrifying." Bai Dong Ran, still in shock from the unmatched power of the tiny branch, muttered in disbelief, "Just one hit, and my arm is shattered? How can such a branch possess such might?" In his mind, he had only one thought about this object: divine weapon. He hesitantly exclaimed, "Staff intent?" Hearing this, those around him were astonished. "What? Staff intent?" The dry branch swiftly flew toward Chen Hao Ran. He raised his hand and caught it powerfully and with confidence. At that moment, Chen Hao Ran no longer appeared fearful as before. He laughed loudly, raising the branch high. "Ha ha! This is indeed the divine weapon mentioned by the Grandmaster. As expected, he didn't deceive me." But on the opposite side, Bai Dong Ran was not willing to back down. His hair suddenly grew longer in a wild manner. His face, from bewilderment, transformed into an evil grin. He laughed coldly. "Himph, staff intent? So what if it's staff intent?" he continued, his voice full of triumph. "Over the years, I have trained day and night to gain power from these strands of hair. Now they are my weapon." Bai Dong Ran's hair kept growing longer, twisting and curling like sharp whips, ready to plunge into battle. Chen Hao Ran was taken aback when he saw the strange strands of hair that resembled long whips. At this moment, Bai Dong Ran's hair had been endowed with incredible power. Bai Dong Ran, full of competitive spirit, declared, "You must understand that a whip overcomes a staff. Throughout history, the powerful individual staff intent has never triumphed over the powerful individual whip intent. No matter how you resist, you are merely thrashing about before death." Everyone in the stands, witnessing the transformation of Bai Dong Ran's hair, was so astonished that their faces contorted. "What? The principal's hair even has whip intent? How can a bald head come to comprehend whip intent?" At this moment, Bai Dong Ran, confidently flaunting his whip-like hair, slowly approached Chen Hao Ran. He chuckled lightly. "Brat, to risk yourself against me like this is already an honor for you." Thinking that Bai Dong Ran's overwhelming aura would cause Chen Hao Ran to hesitate, the opposite occurred. His gaze grew increasingly determined, and his expression became sharp. He replied slowly, "Indeed, a whip overcomes a staff, but I believe in the Grandmaster." Chen Hao Ran, undeterred, charged forward, prepared to receive Bai Dong Ran's attack. The long red strands of Bai Dong Ran's hair quickly lashed out, like whips, wrapping tightly around the dry branch in Chen Hao Ran's hand. As he saw the branch being constricted without the possibility of attack, a flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. Bai Dong Ran noticed this and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, you can't move anymore, right? How can staff intent stand against whip intent? Go die." The whip-like strands of Bai Dong Ran's hair tightened further. Cornery Chen Hao ran into a position where he could not resist. He quickly summoned the Phantom White Whale's descent to attack Chen Hao Ran, who was struggling to defend against the harassment of Bai Dong Ran's disheveled hair. The Phantom White Whale's descent was almost about to swallow Chen Hao Ran, while he was having an incredibly hard time under the pressure from his opponent. At that moment, Chen Xuan transmitted a calming message to guide Chen Hao Ran, Hao ran, don't be afraid. Try using the purple wind battle physique to release the staff intent. Chen Hao ran followed Chen Zhuan's advice. The dry twig in his hand instantly enlarged, causing Bai Dong Ran to exclaim in surprise. What is this? The small dry twig in Chen Hao Ran's hand had now transformed into a large piece of wood, comparable to that of an ancient tree. Bai Dong Ran was bewildered but still tried to stay calm, loudly declaring, "Haha, although I don't know what this is, your staff intent can only be so strong." Confident in his own power, Bai Dong Ran charged to attack. "Damn it, die!" he shouted. However, the phantom white whale's descent was struck painfully by Chen Hao Ran's counterattack. Bai Dong Ran exclaimed in panic, "No, please don't." The gigantic dry twig was enveloped by a terrifying power, quickly swinging down towards Bai Dong Ran's head. He looked up, astonished, murmuring, What kind of staff intent is this? How can it grow so large?" Before he could comprehend the situation, the twig came crashing down on Bai Dong Ran. He cried out in pain, ah! But the attack did not stop there. The dry twig continued to swing down, powerfully and relentlessly. The ground where Bai Dong Ran stood was crushed into pieces. The force of the blow even destroyed the two statues in front as the dry twig kept growing larger. Seeing this, the two statues widened their eyes in disbelief and fear. Suddenly, a dry branch shot out and destroyed one of the two statues. It continued to fly towards the crowd. People began to panic. Some covered their heads in fear, some tried to flee, while others were caught off guard and struck by the branch. Cries of despair filled the air. "Help! Save me!" In stark contrast to the chaos, Chen Zhuan stood calmly observing the entire event through a sphere created by the system. The system, seemingly very angry, scolded, What is this staff intent you have created? How can it be so powerful?" Chen Zhuan sat there, stroking his chin with one hand, chuckling softly. "Haha, let me clarify, I did not directly intervene to help the children. I simply imparted the staff intent to that branch. If you want to know what type of staff intent this is, then I will reluctantly tell you." Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhuan reached into his chest and pulled out a book. On the cover of the book was an image of Sun Wukong and the title Havoc in the Heavenly Palace. He held the book up close to his face, his voice filled with pride. "This is the staff intent that I learned from the great sage equal to heaven. In the battle of Havoc in the Heavenly Palace, Sun Wukong defeated 100,000 heavenly soldiers. It was from that battle that I comprehended this staff intent." As Chen Zhuan finished speaking, a gigantic figure of Sun Wukong appeared in the arena, enveloping Chen Hao Ran. The shadow hovered in midair, while on the ground, the dry branch maintained its form, striking down heavily on the floor. Bai Dong Ran was knocked unconscious, his eyes rolled back. His long hair was also completely severed, leaving him in a woeful state. In the stands, the onlookers looked somewhat better, but were still injured. Some gasped in horror. "The director has been knocked out by a useless talent using a branch." The dry branch then shrank and spun in midair. Surrounding it was a brilliant golden force, causing everyone to be in awe. A dry twig flew into Chen Hao Ran's hand. He reached out to catch it and smiled contentedly. "Haha, the divine weapon Grandmaster is indeed terrifying. The Grandmaster loves people," Chen Hao Ran thought to himself. He continued to look down at the arena, where everyone was standing. "Hey you all, now that the headmaster is dead, I'm the new headmaster, and no one has any objections, right?" Below in the arena, everyone knelt down in unison. No objections, we submit to you." The man in purple thought to himself as soon as he spoke. "The headmaster has been killed by you. Who would dare have any objections now? What's the difference who becomes the headmaster? It's just one Zhu Beiji dying and another Zhu Beiji taking his place." Chen Hao Ran laughed and continued, "Hey, get up. I just want to be the headmaster. Who needs you all to kneel down?" This statement astonished everyone below as they looked up. Previously there were two statues, but one had been destroyed by Chen Hao Ran's staff. Now only one statue remained. Chen Hao Ran went on to say, "Elder Wang founded this academy so everyone could train. I will not be like the previous headmaster, who cut off training resources for personal reasons. He extended his hand with a sincere face, speaking of a bright future, of establishing without destruction. Starting from today, I want to establish a world where anyone can cultivate, where no one needs to submit. Later, Chen Hao Ran became the headmaster of Bai Lu Academy, making this institution a place for the masses to cultivate. However, the academy maintained peace primarily because no one dared to voice opposing opinions. The image of Chen Hao Ran teaching, staff in hand behind his back, became a strong symbol at the academy. Under the podium, the students' faces were all serious but somewhat timid. Near the bulletin board, Chen Tai ear pulled Chen Hao Ran, who was still half asleep, to take a look. Chen Hao Ran laughed and said, "Our Chen family has appeared on the map again." Chen Tai ear replied, her face beaming with pride. "Haha, our Chen family should shine like this." In another location, Chen Xuan appeared in an open area. Around him, people were displaying their strength, causing rocks to shatter and fly into the air. An excited voice rang out. "Haha, finally I have broken through to Earth Venerable. No more worrying about anyone coming to chop me down." By the seaside, Xiao Luo and Hao Ran were lying in relaxation. Suddenly, Chen Xuan, an Earth Supreme first rank, approached with a beaming expression. He called out loudly, "Xiao Luo, Hao Ran, come out quickly, Grandmaster wants to hold a celebration feast." Chen Xuan emphasized, "Today Grandmaster wants to try a new dish called Coca Grilled Chicken." His gaze swept over two lazy beasts lying close by, but no one answered. Chen Xuan furrowed his brows and asked, "Why is no one speaking? What are you doing sneaking around over there?" Receiving no response, Chen Xuan began to urge, "Hey, get up and cook. Don't forget my soybeans." But suddenly he froze, his eyes wide with shock. His expression darkened as he saw a haunting image. Wang Elder, Chen Hao Ran, and Lu Qingcheng all pierced through by a sword, blood flowing profusely. King Xuan stood frozen for a moment, then a surge of rage overwhelmed him, his eyes burning with fury. He growled, "Who did this?" From beneath the water, a monstrous creature emerged. Its entire body was dyed an eerie shade of green. It looked directly at Chen Xuan, its voice chilling as it rang out. "Haha, Chen Xuan. Long time no see, this is my gift for our reunion." The water monster grinned eerily, surfacing from the water, pointing ahead and asked, "Do you like it?" Chen Xuan curled his lips, scoffing lightly, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. He coldly stared at him and said, "I want you dead." Chen Xuan's entire body erupted in fierce flames. At the same time, a gigantic hand descended from the sky, carrying the might of furious wrath, crashing directly toward the water monster. The water monster connected and shouted loudly, "What, Earthly Supreme? Has your power increased?" But right after that, he bared his teeth and teased, "Just a bit stronger than back then, right?" Just as the giant hand was about to make contact, suddenly another hand appeared from nowhere, completely intercepting Chen Xuan's attack. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel astonished. A sense of worry surged in his heart. This person can block the attack of an Earthly Supreme. The water monster gleefully cackled, mocking, "Haha, are you in doubt, Chen Xuan? I've been forging myself in the 9 deaths, one life realm for many years. You can no longer keep up with the times." Dark clouds gathered, the sky became gloomy, and his eerie laughter echoed everywhere. He stared straight at Chen Xuan, his eyes cold and full of hatred. "Back then, you owed a lot of blood. Do you still fantasize that it's over? You're just a coward, forever running away." From behind him, he summoned countless eerie arms, stretching out as if to cover the entire space. He growled, "I will let you know what it means to have nowhere to run. You will die at my hands." Thousands of arms rushed towards Chen Xuan, forming a terrifying formation. Chen Xuan was hit hard, his body flying straight into a large rock behind him. The stone shattered into countless fragments, the cracks spreading like sharp blades cutting through space. Chen Xuan groaned, his entire body aching. He contemplated, a clear thought flashed through his mind. His power, this is the half-step Heavenly Supreme level. In a vague subconscious, Chen Xuan mused, "Heavenly Supreme? In his ears, a relentless calling echoed, "Grandmaster, Grandmaster, Grandmaster." Turning the chair upside down, he saw Lu Qingqing standing in front of him. She said cheerfully, "Grandmaster, you finally woke up. Your chicken porridge is ready, hurry and eat." Qin Hao ran, standing next to him, was happily munching on another dish while laughing. Chen Xuan, as a fifth-grade Dao emperor, raised his hand to his forehead, looked up at the sky, and softly said, "So it was just a dream." Sitting dazed in the chair, he scratched his head, pondering, why have I been having nightmares lately? After leveling up, I ended up getting killed. I thought I was really dead. Lu Qingqing standing beside him scolded, "You ate secretly again." Chen Hao puffed his cheeks in defense, "I didn't." Recalling the sea monster from his dream, Chen Xuan felt uneasy. The feeling of the enemy in the dream was terrifyingly realistic, as if a powerful foe was truly waiting for him somewhere. Lu Qingqing turned to him, pouting, "Grandmaster, if you don't eat, how Ram will finish it all." Chen Xuan watched the two of them bicker, then asked, "How Ran, Xiao Lu, do you think nightmares can become real?" Both turned to him, surprised, nightmares becoming real. Lu Qingqing quickly jumped in to answer, "Grandmaster, Xiao Lu knows about nightmares." He looked at her in surprise. Lu Qingqing cleared her throat, giving an example using herself. "Well, I often dream of being hungry to maintain my figure. In the dream, I see two unusually large pomelos. I panic and wonder, clearly I haven't eaten rice, how can they be so big? Then I realize the hungrier I get, the bigger they become. This is the great hunger law that I've discovered." Chen Hao stopped chewing, teasingly said, "Oh, Sister Qingqing, what the Grandmaster mentioned is probably not about this kind of hunger dream." Chen Xuan could only shake his head helplessly at her imagination. Chen Hao put his arm over his shoulder and seriously said, "But Grandmaster, I'm quite familiar with the nightmares you're talking about." He was surprised and turned to look at Hao waiting for something more interesting. Chen Hao said, "Years ago, when our Qing clan encountered difficulties, I woke up from nightmares every day. But the nightmares are not simply about fearing something, they come from somewhere deeper. I believe that this world harbors grievances. If someone has strong resentment towards another person, that person will feel it and dream of nightmares. So did Grandmaster leave any enemies who hold a grudge against him in the past?" King Xuan raised his hand to his chin, deep in thought, then said, "Enemies, let me see." He started counting, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Chen Hao stood by, his expression indifferent, then exclaimed, "Even the enemies can be counted on 2 hands. For Grandmaster, that's not too many." He suddenly turned pale and added, "But I count by the thousands." That remark nearly made Chen Hao spit out his drink. Kim Xuan held his face in despair and yelled, "I'm doomed. After living for 20,000 years, I caused trouble countless times. Who would have thought I ended up accumulating a pile of enemies back then? What am I going to do now?" Chen Hao was shocked, his face ashen, barely managing to breathe on the ground, groaning from being overwhelmed by so many enemies. Wing Elder stood nearby, asking blankly, "Young Chen, what's wrong with you?" Qingqing, who was beside him, replied, "He probably ate too many chicken legs." Wing Elder clapped his hands and stepped forward to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry, I know first aid." He exerted a bit of effort, jumped up, and aimed his elbow downwards. Chen Xuan stood to the side, pondering, then told himself, "No, I must become stronger. I must complete the mission." A popping sound accompanied by a cracking noise echoed, and Lu Qingqing, who stood by, was frightened, her eyes wide open as she said, "He's awake. Thankfully, Wang Elder has great medical skills." Over here, Chen Xuan remained oblivious to the world, sitting alone and mumbling, "Where is the system, my next generation? I must commence trial 3, he said with a voice full of anxiety. Immediately, the system displayed an image of a mysterious child along with a notification. "Master, don't worry, trial 3 does not require any waiting." Upon hearing this, he jumped up in joy. However, the system continued to announce, "Due to some unexpected event, this mission has actually been opened since 100,000 years ago." The story shifts back to the past, when humanity was fleeing from peril. At that time, the demon clan was spreading danger throughout the world, and the war with them dragged on endlessly. The images showed the warriors of the demon clan riding on the backs of monstrous beasts, chasing humanity to the ends of the earth. The backdrop becomes even darker as the incessant war drove the human race in the western region to a brink of despair, standing nearly on the verge of extinction. Suddenly, a turning point emerged. A powerful being from the heavens stood up to protect humanity. This person possessed unparalleled strength, hovering in the air while facing the terrified eyes of the demon clan. To completely annihilate the demon clan, the powerful being sacrificed their life, splitting the land and burying all the enemies in the dark chasm. The image of this power from their palm completely obliterated the demon clan's army, leaving humanity astonished and grateful. After this event, humanity worshipped the being like a war god. However, a new catastrophe arose. The corpses of the demon clan, upon death, gave rise to colossal vengeful spirits that escaped and accumulated into new entities, vengeful spirits. They continuously gathered, forming a type of winged monster known as demonic spirits. Over time, the demonic spirits multiplied. They broke through the protective barriers surrounding humanity, becoming a new threat. Although not as powerful as the demon clan, after 100,000 years of development, they had shattered the seals at the dark chasm, once again threatening the human world. The bloody scene unfolds as fierce demonic spirits are slaughtering humanity. The story of the Western region's doom is recounted once more, evoking terror from the past. Reality returns to the present era, where the Western region is resolutely fighting against the demonic spirits by initiating a nationwide cultivation movement to protect the nation. This is an age where everyone embarks on the path of cultivation. On a vast training field, 4 individuals are in a stance ready for battle. A frail old woman, with sharp eyes, steps forward and introduces herself. "I am from the key cultivation realm. I will go to battle." A young pregnant woman, with a determined expression, also steps forward and speaks loudly. "I am from the key condensation realm. I will go to battle." A boy with neatly tied hair, small in stature but with eyes filled with determination, introduces himself. "I am from the drunken bone realm. I will go to battle." Even a large dog, with glossy black fur, leaps forward and barks loudly. "Woof! This dog is at the peak of the drunken bone realm. I will go to battle." However, in this era of universal cultivation, there is one exception. A young man, looking disheveled with a tired and dejected face, steps forward and quietly says, "I am from the waste realm. I request to be excused." The crowd turns their gaze toward the young man. The old man leading the group, who had recounted the horrific history of the Western region, sees the young man and becomes furious. "Humph, every time I teach the history of this region, just seeing him makes me feel upset." Another young man, his face filled with indignation, shouts, "Our human race risks our lives to cultivate and fight for survival, yet he only thinks of lying around." The previously mentioned old woman, with a cold gaze, turns to ask, "Hey Zhu Wuyan, the demonic spirits threaten our kind, even the pregnant woman volunteers for battle, and even the dog participates. How can you think of escaping?" The boy with tied hair, his face full of anger, grinds his teeth and says, "Today, no matter what you say, you must go to the battlefield for me." The dog also growls and barks as if to say, "That's right." Zhu Wuyan weakly shakes his head, coughs softly a few times, his voice languid yet full of bitterness, as a man who wouldn't want to go to the battlefield to achieve glory. "But do you all really think I don't want to participate?" Upon finishing, he takes out a piece of paper and holds it out before everyone. On the paper, it clearly states, "Bamboo Sky Flame, lack of natural talent." Zhu Wuyan raises the paper high and responds, "But according to the order of the army's return, individuals with deficiencies are not allowed to participate in battle." The crowd around is stunned. One person cannot help but shout, "Proof of deficiency." The pregnant girl, with an apologetic expression, bowed her head and said, So it turns out you are a disabled person. So we have misunderstood you." Wu Yan sighed in frustration and replied, I didn't reveal it just because I didn't want you to pity me." But the pregnant girl still wouldn't give up and continued to press. "But you have all your limbs intact. Where are you disabled?" Wu Yan lifted his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. "At this point, I can no longer hide it." "Well then, let me show you the most vulnerable wound in my life." Saying that, Wu Yan began to open his mouth wide. The pregnant girl was surprised and confused and asked, "What are you doing?" Wu Yan sighed deeply, his voice full of grief. "Can't you see?" He pointed at the inside of his throat, his eyes filled with anguish, crying as he said, I was born without a throat gate. Do you know that the throat gate is the most important organ of a human being? Without it, how can I fight?" He started to hold his face and cried helplessly. "I really want to participate in the battle, but I have been severely disabled since birth. I can only apologize to you." At this moment, Wu Yan secretly opened his eyes to observe the reactions of those around him, then smiled sarcastically, as if mocking. However, the people around did not feel pity. On the contrary, their eyes were full of contempt. All four of them turned and beat Wu Yan mercilessly, cursing, "Damn it! You use the excuse of a throat gate to ask for a disabled certificate? What a disgrace!" One member of the group shouted, "You coward, daring to escape from war! Today we will beat you to pieces." Wu Yan covered his head in pain, dodging the blows while crying for help. "What are you doing? Help! Don't bully the disabled." Suddenly, footsteps echoed. A cold voice spoke up, "All right, stop it, don't fight anymore." The group turned around, surprised to see who had arrived. An old woman exclaimed, "Captain Mao." Standing before them was a beautiful strong girl in shiny armor. She crouched down to look at Wu Yan, who was now lying on the ground holding his head, and gently asked, "Wu Yan, are you all right?" That girl was Mao Man, the captain of the human race's cultivators. Wu Yan lifted his face, forcing himself to respond, "Captain, I'm fine." Mao Man pulled a clean handkerchief from her clothes and handed it to Wu Yan. Her voice remained calm, but held a serious undertone. "Wu Yan, the human race is in a state of emergency right now. Why won't you practice?" She gently wiped the dust from Wu Yan's face and comforted him. "You don't need to be afraid. I always feel that you are a good seed. If you cultivate, who knows, you might become stronger than us. Perhaps you could be the next war god." Mao Man, with a bright smile, asked Wu Yan, "So, Wu Yan, how about you try cultivating with us?" Wu Yan was touched, tears streaming down his face as he replied, Captain." He suddenly stood up, turned around, and walked away, surprising Mao Man, saying, "Do you think I'm foolish? I haven't even gotten married yet, and you want me to go out and risk my life? Unless you marry me, then I'll go." Everyone was furious, chasing after him and shouting, "Damn it! This guy dares to offend the captain, kill him." The dog also chased after him, barking as if to say, "Old master has to relieve himself on his head." Mao Man just watched Wu Yan's retreating figure, sighing, Wu Yan." The scene shifted to a house deep in the forest. A sigh arose. Ancestors. Inside the house, the family name plaque was tattered and covered in cobwebs. A deep voice echoed sadly, "Why did you all risk your lives to kill the demonic spirit back then?" It was Wu Yan, sitting in front of the ancestral altar, reproaching, "Now the family is all gone, leaving only me. If I die one day, the Zhu family will truly be cut off. What was it all for? After all, I must carry on the family line. I won't take the battlefield even if I die. Therefore, I ask for the blessings of the ancestors." On the altar were 3 spirit tablets. From left to right were the spirit tablets of Chen Zuan, Zhu Rentai, and Zhu Tuodan. Suddenly, one of the spirit tablets lit up, and a green mission notification appeared. The 3rd trial is opened for the Zhu Wu Yan youth generation to confront the threats posed by demonic spirit. The master is not allowed to directly assist, but must let the young generation overcome it on their own. Rewards will be given once the mission is completed, and the master will also receive a reward related to cultivation. Wu Yan read the information board, surprised to see a high spirit appearing in white robes from the spirit tablet. The figure looked at Wu Yan and said, "Is it you this time, kid?" Wu Yan cautiously replied, "Who are you?" The figure answered, I am the one you just honored with the tablet." After speaking, he snapped his fingers, causing countless weapons to appear around him. He introduced himself. "I am the Grandmaster." Kim Swan, in the role of the Grandmaster, thought, "Just wait, after I reward him, he will surely thank me extravagantly. This kid will kneel down, crying and grateful for my benevolence." Life as someone with ancestors is truly simple and dull. But unexpectedly, the scene did not unfold as he anticipated. Wu Yan looked at him, threw both him and the pile of divine weapons away, and shouted, "Get the hell out!" She pointed and yelled, "Who are you trying to fool, Grandmaster? You're dead and still back here. If it weren't for my poverty preventing me from suing, I would have reported you for barging into my house." Ken Swan was bewildered, stammering, "I'm the Grandmaster here to give gifts, like Santa Claus." Wu Yan shook her head and replied, "Is there such a thing as free gifts in this world? Are you trying to rob me of my land?" Ken Swan gaped, flustered as if thinking, "Why is this kid full of questions like this?" After saying that, he turned to chase me away. "You want to give me the battle physique to rouse my interest, so the war commander can give their life, and then you can visit my fields, right? Luckily, I am handsome and intelligent." Ken Swan rushed over to pull me back. "No, who needs your fields?" Wu Yan immediately cut him off. "Enough! With your intelligence, it's going to be a long time before you trick me." Saying that, I slammed the door shut and yelled loudly, "I still have to tend to the garden tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now." Ken Swan, rushing forward, couldn't stop in time and crashed right into the door. Holy crap! He held his forehead, swelling up with a big bump. Feeling both pain and frustration, he grudgingly said, "Nice, very spirited. All right, you don't want to fight, Ka." After saying that, he immediately transformed into the battle physique armor. Ken Swan broke through the door, controlling the thorn earth armor, charged towards me and shouted, "I absolutely want you to fight." The battle physique armor immediately merged with my body. Feeling the overwhelming power, I turned back to look at him with suspicion. Kim Swan grinned slyly, pulled me closer and said, "Hemph, it's cold at night. The Grandmaster is adding some clothes for you. It seems reasonable, right?" In my mind, I quietly thought, now that he gives me the war god body, even if I don't want to fight, the war god body will silently drag me to the battlefield. The next day, in a small village, an old farmer stood in the middle of a field, holding a hand rake in his mouth. He shouted loudly, "Kids, look closely here." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man flipped in the air and landed on the ground, drawing a straight line with the rake he was holding in his mouth. The children widened their eyes in admiration and exclaimed, "Wow, you are amazing, old man." The old farmer was left with just one leg and had lost both his arms. Nevertheless, he stood tall and proud, speaking in a deep voice, "Hemph, do you kids know that I used to face demonic spirits that were much more powerful? If it weren't for that battle that left me disabled, I wouldn't have ended up having to farm like this." The children sighed in awe. "Wow, you really are cool." In the Western region, farming was usually reserved for the disabled, those who were unfit to serve in the army. At that moment, a young man with a handsome appearance approached. He was Wu Yan, a person without a throat gland and listed as severely disabled. Wu Yan raised his hand to greet, "Good morning, everyone." Seeing this, the children curiously asked the old man, "Hey, Grandpa, who is that person?" The old man didn't turn around, scoffed coldly, and replied with disdain, "Just a useless person. Only people like him grow crops here. You kids should never follow in their footsteps." Wu Yan didn't hear that conversation. He just smiled, thinking to himself, "The people here are indeed very friendly. They must be complimenting me on my good looks." Wu Yan happily looked at the small rice plant before him, a hint of playfulness sparkling in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Yesterday I dreamed of being bestowed with battle physique by some crazy guy. If that were true, wouldn't I be forced onto the battlefield? Fighting a damned battle is not my goal. Supporting my family is my dream." The old disabled man standing nearby glanced at Wu Yan and sarcastically said, "Brat, you spent the whole day yesterday just to plant a tiny rice plant. Look at me, I've tended to 10 acres of land without complaining a word." The group of children beside them pointed at Wu Yan, laughing loudly, "Useless, useless. Wu Yan tried to ignore the taunts. He furrowed his brow, thinking, my weakness is something I deliberately maintain. If I were as strong as them, wouldn't I end up on the battlefield too? My wish isn't to become a killer. With that thought, Wu Yan picked up the hoe and struck the ground with all his might. The indentation was only a few centimeters deep. Seeing this, the old man burst into derisive laughter, his tone dripping with mockery. Ha! The force of that swing is even less than my little grandson. But as soon as he finished speaking, an immense energy suddenly burst forth from the hoe's strike. The energy shot out for hundreds of meters, blowing away the surrounding earth and stones. This spectacle left the old man and the group of children astonished, their eyes wide open, unable to utter a word. In an instant, the whirlwind swept over them, blowing away the two strong children, limbs intact. In the end, only the old man, who was missing arms and legs, stood firm, shouting loudly. The effort of days and nights of plowing and planting, now all ruined because of this damn thing. What is this that destroys my field? Is this a worthless thing? Even Zhu Wu Yan did not expect things to turn out this way. He sighed and mumbled, honestly, all I wanted was to return to my hometown to raise more fish and grow more vegetables. Yet I can't have peace. Oh my God, what is this? Meanwhile, the Mao Ren clan brothers were busy recruiting candidates. Instead of making a proper announcement or organizing a loud campaign, Mao Man simply carved the 3 words War God Rock onto a large stone. Whoever could strike it and leave their mark would be selected. Seeing this, Mao Mo angrily shouted, Mao Man, how are you recruiting people like this? The strongest can only leave one handprint on the War God Rock, and now even a dog is participating. Recruiting people like this, how am I supposed to explain it to the general? Or do you want me to get beaten up for this? At this moment, Mao Man sincerely felt remorse and softly apologized to her brother. Brother, I was wrong. I checked all the remaining people, but I found no war god at all. Currently, there is only a farmer without cultivation, and he is also unwilling to train. Hearing this, Mao Mo was furious, his face even more flushed. What? A person without cultivation, and you still expect him to be a war god? The demonic spirit is right in front of us. Do you think he can cultivate in one day and become strong? Then easily defeat the evil spirit? Mao Mo continued to scold his sister. Meanwhile, suddenly a whirlwind appeared, rushing straight towards Mao Man. Seeing this, she immediately shouted, Brother, be careful. It looks like something is coming. Mao Mo didn't pay any attention, just stood there scoffing. What careful? I am a divine transformation realm. Do I still need to be afraid? Then he turned to look at Mao Man. Oh, were you trying to divert my attention so I won't punish you? I must teach you so you remember for life. As he spoke, Mao Mo waved his hand intending to strike Mao Man. But before he could do anything, a surge of strength unexpectedly pushed him straight into the War God Rock. The impact caused a large crack in the stone, and Mao Mo was knocked backward, falling to the ground, unconscious. Mao Man hurriedly ran to his side, shouting, Brother, are you okay? It doesn't stop there. The lightning bolts from it still surged like a storm. The incident happened so unexpectedly that she couldn't react in time. Immediately, the boulder was shattered into pieces in an instant. Although she didn't know who had done this, it seemed she had found a promising candidate for this season. War God of Rock, shattered, shattered. It's me who is shattered. What kind of power is this? Zhu Wu Yan was no less astonished. He couldn't believe that a road several hundred meters long was completely destroyed by his power. He was still skeptical about life. Is this really my doing? I don't have cultivation, do I? If that's the case, then the person he met last night must have been real, and the power transmitted to him was also real. At that moment, Wu Yan finally understood everything. Could it be that last night was not a dream? Not only did I obtain a battle physique, but it's also a very formidable battle physique. Without waiting for himself to recover after the painful strike to the Mao brothers, he immediately soared on his sword, seeking that person with the miraculous strength. Where is the noble person who unleashed the strongest blow? At this moment, Mao Mo was even more excited, thinking that his brother had utterly destroyed his life. But where did this war god arise from, fearless in displaying his power for the brothers to admire? Noble person, the one who must definitely be the new war god in the divine presence's words, right? Please, manifest your great compassion and accompany me to save the sentient beings. While the elder brother was praying to heaven and Buddha in hopes of seeing that sage, Malmo had also detected the presence of Wu Yan nearby. Wu Yan is here too. Hearing someone mention his name, Wu Yan turned around in surprise. Malmo then casually asked about the whereabouts of the war god. Hey beggar, do you know if anyone was here just now? Wu Yan broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, clearly I want to be at peace, but heaven won't allow it. Filled with panic and sweating profusely, he still tried to maintain his composure. I must be very careful, I can't let anything slip. Thinking thus, Wu Yan stammered in response. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all. Malmo looked at him trembling like a dried fish and cast a suspicious glance. Really? Then why are you shaking so much? Are you hiding something? Wu Yan took a deep breath, trying to regain his calm to justify himself. I'm just a gardener. I was born with a trembling condition. I sweat as soon as I move. Hearing this, Malmo nodded thoughtfully. Oh, that makes sense. After all, gardeners are often not very healthy. At that moment, Wu Yan secretly thanked his identity as a gardener for saving his life. Phew, thankfully my profession. Long live the farmers. He sighed in relief, thinking he had escaped from the 80th calamity. But just then, the 81st calamity unexpectedly struck. From a distance, an old man, gravely injured and covered in mud, suddenly dashed forward, shouting, "No, it was him. That move was done by him. He even erased my feelings too." And then his nephew added a few more blows. That's right, this older brother is quite formidable. That old man is the real waste. It's over, this life is considered wasted. Not understanding the old man's words, Malmo angrily stomped his foot and silkily walked towards Wu Yan. At this moment, Wu Yan was trembling while desperately trying to defend himself. A noble person they mentioned just now, your humble servant could not possibly have such power. Your humble servant is just a farmer. Isn't everyone a farmer? What are you all blabbering about? Ignoring his explanation, Malmo suddenly slapped Wu Yan with a crushing blow. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and threatening, "Tell me the truth. If you don't reveal the whereabouts of that noble person, I will beat you to death." Wu Yan was in a state of extreme panic. He thought to himself, I have stumbled into a fire ant's nest. This time, I will surely die. Just as Wu Yan was searching for a way out, Malmo's younger sister, Mao Mei, who stood nearby, could not bear her brother's violent temper and spoke up to intervene. "Brother, what are you doing?" Malmo turned around with a firm voice, "Mind your own business." With that, he drew out his 5-foot-long blade. Malmo's face was filled with killing intent, and his eyes sparkled with a terrifying madness. Anyone who obstructs my path to promotion has but one principle: to live, one must die. He pointed the tip of his blade directly at Wu Yan's face. At that moment, Wu Yan felt like he was plunged into despair. Am I really going to die? The space around him dimmed. In that darkness, the sound of his heartbeat echoed loudly in Wu Yan's mind. He closed his eyes, trying to listen. What is that sound? Is my heart speaking? The heart in his chest beat rapidly, like a war drum pounding fiercely. A voice emerged from deep within. Go fight. Wu Yan placed his hand on his chest to feel it, and his eyes gleamed with determination. An idea flashed through his mind. Fight. Can I do it? Going into battle but not fighting back, his heart beat calmly as if reassuring his own soul. That voice echoed again, "Don't be afraid." Looking down, Wu Yan opened his eyes, curiously observing. In his sight was the image of a fragile blade of grass, nearly crushed underfoot. From deep within his heart, the encouraging voice rang out, "Go fight." Malmo swung her sword towards him, shouting, "Die for me." But Wu Yan unexpectedly sat down, narrowly dodging the blade by mere inches. Manhwa saw this, furrowed her brows tightly, and yelled, "Don't!" Just as she finished speaking, her face took the full brunt of an axe in a state of confusion. A huge bright blue force suddenly surged from his body. The intensity of that blue light was so overwhelming that the two people nearby had to flee in haste. They ran while exclaiming, "Oh yeah, here we go again." Mailman was also astonished, mouth agape. "What? Is this the move from earlier?" As the power began to dissipate, Wu Yan ran to pick up the grass. His face was full of anger as he shouted, "Hey, you can kill me, but how dare you trample on the crops I painstakingly planted?" On Wu Yan's face, the will to fight was blazing. He clenched the blade of grass in his hand and yelled, "Be careful, I will kill you." The only thing Wu Yan cared about was his rice field. But Mailman rushed out, spreading her arms in front of her brother, pleading, "Wu Yan, please don't kill him. This is my rice. I will compensate you." The other person pointed directly at her, looking fierce. "Fine, but you must compensate with an amount according to market value. Moreover, if you dare to reveal my strength to the outside, I will kill you." She responded softly, "Yes." She opened her eyes wide to look at him, then turned to leave, thinking to herself, with that last move from Wu Yan, could it be that the one who previously defeated the war god of rock is really him? She continued her thoughts. This means that Wu Yan has always been the war god. 2 hours later, two men rode on their swords flying back. One quickly asked, did he return to the team without reporting to the marshal? Before the other could answer, his brother cut in, "Speak outside and you will die." She helplessly interjected, "Let's assume we never discovered the war god." Malmo lay flat on the sword and added, "Moreover, demonic spirit is not demon clan. Even without the war god, we will definitely win." Mailman's expression suddenly turned pale. He pointed with a trembling hand, but at first still tried to stay calm. But what? Then his expression changed to one of extreme horror. Before them, the battlefield was filled with corpses, drenched in blood. The bodies of the human race were strewn everywhere, indicating a catastrophic defeat. Up high, a demonic spirit commander of the peak divine transformation realm stuck out his red tongue. Laughing mockingly, "Haha, after 100,000 years, you human race still can't withstand such a blow." The sound of armor clattering rang out. A person struggled to get up from amidst the pile of corpses. It was Marshal Marcus Marshall of the low-grade divine transformation realm. He braced himself up with a spear, coughing out loudly. Cough! In his heart, he silently thought, is the demonic spirit really taking action this time? But is just one commander this strong? The marshal turned his head, his voice deepening. "Soldiers, when I granted you the war god of rock before, did anyone find the war god?" The injured soldiers lowered their heads and spoke softly. "Sorry, Marshal, we couldn't find him." The marshal sighed as he turned away. "Is that so?" His gaze became contemplative. The prophecy from 100,000 years ago said that the war god would return to the mortal realm to save the suffering, yet now there is still no trace of the war god. Divine presence, could it be nothing but a lie? Seeing him stagger, the soldiers worriedly called out, "Marshal." The marshal bowed his head, his voice low yet resolute. "Immortal ancestor war god." Suddenly his eyes lit up, and his entire being burst forth with power. He shouted, "Descend to help me." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped onto his horse, pulling the reins with great force, his eyes filled with determination. The soldiers exclaimed in panic, "Marshal Marcus, your body is already exhausted. Charging forward now could lead to death." The marshal laughed heartily. "Haha. At this point, what is there to worry about? The human race must continue to live." His eyes shone brightly, and his previously dark face was illuminated by a golden light, adding to his formidable presence. He urged his horse forward, shouting, "We can only exchange lives for lives." The marshal galloped straight towards the demonic spirit commander, who was hovering in midair. The commander licked his lips and sneered, "Hey, a lowly creature wants to trade its life for that of a mighty beast." Immediately he raised his long, untrimmed claws, which had not been cut for thousands of years, and swept the marshal off his horse. Seeing him fall, Mailman couldn't help but shout in worry, "Marshal Marcus Marshal." She quickly rushed over, intending to catch him. "Don't, the human race can no longer hold on. I must go speak to the marshal." But Malmo stood in front of her, forcing her to stop. He shouted, "Stop! Do you want Zhu Wuyan to kill you?" If you dare to leave, be careful that I beat you to a pulp. A powerful slap struck Mao Man's face, her expression darkening, filled with immense anger. She commanded, "Go, a coward who only cares for himself, afraid of the strong oppressing the weak." Saying that, she drew her sword and charged off, not forgetting to assure, "I will handle it well." Malmo stood there, rubbing his painfully stinging face, silently blaming, "My sister, you're crazy, you dare to hit me." The gruesome battlefield appeared before him, surrounded only by corpses and billowing dust. Mao Man shouted, "Marshal Marcus Marshal, we have found the strategy, but I need time to invite you over." The marshal asked back, his voice deepening, "Is that so?" She confidently replied, 100% certain. The marshal declared loudly, "Then you should hurry, I will give you 1 hour, we will hold out until you return." She bowed in acknowledgement and responded, "Yes, 1 hour." Half an hour later, Wu Yan held the rope tightly, sighing. His teeth clenched, unable to endure any longer my life. Tears and snot welled up, he wondered, why couldn't I control myself and expose it like this? Now it's revealed, sooner or later I will be dragged to the battlefield, sacrificing my life. He thought to himself, rather than being killed by the demonic spirit, I might as well die myself. Mao Man called out, "Wu Yan, what is he doing?" He started, accidentally kicking the footrest. She didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Right now the human race is about to fall, and you still have the mood to play on a swing." Wu Yan was tangled tightly by the rope, struggling to break free. "It's not me, I was just..." Mao Man turned around, her eyes cold as she said, "You don't need to say anything else. I have already revealed your identity to the Marshal Marcus. Now the human race needs you, please follow me to battle." She didn't care at all for the person behind who was about to pass out. His whole body trembling, he desperately tried to say, "No, no, not this, hurry and save me." She crossed her arms, not bothering to look back, continuing to say, "Aren't you going to answer me? Indeed, after all, your identity has been exposed. You will kill him." Wu Yan was nearly out of strength, his face turning purple as he whispered, "No, I can't fly, hurry and save me." Mao Man frowned, her tone resolute. "But as long as you are willing to lend a hand to the human race, I am ready to die in his place. Do you still refuse?" At this moment, Wu Yan could no longer struggle and could only bid farewell to the world. Seeing that the other person refused to cooperate, she blushed and presented a coercive option. "Didn't you say before that if I marry you, you would go to the battlefield?" Wu Yan hesitated for a moment, then replied, "All right, I can marry you." Behind Mao Man, a shining stream of spiritual energy radiated outwards. Wu Yan was the master of that source of spiritual power. His whole being felt revitalized, his body lifted, floating in midair. His sharp gaze swept over Mao Man, asking, "Is that true?" For love, he suddenly learned how to soar in the air. After an hour, Marshal Marcus Marshal and the soldiers were desperately holding back the demonic spirit leader. He encouraged everyone, "We must persevere. War God is our last hope. We must hold out longer." Everyone unitedly replied, "Yes." In the distance, 2 figures observed the situation. The one in elegant attire asked, "Noble person, why did you directly command the destruction of them?" The one addressed, the demonic spirit Che King Ling Tong, sat on his chair and replied nonchalantly, "Earlier, they said they have found the war god. I want to see what the war god looks like." The one beside him, demonic spirit 6th General Sai, asked, "But it seems the human race can't hold out much longer." At that moment, Marshal Marcus Marshal was struck down by the demonic spirit leader's weapon. He yelled in rage, "My battle spear!" The demonic spirit leader wore a fierce expression, striking out, "I'm bored now, go die." Marshal realized he was about to die. The soldiers below were extremely panicked, all calling out loudly, "Marshal!" A frail voice echoed from afar, "Marshal!" Mao Man persevered, she had brought War God here. Having said that, she pushed Wu Yan back towards the 2 combatants. Marshal Marcus Marshal was very surprised to see that Wu Yan was indeed the war god. The expression of the demonic spirit commander was not much different from that of the marshal. The demonic spirit commander exclaimed in shock, "What? The human race can withstand my attack?" Marcus Marshall and the soldiers were equally astonished. He stammered unintelligibly. The majestic figure of Zhu Wuyan made everyone sigh in wonder, but no one knew how terrified Wu Yan felt inside. This is the demonic spirit. Scary. Now I regret it. Is it too late to go home? He was so panicked that the sword he was holding fell from his hand, right before the eyes of both opposing sides. Both the allied and enemy factions were bewildered, questioning, is this the war god? But it seems like there is no cultivation. Ling Tong dismissively mocked, so it turns out to be a fake war god used to buy time. General, eliminate all these human race. The demonic spirit commander quickly replied affirmatively, then waved his hand to issue a command. All troops, heed my orders. As soon as he shouted to attack, the demonic spirit army surged forward to assault the human race. Zhu Wuyan was so taken aback that his hair stood on end. He shouted loudly, "What is with so many demonic spirits?" Marcus Marshall urgently commanded, "It's over, quickly abandon the battlefield." Taking advantage of the chaos, the demonic spirit commander rushed forward, intending to swiftly take down Wu Yan with one blow. He yelled frantically, "You were lucky to block before, but now I will eat you." Zhu Wu Yan was so scared that his face twisted. He cried out begging, "What? Please don't come over here." Zhu Wu Yan unconsciously gripped the hilt of the sword, closed his eyes and stammered. He swung a tangu with immense power, terrified, and shouted, "I'm afraid." That divine tango actually wiped out the demonic spirit commander. Along with countless demonic spirits under the command, none were left unscathed after Zhu Wuyan's attack. They were taken aback, unable to dodge, and one after another turned to dust, causing an entire sky full of demonic spirits to be completely obliterated due to Zhu Wuyan's outburst. Marcus Marshall and the soldiers gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? With one strike, it's all over." These are all spiritual cultivation realm beings, only slightly weaker than the demonic spirit commander. Ling Tong, witnessing the scene, rubbed his chin and remarked, "Indeed, he is a true war god." Ken Zwan, leisurely observing the battle through the magic mirror, nodded and commented, "I already knew this war god would suit that brat perfectly." Although Zhu Wuyan's cultivation is currently non-existent, the strength of the war god cannot be measured by cultivation. He smiled and explained, "That's thanks to the intensity of the emotions of the wielder. As long as there are strong emotions, that person can unleash tremendous power." On the battlefield, Marcus Marshall excitedly shouted, "It seems this individual is indeed a war god." Mao Man joyfully echoed, "We are saved." Marcus Marshall happily turned to inquire of Mao Man, "What does this esteemed one like? Even though we are weak, we must show sincerity to the war god." Mao Man thought for a moment and hesitantly replied, "He seems to like marshal field soup." The marshal confidently said to Zhu Wuyan, "Esteemed one, if you can save the human race, we will offer you 100,000 acres of land." Hearing this generous reward, Zhu Wuyan's eyes lit up, and he immediately responded, 100,000 acres. Does that mean I can have rice to eat every day? Suddenly, a deep voice emerged. "You can unleash the war god aura. It seems you might be the war god." The speaker was Liang, the one who had been standing next to Ling Tong earlier. He looked down on Zhu Wuyan and arrogantly introduced himself as Liang, a demonic spirit at the peak of the Dao Principle's realm. He provocatively challenged, "If you want to know whether you are truly the war god, you must first overcome my test." Zhu Wuyan energetically swung his spear and attacked Liang. He shouted loudly, his spirit radiant, "I am not afraid at all." Liang quickly blocked Zhu Wuyan's attack with one hand. He scoffed derisively, saying, "Except for your speed being a bit faster, how could you possibly touch me with just a spear?" He sneered, revealing a sinister expression, and commented, "How ridiculous." Zhu Wuyan unleashed his power and launched a powerful strike. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly appeared, causing Liang to be caught off guard and sent flying for hundreds of feet. This attack was so powerful that it could shatter an entire sky. Marcus Marshall gave a thumbs up in excitement, exclaiming, "Such immense strength! It is this power that has annihilated the entire army of demonic spirits. The war god will surely win. Zhu Wuyan wiped his sweat away, sighing with relief and asking himself, is it over? Unexpectedly, Liang burst into a fit of loud laughter. His hand darkened, accompanied by an eerie voice. His eyes shimmered with madness as he growled, "Do you think I am just some lowly soldier?" His body began to deform, becoming so bizarre it was unimaginable. Liang laughed joyfully. "My body harbors 100,000 demon clan parasites fighting alongside me. You will have to kill me 100,000 times to defeat me." Seeing Zhu Wuyan stand there in shock, Liang became even more exhilarated. He grinned menacingly and said, "But by yourself, how do you plan to handle 100,000 parasites? My body has now grown 100 times larger than before. You won't be able to cope." Zhu Wuyan's face turned pale, displaying sheer terror as dread overwhelmed him. Liang quickly raised his arm, delivering a powerful blow. Zhu Wuyan did not have time to evade and was struck, flying away for hundreds of yards. Marcus Marshall, standing nearby, shouted loudly, his face filled with worry. "Is this monster really this strong?" Seeing Zhu Wuyan helpless under his strike, Liang sneered arrogantly, mocking, "Is this all you are capable of, and you dare to call yourself a war god?" He used his gigantic form to press his foot down on Zhu Wuyan, crushing him. Zhu Wuyan coughed, struggling to think. "That's right, facing this level, I can't cope." Ling Tong, silently observing, spoke in a cold tone. "Liang is the killing machine that I specifically trained to deal with the human race." Liang crazily punched Zhu Wuyan, each punch falling like rain. He roared, the sound echoing, "Die." Ling Tong commented, his expression clearly satisfied. "You are my creation, forged from the resentment of 100,000 fallen demon clan. Each technique carries within it their unparalleled hatred towards humanity." Zhu Wuyan remained motionless, enduring each fierce blow from Liang. The souls of countless demonic spirits appeared with each of his punches, each hit being a deadly blow to the soul. Mao Man urgently shouted, "Wu Yan." But Marcus Marshall quickly intervened, his voice calm. "This is not a battle we can participate in anymore. We can only trust the war god." At the same time, Liang swiftly grabbed Zhu Wuyan and threw him away with all his might. Zhu Wuyan was surrounded by Liang's demonic spirits, helplessly thinking, "That's right, he is right. I cannot do this alone." He let his arms and legs be bound, lost in thought. Realizing the situation was escalating, Ling Tong impatiently commanded in a dull tone, "Liang, kill him." Upon hearing the order, Liang obediently responded, then opened wide his mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth, ready to devour Zhu Wuyan. Zhu Wuyan remained silent, whispering. Therefore below, Marcus Marshall exclaimed in shock, "War god noble person, hurry up, urgently call Wu Yan." In the most critical moment, Wu Yan awakened. He swung the Tang Gu fan, swiftly striking straight at Liang's face, causing him to gradually dissipate. It turned out that the reason he was silent was due to his calculations. Thus he shouted to Wu Hong Marshall, "So 100,000 acres of land. I alone cannot farm all of it. I need to increase the workforce." Down here, everyone was dumbstruck, then in unison exclaimed, "Look, Liang is gradually dissipating, and they are panic-stricken, shouting." He got killed again. Even Ling Tong was astonished by the outcome of the battle. Wu Yan continued to emphasize to him, Marcus noble person, you are right, 100,000 acres of land. I alone cannot cultivate it all." The man was dazed, stuttering as he didn't know how to respond. Then Wu Yan calmly replied, "I am who I am, and I want a cow." Marcus Marshall was taken aback, replying, "Senior, is that all? Your status could ask for more. And yet you are so simple-minded, asking for just one cow, and you are not even willing to demand more. I wouldn't even dare to ask for something so small in my dreams." Marcus Marshall continued with concern, "No, even if I gave you one cow, you still couldn't manage it all." At this moment, Wu Yan straightforwardly said, "Then I want 2 cows." He generously replied, "I will give you 1,000 cows." Hearing this, Wu Yan joyfully made the deal. Betrayal, what an absurdity! The soul fragment of Liang that was dissipating suddenly realized that the reason he hadn't retaliated earlier was not because he couldn't fight back, nor because he felt helpless due to dying in a miserable state. No, he was thinking about how to guard 100,000 acres of farmland. Ling Tong stood up from his seat, speaking resignedly. Haha, forget it. In his left chest, something stirred. He arrogantly acknowledged, "You can kill me, proving you are indeed the war god." Ling Tong, at the peak of the Dio principle's realm, summoned a demon eye and casually continued, "Then you deserve for me to take action." Marshal Marcus Marshall, upon seeing the object Ling Tong summoned, immediately changed his expression, exclaiming, "That is the demon eye, which 1,000 years ago was used to break the banishment of the war god Abyss." Mao Man, astonished, asked, "What is the demon eye?" Marshal Marcus Marshall recalled and explained to her, "Legend has it that, back then, the war god banished the demon clan into the magical barrier of the war god Abyss. This magical barrier was a banishment that even the peak Dio principle's realm could not break. As a result, even if some demon clan members survived, they could not escape." Ling Tong unleashed a surge of power from the demon eye, ignoring Wu Hong Marshall's words. But 1,000 years ago, the demon child needed but one strike from the demon eye to shatter the banishment of the war god Abyss, allowing the demon clan to see the sun. He laughed loudly, joyfully asserting, "Back then, after breaking the banishment, I slept for 1,000 years. Now I have awakened, human race." Ling Tong gathered all his strength to unleash a raging demon wind, aimed directly at Zhu Wuyan. He triumphantly shouted, "No more chances." The ghostly wind surged toward Zhu Wuyan. Witnessing it approach, he was stunned and dazed, not knowing what to do. Zhu Wuyan chose to take that attack, collapsing to the ground in front of the astonished crowd. Marshal Marcus Marshall shouted, filled with concern, "War god, noble person, quickly, hurry, call Wu Yan." The system immediately displayed a notification on Chen Zhuan's side. "Warning, the younger generation of the owner has died. Mission failed. Due to the end of the 3 trials, you will not be able to progress to the next continent." Qin Xuan was surrounded by black energy, and the soul recovery system hastily offered advice. "But the person does not need to be angry. I will choose the second option for you." Qin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and focused on flipping the burnt chicken wings. "Not at all. I only grilled one chicken wing closed. Why should I be angry?" The system asked in surprise. "Your young generation has already died. Why aren't you angry?" Qin Xuan blew a few times to lessen the smoke from the charred chicken wings and casually replied, "Don't rush. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. That's the war god body. One must know that the war god body is indestructible armor." Indeed, as Chen Zhuan said, Zhu Wuyan was hit but still got back up steadily. He quickly grabbed his spear and charged to counterattack. Ling Tong was astonished by this event. Zhu Wuyan bravely declared, "The war god is immortal," and then like lightning struck a blow that pierced through Ling Tong's chest. He looked at the gaping hole in his chest in shock, speechless. Zhu Wuyan calmly closed his eyes, his entire body enveloped by a divine aura. Marshal Marcus Marshall and Mao Man both stared in amazement. "What? The war god didn't die, he can regenerate." Meanwhile, Chen Xuan calmly savored the chicken wings while explaining the mechanism to the system. As long as the indestructible armor is intact, Zhu Wuyan's body will regenerate. Killing a Dao Principle's realm is naturally easy. Everything is in my grasp, he sighed inwardly. But this grilled food is really hard to eat. At that moment, Zhu Wuyan still hadn't regained his composure. Seeing him, Mao Man excitedly exclaimed, "Haha, great. Wuyan is fine." At the same time, Marshal Marcus Marshall was equally exhilarated, saying, "Truly worthy of the war god, the body can regenerate, and with one strike, he has dealt with the demonic spirit king." In contrast to that amazement, Zhu Wuyan calmly turned to fly down, cheerfully saying, "Haha, after fighting, I'll go home to garden." Suddenly, Ling Tong charged in from nowhere and grabbed his throat. At that moment, Zhu Wuyan gritted his teeth and asked, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Hearing that question, Ling Tong laughed arrogantly and mockingly replied, "Why?" Immediately he donned his armor and arrogantly responded, "Just take a look, don't you know why?" Zhu Wuyan was choked to the point of gasping, stammering, "Could it be that you have it too?" Then he lifted Zhu Wuyan up into the air, his hand clenched tightly into a powerful fist. Indeed, he was also a possessor of the war god body. His other hand created a massive beam of light. In that situation, Zhu Wuyan couldn't help but be astonished as he saw his treasure forcibly separated from his body. "My war god body has been pulled out," Zhu Wuyan exclaimed, his gaze filled with panic. After pulling Zhu Wuyan's war god body out, Ling Tong triumphantly raised it high, laughing heartily. "Haha, 100,000 years ago, I was lucky enough to obtain a shard of the war god. Thanks to that shard, I have lived for 100,000 years." Ling Tong's eyes swept towards Zhu Wuyan, who was firmly held in his grasp. He continued, "And Divine Presence once said that the true war god would appear today. My purpose this time is to find the remaining remnants." Saying that, Ling Tong began to fuse the war god body he had just acquired with his own. The joy on his face was undeniable as he exclaimed, "Just now was merely to attract your war god body, intentionally making you reveal a flaw." Zhu Wuyan stared wide-eyed in astonishment at that scene, his heart filled with panic as he thought, "He is merging his body with my war god body." Ling Tong had completed the fusion. His entire body was surrounded by an unusual force. Ling Tong shouted, his voice echoing, "Now the war god body has been completely fused." The power emanating from the divine presence was so strong that it sent Zhu Wuyan flying away. Zhu Wuyan was startled and screamed, "Eh!" Ling Tong looked at himself in delight, then said, "I have become the new war god." His whole body radiated with an aura, as if rejuvenated in his youth. Now Ling Tong had reached the realm of the first Grey Dao Emperor. Marshal Marcus Marshall and those around them were dumbfounded by the spectacle that had just occurred. One person among them shouted, "What? Ling Tong has broken through to the Dao Emperor realm." Suddenly, Mao Man leaped up from the ground, rushing towards Zhu Wuyan to catch him as he was being flung away. She called out, "Wuyan." At that moment, Ling Tong began to summon the elements. He spread his arms wide, causing the space around him to boil. Clouds swirled, intertwining with pebbles and falling leaves. Ling Tong spoke, "All right, you human race people." A giant, bloodshot eye appeared in the sky, with veins of blood running rampant, and the pupil glowing like a flame, threatening all those standing below. Ling Tong shouted, "Die." Everyone was terrified, fleeing in panic. Marshal Marcus Marshall stood firm, maintaining a powerful defensive stance. He spoke in a serious tone. "A demon eye of such a level, if released, could destroy the entire western region with just one strike." The fire from the dark pupil of the giant eye shot through the air, aiming straight for the fleeing crowd. A raging sea of fire surged, engulfing everything, causing everyone to panic and trample over each other in their escape. They screamed, "We're definitely going to die." Unexpectedly, that ferocious fire was reflected from the sky, as if a gigantic mirror had appeared in the space. The flames ricocheted and changed direction, piercing straight into the very pupil of the giant eye. Just looking at it was enough to make one's eyes ache. Ling Tong was struck by the counterattack, spitting out blood, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mao Man, Marshal Marcus Marshall, and Zhu Wuyan exclaimed in unison, "What?" Ling Tong, furious, shouted, "Who dares to challenge me?" At that moment, Chen Chuan stepped out from the chaos, twirling something in his hand. He laughed and replied, "Haha, I heard you were also from 100,000 years ago. Surely my title is still fresh in your memory." Qin Zuan floated in midair, holding a skewered piece of grilled meat that he had yet to eat in his other hand. He gently introduced himself. "I am mystical heavenly emperor, Chen Chuan." At this moment, Zhu Wuyan was fainting in Mao Man's arms, silently thinking about the comment in front of him. Ling Tong, upon hearing this, was startled and looked at Chen Zuan before repeating, "Chen Zuan, the mystical heavenly emperor who was invincible 100,000 years ago." In Ling Tong's mind, he thought, "This person might be capable of receiving my attack, It's very likely, but wasn't the mystical heavenly emperor already dead? King Xuan looked at Ling Tong and spoke, his voice cold. I didn't come here to help the younger generations, but simply out of curiosity. You human beings, why did you lead the demon clan to invade the human race? After saying this, Chen Chuan tossed the still intact skewer of grilled meat aside and continued, if you don't speak, I will continue to take action. After all, I wasn't raised to casually throw away a piece of meat. The piece of meat flew past Ling Tong's face, surprising him. Ling Tong thought to himself, so strong. Whether he is the mystical heavenly emperor or not, it's best not to strike back yet, because the human race deserves to die. Ling Tong dodged the piece of meat and turned back to smile, his voice full of insinuation. Because 100,000 years ago, when I was still human. He then began to tell about his past. 100,000 years ago, the scene was chaotic, everyone desperately fleeing, including Ling Tong. Loud screams echoed, the demon clan has invaded, everyone run. Young Ling Tong, in the shape of a child, fearfully called out for his mother. Wait. He continued recounting, back then, when the demon clan invaded, I fled with the human race from the pursuit of the demon clan. But the human race saw me as a worthless piece of trash, without any cultivation at all. While fleeing, one heartless person pushed me down and said, get out. Ling Tong paused for a moment, his gaze darkened. They decided to make me a sacrificial pawn to protect themselves. A group of adults spoke up. A useless person like you is just wasting the resources of the human race. The others rushed to say that I should stay here to hold off the demon clan, in even greater pain. Ling Tong sighed, his eyes igniting with a pain that was hard to hide. Even my own mother turned her back on me, her eyes filled with guilt as I reached out to her. The name of the useless waste that cannot cultivate, if you dare to follow me, I will kill you. Ling Tong recalled those words when the demon clan was hot on his heels. At that moment, he was about to be killed by the demons. Behind him, a massive group of demons was charging forward, while he lay helpless on the ground, despairingly staring ahead. But then the war god took action, Ling Tong continued, his voice mixed with resentment. The ground beneath his feet suddenly split apart, causing the demons to fall one by one into the abyss, and he was dragged down with them. The war god opened the war god abyss to save those detestable people, but also left me behind. At that time, Ling Tong felt an overwhelming sense of pity and hatred. In his heart, he repeated a sentence, so hate, so hate. Devoid of strength, his eyes gazed into the void, in despair. At the moment I thought I had been abandoned by the world, lying in despair, suddenly I saw the war god standing on the water and saying he wanted to fight. Ling Tong continued, his voice tinged with sadness. He thought that the war god had once again given him hope. At that moment, an object covered with a layer of golden might fell into the deep water. Ling Tong reached out to grab it, and from that object came a voice. Wanna fight? The object continued, if you don't fight, you will die. Ling Tong, who was still a child then, fearfully repeated, if I don't fight, I will die. Around him were the corpses of the demon beasts swirling in the water. Images of the past kept flooding back into his mind, the demon beasts surrounding and engulfing him. In his subconscious, he kept murmuring, not fighting, will die. He thought he would finally die. But then an inner strength erupted within him. A powerful feeling surged. Anyone who dares to harm me must die. Finally, Ling Tong's memories closed, and the story stopped there. Ling Tong exuded a powerful aura. He looked at Chen Xuan and spoke. It is only because of the guidance of War God that I have been able to survive until now. Therefore, I have internalized the will of War God and fought to eliminate the entire human race. After hearing his pitiful story, Chen Xuan laughed heartily. Haha, I remember now, it's not as you said. I was at the scene. Ling Tong's expression darkened slightly. Hemph, you were at the scene. Chen Xuan nodded confidently in response. Yes, listen here. He then began to recount his story from 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago, I wanted to make a dish called hot pot. But at that time, there were no pre-packaged ingredients for hot pot. Chen Xuan recalled, his eyes sparkling with joy at the thought of the past. Then continued, At that time, the spirit clan was thriving and abundant with spiritual herb, so I borrowed a bit of material. In Chen Chuan's memory, he was stealing a bit of spiritual herb and running away, with countless members of the spirit clan chasing after him. They shouted, "Damn it, thief, return our ancestral treasure." Chen Xuan thought to himself, "Oh no, I've been discovered." But the spirit clan had pursued him for 3 days relentlessly. He inwardly lamented, "It's just a bit of ragged stuff, why chase after me for so long?" Looking back at them, Chen Xuan nervously said, "So I created a no-fly zone to stop them." He thought to himself, "What a hassle." After that, he cast a spell to split the ground apart and shouted loudly, "Break apart." At that moment, my actions were so large that a part of the war god might have fallen out. Chen Xuan continued, his gaze slightly sparkling as if reminiscing about a distant memory. "The war god's helmet might have fallen from me." Ling Tong listened, chuckled softly, and replied, "Ridiculous. You say that war god's action caused the dark chasm to open just because of your whim?" He paused and then added, "Moreover, you left out one detail. Back then, war god told me, not fighting means death. Someone like you could never say such words." Hearing Ling Tong's words, Chen Xuan placed a hand on his forehead, his expression showing frustration as he replied, "That statement is indeed something I said, but the truth is you misunderstood." Ling Tong paused for a moment, his gaze serious. He continued, his tone casual yet resolute. "Let's go back in time to when Chen Xuan had just opened the war god abyss. At that time, he was running for his life while holding a bunch of spiritual herbs he had just stolen. Suddenly, he stopped and shouted, 'Crap! I've got the ingredients for hot pot, but what about the sauce?' King Xuan, lacking an essential item, was so enraged that he threw the pile of spiritual herbs everywhere. A single stalk accidentally fell into his hands, and then Chen Xuan shouted, 'Damn it, when I eat hot pot, I absolutely must have soy sauce, or I'll feel like I'm cursed to death, and without it, I'll die.'" As he recounted this, Ling Tong glanced at Zhu Wuyan and those around him, smiled lightly, stroked his hair, and continued, "And that's the story from Chen Xuan's past that led to your misunderstanding." After hearing this, Zhu Wuyan was bewildered, struggling to process the information. He stammered, "Is that really the case? Honestly, I'm at a loss for words." Ling Tong could no longer contain himself. The flame of anger within him erupted, blazing like a torch. He shouted, "Insolence! The war god's legacy is the belief I've upheld for 100,000 years, and I will not allow you to insult him." All three, Marshal Marcus Marshall, Zhu Wuyan, and Mao Man, looked up in unison, their astonished gazes fixed. They simultaneously exclaimed, "Look, up in the sky! Ling Tong has transformed into the war god form, towering 100 times larger than Chen Xuan." A voice murmured from behind, full of skepticism, "Is it really the war god?" With eyes blazing with anger, Ling Tong shouted loudly, "Annihilate it!" The strength of his attack caused the earth and rocks to combine with the dust, swirling up into a cloud. He aimed directly at Chen Xuan, preparing to strike. Next came a punch that tore through the sky, descending straight toward Chen Xuan. The heavens and earth seemed ready to tremble before the might of the war god form. The ground beneath everyone's feet cracked open. Marshal Marcus Marshall staggered and looked down at his feet. Both he and Zhu Wuyan, along with Mao Man, were equally astonished, exclaiming, "So strong! The strength is incredible!" Zhu Wuyan cried out in horror. "Dead," Chen Xuan thought anxiously in his heart. He could sense that this was the strongest move of the war god form. That fraud might not be able to withstand it. At this moment, Chen Xuan stood still, regardless of Ling Tong launching a massive punch toward him. He shouted loudly, "Die for me!" King Xuan grimaced, looking uncomfortable. He thought to himself, "Isn't it just annoying? Recently, no one believes what I say." Ling Tong's punch came crashing down, but at that moment, Chen Xuan had vanished, quickly camouflaging himself into the dense smoke. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Ling Tong and delivered a stinging slap that left Ling Tong shocked and unable to react in time. What everyone could see was that Chen Xuan had transformed his hand into a gigantic one, swinging hard with a slap to the cheek of the war god form, causing him to stagger backward. The war god form fell behind Chen Chuan's overwhelming strength, gradually dissolving into nothingness. The three, Wuhu Marshal, Zhu Wuyan, and Mao Man, standing below witnessed this scene and collectively exclaimed in disbelief. The sight of the war god form left the three of them unable to believe their eyes bulging with astonishment. Zhu Wuyan shouted. The war god was obliterated by a single slap. At this moment, Chen Xuan looked at Ling Tong and pointed at him, saying, "I tell the truth. Don't believe me and I might get angry." He is still in shock. Chen Xuan rubbed his cheek with his hand, not knowing what else to say in his heart. Finally, he realized that the person in front of him was not an ordinary individual. He asked in surprise, "Are you really the mystical heavenly emperor?" His heart was filled with deep contemplation. A war god so powerful was easily defeated by him. Aside from the lion deity of years past, who else could it be? While he was fiercely battling Chen Xuan, suddenly Ling Tong dashed off somewhere swiftly, leaving him standing still in confusion as he looked on. It turned out that Ling Tong was incredibly frightened and was running away to save his life. In his heart, he thought, running is the right choice. The power of the mystical heavenly emperor is too frightening. If he doesn't run, he will only meet his death. Zhu Wuyan was taken aback by the scene before him. He shouted, "Even a demonic spirit has to run away." In his mind, he wondered if that person was truly a grandmaster. Suddenly, he knelt down on the ground, bowed his head in respect to Chen Xuan, and said, "Grandmaster, if you hear me calling you, you may not understand what's going on, and just look back." He stood up and pleaded, "Grandmaster, please eliminate Ling Tong. Otherwise, with Ling Tong's hatred towards the human race, he will undoubtedly come back." Upon hearing those words from Zhu Wuyan, Chen Chuan couldn't help but smile in response. "Oh, you brat, have you finally come to believe that I am the Grandmaster?" After that, he turned to leave and continued, "But the Grandmaster isn't here to save you. I came just to see the big thing I overturned back then." His words left the kneeling young man behind him baffled as to what he was trying to convey. Seeing him preparing to leave, Zhu Wuyan was anxious and quickly reached out, shouting loudly, "Grandmaster, this is urgent, do not speak carelessly. This place is called War God Abyss, founded by the war god from back then, and it means extraordinary things for us human race." He continued to plead, "Please deal with Ling Tong first." His words made Chen Xuan frown in displeasure. He turned to look at the young man with a chilling gaze, his red eyes seeming ready to teach him a lesson. He asked, "Haha, do you still think the Grandmaster is deceiving you?" Zhu Wuyan saw him so angry and quickly replied, "Grandmaster, I believe in you, but please don't pretend to be war god anymore." Chen Xuan was no longer in the mood to be angry and turned to fly away. He said, "Enough, I have been in seclusion for 100,000 years. Does the world no longer believe in the reputation of the mystical heavenly emperor?" Zhu Wuyan still knelt on the ground, confused as he looked after him. At this moment, Chen Chuan continued to speak irritably. "Then I will prove it to the world." Suddenly, two gigantic hands appeared from the sky, clenching into fists, and then brought down a tremendous blow onto the ground. Chen Chuan's voice rang out, "Once and for all, who truly is?" He clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash his magic, and continued, "The one who stands at the pinnacle of this continent." On the ground, a long crack appeared, resulting from that mighty punch. Dust and debris filled the air, and the three people, Marshal Marcus Marshal, Zhu Wuyan, and Mao Man, who witnessed the scene were all astonished, mouths agape. They all shouted, "The war god Abyss has been reassembled." At that moment, everyone understood who was responsible for the war god Abyss. On the other hand, Ling Tong, who was fleeing, suddenly felt the ground shaking. In his heart, he wondered, why is the earth moving like that? At this moment, Ling Tong finally realized that he had misunderstood the words of divine presence. The rock walls were gradually closing in, seemingly wanting to crush Ling Tong into thin slices. He was terrified and used both hands to try and push the rock walls apart, shouting, "The war god Abyss is shrinking." Now he finally understood what divine presence had said. The war god reappearing in the human realm was not just him or Zhu Wuyan alone. He was squeezed so tightly that he spat blood and cried out in pain. At that moment, he silently thought, from start to finish, it was only about the mystical heavenly emperor. Chen Xuan secretly thought to himself, "It is indeed good that I pretended to be provoked into action. This reason isn't bad." At that instant, a system panel appeared and displayed the words, "I knew it all along." At the edge of the world of the Hongming continent, on a small rock, Mao Mo, looking like a mad scientist, was joyfully shouting. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, after spending 100 years, my research has finally confirmed it. It turns out that..." Mao Mo was so happy he was about to cry. He discovered that the land shifted every year according to a law at a speed of several inches, which corresponded to energy balance. Therefore, he could prove that this world was not created by a deity. He looked up at the sky and shouted, "I must name my discovery the study of harmonics. This will definitely change the world." Suddenly, the rock he was standing on shifted an entire 100 yards, leaving him in shock at this change. His eyes bulged out in disbelief. In pain, he collapsed, his face dejected and gloomy. He wondered, how could this be? How could the land suddenly move 100 yards? Eventually he wept and lamented, "No, the study of harmonics does not exist anymore. This world has a deity." Snowflakes fell gently and the wind was desolate. Because Chen Xuan carelessly acted on a whim, entering the study of harmonics of this world, he was killed in the cradle. The crack had now closed, but still left many sharp spikes in the ground. Zhu Wuyan shouted from below, catching Chen Xuan's attention. He said, "Grandmaster, the war god Abyss has been merged into the war god." Ling Tong was killed by someone in the dark chasm, right? He asked, looking at Chen Xuan with a worried expression. Kim Xuan landed softly from the air and replied gently, "No, as long as Ling Tong's hatred for the human race remains, then his war god will not die." Hearing this, he disappointingly asked again, "Even the Grandmaster couldn't kill him?" The crowd, overhearing this, began to chatter. One of them said, "If so, sooner or later, he'll come back to kill us. Doesn't that mean we will be exterminated?" Marshal Marcus Marshall stepped out from the crowd, clasped his hands together, and hinted at Chen Xuan, saying, "Master, when Ling Tong returns in the future, will you still step in to save us?" Chen Xuan, upon hearing this, remained indifferent, scratched his nose, and replied, "Why should I save you? Your deaths have nothing to do with me." When they heard he didn't want to save them, they were utterly shocked. Marshal Marcus Marshall sighed, "Ah, so ruthless." Chen Xuan crossed his arms and looked at Zhu Wuyan. He just wanted to deal with Ling Tong, but it depended on Wuyan. He pointed to himself, confused, and asked, "Me?" The villagers, not believing it, pointed at Zhu Wuyan and exclaimed loudly, "Look, master, you still can't do it." Qin Xuan recalled the scene of separating the two demons. He said no to deal with Ling Tong. Someone had to approach the battle physique in his soul. At that time, Wu Yan, who once had the war god physique, would be the best choice. Seeing Zhu Wu Yan holding his head in pain, he continued, "But since the war god is with him, Wu Yan could be pulled into the fight at any moment." In Zhu Wu Yan's mind, there were always two demons chatter beside him. "Go die, go die," Chen Chuan continued, his cold gaze directed at Ling Tong. The vengeful spirit of Ling Tong would also affect Wu Yan. Such a result could lead to death at any moment. "Wu Yan, will you accept?" Chen Xuan asked. Zhu Wu Yan looked at him in surprise and replied, "Die at any moment." The woman with her hair in a bun frowned and exclaimed, "Himph, you're afraid to go to the battlefield, yet you're willing to die for us." The boy with the high bun crossed his arms and continued, "He only cares about himself." Qin Xuan turned to leave, and before walking away, he said to Zhu Wu Yan, you can decide for yourself. The Grandmaster will not force you. Just know that if you refuse, we will no longer be related. You can rest assured to live like a normal person and continue your lineage." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wu Yan's face brightened. He looked at him and said, "So I can finally continue living for the family with peace of mind." Seeing him happily run towards his wife, Chen Chuan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Indeed, this brat Wu Yan was somewhat indifferent, but now he could finally live with peace of mind. He secretly thought maybe he didn't want to take risks. Marshal Marcus Marshall observed him with joy and thought, "Looks like we still have to deal with Ling Tong's return." Mailman happily called out to Wu Yan. Zhu Wu Yan beamed at her, flashing a big smile. "That, wife," he said, his eyes a little awkward. Regarding this decision, he felt he needed to apologize to her first. Mailman looked at him, gently saying, "It's okay, why is that?" In her heart, she understood that Wu Yan had sacrificed to save them once. She couldn't leave him alone. A sorry rang out, along with Wu Yan's large hand wrapping around her head, causing Mailman to be surprised. He embraced her tightly, saying, "I have decided to accept the war god physique." He just hugged Mailman tightly and smiled, saying, "Next, if you follow me, perhaps we have to stay here for a while, and our marriage will be temporarily postponed." Mailman heard this and felt both happy and sad, unsure of what to say. Everyone around was shocked, shouting loudly, "What? Wu Yan has accepted it, and when did he become a couple with Mailman?" Zhu Wu Yan looked at everyone, smiled, and expressed his thoughts. "Don't be so surprised, before I just wanted to continue the family line. After all, my ancestors did that, causing my family to fall into ruin." Everyone's faces showed clear signs of surprise and panic. Marshal Marcus Marshall widened his eyes, not believing what he was saying. Zhu Wu Yan continued, his eyes gazing into the distance, as if reminiscing about scenes of war. "In the past, I only cared about preserving the family, but after this battle, my thoughts have changed. When caught in the battlefield, I finally understood the horrors of war. I've realized that one day I will die, but I am not afraid, because everyone has something they are willing to risk their lives to protect." He tightly held Mailman's hand, a bright smile on his face, declaring, "Now I also have someone important in my heart. I cannot let danger threaten my life and the lives of others." Before the heroes of Wuhan, Marshal Marcus Marshall listened, feeling a deep emotion inside. Previously, everyone thought that only those who won every battle deserved to be called war god. But now seeing you all bravely face danger despite knowing your own frailty is what truly makes you a war god. Zhu Wu Yan stepped forward to Chen Xuan, calling out loudly, "Grandmaster." He knelt before Chen Xuan, his eyes shining with determination. "The young generation Wu Yan is willing to accept the war god. In this lifetime, I have no regrets." Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be amazed. Mailman shed tears, calling out his name, Wu Yan. Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction, grasping the collar of Zhu Wu Yan and pulling him to his feet, then said, "Brat, well done. Finally, Grandmaster recognizes you." Then he turned and said seriously, "Now Grandmaster will impart the Ling Tong and War God forms to you." Zhu Wu Yan raised his head, his eyes ablaze with determination, shouting, "Bring it on!" King Xuan summoned the soul of Ling Tong from the surrounding space. Under Chen Xuan's command, Ling Tong's soul flew towards Zhu Wu Yan. Before the astonished eyes of everyone, his body began to glow. After a short time, a dazzling golden armor named War God manifested clearly on Zhu Wu Yan, complete and majestic. At that moment, the system announced, "The young generation Zhu Wu Yan has resolved the threat of the demonic spirit. Mission Trial 3 completed. The owner receives the reward cultivation elevated to the 7th rank of Sword Emperor." Qin Suan breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the system and smiling. "Great, finally wrapped up." Marshal Marcus Marshall stood among the crowd, witnessing this scene and laughing heartily. "Haha, after this long war, we human race finally have hope." Without finishing his sentence, the crowd lifted Zhu Wu Yan up and cheered excitedly. "We have won, Wu Yan brat, you are amazing, I knew I wasn't wrong about you." At that moment, a group of people joyfully tossed him into the air. It seemed everyone was incredibly happy and elated. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Everyone staggered, looked up at the sky, and shouted loudly, "Hey, is that an earthquake?" "Oh no, what the heck are you guys doing?" In the sky, a dazzling green beam of light suddenly appeared and streaked across. Marshal Marcus Marshall shouted loudly, "Wait, what is that?" Just then, a notification system sounded in his ear. Due to the master's power stirring the earth, the Tomb Crypt Spirit Clan had emerged, opening the fourth trial. The system continued to announce that the goal was for any young person to seize the inheritance of the Spirit Clan. The reward was cultivation, along with an additional enhancement draw. The master still could not directly intervene to assist the young person. At the same time, Chen Zhuan was speaking to reassure everyone. Don't worry, this earthquake seems to be because something in the distant tomb abyss is opening, he said, feeling puzzled inside. Has the fourth trial come already? To seize the inheritance of the tomb crypt, but why is it the Spirit Clan? He raised his hand and furrowed his brow in thought. In the past, I had raided the Spirit Clan, and now they are asking the young person to enter their tomb to loot. The Spirit Clan really is unfortunate. After that, Chen Zhuan circulated his energy and flew up, forgetting to remind Zhu Wuyan below. Wuyan, the Grandmaster wants you to retrieve the inheritance from that tomb. You must succeed, you cannot fail. Upon hearing this, Wuyan exclaimed loudly, I still want to rest for a while longer. As he flew quickly, he thought to himself, I can't protect these kids forever. This time, let the youngsters see the world. Under the scorching sky of the desert, beneath the Sphinx statue, voices of reproach could be heard. Look at the good job you have done. The most beautiful woman in the world, self-proclaimed, the queen of the Haoyu nation, Duan Mu Lai, Dao King realm, sat on her regal throne and pointed angrily at those below. I told you to chase after the tiger-devouring pearl, and as a result, the pearl is lost, and you even gave the meteorite map to someone else. Xiao Longshu knelt, respectfully replying, But your majesty, I feel that giving away the meteorite map is a very meaningful investment. Xiao Xiaoyu, kneeling beside him, also added, That's right. Establishing good relations with powerful individuals will undoubtedly benefit our nation. Duan Mu Lai left her noble throne, stepped forward and scolded, You are of no help at all. You are the greatest disaster for our state. Quickly lead me to set out. I must go retrieve the map. Upon hearing this, the two turned pale and exclaimed, Retrieve it. Xiao Longshu stood up to block her, saying, No, your majesty. Doing so would provoke that powerful figure. He could easily wipe out our clan with a wave of his hand. Duan Mu Lai stubbornly walked past the two, saying, But if we don't go retrieve it, how you? I will have to watch as Great Marshal gets destroyed by others. Do you think we still have time? She braced her arms, walked out confidently and commanded, Everything stemmed from Great Marshal. The two people behind could not stop her, only knowing to nod in resignation. From the scorching desert, the scene shifted to a frigid, icy landscape. In the barren land full of ice mountains, a voice echoed, Oh, the Almighty, you have awakened, haven't you? Have you come to the wilderness to seek survival? The mysterious figure spoke back, Hexai, who are you? What has happened? Dijia, a person without cultivation, but possessing a very strong body, pointed at him with a smile and said, Ha, my name is Dijia, a great wild master seeking survival, pursuing a strong body. Earlier, I seemed to see you faint from hunger, so I saved you. The mysterious man fell silent for a few seconds after hearing, then put on his hat, forcing himself to stand up under the concern of the master. Seeing the mysterious man looking up at the sky, Dijia anxiously spoke to comfort him, The Almighty, you can't leave here. Hiding beneath a small ice block in front of the giant snail, he continued to reassure the mysterious man, What I mean is, once you go outside, the huge sea snail will swallow you whole. Damn it, I can't believe it would do that. Seeing the mysterious man shivering from the cold wind, Dijia laughed and said, I, as the mightiest mortal, couldn't even fight it, so a regular person like you certainly cannot. But don't worry, we will hide for a few days, it will go away. The mysterious man revealed one eye and asked, A few days? Saying that, the man jumped onto the small ice block and declared loudly, I, as the king of demonic spirits, will not endure this kind of humiliation. The giant snail immediately turned its head toward him. He seemed to be insane, unafraid of the sea snail, and even boldly challenged, I am starving to death, you are my breakfast. The sea snail opened its large mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Dijia, standing below, cried out in fear, "Who's eating whom here?" Dijia, hiding behind something, spoke up, "You foolish rat, hurry back. That sea snail is half a step into the divine transformation realm, and I, as a powerful individual among mortals, wouldn't dare to touch it. You'll just become breakfast." To Dijia's astonishment, the man delivered a blow that knocked several teeth out of the sea snail. He asked, "Is that so?" Seeing that scene, Dijia's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Oh my God, Lord, is this guy not an ordinary person without cultivation? I mean, how could you defeat that giant sea snail in the blink of an eye?" The sea snail, defeated, lay motionless at the spot. After the battle ended, the man revealed his face and relaxed his muscles, saying, "I've been hungry for 3 days, I need to replenish." Xu Wuyan held the map, walking through the forest devoid of leaves. His face was drenched in sweat, his eyes drowsy, almost closing. He sighed, thinking to himself, 3 days ago, the Grandmaster sent me to search for the spirit clan's inheritance, but for the past few days, the sky has been covered. Just now I was so hungry that Ling Tong took away all my focus. He walked a bit further and saw a monster with sharp teeth. In the monster's mouth was a shimmering green substance. Suddenly the monster emitted a strange aura, pulling everything into a whirlwind. In an instant, the monster vanished, leaving only leaves swirling in the blue sky. Xu Wuyan stared intently at the shimmering green blob, feeling powerless. He held his head, pulled his hair, and gaped, his face turning pale. He shouted, "What the hell? Where's my sea snail meat?" A bald man stepped out, pointing a finger and shouting, "Hey buddy, I've heard this sea snail has lived for 100,000 years. Maybe this green ball is about to give birth to a sea snail girl." Hearing the bald man say that, Xu Wuyan turned his head back, confused, and asked, "Sea snail girl?" The egg turned pink, revealing the shape of a girl with perfect curves. Her long, smooth, shiny hair left Xu Wuyan and the bald man in awe. "Oh, something has really come out," Xu Wuyan exclaimed. The egg cracked in pieces, revealing a black foot. A gentle voice sounded, "Ah, I have finally awoken." Xu Wuyan and the bald man stared at the egg, imagining inside it a girl with blue hair and a perfect body. The bald man even drooled, "Oh, the beautiful sea snail girl." Xu Wuyan mumbled, "She ate my sea snail, never mind." Suddenly, out of the egg stepped a chubby boy, pink petals fluttering in the air. The chubby boy squinted his eyes, blinked, and smiled brightly. "Ah, how long have I been sleeping this time?" Xu Wuyan was dumbfounded, nearly spitting blood. The bald man poked his eyes with his hands, blood oozing out from shock. "Oh damn, what is this?" Xu Wuyan grabbed a hammer, charged at the chubby boy, his face twisted with anger, shouting, "Hey, you fat guy, not only did you steal my sea snail, but you also hurt my eyes. I must uphold justice." The chubby boy raised both hands, laughing loudly, war god style. He hugged Xu Wuyan tightly, causing his eyes to bulge out and his mouth to bleed. But the chubby boy said gently, "Haha, it's been so long since we met, master. I missed you so much." The golden light from Xu Wuyan's weapon attacked the chubby boy but was evaded by that light. Xu Wuyan looked at the chubby boy, frowned, sweat pouring down. "What the hell is this? My war god style can't hurt him?" The chubby boy hugged Xu Wuyan, astonished. "No, that's not right. Although you have the lazy aura of my master." The chubby boy separated from Xu Wuyan, hugged him once more and threw him to the ground, shouting, "But you are nothing like my master, you are just a damn pervert, only imitating my master." Xu Wuyan lay on the ground, angrily thinking, "Damn it, who is the real pervert here?" The chubby boy rested his chin on his hand, pondering everything before mumbling, "My memories before sleeping were, Master's hot pot chef had been hunted by the spirit clan for 3 days. After that, when I was about to enjoy the precious sea snail dish, I accidentally fell asleep. As a result, I have been sleeping ever since." The chubby guy turned to the bald man and Xu Wuyan, asking, "You two, what year is it now? Do you know where the spirit clan is?" The bald man pointed towards the mountain peaks and replied, "Oh, very noble sir, it is now the era of azure waves. The spirit clan you mentioned has long since become a graveyard." Hearing the bald man say that, the chubby guy propped his chin up, his eyes widening in panic, thinking, "What? I have been asleep in the sea snail for 100,000 years? Furthermore, the spirit clan is dead. Does that mean they perished along with the master?" Sweat began to bead on the chubby guy's forehead. He leaped into the air and shouted, "No. Even if the spirit clan is dead, I must avenge the master." Zhu Wuyan, standing on the ground, angrily yelled, "You stole my sea snail and still want to run away." He chased after the chubby guy, shouting, "Stop." The bald man stood on the ground, calling out, "Wait, why are you two so strong?" He suddenly remembered that both Zhu Wuyan and the chubby guy had been starving for 3 days. The bald man realized, "Wait, have you stripped bare and joyfully revealed your 6-pack abs? Is it because of hunger and not wearing clothes?" Zhu Wuyan nodded, his face turning red. "It's a misunderstanding." From here, Jia began the legend of the wild survival of those who ran around naked. The scene shifts to the mountainous landscape at night. Beneath the pitch-black sky, a wisp of black smoke drifts aimlessly. From among the clouds, a clear female voice emerges. "Hao Ran, the tomb is very close here." Lu Qingqing anxiously gazes at Chen Hao Ran, who is grilling meat, and says, "If we roast meat now, we will attract attention. It would be better to hunt in the forest." Hearing this, Chen Hao Ran becomes incredibly indignant. His face flushes red with anger as he replies, "It's fine, Sister Lu. Even though you are at the 3rd rank of divine transformation, what is there to fear? In this wild place, is there really anyone who would come to steal my meat?" Why is Chen Hao Ran so enraged? Because 3 days ago, Chen Chuan ordered the two of them to acquire the blood of the spirit clan. Nevertheless, Chen Chuan had invited Lu Qingqing to eat meat to help her advance to the divine transformation realm. He had also asked Chen Chuan about the benefits he might gain from the situation. Chen Hao Ran hugged Chen Chuan's leg, tears streaming down his face. "Grandmaster, I have been lacking my father's love since childhood. When the ancestor suddenly wants me to go on a long journey, I truly cannot bear it. How about I invite senior sister for a barbecue, and you give me a little magical artifact? Even a hair strand from you would be easy to carry with me and remind me of you." King Xuan pulled out a strand of hair and smiled. "Originally, I wanted to give you a supreme divine weapon, but since you want a hair strand, then I will give it to you." Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Chen Hao Ran froze, his mouth agape. At that moment, he could only accept a strand of his ancestor's hair. While eating, Chen Hao Ran glanced at Lu Qingqing, catching her attention. He thought to himself, "How annoying, senior sister's cultivation is now better than mine. She will definitely compete for my portion at the grave." Suddenly, a shout erupted from somewhere, startling both Chen Hao Ran and Lu Qingqing. "Oh dear, little brother, don't chase me anymore. I can smell the food now. I'm here to repay you, okay?" The ground beneath Chen Hao Ran's feet suddenly bulged, causing him and Lu Qingqing to stagger. A hammer unexpectedly erupted from the ground, astonishing him. A pained expression, a glowing object, and a technique launched straight for the heart. Chen Hao Ran clutched his rear, screaming in distress. "Ah, my butt." Seeing him scream, Lu Qingqing looked surprised and glanced up at Zhu Wuyan, who was holding a national flag, his face beaming as he asked, "Did I stab you?" The rotund figure, catching the delicious aroma of grilled meat, couldn't help but drool. Chen Hao Ran soared into the sky, then crashed down onto the ground. Lu Qingqing hurriedly ran over and yelled, "Hao Ran, be careful, there's an enemy ambushing." Chen Hao Ran, holding his rear, was both in pain and furious, replying, "It's too late, my big eyes have already been ambushed." She was flustered, not knowing what to do, only able to say, "Ah, then what should we do?" Chen Hao Ran rubbed his aching rear, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, where did that jerk come from?" He rubbed his sore backside and stood up angrily. "How dare you steal my barbecue?" While they were ravenously devouring the meat, their faces turned green. Oh no, they had been discovered. Zhu Wuyan was nibbling on a piece of meat while holding a sword, saying, "It's fine, watch me here." The war god technique emitted a strong beam of light aimed at Chen Hao Ran. As the attack approached, Chen Hao Ran skillfully dodged to the side, but the beam still grazed him, leaving behind a wound. At that moment, Lu Qingqing looked at him anxiously. What? The fighting spirit is too strong. After the technique caused chaos, the two jumped into a hole to retreat, forgetting to say a single farewell. Thank you for your hospitality, Chen Hao Ran shouted angrily, his face flushed, eyes ablaze with fury. Bastard, don't run away. Lu Qingqing stepped forward, grabbed his hand and said, Hao Ran, don't chase after them. These two can burrow underground right in front of us. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Hearing her words, Chen Hao Ran halted, glanced at the wound on his face, and silently fumed inside. Indeed, I didn't expect to encounter such formidable enemies in the outside world. Not only can I not compare with senior sister, but even the group of outsiders could threaten me. Chen Hao Ran released her hand and said seriously, Senior sister, I have to be serious. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing smiled, watching his figure leave. Yes, each serious expression and every determination of each person is brought to the surface. I must definitely obtain the inheritance of the spirit clan to prove that our lineage as heavenly emperor is the most impressive. In the desolate desert of the 9 deaths, one life realm, a group of people passed by. A high-ranking expert asked, Have you found out that the Wang Xian sect is indeed located here? The voice replied, That's right. The king of the Haoyu kingdom, sitting on a majestic lion, wore a disdainful expression. Coming to this shabby, remote place lowers my status. Today I must reclaim the map of fortune. His subordinate trailed behind, softly responding, Your Majesty, I fear you may regret it. Suddenly, a noble pink cat stood at Lu Qingqing's feet, letting out a sound, meow. Xiao Lam Shu and Xiao Xiao Yu, seeing the scene, excitedly exclaimed, Oh, such a cute little cat, it must want to play with the diamond fierce lion. Before anyone could react, the kitten was knocked away with just a pinch, leaving both of them stunned. Xiao Xiao Yu angrily approached, her eyes wide as she said, Diamond fierce lion, what are you doing? She sat and watched, her mouth curling into a delighted smile, her expression smug. Great job hitting it. A stray cat dares to play with the noble diamond fierce lion. We are nobles. While she was still basking in her smugness, her face suddenly changed, panic rising as she looked ahead. In front of the royal entourage from Hao Yu, the superb bright wolf growled, advancing with a fierce aura. The king of Hao Yu saw this and was alarmed, exclaiming, What? The blood of the great monster superb bright wolf has the highest lineage. Xiao Long Shu, behind them, also yelled out, Why is there such a great monster here? Tio Tio, pale-faced, stammered, Was that kitten just now its offspring? The king of Hao Yu, frightened, pointed and commanded, Don't be afraid, the diamond fierce lion also has a strong lineage, go! Watching their pet surrender before the enemy, the three collapsed in shock, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the diamond fierce lion has already acknowledged defeat. Immediately after, the three looked up to see the superb bright wolf roaring fiercely. The king of Hao Yu trembled so much that he couldn't stand, collapsing to the ground and exclaiming, Could it be that we are about to die here before even obtaining the map? A call echoed, causing both superb bright wolves to obediently comply. Meow meow, do not be rude to the guests. Riding on the dark phoenix, Wang Elder spoke in a cold but majestic tone. They are guests of the Grandmaster. Do you wish to be cut off from the Grandmaster's blessings? The three stood there, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, incredulously exclaiming in unison, Oh my God, this is the world's #1 great monster, the Dark Phoenix. Superb bright wolf and its kin had no strength left to compare, and could only tuck their tails and flee quickly. At that moment, Wang Elder politely extended his hand and smiled faintly. Haha, dear guests, you must be looking for my master, but you are mistaken. This is merely my master's capital. Upon hearing this, the three were struck as if by lightning. Unable to believe it, they exclaimed in unison, What? This desert is just a capital, and this powerful individual of righteousness before us claims to be his master. What kind of high-ranking person possesses such strength? In front of a magnificent building, voices rang out. Customers, the dwelling of my master has arrived. Duan Mu Lai stood at the door, looking proud, unable to resist boasting. Himph, the spiritual energy in this rundown place is nothing special, not even as good as ours. Xiao Longshu and Xiao Xiaoyu followed behind, looking around with fear. Suddenly, she stopped, her eyes showing clear astonishment, as she looked at Xiao Xiaoyu. Noticing this, Xiao Xiaoyu asked, "Your Majesty?" Duan Mu Lai suddenly moaned in delight, and the two panicked, exclaiming, "Your Majesty!" She blushed and murmured, "What is happening? This spiritual energy is so rich, just a gust of wind could lead me to breakthrough." Wang Elder stood there, watching them in front of the steam room with an amused expression, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. "Haha, esteemed guests, you have encountered the steam blowing out from the bathhouse." The three people stood in front of the gust of warm air, feeling as if they were being rolled around in the hot mist. This is so comfortable," they exclaimed in unison, unable to contain their delight. Zhou Xiaoyu stood behind Lu Qingqing, observing this scene and gently remarked, "Your Majesty, look, just the heat from the bath has caused a breakthrough. I told you, this expert is on a different level than you." Xiao Longshu anxiously added, "They definitely aren't paying attention to us. We should still go back." Duan Mu Lai struggled to stand up, her breath incredibly labored. She leaned against the door, her expression one of discomfort as she said, "Himph, so what if the spiritual energy is a bit better? I can still exchange for materials. After all, Hao-Yu is the leading country in materials, rich beyond measure." Wang Elder merely laughed, "Haha, really?" Duan Mu Lai stood in front of the sparkling crystal fruit tree, her eyes widened in shock. "What? The supreme great spirit medicine, ice spirit fruit tree, weighed by the gram." She turned to look at the flowing lava river, feeling even more astonished. In legends, only extraordinary phenomena could give birth to such miraculous surroundings, according to the stars. Gazing at the pile of peculiar fruits, Duan Mu Lai's expression gradually shifted from astonishment to reverence. She gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide open staring ahead. What was happening? There was even the legendary 1,000-year-old golden gourd, yet it was now so severely damaged that it had to be discarded right at the roots. Duan Mu Lai sat down, tears streaming down her cheeks, sobbing uncontrollably. "No, it can't be. This is such a precious resource, how could it possibly be broken?" she cried, her voice trembling. Xiao Xiaoyu, seeing the tense situation, worriedly spoke to comfort her. "Your Majesty, our resources, they probably don't even care about them." Zhou Longshu, standing beside her, also chimed in to console her. "Let's go back, everything will be all right." But that statement only made her angrier, a surge of rage erupting that left the two in shock, their faces pale. She pointed at them, angrily saying, "You two, shut your mouths. It's just slightly better resources than mine." Duan Mu Lai furiously waved her sleeve, the silk scarf fluttering gently but full of momentum. She placed a hand on her chest, confidently declaring, "It's really not acceptable, but I can trade myself instead. After all, I am the woman that all the men in the world desire. In terms of temperament and beauty, I rank second, and no one would dare claim to be the best." The two were astonished, staring at her in disbelief. Xiao Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. "With nothing to trade, are you now starting to sell yourself?" Xiao Longshu was so embarrassed that her face turned red, not daring to say anything. Meanwhile, from afar, the sounds of people greeting echoed. "Hi there, welcoming you from afar." Duan Mu Lai and the two looked up, asking in surprise, "Who is it?" In the sky, a gigantic hand was gripping something. She looked up, her eyes sparkling. "That's the weight he's holding. His muscles are so impressive that they leave one in awe." A deep voice rang out, "You used to save my young man, did you not?" Ken Zhuan's perfect muscles shook many hearts. He lifted the weight in his hand, smiling as he said, "So it seems I owe you a favor. Then please tell me, what do you need from me? I will see if I can repay this kindness." The three looked at each other, panic-stricken, clutching their heads and shouting, "That's the Black Thunder Bull of the peak of the Way of Creation, using great monsters to train his strength." This person, in terms of temperament and beauty, completely overshadowed your majesty. Duan Mu Lai trembled and knelt on the ground, her voice filled with sincerity. I am convinced now, this time I am truly convinced both in heart and speech. To be able to make such a superior person lack humanity, you are the greatest contributors in the history of my kingdom of vast moon. Zhou Xiao Yu and Xiao Longshu exchanged glances, quickly speaking to comfort her. Your Majesty, it's not to this extent, it's not to this extent. Qin Zuan, who was practicing with weights, suddenly saw a system notification appear. The top line read, currently among the 3, there are clues for the next mission. Please proceed to investigate, Master. He chuckled lightly, muttering, haha, another mission already, and that acupoint hasn't been resolved yet. Qin Zuan brushed his hair, his gaze sharp, tilting his head in thought. Could it be that this time there are 2 missions proceeding simultaneously? At the same time, Chen Hao Ran was flying through the air on his sword, his eyes bright with excitement. He looked ahead, where an enormous pillar of light was emerging, and exclaimed, Senior sister, we have arrived. Is this the Tomb Crypt Spirit Clan? It's so big. Luo Qingqing, standing beside him with a graceful demeanor, nodded and looked around. Chen Hao Ran laughed loudly, his eyes sparkling. Senior sister, with the guidance of the celestial map, we must be the first to arrive, right? Let's hurry. But before they could continue, a strange voice came from behind, startling them both, causing them to turn around. Impudent, who are you two? Chen Hao Ran and Luo Qingqing turned back, their sharp gazes directed at the source of the voice. An enigmatic person emerged from the shadows with a stern expression, stating, Hey, the spirit tomb hasn't opened yet, and you dare to enter before our major sect. Do you not regard our sect at all? Luo Qingqing was taken aback, her voice gentle yet filled with caution. I didn't expect that so many sects would arrive early. Chen Hao Ran, standing behind her, couldn't hide his surprise either, and asked again, So many sects arrived before us. Does this celestial map really have any effect? The leader of the crowd spoke up, his voice full of authority. Where is the junior? Do you not know the rules and that the grave has already been arranged by my sect based on our strength? The sect master of the world's #1 major sect, Zhu Shibai, sneered disdainfully. Which sect do you come from? I will arrange your rankings, but remember to have your elders kneel before me in gratitude later. Chen Hao Ran looked up at him, his gaze resolute, and asked, You are not like that. Luo Qingqing, standing next to him, immediately interjected, We come from which sect is none of your business. Zhu Shibai laughed coldly, his tone mocking, You do not even know my sect, the #1 in the world. Currently, all sects in the world are watching closely. I will teach you a lesson. He gestured toward a young man. This is Fan Ma, who is only 8 years old this year, a new disciple of my Manhat sect. I command you be killed to show everyone the strength of our #1 sect. The Yang Spirit Realm peak, Fan Ma, appeared in a robust form, with well-defined muscles. He gritted his teeth and replied, Yes, how dare you little rats be so arrogant? It seems I must teach you, these old Fei Wu, a lesson. Chen Hao Ran and Luo Qingqing stood before him, but their gaze completely disregarded him. Chen Hao Ran observed from the side, then shouted, Senior sister. On the ground, 2 individuals were asleep, unaware of the world around them. Hao Ran immediately flew down, his voice sharp. The thief of the legs is over there, I'm going to take revenge. Qingqing quickly followed, shouting loudly, Don't go, we haven't fully understood their strength yet. The 2 completely ignored Fan Ma, who was standing there dazed. His anger surged, his jaws clenched tightly, and his eyes shone with a terrifying glow. He roared in fury. Damn it, you're ignoring me again. Don't you see me as the top newcomer? Fan Ma drew a large blade from within his body, the light shimmering brightly. He spoke in a cold tone. The price for ignoring me is to have me use this long blade to wipe out all of you. Everyone standing around was so shocked by this scene that their mouths could not close. One person exclaimed, This is a top-notch long blade, spiritual energy. According to legend, this is the weapon of spiritual energy that the 3 great brothers used to achieve great deeds. Using this treasure to kill insects is indeed a bit of a waste. Xiu Shibai laughed confidently, his voice full of arrogance. Haha, after all, I am the #1 major sect in the world. Top-grade weapons for newcomers are standard items. Saying it is one thing, but in his heart, he actually thinks this is the best weapon in our sect. It's rare to gather the sects from all over the world. Of course, I have to find a reason to show off a little. He stood by and ordered Fan Mei, quickly kill these insects. Fan Mei happily responded, yes. At the same time in the sky, Lim Dim Lim and his teammate, the snail girl, stared wide-eyed at the sky. He exclaimed, oh my, the guy chased us down last night. So petty, isn't it just some chicken legs he ate? Hao Ran took out his stick, his face full of anger. Damn it, what do you mean by just eating a few thighs? Xiu Shibai pointed at Hao Ran, sneering. Haha, what kind of shabby sect is this? A weapon that's just a dry branch, how poor must you be? It cracks me up. Fan Mei flew after him, his eyes red, holding up his saber and shouted loudly. Hemph, which poor dog dares to come out here and embarrass me, die for me? Hao Ran didn't pay him any mind. He used a giant transformation technique, strongly swinging the stick down and said, what you've eaten is my dignity. That powerful blow made Fan Mei tumble in the air, debris flying everywhere. Everyone witnessing this scene was extremely astonished, unable to keep their mouths shut. Before Fan Mei could react, he was struck so hard that his teeth broke, blood splattering everywhere. The saber he proudly held in his hand shattered into 100 pieces. Just one swing of Hao Ran's stick created a shockwave that shook a vast area of land. The stick landed on the ground, feeling as if heaven and earth were collapsing, causing the large rocks around to continuously tremble. Beneath the ground, suddenly something began to glow. Shibai and the people around him stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. He couldn't keep his mouth shut, stammering, how did this branch turn so big? Compared to this long saber, it's indeed. This power surely reaches the level of supreme spiritual energy, doesn't it? Hao Ran, feeling relieved from his anger, raised the stick high and cheerfully said, Hemph, know my might now, huh? Qingqing flew down, her eyes slightly worried, reminding, they only stole a thigh after all. You are being a bit excessive. To the surprise of both individuals, the Almighty angrily soared up, his voice filled with rage. Well, it's true, we just ate a thigh, did it need to cause such a commotion? Hao Ran replied annoyed, it's fine. The Almighty shouted, his voice furious, how can I let this go? I still have to return the favor. Immediately he unleashed the War God Overlord Spear, a colossal wave of power striking down towards the ground. At that moment, Qingqing wondered, this move, Hao Ran would definitely be in awe, but it was too powerful. Xiu Shibai and those around him were left in shock. This time, they widened their eyes to admire such immense strength. He wondered, what the heck is this national weapon? Meanwhile, Fan Mei, despite having one side of his face distorted, still stood up strongly, sneering as he said, Hemph, so what if it's a good weapon? I am demonic form with a steel backbone. This little damage is really nothing to mention. But just as he finished speaking, before he could launch an attack, the force from the Almighty's move deformed his face even more. He could only passively endure and wondered, is that the wave-purging technique? A massive explosion resembling the bomb dropped on Japan in 1945 rocked the area. The spiraling whirlwind sent Fan Mei flying into the sky, all alone on his path, filled with fear as he screamed, what is this? Xiu Shibai exclaimed in panic, his voice loud, Is this the legendary war god? Which sect possesses such things? The old man kneeling beside him also exclaimed in surprise, Is the 10,000 horses unscathed? In the sky, Lu Qingqing hovered in the air and spoke with a solemn tone. It was you who stole the chicken legs first, and yet you dared to counterattack. I cannot let you go. After that, she furrowed her brows and muttered to herself, Live like a flame, die like being consumed by fire. The great Sun Yang body state was immediately activated, and instantly a blazing sword of fire appeared in her hand. This was the ultimate move, Heaven's Split Flame Slash. The people present there were wide-eyed and gaping in surprise at the appearance of that strange sword. They all huddled together, panicking and shouting loudly, "What is this? Is it still playing? Junior is equipped better than us, that's cheating." Zhu Wuyan stood erect in front of the blazing fire. He spoke calmly, "Hemph, what's the use? Can't you just dodge?" However, just a few seconds later, a very fierce shadow appeared behind Zhu Wuyan, reaching out to grip his head tightly and said, "Hemph, want to leave? This is the great sun god of flames. Your mortal body will definitely perish upon encountering it." Zhu Wuyan was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he exclaimed in panic, realizing that his body had been restrained. At that moment, a stout man rushed towards the fire, shouting loudly, "Little brother, don't panic, I feel that we are destined to meet." It turns out that this man was none other than King Peng. Zhu Wuyan was still trying to understand what was happening when the chubby guy shouted, "This move is blocked for you by this great master King Peng." He stared wide-eyed and felt his body gradually recover. Zhu Wuyan quickly shouted in surprise, "Chubby, what are you doing?" Lu Qingcheng casually replied, "The act of killing without remorse, this is the price to pay for your arrogance." Chen Hao ran, standing in the distance, cheerfully yelled, "Senior sister, show your might." At that moment, a red light flashed across the sky. Zhu Wuyan immediately transformed into war god, looking very majestic, and declared, "Chubby, I will remember this bond. I will take revenge for you." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. It's fine, so it's the chubby guy." He calmly continued, "Master King Peng, I was sleeping." Zhu Wuyan asked in surprise, "Chubby, you are not dead." King Peng explained, "Dead? What are you talking about? My master once said, no matter the suffering, just sleep for a while." The flames surrounding the man were gradually dissipating. The chubby one tightly closed his eyes and murmured, "The suffering will disappear with the dream." Jin Hao ran, pointed in that direction and shouted, "What? Your senior sister great sun god of flames has been defeated." Lu Qingcheng, standing beside him, quickly replied, "No, it hasn't been destroyed. It has disappeared." He anxiously asked again, "How could he do that?" Zhu Shibai and the others around them were flabbergasted, their mouths agape. A strange truth dawned upon them. No, could this be one of the ancient divine bodies of the dreaming Arhat? The chubby one continued to sleep peacefully, indifferent to the continuous attacks hitting him, which only served to elevate his cultivation. Meanwhile, Fan Mei lay miserable on the floor, his face marred with injuries, being bombarded by relentless strikes. A voice suddenly resonated, "As one transfers into sleep, one can gain cultivation. Fan Mei is nothing compared to this. Just by sleeping, he can achieve unbeatable defense." Chen Hao ran, unleashed his ultimate skill, the fourfold thunderbolt form, while exclaiming, "Indeed has some skill, just chose to oppose us. Prepare for the ancestors to come and clean up the corpses." Zhu Wuyan, brimming with confidence, shouted loudly with his war god ultimate skill activated, "Himph, though fighting is quite troublesome, I want to see just how many strikes you can endure." Lu Qingcheng cast her remarkable skill, Great Sun. The Great Sun Yang body was unleashed, and she spoke with a proud tone. "It's about whether you can withstand a few strikes. You cannot be our opponents." Meanwhile, the chubby one had also activated the sleeping dream Arhat form. Then the chubby man cheerfully said, "Haha, little brother, rest assured, if they bully the few with the many, I will help you." At the same time, 4 monstrous beasts, symbolizing the 4 people, appeared, massive enough to fill the sky. Zhu Shibai, seeing this, was so frightened that he fell backwards and shouted, "Heavens, what kind of monsters are these? Everyone is equipped so well." Fanma also dragged himself on the ground, his face full of injuries, panicking and said, "Master, I want to go home." After a while, the sky looked very beautiful. In the 9 deaths, 1 life realm, Chen Zuan curiously asked, "What do you want with me? Why don't you speak?" The king of Haoyu hesitated, replying, Master." He quickly interrupted, saying, "There's no need to be afraid. Although my chess skills are good, as long as you can beat me in chess, I will agree." The girl heard this and immediately began to play chess. Seeing this, Chen Zuan rolled his eyes in surprise and shouted, "So you have already won, and there are still 6 pieces left. He continued with a doubtful tone, "Didn't you say it was your first time playing?" The king of Hao Yu awkwardly scratched his head, shyly replying, "Master, this game is too simple, moreover your chess skills are quite poor." Xiao Xiao Yu and Xiao Longshu sitting beside were so surprised that they broke out in a sweat, reminding in unison, "Please don't say that, your majesty." The king of Hao Yu held their heads down to the ground together with himself and quickly said, "Master, this humble servant is being rude. They were the ones who gave the navigational map to your younger generation before. Now I want to take it back, please allow it." After hearing this, Chen Zhuan's eyes glimmered with determination. He asked in a deep voice, "What do you want that for?" The girl quickly replied, "I need the map to save Great Marshal." The Great Marshal dynasty once unified the prosperous northern wastes. Unfortunately, after 100,000 years, Great Marshal has now become a small kingdom. Currently the largest country in the north, Great Zhou, is constantly trying to unify Great Marshal. The king of Hao Yu lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes as he said, "Because my kingdom of Vast Moon was once supported by Great Marshal, I want to retrieve the map of the celestial fate, gain the inheritance power from the spirit clan, and then support Great Marshal." Qin Zhuan was surprised and turned to look at the notification system, the screen flashing with sudden news. "Congratulations, Master, for discovering a clue to unlock the 5th trial." The system continued to announce, "Objective: save the younger generation of Great Marshal. Condition: the Master cannot directly intervene to help the younger generation. Reward: a combat field opportunity." Qin Zhuan rubbed his chin and furrowed his brow in thought. The words of the king of Hao Yu and the current situation made him realize one thing. Is that so? So Great Marshal is the force of my younger generation, while Great Zhao dares to act against my people. It is truly unforgivable. The king of Hao Yu hesitantly spoke up, "So, esteemed one, can the stellar map be given to me?" Qin Zhuan quickly interrupted, "This map, I will not give you." She anxiously asked again, "Esteemed one, did you not say that if one wins, it is theirs?" Suddenly Chen Zhuan bowed down, one knee on the ground. He respectfully said, in a tone as serious as that used to address an elder, "Commoner Chen Zhuan pays respects to the king of Hao Yu. I now acknowledge you as my ruler. You may command me as you see fit." The 3 witnesses were so taken aback they rolled their eyes in shock. They hurriedly shouted, "Esteemed one, what are you doing? I have no skills to be your monarch, please get up." However, he remained in a kneeling position and replied, "No, your majesty. Rather than you acquiring the heritage to protect Great Marshal, why not let me become your subject? Sending me to protect Great Marshal would suffice, wouldn't it?" Xiao Longshu and Xiao Xiao Yu were so astonished they gasped in disbelief. They could not comprehend what was happening. The king of Hao Yu stammered, "Esteemed one, what do you mean by this?" Qin Zhuan stood up and gently smiled, responding, "It's nothing, your majesty. Great Marshal was founded by me over 100,000 years ago. I only wish to protect my descendants." Upon hearing this, all 3 exclaimed in unison, "What?" The legend states that over 100,000 years ago, there was a Grand Master who founded Great Marshal. Could it be that you are? He cheerfully continued, "That's right, your majesty, I am the mystical heavenly emperor. Please take me to meet the Great Marshal whom you always hold in your heart." The king of Hao Yu hesitantly replied, "Hey, yes, this is a world where the strong can easily trample the weak. Those with cultivation talent can form sects or clans." Images of the leaders flashed before us along with the story. Once successful in cultivation, they could face thousands of ordinary people on their own. Above the sky, surrounded by streams of golden light, a question suddenly rang out: how can ordinary people survive in this world? At this moment, an image of a court appeared along with a narrative. The court, though made up of ordinary people, possessed power that even cultivators feared. Shortly after, the image of a massive dragon emerged. This dragon carried an incredibly powerful strength. That strength was known as Dragon Vein. At this moment in the sky, many had been defeated by that power. The power of Dragon Vein could only be held by the bloodline of ordinary emperors. There once was a cultivation force that slaughtered the populace of the dynasty. But in the end, that force was annihilated single-handedly by the king of the court. Therefore, no matter how powerful a cultivator might be, they could not withstand the power of dragon vein from an ordinary emperor. However, the dynasty also had its shortcomings. Only one emperor possessed the power of dragon vein, and the cost of using that power was the emperor's life. At the Great Martial Dynasty, the palace lay in ruins, its pillars shattered and soldiers sprawled unconscious on the floor, blood seeping from their wounds. A savage voice echoed, filling the silent space. Now the entire nation must surrender the dragon vein power to Great Zhou. The king of the Yan people, with a cold, smiling gaze, shouted, "Do you great marshal still resist stubbornly? Is this the moment of death when you refuse to hand over the dragon vein power?" As soon as he finished speaking, he tightened his grip around the neck of the last royal family member of the Great Martial Dynasty, the 7-year-old princess Wu Wanting. His eyes gleamed cruelly as he called out to the little girl, "My little princess Wanting." The king of Hao Yu, after delivering a blow that sent a group of soldiers crashing down, smirked and spoke disdainfully, "How wonderful it would be if you just handed over the dragon vein power." Dao King Realm, standing beside him, raised both hands and shouted confidently, "What we lack, as kings, is longevity. Just surrender it, and Great Zhao will grant you the cultivation talent. I have cultivated the 1,000-year longevity essence." He turned to look at the princess and spoke with a cold threat, "If you remain stubborn and refuse to listen, I will kill all your subjects." The remaining soldiers, exhausted and depleted, struggled to voice their objections. "Princess, do not give up the dragon vein power. If you surrender the dragon vein power, Great Zhao will control Great Martial, and you will also die." Dao King Realm observed the scene, his expression turning serious as he withdrew his power and spoke, "It seems your subjects are willing to die for you." Suddenly Wan Ting's eyes sparkled, shimmering like stars in the dark sky. The little girl shut her eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Suddenly her body emanated streams of green light, illuminating the surroundings with a strange power, causing the air to seem to freeze. Immediately after that, the girl suddenly vanished, leaving the man utterly astonished. It turned out Wan Ting had transformed into a dragon with extraordinary strength, eyes blazing with fire, and a massive body shining under the light. Dao King Realm's face lit up with excitement upon seeing this. He shouted, "Hey, it finally came out." The remaining soldiers screamed in despair, "Princess, you cannot use the dragon vein's power." The dragon that Wang Ting had transformed into, with storm-like strength, immediately breathed out a dazzling orb that illuminated the entire sky. Dao King Realm nonchalantly raised his hand to catch the orb and said with a tone of disdain, "Oh, not only do you refuse to surrender, but you also want to kill me? Ridiculous, do you think a mere young dragon can stand against me?" That orb grew larger and brighter, so much so that he could barely open his eyes. Suddenly, it shot straight toward him, striking Dao King Realm's face and nearly shattering it. After the attack, Wan Ting's dragon became exhausted and lay on the ground, eyes closed as if falling into eternal sleep. The remaining soldiers hurried to the dragon's side and, filled with emotion, exclaimed, "Princess, what good does it do to kill him? Your life force has now been depleted, you cannot transform back, you will die." At that moment, a familiar voice resonated, mingled with the cold winds. A hazy figure appeared, eyes gleaming with unusual power. The voice continued, "Haha, who said I was dead?" The figure stepped forward, laughed heartily and said, "I am a dragon hunter favored by Great Zhou, tasked by Dao Zhang to hunt down dozens of dragon veins. Could I be killed by a young dragon?" The soldiers, upon hearing this, panicked and shouted loudly, "What? There's someone who can withstand a blow from the dragon vein and not die." The Dao King Realm rushed over, with a fierce aura and a threatening voice. "I will make you pay for daring to resist." He threw a punch full of strength, causing the dragon transformed by Princess Wan Xing to cry out in pain. The other soldiers were also affected, falling to the ground and unable to rise. Dao King Realm, with a cold expression, trampled over the body of the dragon, his eyes glinting with cruelty. "Do you know what it means to have a long lifespan?" He laughed loudly, his voice resonating clearly. "It means being able to self-detonate your lifespan, unleashing the power of your dragon vein. But just at that moment, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he saw a blinding light shining directly in front of him, making it impossible for him to see anything. The soldiers shouted in panic, "No, the princess doesn't have much lifespan left. Taking another hit will definitely kill her." Wan Xing's eyes slowly closed due to exhaustion, her small body trembling. Dao King Realm laughed heartily, looking triumphant. "Haha, die for me." At that instant, a figure appeared with a resolute gaze. Chen Xuan, with a rugged face, delivered a powerful slap to Dao King Realm's face, causing him to stumble back. At the same time, hundreds of beams of light surged from all directions, illuminating the sky and utterly destroying the palace. The soldiers gawked in surprise, their eyes full of fear as they looked towards the person who had just appeared. A cold voice rang out, "Hemph, the king of the Haoyu kingdom, you think you can subdue great marshal just with yourself?" The group of soldiers trembled, stuttering. "It is the king of Haoyu, why are you here? Anyone involved in this will be annihilated by Great Zhou." Suddenly, a clear voice echoed, resonating in everyone's hearts, "They cannot annihilate." The king of Haoyu pointed towards the kingdom of Vast Moon, his eyes filled with confidence as he looked at Chen Xuan, the one referred to as the mystical heavenly emperor. He joyfully stated, "I have found the Grandmaster Mystical Heavenly Emperor of Great Marshal. Now it is Great Zhao's turn to worry about being destroyed." Hearing this, the soldiers began to panic, exclaiming in trembling voices, "Xuan Mystical Heavenly Emperor, could it be from 100,000 years ago?" Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the darkness, carrying an unusual arrogance. "Hey, what mystical heavenly emperor? Even if it were the Jade Emperor himself, he could not kill me." The Dao King Realm stepped forward, his face cold, his voice ringing out with self-satisfaction. "I and tens of thousands of my soldiers have made a pact. Every time I die, my soldiers bear the consequences. Just now, it was merely Xiaohua, one soldier, nothing significant. Now I will set off explosives to kill 100 people, killing all of you." The soldiers, hearing this, stammered. No wonder he always used self-detonation to attack. If he couldn't kill them, he would beg you to lead the princess to escape. Qin Xuan quickly spoke up nonchalantly, not panicking, "So it seems that we really can't kill their country, can we?" The king of Haoyu, standing next to him, immediately opened a map and replied, The area is the northwest." He confidently continued, "All right, 10 seconds to resolve this." At that moment, his body suddenly swelled. The Dao King Realm chuckled with a mocking attitude. Foolishly thinking you can resolve it in 10 seconds, how ridiculous. Now I'm gathering my life essence within me. In 10 seconds, I can blow you all up, you're all done for." Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and thought to himself, "Wait a minute, my spiritual sense is sensing something." He immediately used his spiritual sense to observe the land. The Dao King Realm hovered in the air above the citizen's kingdom while pondering deeply. "Something seems to have appeared in the sky over my kingdom." Suddenly, an enormous hand appeared, seemingly many times larger than the body of the Dao King Realm. He exclaimed in panic, What is this?" The Dao King Realm's eyes widened in fear, sweat pouring down as he stammered, "The power of the laws of heaven and earth is so immense like this." The confrontation happened in an instant. The giant hand slammed down onto the ground, shattering the foundation and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. That power was truly terrifying. The fat man was no longer arrogant, now he was in a state of panic, screaming as his spiritual consciousness recovered. "I'm done for. All my people have died, so detonating now isn't just about myself." Then he exploded in midair. The explosion echoed, illuminating the whole sky. The group of Chen Xuan stood below, looking up as if enjoying a fireworks display. However, this fireworks caused rocks and debris to scatter everywhere, forcing Chen Xuan to create a temporary shield to protect everyone from injury. The sounds of stones crashing against the shield echoed with continuous boom-boom noises. Chen Xuan spoke up, "It's done." Now there was no longer any country named the Republic of China on the map. The two attendants hugged each other, trembling. To destroy a country so casually like this was truly the act of mysterious heaven. The king of Hao Yu stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. Fortunately, he had not offended Chen Xuan in the past. Chen Xuan gently asked the king, "So, your majesty, do you have any further orders for me?" The king could only stammer, managing to say a few incomplete words. "Well, I hope you can cure Wen Xing quickly." He strode towards the green dragon. "At your command, your majesty," he said, the system appearing frustrated. "I am impressed. How do you manage to find the north like that, my dear?" Ken Xuan smiled, unconcerned. "My system does not directly intervene to save my descendants, you know. This is me following your orders, your majesty." Meanwhile, on Chen Haoran's side, they were fiercely battling against the chubby man. The clash of the battle erupted, illuminating the area brilliantly. The continuous attacks pushed forward, forcing Zhu Wuyan to dodge skillfully, occasionally getting hit. "Just for one leg, why must we fight endlessly? Who is the scoundrel that summoned you here?" Around the fat man, thick shields stood firm against the fiery attacks from Luo Qingcheng. The plump figure of King Peng stood inside, laughing smugly with a disdainful gaze. He surely was the one from that stingy fellow, truly making one feel nauseous. Chen Hao ran weaved through each wave of the fat man's techniques, angrily saying, "You dare to insult my grandmaster. You are the stingy one." Luo Qingcheng jumped up, wielding the fiery sword and engaging the enemy. "That's right, your entire sect is filled with stingy fools. All of you are mindless idiots." The battle in the sky grew more and more terrifying. The surrounding trees were uprooted, and earth and stone flew up in chaos, creating a scene of disorder and ferocity. Everyone on the ground was in a frenzy, crying out, "Stop, don't fight anymore. If this continues even before Spirit Tomb opens, we will die already." As soon as the words were spoken, a beam of green light fell from the sky, piercing through the thick dust and haze. A scream rang out, "Shou Jing!" Everyone was left gaping when that beam of light appeared in the midst of this battle. A voice resounded before the tomb of the spirit clan, emanating from within that peculiar light. The voice was powerful, suggesting that the speaker was of mature age yet showed no signs of aging, causing the light to become blinding to the people of Qingcheng and King Peng. An elderly man with a stern expression stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am the guardian of the spirit clan's tomb, responsible for testing each trial. I declare here that those who can delve deep into the tomb crypt will obtain supreme opportunities and unparalleled inheritances." Before everyone stood the first door, the tips of gigantic vines stretching high, intricately reaching upwards, marking the entrance to the tomb crypt. Their resolute gazes ignited with determination. A voice echoed again, "We invite those seeking challenge to enter at will. The rules have been introduced. I hereby declare the Spirit Clan Tomb Crypt officially open." Chen Hao ran, Luo Qingcheng, Zhu Wuyan, and the chubby King Peng all stood frozen, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. But soon after, everyone erupted into cheers of joy, embracing each other with excitement. The spirit tomb had finally opened its doors. "We made it, dealing with those brats outside. I feel safer inside the tomb crypt." On the side of Chen Xuan, he had instructed his people to fill the area around Wenxing with water, creating a small pond. A servant approached to report, "Master, your jade spring divine soil has been poured. We can start the treatment." The queen, upon hearing "Master," hurriedly interjected, "Master, although you possess jade spring divine soil, it is futile." She recalled the brutal past, struggling to contain her emotions, but tears still streamed down her face. "Our missing princess has been poisoned by the poisonous dragon's resentment of Great Zhou. This divine poison was used to punish tyrants over 100,000 years ago. After being poisoned, using the power of the dragon vein will swiftly deplete life." The more she spoke, the more resolute her voice became. "Apart from the divine sacred needle of thought and heart that can cure this poison, there is no other way. However, the divine sacred needle of thought and heart has long been taken to another continent." The close servant bent slightly forward, sighing, "Is it really only 3 stars?" Before the person could finish speaking, she turned and saw something that astonished her. She saw Chen Zhuan sitting intently casting spells, with 9 needles appearing above his head, leaving the servant and the queen bewildered. "Grandmaster, the possessor of the sacred needle of thought and heart, and moreover, having 9 needles, the servant spoke up with confusion. Kim Suan frowned, sighed, and explained, "The divine healer you mentioned was my disciple 100,000 years ago. The sacred needle of thought and heart originally had 10 needles, but it was too weak. It could only control 1 needle, and that harmed my family. Next time I meet him, I must give him a kick." Kim Suan recalled the first time he met his descendant and had decided to hit him on the head once. The two stood there, bewildered and astonished. What? The only divine healer back then was a disciple of a master. Moreover, in the eyes of the grandmaster, he is a poor student. A flame erupted, surrounding Chen Xuan, which was the power of the 9 needles, flying towards Wen Xing and speaking in her mind. "Wen Xing, don't be afraid. I am your grandmaster from 100,000 years ago. Now, rest assured to entrust everything to me." Wen Xing had just opened her eyes, but her expression was still very tired. The grandmaster would help her resolve the poisonous dragon's resentment. Chen Zhuan heated his palm with flames and brought it before Wen Ting, helping her quickly regain her vitality. The group of people hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the spirit tomb, shouting with excitement, "Hurry up! The spirit tomb is open, let's go quickly." Lu Qingqing assessed the situation and realized it was not favorable. She said anxiously, "Hao Ran, we can't continue fighting anymore. The tomb crypt will be stolen before we can even get in." Hao Ran, standing next to Qingqing, nodded as he believed her words made sense. "All right, we need to seize the time to claim first place." Suddenly a loud laugh echoed, startling everyone as they turned around. "It's too late," a voice called out. It was Fan Ma, his figure ablaze, standing on a floating sword, raising his hand in greeting. "If I can't become the #1 newcomer, then I want to be the first to enter the tomb crypt." 2 people watched as he became so hot he seemed to be on fire, left speechless and unable to believe what they were seeing. Hao Ran, realizing that Fan Mei was acting strangely, spoke up, "Has he gone insane? Why is he burning his own cultivation? If we let him steal it first, we're done for." Before he could finish his sentence, a vine suddenly shot out from somewhere, wrapping around him and causing sharp thorns to strike him violently, making him bleed. In pain he let out a heartbreaking scream, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, and then he collapsed to the ground, dead instantly. The 2 of them gazed at the scene with bewilderment. What? How did he die? The gatekeeper of Spirit Tomb hovered in the air, looking down below with anger. "Dare to use spiritual energy in front of Spirit Clan? Have you forgotten the rules of Spirit Clan? So foolish, Fan Ma. Didn't I tell you before you came? Our Spirit Clan does not use spiritual energy, and we despise anyone else using it." The close-knit group of Fan Ma sat around the corpse, trembling and crying. "Why did you forget that rule?" The others, hearing the guard reproach King Peng in this way, stood frozen, then began to murmur excitedly. "Isn't it possible to use spiritual energy? Then how can one get up here? This vine seems to be alive." Xiu Shibai and his 3 companions stood behind, their vine branches sneering at the crowd who were confused about how to climb up. "You are here to flounder and challenge our Spirit Clan, to defeat the morale of the practitioners. Therefore, there is only one way to ascend." Shibai was excited, confident in his method. That method was to use physical strength to crawl up. He began to laboriously climb alongside his companions, their trembling hands desperately trying to grasp the vine strands. Although the vines would dissolve into poisons, devouring life, those who were older had stronger resistance to this poison. Therefore, this time the leaders were all very old individuals. A question flashed in the mind of the old man, a fellow of trial worship. Given that the Fan Ma's body seemed fake, he could take him along. He turned around, his gaze filled with disdain. "Those junior kids, even if they climb the vine without dying, they will be crippled." Thinking of the dead Fan Ma, his heart burned with the determination for revenge. "Fan Ma, I will carry your legacy to lead those arrogant juniors in front." While he was laughing in contempt, Zhu Wuyan soared forward, riding the divine tree before them. He calmly looked at the climbers, his voice gentle and full of enigma. "Are you idiots? Why climb when you can fly?" Shibai looked at him, his eyes filled with confusion, and the 2 fellow clansmen also stared blankly. but in just an instant he had vanished upward. The old man, furious, slammed hard against the vine, shouting loudly, "What the hell? Based on what can he fly without being attacked? This vine is truly foolish, wake up." But in reality, Zhu Wuyan was not using cultivation. What he unleashed was the power of the war god, so the spirit clan paid him no mind at all. Not stopping at this surprise, another surprise came when an old man spoke up. "No, sect leader, the vines are not stupid, just look at that fat guy." The old man was so astonished that his eyes nearly fell out. That fat guy faced the assault, using spiritual energy to fly up. Surprisingly, he was both sleeping and ignoring the attacks, meaning he was completely unaffected. Inside his protective shell, he still flew up despite the relentless assault from the vines, mumbling, "Little brother, wait for me." Shibai was so furious that his arms and legs flailed wildly. What the heck? Sleeping while overcoming challenges and still being able to act that way? Below, Lu Qingqing and Chen Hao Ran anxiously looked up but could not climb up. Hao Ran sighed and spoke, "It's over. Those two just insulted the Grandmaster. They will definitely steal it first." Qingqing shook her head, a worried expression clear on her face. "But if we can't use spiritual energy, how are we supposed to get up there?" Suddenly, a glaring golden light radiated from Qingqing's chest, causing Hao Ran to squint and quickly cover his eyes. "Wait, senior sister, your bun is glowing." The blinding light made Qingqing blush in embarrassment, not knowing what it was. She took out a perplexing destiny map. The light emanating was not from her, but from the map itself, a gift from her friend Hao Yugo. Hao Ran felt a bit embarrassed and turned away to avoid seeing the unexpected scene. "Oh, my senior sister, you really don't consider me an outsider," he sighed. At that moment, a vine hammock suddenly fell from somewhere, startling the two in conversation who turned their heads to look. The gatekeeper smiled gently and said, "Esteemed guest, please come in." He was truly different from before. Hao Ran and Qingqing exchanged glances, their eyes bright with curiosity. "Esteemed guest." The old man smiled and nodded. "Indeed, the destiny map of yours can bypass obstacles, even allowing you to be the first selected." The incident left Zhu Shibai and his companions once again astonished to the point of nearly dropping their jaws, indignantly voicing, "Oh, is there a treatment for esteemed guests as well? This is too much, aren't we being wronged?" Hao Ran and Qingqing sat on the chairs, their eyes filled with satisfaction and triumph. "Oh my, they are treating you like an esteemed guest now, senior sister. If you don't accept this time, it would be a bit odd." The destiny map really is effective, isn't it? Hao Ran sat happily, hands clasped behind his head, enjoying the feeling of singing cheerfully. Suddenly the old man from the spirit clan appeared behind him and hit him hard on the head, causing Hao Ran to fall headfirst to the ground. Qingqing saw the scene but didn't have time to catch him. Hao Ran lay on the ground, angry, and muttered, "Oh my, old man, what are you doing? I'm a distinguished guest here." The old man didn't bother to pay attention to him. The precious guest chair flew up, and he followed suit, calling down, "A distinguished guest only has one map token, which can only allow one person in." Hao Ran felt an injustice in his heart and cursed. "Only one person can go in, damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" Beside him, the group of Zhu Shibai was still struggling to climb the tree. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. "Finally, there's someone worse off than us. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Can't you climb up anymore?" Everyone was trying to cling to the vines to crawl up to the tomb crypt. Seeing that everyone was making an effort to climb up, Hao Ran felt anxious. No, they had started to crawl up, he also had to go up. Hao Ran touched the vine, intending to climb up, but felt something strange. He quickly withdrew his hand, trembling in pain. "Oh my God, it hurts so much." There was something on this vine preventing him from climbing any higher. The old man guarding the gate, hovering in midair, announced, "The teleportation gateway will only remain open for 100 ticks." Those who are older laughed at Hao Ran. "The kid who was panicking just a moment ago is now the one who can only watch us climb up first. You are the only one who still cannot make it up, making you no different from standing there and witnessing failure." Hao Ran felt lost and scared. "It's over, now I'm the only one left on the ground. If this continues, won't I be embarrassed in front of Grandmaster's reputation? Suddenly, a purple sphere fell right in front of him, catching Hao Ran's attention. Curiously, he picked it up, and immediately the sphere emitted a dense source of spiritual energy. He panicked and shouted, "What is this thing?" The source of spiritual energy erupted violently. The gatekeeper saw Hao Ran unleashing spiritual energy, and his eyes ignited with rage, yelling, "Damn it, I have already mentioned the rules. How dare you release such dense spiritual energy? This is disrespectful to the spirit clan." Instantly, all the vines shot towards Hao Ran. Chu Shibai laughed loudly, his voice filled with contempt. "Die! This is the spiritual energy I prepared to stop any competitors who dare to harm Fam Ma. Now it's your turn to die." Enormous, thorny vines surged up, covering the entire sky, rushing towards Hao Ran. He clenched his fists, tears and snot smeared across his face, utterly terrified. "What the hell is this? If this thing hits me, won't I die here?" Suddenly, a strand of white hair fell from somewhere, slowly touching Hao Ran's hand, accompanied by a cold voice. "This Dan Wei dares to lay hands on the younger generation. This is disrespectful to me, Xuan Heavenly Emperor." Something flickered, darting through the writhing vines, causing them to sever. The sharp sound of cutting echoed again, slicing through the vines. A blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire forest. Chu Shibei's smugness was short-lived as his complexion changed drastically, almost causing his eyeballs to pop out. Chen Hao Ran stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The old man from the spirit clan was also astonished and bewildered, much like the other two witnessing this scene. The gigantic vine slowly collapsed, causing the crowd clinging to it to panic, desperately trying to hold on to the vine. A loud crash echoed as an enormous vine was easily severed by some unseen force. The old man guarding the door witnessed the vine's fall, his eyes wide open, his face blank. What kind of power is this, so incredibly strong? This power originates from spiritual energy, yet it is so powerful that the strongest formation of our spirit clan cannot counter it. Suddenly, the old man thought of Chen Xuan, an unbelievable idea flashing through his mind. Could it be that man? Hao Ran reached out and caught a white strand of hair, clenching his fist to hold it tightly, and realized it belonged to his grandmaster. A strand of grandmaster's hair. I never thought it would be so impressive. He took a deep breath, feeling the power emanating from the strand of hair. Then he brushed it against his cheek, snorting with pride. The others were merely sword cultivators or saber cultivators, ordinary and unremarkable. Hao Ran no longer felt the panic he had before. Now he felt confident with his grandmaster's support. But in the future, I will be the one to cultivate, he told himself, smiling smugly against the cold. The handsome man leaned against a strand of hair, traveling throughout Heavenly Fang. The grandmaster indeed treated him well. He was truly handsome. Hao Ran took one last look before soaring into the sky, entering the tomb crypt. The others were left on the ground, staring blankly as Hao Ran flew away. They pounded their fists and kicked their feet, expressing their dissatisfaction. Handsome my ass, what's the basis for that? Just a strand of hair, and he looks disgusting with it attached. Some sat, while others crawled on the ground. Zhu Beiji pointed to the sky and shouted, "But the vines are gone now, we can fly up too. Hurry, the teleportation gate is about to close." A chorus of responses echoed, and everyone flew up in a frenzy like a swarm of disturbed bees. The old man from the spirit clan stood still, observing the scene around him. He recalled the power he had just witnessed. Could it have been that man? No way. But this time it seemed he sensed a familiar power. He pondered deeply. Will we still be able to find the right person? Switching scenes, Wu Wangqing lay on the bed. Her face was etched with pain, surrounded by sounds of weeping. "Boo Wu, it has been cured." The sobbing sounds came from the attendant, who continued to cry, saying, "This is the first person since being afflicted by the poisonous dragon's resentment of Great Zhao that has been able to heal. Beside him is the king of Hao Yu." Wu Wangqing looked at Chen Xuan with admiring eyes and exclaimed, "A truly powerful expert." At that moment, Chen Xuan was still observing Wang Qing, his expression serious. "Not healed," he said. Upon hearing this, the two of them shifted from a state of joy to one of worry. Chen Chuan continued, I have only removed the poisonous dragon's resentment, but within Wan Qing's body, there is not just this type of poison. Qin Zuan reached out to her and said, What is more present is a type of force I have never encountered, which cannot be dispelled. He emphasized that this force was threatening Wan Qing's life. As soon as he finished speaking, the two cried out in unison, What? Their eyes were filled with worry as they saw Wan Qing in such pain, stirring feelings of anguish in everyone around. Qin Zuan looked at them with a cold gaze, an aura of killing intent radiating from him. The one who planted this poison is from Great Zhou, right? Tell me where he is. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the heart of the Great Zhou royal territory. At this moment, Chen Chuan was standing in the sky, arms clasped behind his back, looking down. Before him lay a vast royal palace. Above was the deep blue sky dotted with gentle white clouds, and beyond was the calm, serene sea. A breathtaking scene that was hard to resist, yet he had no mood to appreciate it. As he arrived, dark clouds suddenly rolled into the sky, accompanied by flashing lightning cutting across. A brilliant aura radiated around him, making the space feel heavy and tense. Chen Chuan shouted angrily, I am the Xuan Heavenly Emperor. The one who poisoned the younger generation of my empire, Wu Wanting, come out and take responsibility. If not... Suddenly, a colossal hand, resplendent in various colors, appeared, causing the sea beneath him to surge violently. The hand was so large that it could overshadow the entire capital of Great Zhou. Around it, brilliant lightning flickered as if waiting for orders to descend and obliterate everything. Qin Zuan gritted his teeth, his voice laced with murderous intent. I will destroy Great Zhou. Suddenly, a voice emanated from within the royal palace, cold and threatening. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to cure the poison for your younger generation. Once this poison takes hold, even I would have no way to remedy it. Hearing this, Chen Zhuan's eyes ignited with fury, and veins throbbed on his forehead as he shouted, Hemph, then you and Great Zhou will be buried together. Upon finishing his words, the gigantic hand under Chen Zhuan's control prepared to descend upon the imperial palace, accompanied by the rumbling sounds of thunder and increasingly turbulent waves of the sea. As the hand was about to touch Great Zhou, a powerful purple force surged up from beneath the sea, directly targeting the center of the palm. This unexpected scene astonished Chen Zhuan. I didn't expect anyone to be able to shatter my power over the laws of heaven and earth, he exclaimed in shock. A cold voice echoed from beneath the sea. But it does not come from the imperial palace, it comes from beneath the waves. Xuan Heavenly Emperor, it seems you are still unaware of the situation. The one who should be fearful of being killed is not me. Suddenly, a pair of terrifying eyes appeared, staring directly at Chen Zhuan. The blood-red eyes, containing veins of rage and hatred, seemed as if they wanted to engulf him. The voice continued, It is you. Qin Zuan felt the danger from that voice. His system immediately issued a warning. Warning, warning, master. This creature possesses lethal power. Do not strike carelessly. The system continued to issue a notification, its voice cold and serious. This mission is not trivial. Success could lead to the next mission to the next continent. Failure, the master and the beings of the Hongmei continent will face a catastrophic blow. The choice of the master. Will you accept the mission to save the Hongmei continent? Qin Zuan gazed at the mission notification from the system, his expression thoughtful about this. Can you kill me? If I fail, will all the beings of the continent die? He remained firm in the sky, his gaze icy, pointing at the red eyes beneath the sea and spoke, challenging, Who are you? Why are you harming a child? Do you wish to destroy this continent? The voice from beneath the sea resonated, laced with a hint of surprise. Oh, you've guessed my plan again. But who I am is not important. Those red eyes vanished, but the voice continued to echo from the sea, cold and terrifying. After waiting for 100,000 years, the era will open, disasters will come. That is the gift I provide as I break through the banishment. By that time, everyone will see my true form and tremble in fear of my reputation. Immediately, a zone of fierce power appeared on the sea, surrounded by magnificent bolts of lightning, concentrating towards Chen Xuan, shaking the entire surface of the water. Chen Xuan was unshaken. Regardless of the bolts of lightning racing down as if to tear the sky apart, he stood firm, his resolute eyes attentively listening to the voice from beneath the sea. Swine Heavenly Emperor, I have a premonition that perhaps you are the only one who can hinder my plan, or you'll become the sinner that brings about the destruction of the entire continent. The bolts of lightning, when nearing him, suddenly stopped, condensing in the air as if waiting for something. Chen Xuan did not take his eyes off the deep sea, as if he wished to pierce the darkness and see the true face of the adversary. The voice continued to resound, full of regret. It's just a pity that I cannot kill you yet, but next I will launch an attack on this continent. That being paused for a moment, and the voice shifted to one of provocation. Can you stop me? The system immediately issued a warning. Warning, Master, this is a being that has existed since this continent was born. Do not underestimate it. King Xuan looked at the notification, his expression slightly surprised. Exists since the beginning of the continent. I have been here for 200,000 years, yet there are beings even older than I am. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan quickly regained his composure. He wore a mysterious smile, his eyes shining with absolute confidence. Haha, but I suppose I must wait until the new era, right? He said cheerfully, the smile on his lips sparkling with determination. Very well, when that time comes, I will kill you. Those mysterious eyes expressed great satisfaction and said, Very well, I look forward to the battle with you. Xuan Heavenly Emperor. In no time they arrived at the main hall. The king of Haoyu looked at Chen Xuan and asked, You have returned, master. You must have resolved the issue of Great Zhou, right? Kim Xuan clasped his hands behind his back as he walked in, his expression a mix of a smile and something else. Haha, no, it seems I encountered a formidable opponent this time. Hearing this, the king couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Even someone like you can encounter an opponent. Chen Xuan fell into his own world. He murmured to himself, System, can I still detoxify Wan Xing? Moreover, what exactly does that monster want? The system replied, You can detoxify Wan Qing. As for that monster's purpose, it will be revealed once your next life regains the spirit clan's inheritance. Qin Xuan pondered for a moment and said, All right, but why is it related to the spirit clan's inheritance? After hearing the system clarify his doubts, Chen Xuan turned to the king and said, Please make an effort to relay orders to all the forces in the world, preparing to welcome a great battle. This may be an unavoidable conflict. Just returned for a short time, but Chen Xuan had already caused everyone to experience continuous surprises. The king just shouted something, Great War. His gaze was dark as he looked at Wan Qing, then blandly replied, Indeed. The girl still seemed unable to calm down, her face still in pain as before. Chen Xuan placed his hand on her forehead, then looked out. It seemed that the Han continent, endless and vast, was about to arrive, and the era of 100,000 years of the Han continent was preparing to come to an end. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing, sitting on a chair, was suddenly pulled into some other space. She panicked, unsure of where she was. It seemed that it was not only her but many others as well, such as Zhu Shibai, Chen Hao Ran, and the chubby Zhu Wuyan. All of them had been dragged into that strange space, but unlike Lu Qingqing, they appeared to be ready. They were waiting for the moment the era of 100,000 years would open up. A battle concerning the fate of the Han continent is about to unfold. The confrontation between them and that monster is drawing near. Looking back 3 years into the past, a boy was sitting on the ground, hugging his knees. Beside him was a hat used in opera. The boy cried out loud, sobbing, and then yelled, "Oh father, it hurts too much." Dai doesn't want to train his brain anymore. Next to him stood a tall man, seemingly his father. He stomped loudly on the steps, muttering as he did so, "These rotten steps. Is this how you teach him? They've ruined the steps completely." Then he softened his tone and said, "Today, Dai can take a break." The boy remained seated, pouting, gently blowing on a wound on his leg. His voice was soft but still carried a hint of grievance. Then Dai wants to eat candied hawthorn." The father smiled, lifted the boy onto his shoulder, and comforted him. "All right, later I will buy some for you." With his father's agreement, the boy's face brightened, no longer showing any trace of sadness. Coincidentally, the conversation between the two fathers and sons fell into the sight of a little girl with blue hair, who was standing on the nearby corridor. The girl's clothes looked very dusty, and her hands and feet were covered with scratches and bruises, piled upon one another. It seemed that she had gone through a lot of hardship. In her hands, the girl was holding a cage, inside which was a small bird. Her voice trembled with frustration. "Wang Qing hurts." Strangely, the bird seemed to understand her words. It looked at her intently, tilting its head towards her as if listening. Wang Qing, the last bloodline of the Emperor of Great Martial, was only 4 years old but had already received power from the dragon vein. Her blue hair was tied neatly to one side, and her sparkling blue eyes. However, on that innocent little face, there was not a trace of innocence or joy, the things that a child her age should possess. Wang Qing whispered weakly, "Wang Qing wants to rest." Suddenly, an old man appeared. Beside him were 2 guards, closely following like shadows. His face clearly showed anger as he shouted, "Not allowed! The Emperor must fight on. You must quickly learn the power of the dragon vein, otherwise who will protect this nation?" The man was the Grand Vizier of Great Martial, the one who supported the Emperor. His appearance exuded authority, but was also intimidating. On his face were 2 whiskers protruding sideways, along with a small beard under his chin that he would not forget to stroke every time he spoke. The scolding words made Wang Qing lower her head, not daring to look up. The exhaustion was apparent on her face. The old man ordered brusquely, "Take her away." Immediately, the 2 guards stepped forward, each grabbing one of her arms, pulling her out. Wang Qing turned her head, her gaze directed at the bird in the cage. The bird flapped around, beating its wings as if wanting to protect its master. The girl helplessly called its name, her voice weak, "Qiao Qing." It turned out the bird was named Qiao Qing, a rare species known as Bai Ling Niao. The only friend who played with Wu Wan King from childhood to adulthood was Qiao Qing. When she saw the girl being taken away, Qiao Qing panicked, flying around wildly and crying out in despair. After that, Wu Wangxing continuously endured painful consequences from using the power of the dragon vein. Her body grew weaker and more frail. Seeing the girl suffer such pain and misery, Xiao Qing could not help but shed heartbreaking tears. Time passed quickly like a dog running across the field. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. Bai Ling Neo, Xiao Qing, ultimately could no longer continue living. She passed away from heartache and worry for Wu Wanqing. At that time, Wu Wanqing was only 6 years old, but the power of the dragon vein had exhausted her, combined with being poisoned by the poisonous dragon's resentment from Great Zhou. Her lifespan was severely limited. The girl, tired and worn out, collapsed, her dazed eyes looking towards Xiao Qing. Wan Qing attempted to reach out towards the cage, weakly calling, "Grand Vizier, Grand Vizier." The little girl desperately pleaded with the Grand Vizier Wan Qing. Before she died, she wanted to be buried with Xiao Qing. Despite her begging, he furiously refused. He said, "Great Zhao has sent people to attack the palace. The citizens of Great Martial are waiting for someone to save them. Even if you die, you must protect Great Martial." He did not stop there and continued, "Don't think that just because you are about to die, you can avoid fighting for Great Martial any longer. Your existence is for the sake of Great Martial." Wan Qing, ignoring the cold words of the old man, sat there. Her hands tightly embraced the cage, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Xiao Qing. He kept rambling, "You must." But this time, he did not have time to finish his sentence. A loud explosion resounded from behind, sending him and the other 2 flying away. Boom! The girl turned her head and saw the Grand Vizier lying motionless on the ground. The explosion had left him unable to survive. A hand reached out, gripping Wan Qing's neck, leaving her startled and terrified. The master of that hand said, "What else are you concerned about? It is the Dao King realm. He has arrived." He carried a sword strapped to his back, draped in a fur cloak, with a crown upon his head. The Dao King realm lifted the girl up and, with a triumphant laugh, said, "I told you, You should ponder the survival of the nation, not fret like a child. The more he looked, the more his malevolent nature was revealed, his eyes bloodshot. How terrifying, he said. No matter how much you fear, no matter how much you long for freedom, this is all forbidden. The Dao King realm declared, because you are the ruler of this land, you must bear it all, including the sacrifice of your life. Upon finishing his words, he cast a spell to kill Wu Wanting. But what the Dao King realm did not expect was that the one who would perish here today was not the girl, but himself. As soon as he cast the spell, a sudden flash of golden light rushed in. The light pierced through his body, causing part of him to disintegrate into flesh and bone. Wanting was freed, while the arm of the Dao King realm gradually began to fade away. A slow voice echoed, making her widen her eyes in astonishment. Has what Wanting has done for this nation not been enough? A slender hand appeared, gradually reaching out towards her. Sorry, Grandmaster arrived late. The one who appeared was Chen Zhuan. A brilliant golden light radiated from his body, and his face showed clear regret and compassion. He reached his hand closer to Wanting, his voice gentle. Now the Grandmaster is here. Wanting, you don't need to fight anymore. Chen Zhuan lightly stroked the girl's hair, his gaze still filled with tenderness. You must have lived in fear all these years, right? He paused, softly adding, You've worked hard. Wanting said nothing. She simply stood there, her eyes wide open, looking at him as if this were a dream and not reality. At this moment, the little girl finally dared to believe that this was the truth. Wanting pursed her lips, trembling, then she burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face, rolling down her cheeks. Wanting cried, perhaps partly because she missed Master, and the rest as if she wanted to release all the grievances, the pain, and the resentment she had endured for so many years. She buried her face in Chen Zhuan's embrace, crying louder with each passing second, each passing minute. He stood there gently supporting her, his hand stroking her head softly, comforting her. Back in reality, Wanting was still lying on the bed. Beside her was the cage where Xiao King had once fluttered and sang. The cage was now filled with colorful flowers. It seemed that the little girl no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. Kim Zhuan stood nearby, his face anxious and worried. He watched closely, noticing that Wanting seemed to be dreaming. That scene made them appear more like a parent and child than a teacher and student. Chen Zhuan looked out at the sky, where dark clouds were gradually enveloping the area. A sense of anxiety overwhelmed him as the system notified that to detoxify Wanting, they needed to see if the younger generation could retrieve the Tomb Crypt Spirit Clan. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became, not knowing how their situation was now. At this moment in the Tomb Crypt Spirit Clan, Lu Qingcheng was using her hands to manipulate power, emitting a faint light in the darkness. She anxiously looked around, only to find a desolate, dark space, devoid of anyone. Unable to contain herself, she instinctively yelled out, "Where is this place?" After that, she called out loudly, "How Ran, are you there?" Immediately, a plump man appeared. He joyfully said, "I am the second one. Coming after King Peng is Zhu Wuyan. He is sitting on a weapon." Zhu Wuyan laughed triumphantly, saying, "Haha, I am the first." As both of them just touched the ground, they looked closer and saw Lu Qingcheng standing there. 3 pairs of eyes facing each other, confused, unsure of what was happening. 3 people over there, standing on the other side, pointed towards her and shouted in unison with anger. "Ah, this woman!" Lu Qingcheng on this side covered her ample chest with her hands, avoiding their gaze, and shouted, "Who is that?" While the 3 of them were arguing, a pair of feet gently landed, and Dao Ren joyfully said, "Senior sister, I'm here." Seeing her, Qingcheng was happy but also worried as she asked, "How did you get in here?" Chen Hao Ran pointed upward, smiling as he said, "Fortunately, it was thanks to Grandmaster's love." Soon after, a voice echoed down from above, "It belongs to Mr. Bai Yu. Congratulations to all of you for passing the county magistrate entrance exam. The next is the second trial." Hearing this, everyone was bewildered, not knowing what was about to happen. Mr. Bai Yu stood above, holding a staff in his hand, and continued speaking. "The rules of this competition state that the goal of this trial is to select the heir of the legacy. To pass this test, you must complete a grand undertaking, which is to pass through the gate to the earth's core. Upon finishing his words, a towering stone wall rose from the ground, forming a large door. Behind the door was a winding maze, with bright flames illuminating the path ahead. However, deep within, there was only an impenetrable darkness, making it impossible to see the destination. From above, the participants looked tiny, but a quick glance revealed a large number of people from all corners gathered here. Mr. Baiyu continued to present the competition rules. Each group will consist of 2 people. You can use spiritual power to face the dangers in the checkpoint. But when he spoke of the next point, everyone gasped in astonishment. He said, "The list of those who pass will only include 2 groups. Many people have come here today to become hares, but upon entering this challenge, only 4 people will be allowed to advance. If at least one person in a team reaches the finish line, the entire team will be considered as having passed." Just hearing this, everyone's face was covered in beads of sweat. If they couldn't get past this hurdle, then all the effort to get here would be in vain. Without letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief, Mr. Baiyu introduced an even deadlier rule. Once 2 teams passed, the remaining teams would perish in the tomb crypt. As soon as these words were spoken, the competition became more brutal. From this moment on, it was directly related to survival. He reminded everyone that in the aerial trial, spiritual power would be severely depleted, his voice serious. "Now we will open the second trial." The door was cracked open, and white mist gradually poured out from inside. Mr. Baiyu urged, "Please hurry up." The large door continued to open wider, and the mist flowed out in greater volumes. The participants were indeed numerous. In their hands were swords, ready in position. One of the men standing behind Zhu Shibai spoke up first, laughing gleefully. "Ha ha, in short, only the first 2 teams to pass the first trial can survive. So our major sect, the strongest in the world, will take it all." As soon as he finished, he and his companions charged forward, leading the way. Seeing this, everyone else also rushed forward, prepared to face the challenge. However, behind the door was still a thick layer of smoke. What awaited them? To their surprise, the first thing that greeted them was a gigantic monster, its neck wrapped in heavy chains. It licked its tongue menacingly, staring at the crowd as if they were delicious prey willingly offering themselves to it. However, Zhu Shibai was not frightened at all. In fact, he snorted in exasperation. Zhu Shibai charged forward, followed by 3 others. They immediately formed a formation. He shouted loudly, "Fan Ma, although you are dead, we will carry your will and continue to live." At the end of the sentence, Zhu Shibai thrust the dagger forward, shouting loudly, "Thup thup kai." As soon as he finished, golden lights flickered around the monster, but it was actually the sword strikes of Zhu Shibai's group that created that effect. The monster let out a painful scream, raising one leg high, making it unable to stand steadily. The image of the 4 of them posing as they landed on the ground, with a layer of dust and smoke created by the falling monster behind them, looked truly majestic. Zhu Shibai stepped onto the monster, which bore the cuts from their daggers and swords on its body. He laughed loudly, boasting, "Haha, a quick kill of a monster. This is the strength of our #1 major sect in the world." He mocked, not like someone who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. At that moment, the surroundings were engulfed in smoke and flames, causing the 4 to freeze in place. They couldn't comprehend what was happening when Chen Hao ran, and Zhu Wuyan, calmly observing, commented, "Is this level really about killing monsters?" Zhu Wuyan, holding a weapon in one hand and cleaning his ear with the other, said, "So bored, isn't there a strong monster around?" At this moment, an announcement from the organization rang out. Wu Yan and King Peng's group had killed 99 beasts, not falling behind their teammates. Chen Hao ran and Lu Qingcheng's group had also dispatched 99 beasts. Everyone was both surprised and admiring, of course, not to mention Zhu Shibei's team. But they couldn't help but wonder, what the heck is going on? Did these 2 teams really take down monsters so effortlessly? Suddenly, a strange noise came from outside the wall near where Zhu Shibei's group was standing. Hearing the sound, they turned their heads back, their faces showing fear. It was a monstrous spider, much larger than the previous beasts. Its face was covered with numerous eyes, sharp teeth, and 4 pairs of long legs were poised to crawl toward them. The 4 stood there, shouting in terror, "Oh my gosh, a real strong monster has come." A powerful leg of the monstrous spider quickly lunged towards them, forcing them to confront this terrifying 8-legged beast. However, Hao Ran and Wu Yan, upon seeing such a gigantic and powerful monster, became truly excited. Hao Ran smiled and said, "Himph, this isn't bad, it can barely be my opponent." Wu Yan was not to be outdone, replying, "You're overestimating yourself. This is my prey." The 2 rushed forward, getting into a ready stance to take down the monster. Seeing them approach, the spider opened its large central eye, and its mouth continuously shot out threads of silk towards the 2, as if to show them what spider silk really smelled like. At the start, they charged in with a heroic image. However, very quickly countless threads of silk were shot into their faces. Even Hao Ran coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. They were caught off guard and sent flying away. One landed face down, while the other came down headfirst. No one had it better than the other. From this side, seeing the 2 of them being attacked like this, Lu Qingqing and King Peng called out in panic, "Little brother." The 2 rushed over to Hao Ran and Wu Yan, worriedly asking, "Hao Ran, are you okay?" The 2 of them lay on the ground, their bodies covered in silk threads, as if they were being pinned down to the ground. Hao Ran quickly raised his voice to stop senior sister from touching him, saying, "Be careful, this net is highly toxic." On Wu Yan's side, things were no better. He said angrily, "I can't move anymore." The venomous spider monster, with a large round eye in the middle of its head and dozens of smaller eyes on either side, stared intently at Hao Ran and Wu Yan. Its eyes were bright red, filled with menace. It continued to spew extremely poisonous threads, creating a web that flew straight towards the 2. Wu Yan's teammate, King Peng, quickly rushed in. He soared high, swung his arms down, and immediately performed the RECLUSIVE technique. The chubby man unleashed a giant figure that mirrored his own, enveloping the still-lying Wu Yan with spiritual energy, protecting him from the spider's attack. However, on Hao Ran's side, there was no one to halt the poisonous web, which continued directly towards him. Suddenly, Qingqing lunged out to block in front of Hao Ran. "Hao Ran, be careful," she yelled. She quickly performed the Great Sun God of Flames technique, surrounding the spider web with blazing fire. From there, she unleashed an attack, incinerating the poisonous threads rushing towards Hao Ran, creating a protective layer of flames around him. Qingqing unleashed the Great Sun God of Flames, secretly thinking, "Very good, my Great Sun God of Flames can handle this." The blazing fire from her technique enveloped the entire web in the cave, quickly incinerating the spider silk. Boom, boom. The Great Sun God of Flames erupted with such overwhelming power that the flames pierced straight up the cave wall, causing a strong tremor. Qingqing lost control of the unleashed force and, panicking, didn't know how to put a stop to it. She hurriedly retracted her power. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, incinerating the entire toxic web, but it also attracted the attention of the surrounding monsters. Qingqing quickly picked up Chen Hao Ran and tried to flee. "I cannot," she thought to herself. "Although I can burn the toxic web, the monsters will immediately swarm around." The venomous spider was not dead, it spat out a massive amount of toxic silk. Qingqing hurriedly ran over, and only then did she realize the way forward. But unexpectedly, the venomous spider had released a toxic net, covering the entire cave, blocking the only escape route for everyone. It even used its massive body to block the path, making anyone who wished to pass have to step over its corpse. The cultivators there were panicked, thinking, "It's over, the monster has blocked the way. How are we going to get through this? The strength of this monster is very strong, will it kill us all?" On the other side, the cultivators were fighting desperately against the poisonous spider to clear the way, while here those who claimed to be the #1 major sect in the world were hiding in a corner, plotting and scheming, hoping to profit from the chaos. "Haha, you all keep fighting." Zhu Shibei took out a piece of goat skin and sat down with his companions. He secretly thought, "Actually, I also have a part of the divination map." Just now I deliberately took the lead in killing the monsters to give a misleading hint, making everyone think that killing the monsters was the way to pass the level. The others were still fighting for their lives, launching attacks on the gigantic poisonous spider blocking the way, continuously casting spells and exchanging moves with the spider. Zhu Shibai smiled cunningly, pleased with himself, thinking, the map suggests that this monster cannot be defeated because it is actually a mirror formation. No matter how strong you are, what you are actually attacking is yourself. To pass this level, you must sacrifice a member of your team. Meanwhile, the cultivators continued to fight valiantly, exchanging moves with the monstrous poisonous spider. The two teammates accompanying the sect leader of the world's #1 sect, Zhu Shibai, with a mighty demeanor, shouted, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" They all chanted together, dedicating their lives to the sect leader, and simultaneously struck their own energy centers with their fists, shattering them to create an opportunity for the sect leader to pass the trial. Although they shouted loudly when facing the blows, they still could not contain themselves, crying out in pain. The sect leader paid no attention to them, merely casting a glance before refocusing on overcoming the trial. He and his teammate took advantage of the opening and stealthily ran towards the exit from the spider web. It was said that the spirit clan had experimented with the spirit of dedication, and Zhu Shibai and the fake easily passed through the spider web. As they crossed, the spider web gently transformed into a humanoid form, allowing them to pass through smoothly. Zhu Shibai felt smug, thinking to himself, after passing this trial, the only thing left is to put in all my effort to reach the goal. The two teammates quickly ran across the spider web, unimpeded as the web disappeared, allowing them to pass through with ease. However, once they escaped, the spider web gradually restored itself to its original state. The two stood triumphantly outside, laughing with delight. "You useless trash, our two teams have gone ahead. You all stay here and wait to die." While Chen Hao ran and Zhu Wuyan were struggling against the monster spider, they were surprised to see two others easily bypass it and escape. "What?" Hao Ran wondered. "That guy made it through. How could they get past this monster?" The chubby guy suddenly spoke up. "I see it now, they sacrificed a team member. It seems this is the secret that helps them get through the web." Lu Qingqing and the others were astonished upon hearing this. Qingqing didn't expect that they would have to sacrifice a team member. She exclaimed, "Do we really have to sacrifice a team member?" Hao Ran, even while struggling against the deadly poison from the spider silk, replied, "This is why they want each team to only have 2 people." At that moment, a figure resembling someone from the spirit clan flew overhead and clearly observed the process of the cultivators overcoming the challenge. Speaking out, "There are only 100 breaths left. 2 teams are already nearing the finish. Once the time expires, those who haven't passed will die." This announcement sent panic through everyone in the cave. There's not much time left. Meanwhile, a senior brother and junior sister team were also discussing how to get past the challenge. The senior brother, with malicious intent, looked at his junior sister and said, "Junior sister, to receive the inheritance, can you die in place of your senior brother?" The junior sister thought for a moment and then agreed, "All right, senior brother, but before I die, I want to say goodbye to you." After that, the junior sister suddenly unleashed an attack, stabbing her senior brother in the stomach. Senior brother couldn't react in time and was hit by junior sister's attack, barely managing to shout "ah" before collapsing, then spoke with an angry tone, "You will die." The other teams found themselves in similar situations. No one wanted to become a sacrificial pawn. In the life and death scenario, they continued to fight each other. Cries for help and curses echoed everywhere. "Disciple, hurry and die for me." "Father, I'm sorry, rebellious son, you go die first." Amidst the chaos, a large hand suddenly grabbed Wu Yan. Big brother King Peng, with a gloomy expression, hoisted Wu Yan onto his shoulder and moved without saying a word. He carried Wu Yan toward the spider web and said, "Little brother, instead of us dying here together, how about—" Before he could finish, Zhu Wuyan, panicking, shouted, "Hey, big brother, what do you want to do?" King Peng gently set Wu Yan down in front of the spider web, his gaze sincere and gentle as he said, "Every time I sleep for a long time and wake up alone, I always feel an overwhelming sense of loneliness, as if I'm abandoned. But this time, meeting you feels like finding a family member." His eyes sparkled, hand placed over his heart, and he continued, "How about I let you pass?" The teams of King Cheng and Hao Ran were also caught in a similar predicament. King Cheng tightly grasped her junior brother's shoulder, her voice resolute yet gentle. "That's right, there isn't much time left." Hao Ran looked at his senior sister with a worried expression, but still smiled at her tenderness. She kindly continued, "As the eldest senior sister, I should take on the responsibility of taking care of my junior brother. After you obtain the inheritance, remember to help me look after Wang Xian's sect." After saying that, King Cheng and King Peng decisively stood up and moved towards the spider web. Hao Ran and Wu Yan looked on with heavy hearts, regretting their inability to stop them, and shouted, "Senior sister, stop and let us come back." However, King Cheng and King Peng did not hesitate, their strong hands infused with power into the spider web, not looking back. Hao Ran watched as his senior sister was about to sacrifice herself for him, his heart aching as he felt powerless to stop her. It seemed that his senior sister's resolve was determined. Hao Ran raised his hand, tightly clutching the strand of hair that Grandmaster Chen Xuan had given him, closing his eyes and praying in his heart, "Grandmaster, please save us, otherwise senior sister will have to die." In Hao Ran's mind, the image of Grandmaster Chen Xuan appeared, sitting quietly by the bed. He spoke, his tone solemn. "Hao Ran, think carefully, there must be a solution. You cannot rely on the Grandmaster to solve everything for you. The Grandmaster will not help you this time. Remember, you are the younger generation of the Chen family." The Grandmaster's words surprised Hao Ran, making him feel as if he had been awakened. He quickly pleaded, "Grandmaster, what can I do now?" That day, when they were feeding senior sister with skewers to enhance her cultivation, if they had shared a little with me, perhaps I could have saved senior sister by now. Mentioning skewers, Hao Ran suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute, skewers and solutions. He began to connect a series of current situations, along with the characteristics of the four physiques of the four people and the skewers. Hao Ran clenched his fists, his determined expression reflecting his resolve. "I have a way." He quickly shouted to stop. "Senior sister, Fatty, hold on. I have a way that doesn't require any more sacrifices. As long as Fatty and you all agree to cooperate, our two groups will definitely overcome this hurdle." He clasped his hands in a plea for the approval of both individuals, while swearing by the name of the Grandmaster. "I swear by the name of the Grandmaster." Fatty and King Cheng looked back in doubt. "Brat, why should we trust you? You're the enemy chasing me." "Hao Ran, do you really have a way?" Wu Yan, also filled with hope in Hao Ran's method, then spoke up to support him. "Give it a try, Fatty, he swore by his Grandmaster. I feel like he wouldn't joke about his Grandmaster." Unexpectedly, he punched the ground, his expression helpless and resigned. He had decided to die for me, but I didn't understand why it seemed so pretentious. But anyway, once dead, he'd be reborn, and in the next life, he would be my brother. Ting Peng looked at Wu Yan's appearance and felt soft-hearted. "All right, hurry up and speak, how do we cooperate?" Hao Ran replied cheerfully, "Thank you, just follow my lead, everyone." He began to discuss the strategy to break through the barrier with everyone. "First, my plan is for the fat guy to shield me, and senior sister, I need you to use Great Sun to ignite the fat guy. After that, I will extend staff intent, so the staff can carry both me and the fat guy, and rush towards the spider web. Wait until we reach the spider web. The flame on the fat guy should be able to temporarily burn through the web." The group following Dao Ren's plan executed it flawlessly and finally succeeded. "We did it. After we pass through the spider web, I will let the far end of the staff shrink. Before the hole gets patched by the monster, you must hold tightly onto that end of the wooden stick." Wu Yan followed Hao Ran's instruction and held onto the wooden stick tightly. King Cheng continued to use flames to burn the spider web. "After we pass through the spider web, I will enlarge the staff again and fling you to the destination. But I am severely injured, I can only fling you a certain distance before the destination. Therefore, after you fall, you must summon your war god entity and keep a hold on the far end of your stick. As soon as I shrink it, you'll be able to be brought over. since you have already stabilized your end. According to Hao Ran's plan, Wu Yan was pushed closer to the finish line, just a few steps away from the two individuals from the renowned sect. Wu Yan, following Hao Ran's guidance, tightly gripped the end of the wooden stick, but seeing the two in front racing toward the finish, he felt quite anxious. Continuing with Hao Ran's plan, as long as one person from the group reached the finish line, it would be sufficient. Therefore, in the end, as long as the two of us could surpass the top sect in the world, we wouldn't need to sacrifice anyone else. Wu Yan suddenly questioned, "Wait a minute, we're enemies, you're sending me ahead to the finish line. Do you really think I will pull you through?" Hao Ran, standing tall with a clear tone, replied, I trust you. Just now, after fighting for a while, I felt a strange sense of trust towards you. If we can truly survive this, I even want to accept you as my junior brother." Back to the present, with only 20 seconds left until the end of the trial, Wu Yan, his face filled with determination yet satisfaction, said, Dreaming, are you? A stingy guy like you wants to be my senior brother?" Wu Yan scoffed slightly and continued, "I can accept you as my junior brother, but that's about it." Wu Yan resolutely mobilized his forces, entering the war god state. One hand held a spear, while the other tightly grasped one end of a wooden staff, pulling with all his might. "Come here to me," he shouted. The end of the wooden staff was tugged closer, and Hao Ran firmly held on to the other end. The gravekeeper of the spirit clan began the countdown, with only 10 beats of time remaining. The sect leader Zhu Shibai was so anxious that his spiritual power had been depleted, he scrambled desperately towards the finish line. His spiritual energy was exhausted, and he could no longer fly. Suddenly, a commotion behind him caught his attention. His face changed, and he shouted out in alarm, "What's happening? How are they catching up?" At this moment, both Chen Haoran and Zhu Wuyan fully unleashed their dual forms, erupting with war god power. They charged forward with fierce momentum. With incredible speed, both grit their teeth, exerting all their strength, quickly soaring ahead. In this plan, the staff and the two of them were like a baiting worm, tightly integrated with each other. Two people, Haoran, were soaring in the sky, while two members of the world's #1 sect were still desperately running below. Only 7 seconds remained. This was a life-and-death race for both sides. "We can only unite our forces like skewers of meat," Haoran thought to himself. The chance to pass the trial of the blazing fire, to overcome the hardship, was within reach. The two elite sect members were exhausted, drenched in sweat. However, for the sake of surpassing the barrier, they continued running, even when they had run out of spiritual power. They could not let the opponent get ahead, even if it meant using up all their remaining strength. Only 3 seconds left. King Ching and the chubby guy behind also felt the tension. They held their breath, counting each second, having no choice but to place their trust in each other. Haoran and Wu Yan gritted their teeth, desperately channeling their energy to fly toward the finish line. Even though blood was spilled, they remained determined to cling to hope in the little time left. "The finish line is close. The finish line is right in front of us," both thought. Zhu Shibai was nearing the finish line, only 1 meter away. He was running with all his might, just a little more effort and he would reach it. Unexpectedly, Haoran and Wu Yan surged ahead to the finish line. Upon their success, they celebrated by high-fiving each other. Meanwhile, Zhu Shibai was still struggling to reach the end. He couldn't accept it and shouted, "What the hell? Is there such a maneuver?" At that moment, the gravekeeper of the spirit clan appeared and declared, "The second-level challenger has emerged. The trial is over, and I will now take you to the finish." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 participants from Haoran and Wu Yan's 2 teams were teleported to the destination. The chubby guy joyfully rushed to hug Wu Yan. "We actually did it. You two are so handsome. Haoran, great job." Wu Yan felt awkward being hugged by the chubby guy and shivered. The gravekeeper of the spirit clan continued to announce to the remaining individuals, "If the second trial is completed, then I invite the others as well." At the same time, vines began to reach toward the 2 top disciples and attacked them, turning into the nutrients of the tomb crypt. No, how did my plan fail? The 2 top figures of the world were tightly bound by vines, draining their life force. Sect leader Zhu Shibai struggled in vain. After surpassing the trial gate, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hao Ran, despite having gone through a taxing battle, now felt extremely refreshed and energized. Phew, next is the third trial. No matter what the enemy is, bring it on. Qingqing, standing beside him, was equally enthusiastic, adding, let's deal with everything at once. Xu Wu Yan and King Ping were full of fighting spirit and eagerness. Wu Yan raised his sword high and shouted, it may be a bit troublesome, but for the inheritance, I will crush all obstacles. I will help you all with this. Suddenly, Old Dog Spirit Clan laughed loudly and announced good news. Haha, you don't need to fight anymore. As for the inheritance you want to have, hearing the phrase, no need to fight anymore, everyone was left with their eyes wide open and mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Clearly they had prepared themselves to charge into the fray once more, yet here they were, caught off guard. Without making them wait long, the Elder Spirit Dog spoke loudly. The Spirit Clan's 7 saints will personally grant you. Along with that, a multitude of other Spirit Clan members soared up, bringing with them the power of inheritance. Before this shocking news, Hao Ran and the others were still doubtful, not fully understanding what was happening, when that stream of energy began surging towards them. It felt like being drawn in. This power of inheritance came swiftly, leaving them all bewildered. Only now could they utter the words, the Divine Spirit Clan. In an instant, all the injuries from the battle vanished miraculously. Everyone was thoroughly convinced and awestruck. With this formidable ability, everyone felt astonished. Wow, is this the inheritance of the Spirit Clan? Someone exclaimed. The previous injuries had completely healed. As for Chen Hao Ran, he felt as if he had just been promoted to a higher rank. I suddenly have the strength of a first-grade Tao Emperor. This is so powerful. This feeling is truly amazing. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan also received a report about the situation of the younger generation. Congratulations, Master. The younger generation has obtained the inheritance of the Spirit Clan. The 4th trial has been completed, cultivation rewards have been granted to the Master, and a lottery opportunity has been received. Master, would you like to draw the prize now? The event came too suddenly, causing him to be suspicious. The kids completed the mission so quickly. Why does it feel a bit too fast? He wondered, sensing that something was not right. On this side, Hao Ran and the group were bursting with energy after receiving the inheritance, unaware that they had been held captive by the Spirit Clan. Great, this time at the Blood Tomb of the Empty Tower, we've got the inheritance. Please let us go. However, contrary to their request, the Holy Spirit Clan not only refused to let them go, but also intensified the transmission. At this moment, Lu Qingqing began to sense that the situation was not right. The amount of inheritance was nearing the limits of what their bodies could endure, but it showed no signs of stopping, causing panic among them all. Wait, why are you still transmitting? She shouted, but the flow of power continued to surge higher and stronger, lifting everyone up. The inheritance is enough already. Our bodies can't hold it any longer. Hao Ran yelled, feeling his body unable to contain this kind of power. They now understood the intentions of the Spirit Clan. Could it be that they want to kill us through energy transmission? Hao Ran and the others felt the danger approaching. At this moment, Lu Qingqing could no longer withstand the pressure of the inheritance. Her body seemed to have reached the limit of its capacity, making her unable to stand and collapse onto the ground. Cough, I'm about to die, she whispered, and it was not only her, but everyone around her was in a similar state. Hao Ran beside her tried to drag his exhausted body to her side. Senior sister, he called in a daze. Old Dog, standing by, saw their disheveled appearance, and he smugly acted as if victory was already in his grasp, saying, "Haha, this group is not bad, they're about to succeed." Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere. Hey, Old Dog Spirit Clan, have you forgotten the steel survival law from 100,000 years ago? Hearing the voice but seeing no one, the members of the Spirit Clan felt puzzled. Who is talking? Old Dog asked, his voice revealing familiarity. The first steel law, what happened 100,000 years ago? One of them behind began to repeat. What was it called again? Another helped him remember. I recall you could provoke Chen Xuan. but you shouldn't provoke the descendants of Chen Zhuan. Right, that's it. Another added. What it means is, if you provoke Chen Zhuan, he might still fear you enough to fight back. But if you provoke his younger generation, the entire group of Spirit Clan laughed out loud. Then Chen Zhuan will transform into the invincible Xuan Heavenly Emperor. No matter who you are, he will send you to meet your ancestors, they all said in unison. Hearing these words was like bringing them back to ancient times, and everyone wore a nostalgic expression. Haha, it evokes memories from 100,000 years ago. But this iron law was clearly directed at the followers of Xuan Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that they had to? Saying this, they burst into laughter, as if they were in season. Haha, I have clearly revealed my identity out there. In that moment, Chen Zhuan appeared out of nowhere. Like a god adorned with the glory of the protagonist, he came to rescue Hao Ran and his group. He slowly spoke, interrupting the Spirit Clan. Do you still not realize who they belong to? As expected, the members of the Spirit Clan were stunned by the scene before them, rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they had been joking playfully about the Iron Law from 100,000 years ago. But now the real deal had shown up, and they had really messed up. Who told you to boast so early? Now what will you do? The truth was they had poked a hornet's nest by offending the descendants of Chen Zhuan. Sure, they were old, but wasn't it too early to be peeping at naked chickens? The old spirit dog was now frightened to the point of stuttering. Wait, I remember. He suddenly noticed something unusual about the miraculous power that Hao Ran and the others possessed. The source of power comes from outside, so they are the younger generation of Xuan Heavenly Emperor. We stirred up trouble and stepped into a bear's den. Now it's too late to regret, isn't it? There's no way out now, even the heavens won't save us. Now the group could only raise their necks high and argue. Please excuse us, Xuan Heavenly Emperor. We know you protect your kin, but you don't know what we are doing. Please do not obstruct us. But contrary to their worries, Chen Zhuan came here not for the purpose they thought. He looked at the Spirit Clan and laughed loudly. Haha, I didn't come here to save them. I came to take revenge for the hot pot incident 100,000 years ago, when you chased me for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a counterattack for the pent-up anger, accumulated over 10 lifetimes. The oppressive aura of the Xuan Heavenly Emperor erupted powerfully. Surprisingly, with just one strike that was not even enough to scratch Chen Zhuan, it caused the Divine Spirit Clan, who had been acting arrogantly until now, to fall to the ground under the tremendous pressure. Powerful tremors impacted their bodies, leaving none with the strength to rise. Moreover, some of them were even yelling in pain under this terrifying power. It's so painful, so miserable, I'm about to die, one of them roared, feeling utterly exhausted. At this moment, Old Dog couldn't hide his bitter expression and thought to himself, why is this guy so vengeful? How can he still remember a grudge from 100,000 years ago so clearly? He pondered and then said, I think you clearly want to find an excuse to protect them. After suppressing the Divine Spirit Clan, the inheritance had also come to a halt. All of Hao Ran had been rescued. In the meantime, Lu Qingcheng had also noticed Chen Zhuan's appearance and breathed a sigh of relief. From above, Lu Qingcheng suddenly opened her eyes wide, and just a moment later, everyone realized, seeing Chen Zhuan like seeing a savior. The 3 people Hao Ran, Qingcheng, and Wu Yan, along with Dong Fan, all called out together, Grand Master. Meanwhile, the chubby Vai called out in a different direction, Master, you're not dead after all? Each person spoke a different line, but all recognized a familiar face, which made the other side question life itself. Chen Hao Ran turned to ask the chubby guy, Hey, you said Master. The chubby one isn't just anything, but sharing the same confusion. You all call Grandmaster. Sitting here arguing is pointless. The 3 of us decided to argue just to satisfy each other. One person pointed at another back and forth, creating a humorous situation. What's going on? You 2 call my Grandmaster what? Damn it, this is my master. What right do you have to call him Grandmaster? One person from the Spirit Clan angrily said, Damn it, clearly this is my Grandmaster. What do you recognize? Qingcheng couldn't just stand by. She immediately jumped in and boldly said, This is clearly my Grandmaster and Hao Ran's. Everyone continued to argue, creating a small chaos among the group. After swiftly dealing with the spirit clan, Chen Zhuan slowly descended to where his descendants were. He tried to reassure these restless kids, but in his helplessness, it was unfortunate that he hadn't introduced them earlier. Now they were all arguing with each other. He laughed loudly. Haha, Grandmaster forgot to introduce you all. Actually, you are all family. King Peng is the long-lost eldest senior brother from your first generation. Upon hearing this, everyone froze for 5 seconds, then shouted in unison, Ha, family, King Peng. The chubby man immediately burst out laughing, recognizing someone like there had never been an argument before. Haha, I was wondering why these kids seemed so friendly. King Cheng spun around 180 degrees, switching from being difficult to suddenly being friendly and polite. I apologize, King Peng's senior brother. I am the eldest senior sister of the latest generation, Lu Qingcheng. I was rude to you before. The chubby man politely replied, It's all right. I am also a senior now. The two people over there were as cordial as could be, while the two over here were in stark contrast. Hao Ran smugly pointed out that he was one rank above Wu Yan, sneering, Ha, Grandmaster once said I was the second senior brother, which means you really are my junior brother. Zhu Wuyan was pulling his hair in frustration, unable to accept this harsh reality. He really is my senior brother, I can't accept it, he exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, several junior disciples were happily embracing each other in reunion, while on the side of the Old Dog Spirit clan, the anger could no longer be contained. He gritted his teeth, dragging his battered body up, threateningly stating, Suan Heavenly Emperor, I will say it again, I don't know what you are trying to obstruct, but I advise you to stop. King Xuan, hearing his name mentioned, initially thought it was something important, but upon realizing it was the Spirit Clan, he couldn't help but smile disdainfully. Oh, you guys didn't talk, I almost forgot. Sorry. Old Dog retorted angrily, his voice full of resentment. Hemph, knowing your place is good enough, since you've escaped death, just shut up and scram. Why remind people? If you make a move, there's no place left to hide. However, according to Chen Zhuan's words, he was not here just to deal with the Spirit Clan, but to help them pass on a little sooner. By the ironclad law, immediately one of his hands appeared, radiating 7 brilliant colors, pulling along a terrifying pressure that caused the surrounding earth and stones to shatter. Chen Zhuan's words were gentle, but the power he unleashed was completely opposite, creating a feeling of majesty and invulnerability. Since I released this, I should send you to meet your ancestors. As the members of the Spirit Clan recognized their perilous situation, knowing they could not compete with Chen Zhuan, they quickly decided to run for their lives, considering it the best course of action. Indeed, their words had led them to this fate, and even on the brink of death, they could not stop their antics. However, Old Dog from Spirit Clan, despite understanding that the situation was beyond redemption, still refused to yield. Amidst thousands of rocks and debris flying with immense power, he stubbornly stood his ground, unwilling to back down. Wu Chimswan, please stop. The 7 saints cannot die yet. His final words were filled with regret and a longing for life, but nothing could change the outcome. Just at the moment when it seemed the divine members of Spirit Clan could not escape, a blinding ray of light suddenly appeared, racing toward them. Everyone was surprised, not knowing who was speaking. Suan Heavenly Emperor, please stop. Immediately, the members of the Spirit Clan were protected within a red circle, the light enveloping them and blocking Chen Zhuan's power. Noble person, your strength is insufficient. Why are you intervening for us? One member of the Spirit Clan spoke up, seeing the saving force but also concerned about the capabilities of the newcomer. Chen Zhuan sensed this power and frowned, feeling as if he had encountered this energy before. This power resembles that of the one from Chu Earth's core. If that is the case, then it must have come here to harm my younger generations. His anger reached its peak. He immediately shouted, It's you again. One younger generation of mine is not enough. Now you want to harm my other younger generations. Saying that, Chen Zhuan delivered a finishing blow towards it, killing intent overwhelming. But suddenly his strike was unexpectedly blocked when a pair of eyes as big as a house appeared before them. Soon after, its voice arose to explain, "No, Zuan Heavenly Emperor, the one you saw before in Great Zhao was not me." Gradually, its form began to become clearer. It was the dragon vein, which continued, "But I am indeed it." At that moment, the system also notified Chen Zuan with verified information, reminding the master that this creature was not the same being as the one in Great Zhou. This creature did not possess murderous capabilities. Kim Swan was taken aback, not understanding why they had similar appearances but were so different. "Isn't that the same guy?" he thought to himself. Knowing he was suspicious of its identity, the dragon vein continued to explain, "Swan Heavenly Emperor, I know that you are currently daydreaming about me. Please allow me to clarify the matter." Kim Swan nodded in agreement. "All right, you speak." The system said, "There is a way to remove the poison of Wan Qing here. I'm listening." Without further ado, Dragon Vein went straight to the point. "This story begins from hundreds of thousands of years ago. My name is Dragon Vein, born on this continent hundreds of thousands of years ago. My duty is to bless the beings on this land. Back then, my existence filled Hongmen continent with vitality. However, all this beauty changed when the human race discovered the power of Dragon Vein. Everything changed. The human race exploited my power to ignite wars, waging an unending conflict for hundreds of thousands of years. I am a witness to the continent, and throughout that time, I have seen too many massacres. The relentless slaughter deeply affected my psyche. Finally, 100,000 years ago, within my heart was born evil thought, and simultaneously, a terrifying idea emerged. To kill all living beings on the continent, all must die. At that moment, to prevent myself from destroying the continent, in my moment of clarity, I summoned my power, which was the Spirit Clan. At that time, I transferred most of my strength to the Spirit Clan, but because my power was too great, the Spirit Clan could not bear it. As a result, they were almost completely annihilated. However, fortunately, the 7 Holy Spirit Clan received my power and became the spiritual entities capable of banishing me. In the end, after the 7 saints acquired that power, they fought against Ta Long and successfully banished my source of life, while also separating evil thought from me. Because I lost my source of life, both I and evil thought turned into stone statues, falling into the earth's core and Great Zhou, unable to exert any effect anymore. The threat to the continent had been eliminated. I initially thought that the continent would be forever peaceful, but I and the mind of evil thought remained interconnected. Not long ago, I could clearly sense this. Evil thought has found a way to break the banishment and petrify. It is waiting for the new era to open, and when that time comes, it will lift the banishment and destroy the continent. Now the Spirit Clan is on the verge of extinction, so I must find a new person to banishment evil thought. But Suan Heavenly Emperor, you have cut off my only chance of inheritance." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and began to murmur. At this moment, Old Dog, lying on the ground, pointed at Chen Zuan and angrily shouted, "Chen Zuan, do you now realize how big of a mistake you have made? You have destroyed the only chance of inheritance, which means you have doomed this continent." Hearing this, Chen Zuan remained unperturbed and calmly contemplated. "No wonder I couldn't defeat evil thought. It turns out that's the power of Dragon Vein, a force that cultivators cannot resist, and the Spirit Clan is looking for a new person to banishment." He pondered for a moment, then instead of showing any signs of remorse, he appeared quite pleased, with no hint of regret. "It seems I have truly caused a great disaster. Is there any way to resolve this? I am willing to atone for my mistakes." The attitude of the Grandmaster left the junior disciples speechless, not knowing what to say anymore. However, Dragon Vein was not the type to nitpick about everything. He immediately got to the main point. Now the only way to stop evil thought from destroying the continent is to destroy the source of life that has been banished before evil thought. In that case, both I and evil thought will perish. However, given your temperament, Zuan Heavenly Emperor, it will certainly be very difficult for you to agree. Upon hearing this, Chen Zuan replied, "You destroy your own source of life, why would I not agree?" Seeing Chen Xuan's smug expression, Dragon Vein laughed in delight. "Ha! Because I sense that evil thought has placed the banished source of life within Bu Wanqing's body." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to believe his ears. Dragon Vein continued, "So if we want to destroy the source of life, Wu Wanqing will have to die." Chen Xuan was so shocked that he gritted his teeth, and at that moment, he finally understood everything. Damn it, the poison in Wanqing's body. In fact, this is the source of life being banished. Seeing that Chen Xuan seemed to realize the seriousness of the trade-off in this gamble, Dragon Vein continued, "That's right, Xuan Heavenly Emperor. I know you protect the younger generation dearly, but this is the only way to save the Hongmeng continent right now. If Wu Wanqing lives, the beings of the continent will die. If Wu Wanqing dies, the beings of the continent will live. My power is no longer what it once was. If you want to stop us from killing Wu Wanqing, then we have no other choice. Therefore, the survival of the continent now depends on whether you agree to hand over Wu Wanqing or not. This scale cannot tilt to one side alone, and this decision cannot be resolved immediately. Chen Xuan is now in a more difficult situation than ever. On one side is one of his important descendants, and on the other side is the survival of all beings. On the continent, he cannot help but feel his hair being pulled out in frustration. Damn it, is it another tough topic? It seems that I was asked about this issue in a past life. Memories of my previous life return. I was only 7 years old then, and the system displayed a notification. Chen Xuan, your life has only 2 minutes left. I am a time-traveling system, and I will ask you a question. Now you take on the role of the train conductor. The train you are operating is experiencing issues and cannot stop. On the track ahead, one side has a person who is about to die, and the other side has 5 healthy individuals. If the train collides, it will certainly result in the death of that person. Which direction will you steer the train? If you make the correct choice, you will be reborn in another world. If you fail, you will die. Please choose carefully." In that hazy memory, my gaze gradually dimmed, losing its strength of fear. But a bit of my final will still provided me the strength to give my answer. I choose. The memory has come to an end, and presently Chen Xuan is in a state of panic in an urgent situation. He can only choose one option, but why is there such a difficult question that he cannot answer immediately? Therefore, he asks for an extension of time. "Can you give me some time to think?" Dragon Vein does not force Chen Xuan to provide an immediate answer. He agrees, and a jade tablet flies out from his mouth. "All right, there are 3 days left until the new era. Within these 3 days, if you agree to hand over Wu Wanqing, then crush this jade tablet. At that time, we will immediately begin the ritual to annihilate the source of life." Everything is still timely. The jade tablet flies into Chen Xuan's hand, representing Wanqing's life. He is so tired that he is almost exhausted. Fighting cannot make him feel as desperate as this. He turns to his 4 descendants and tirelessly says, "Let's go, Grandmaster will take you all back." The entire Dao Rang group felt worried for Chen Xuan, but they couldn't help in any way, only able to whisper anxiously. Grandmaster transitioned to the Dui Empire. At this moment, the 4 older brothers and sisters in the group stood before the youngest sibling, their faces all melting at the cuteness of Wanqing. Unable to hold back, they exclaimed, "Is this really our little junior sister?" Qingqing seemed to be the most excited. After all, they had gained a little sister, and she felt very happy. So adorable. King Xuan stood beside her, and although he felt genuinely happy that the girl had improved a little, he just couldn't be joyful. How ironic. Wanqing is awake now. A small and frail girl with shiny green hair and big round blue eyes, her face appeared confused as if she didn't understand what was happening. Looking at the people in front of her, she was welcomed by the king of Haothan. The young princess had just woken up, and before any introductions could be made, King Cheng Hao Ran, King Peng, and Wu Yan could no longer contain themselves and rushed over to affectionately hug this little junior sister. "Oh my, I didn't expect to have such a cute little junior sister. Hey, let me hold her, let senior brother hold her." Their habit of rushing toward anything adorable pushed the king to the side, and he could only watch helplessly. "Hey you guys." Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was updating information from the system. He asked, "System, is there any other way to resolve the poison in Wanqing's body?" The system instantly replied, "You have completed the 4-character trial. The master still has one unused draw opportunity. If the master can draw a strengthening reward, there might be a solution." Immediately, a prize drawing machine appeared. Oh, a prize enhancement draw. Indeed, if he could draw a strong enough attack enhancement to kill evil thought, then Wan Ting would not have to die. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan immediately pressed the button to start the draw. The pointer of the wheel spun steadily, and after a while, the pointer of the wheel pointed to the attack enhancement. A snap of the fingers can kill the enemy. Seeing this, Chen Xuan smiled cheerfully. Great, with this enhancement, I can definitely resolve it. Just as Chen Xuan was delighted and preparing to celebrate, the pointer finally stopped. It turned out that this was just his imagination. It was merely a defense enhancement in your realm, preventing you from being harmed. This was only a consolation prize. After seeing this reward, he was so angry that he spat blood. What the heck? He truly could not understand what this consolation prize was. The realm must at least be earthly supreme to open up. While I am at the Tao Emperor level, what use does this have? Ultimately, it was because his realm was too low, making it unusable. He raised both hands helplessly, thinking, is it only possible to use that power against evil thought? But if not used correctly, everyone will die. As if suddenly remembering something, he paused and stopped thinking. Wait a minute. Chen Xuan's eyes were firmly fixed on the system's information board. The system announced, "Congratulations, Master, you have discovered a clue. Opening the 5th trial, the goal is to save the younger generation, Great Marshal. Condition: the Master cannot directly intervene to assist the younger generation. Reward: a one-time opportunity in the battlefield field." In the distance, Chen Xuan's younger generation were crying uncontrollably, some lying flat, others hugging each other and weeping. They cried and said, "Oh dear, junior sister, so adorable, yet the spirit clan wants to ruin her destiny. Why is the fate of our little junior sister so miserable?" On one side, Lu Qingcheng wiped her eyes and comforted, "It's okay, Grandmaster is so powerful, surely he has a way to resolve this." Amidst the group wailing as if their father had died, Wan Ting, confused, asked everyone, "What are you crying about?" After some time, Chen Xuan stood before the king of Hao Yu. One hand was behind his back, while the other was extended forward. He solemnly said, "Your Majesty, in 3 days, can you help me summon all the leaders of the forces on the continent to gather?" She hesitated in her reply. "All right, I can help with this." Behind her, the younger generation of Chen Xuan had stopped crying. They stood in a line, some asking, "What does Grandmaster want to do?" Others affirmed, "Surely Grandmaster has thought of a way to detoxify Wan Ting. Definitely, our Grandmaster cannot abandon any younger generation." In front, Chen Xuan extended one hand behind him, clenching his fist. There was a force that seemed to burst forth, making the surrounding air tense. At this moment, his figure appeared immense and imposing. At the same time, Lu Qingcheng and the chubby guy noticed something that made them both terrified. A large head, resembling a dragon's head, was emerging. Its sharp gaze and fierce voice echoed, "In 3 days, if you are willing to hand over Wu Wanting, then crush this jade tablet." Saying that, a jade tablet was presented before them. Upon hearing this, the group of Chen Hao widened their eyes and gaped, their faces filled with worry. Indeed, they were concerned for their adorable junior sister. Then Chen Xuan slightly bent down, placed both hands on Wan Ting's shoulders, and gently said, "Wan Ting, can senior brother and senior sister take you out to play next?" The little girl was delighted, her voice stuttering, "Wan Ting can take a break." Ken Xuan replied to her in a warm tone, "That's right, enjoy playing, but only for 3 days, okay?" The girl thought for a moment, and then replied, Thank you, Grandmaster." Behind them, the 4 Lu Qingcheng began to feel anxious. They were very worried. If even their Grandmaster was at a loss, what would happen to their junior sister? Could it be that the Grandmaster was also out of ideas? In a certain corner, a group of people was hastily constructing something. It turned out that the jade slip needed to be crushed. In the next 3 days, the 7 Holy Spirit clan would arrive at Great Marshal to construct an altar for the purpose of carrying out the destructive ritual. At the same time, the leaders of the continents had also arrived at the continent, returning to where Wu Wanqing was. During these 3 days, the girl had followed the group of Lu Qingcheng to have fun. They visited places that Ma Wanqing had never been to before, trying strange dishes that she had never tasted. It was the first time Ma Wanqing had eaten sweetened rice. It was so sweet. Time passed quickly, and the 3 days were over. The day of the sacrifice ritual had arrived. At this moment, Chen Chuan was descending the staircase alongside the king of Hao Yu. Behind them were stone columns adorned with dragons, clearly indicating they were at the altar. As they walked, the king of Hao Yu began a conversation. The leaders of the continents have all arrived. They also know that the girl Wan Qing will have to sacrifice herself for the continent. To affirm the king's words, these leaders were sitting together, unable to hold back their tears. Hearing this, Chen Zuan fell into contemplation and replied, "All right, I understand." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Grand Master." The two turned around to look in the direction of the voice. The group of Lu Qingcheng approached, standing in a line. Qingcheng said, "Wan Qing has returned." Wan Qing ran in front of them, holding up the candy with a joyful expression, as if presenting a precious offering to Chen Zuan. "Grandmaster, eat this, the candy is really delicious." King Xuan knelt on one knee, took the candy from the girl's hands, and with one hand gently stroked her hair. He bowed his head and looked at Wan Qing, saying, "Wan Qing, the candy, Grandmaster will eat it later." The girl didn't understand, looked at him, and asked back, "Can Wan Qing go to that place first?" Wan Qing looked toward the altar. At that moment, the 7 Holy Spirit clan members were sitting cross-legged under the stone columns, each one by a column. He looked up at the altar and replied, "Those people are the imperial doctors. If I go there, Wan Qing's illness will be cured, right?" The girl happily ran toward the altar, running as she replied, "Yes." Behind the younger generation of his, all wore sad expressions. It seemed they knew that after this time, they would not be able to meet their lovely junior sister again. I saw Wan Qing walking up. The guardian of the spirit clan sat cross-legged. He raised both hands and began to gather his energy. Powerful streams of energy radiated out. He said, "Wu Wanqing is in position. The destruction ritual can now begin." Behind the leaders of the mainland, they began to kneel down. They knelt and cried, "Boo Wu." A farewell ceremony for the great martial princess was being held. The voice rang out in unison, "A farewell ceremony for the great martial princess." Standing in the center of the vortex, Wan Qing looked around, not understanding what was happening. Hearing this in the distance, the 4 Chen Hao ran shouted in fear, "No, Wan Qing, come back quickly." They were very worried, very afraid of what was about to happen to Wan Qing. Lu Qingqing, filled with anger, seethed and gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she shouted at Wan Qing, "That's not a royal physician, you've been deceived, you will die." Then the 4 of them, some wielding weapons, others raising their fists, ran forward quickly. They shouted as they ran, "We're here to save you." Seeing this, the cultivators flew up high, shouting, "Don't allow it." At the same time they began to ascend, raising their hands, forming a magical barrier to block the attack from Lu Qingcheng and her group. Below, the younger generation was still shouting, trying to prevent Wan Qing from ascending the altar. Above, the leaders shouted back, advising, "You all know we care for junior sister, but she is a chosen sacrifice. If we were chosen, we would not hesitate to give our lives." Hearing their hypocritical words, they still could not accept it and shouted, "But must Wan Qing really be sacrificed? We cannot gather everyone in the world to resist evil thought, can we?" In the distance, Chen Xuan stood with his back to them, his head slightly turned as he silently responded. The cultivators could not contend against the power of the dragon vein of evil thought. Continue the ritual. Above the altar, Wan Qing was now floating in midair, encircled by a magic circle. The girl appeared to be in pain, letting out a soft moan. Below, the Lu Qingqing people watched her with sorrow, their tears falling as they desperately shouted, "Wan Qing." The girl stood amidst the whirlpool, and despite her agony, she struggled to comfort her senior brothers and sisters. Senior brother, senior sister, Wan King is fine." Her eyes were filled with sadness. In truth, Wan Ting had anticipated that she would die today. Below, her senior brothers and sisters could only watch her cry, unable to say a word. At the same time, Wan Ting was gradually running out of strength. She had fallen backward. But Wan King was born for the world. Below her, the old dog spirit clan raised their hands to the sky and shouted loudly. Banishment separated from release, preparing to unleash the soul of life. The separation of banishment caused great pain to her, as she tightly closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, saying, even though Wan King suffers every day." At the moment when banishment flew out from Wan Ting, the girl continued to speak with difficulty, but Wan King is not afraid of death. A rich source of life force also flew out from her. This caused the people below to shout, "Very good, the source of life." Her eyes sparkled with happy tears, because in the past few days she had met the Grandmaster and her senior brothers and senior sisters. Wan Ting had been granted a moment of respite. At that moment, scenes of Wan King playing with her senior brothers and senior sisters appeared in her mind. They treated her with great affection. When she ate filled candy, some senior brothers and senior sisters would pet her head, some would pay for her, and some would smile at her. For the first time she could eat sweet sugar. For the first time, there was someone to play with. Without waiting for Wan Ting to finish speaking, the spirit clan guard screamed, "Divine thunder descends," releasing the banishment of life source, preparing to destroy Wu Wan King and the life source. At the same time, countless divine thunders appeared in the sky, striking down. A massive life source burst forth from Wan Ting. Before dying, the girl struggled to say, now Wan Ting has fulfilled many wishes before her death." Wan Ting was very happy, tears streaming down her face. But now Wan Ting had to say goodbye to everyone. Then a huge lightning bolt struck her. There was a voice shouting, "Divine thunder descends. The annihilation begins." Yes, the annihilation has begun. Wan King said her final farewell to everyone. Goodbye now. Now her senior brothers and senior sisters could do nothing. They all shouted together, "Wan Ting." Upon seeing this, the leaders of the continents showed clear signs of joy. They could not hide their excitement, and as they stood up, shouted loudly, "Haha, Wu Wan King is dead, the danger is lifted." Then they all looked up at the sky, watching the bolts of lightning dancing around the source of life. Suddenly, a laughter echoed. "Haha, just look at your happy faces, who says the danger is lifted?" Hearing this, everyone was confused. The lightning gradually dissipated, leaving only shadowy figures. Gradually, the owner of that laughter revealed himself. It was Chen Chuan. At this moment, he was holding the unconscious Wan Ting in one hand and the source of life in the other, beginning to thank those hypocrites. "Thank you for lifting the banishment from Wan Ting. Now the source of my life has been retained." Upon hearing this, not only did the leaders of the continent not understand, but the younger generation of his also did not comprehend. They were crying and asking each other, "Has the Grandmaster saved Wan Ting, Grandmaster?" The old dog spirit clan stood before the 7 holy spirit clan, clenching his fists tightly, one hand pointing at him, shouting loudly, "Chen Xuan, have you gone mad? Hurry up and destroy the source of life and Wu Wan Ting. Are you willing to abandon the entire continent for one person?" Hearing this, Chen Xuan laughed heartily. The emergence of evil thought was fundamentally the greed and slaughter of the human race. This is the fault of the human race. Why should Wan Ting alone bear the blame? Seeing Chen Xuan say this, the leaders of the continent were extremely furious, providing excuses. Xuan Heavenly Emperor sacrificed Wu Wan Ting because she was chosen. If you are chosen or us, we are also willing to die for the world. Hearing this, he pushed the source of life away and replied, "If that's the case, I have not yet allowed the source of life to leave Wan Ting. If you are willing to die alongside Wan Ting, then you have agreed to kill Wan Ting." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, a group of hypocrites felt a deep fear, as it might be themselves who had to die. They were panicked and shouted, "Die, die together, no way." Seeing that, he was so angry that he burst out laughing. "Look at you hypocrites. Now that you are chosen by me, why not willingly offer your lives for the continent?" Still selfishly standing aside, he spoke eloquently, "Who doesn't know that? saying that he threw the life sphere up high, made a slashing motion, and continued, "So just because of you lot, on what basis?" Upon reaching this point, he shouted, wanting to sacrifice Wan Ting to save you all. Everyone thought Chen Zhuan had severed the source of life. The source of life soared high into the sky in a circle and then returned. The old dog spirit clan had been paying close attention to the source of life, and upon witnessing this scene, he shouted, "It's over, the source of life has split into two. It's about to return to its original form." "Damn it!" He pointed a trembling finger at you. "Chen Xuan, you." At the same time, fragments of stone began to fall. The younger generation of Chen Xuan hurriedly looked around. The ground was shaking. The 7 Holy Spirit clan, seeing this, quickly flew up into the sky, looking down at the trembling earth, rocks flying from below, panicking and shouting, "It's over, the banishment is lifted, the source of life is returning. Evil thought is about to emerge." At this moment, Chen Xuan also carried Wan Ting and soared into the sky, listening and searching for the screams of someone. "Chen Xuan, look at what you have done, a person and the world." At the same time, the dragon vein had broken free from the ground, soaring up, starting to question. "Don't you know how to choose?" Chen Xuan looked down at Wan King, still unconscious in his hands, and resolutely replied, "Don't be afraid, Chen Xuan. I do what one person should do, one person should bear. If I dare to unleash the evil thought." He raised his face, his expression filled with killing intent, his voice louder. "Then I am confident that I can eliminate the evil thought." In the sky, the dragon vein widened its eyes, looking down at Chen Xuan, asking again, Do you think a cultivator can resist the power of the dragon vein? It's just a drop in the ocean." Saying that, it opened its mouth wide and shouted, calling out to the 7 Holy Spirit clan. Below it, the cultivators flying in the sky all simultaneously had divine presence. Dragon vein looked down in silence and said, "Now only we can resist evil thought, but our strength is not much, we must have a plan to fight it to the death." The cultivators echoed, "Yes." Suddenly a voice rang out, Just arrived and already heard you wanting to fight me to the death." Hearing this, Dragon Vein looked around as if searching for the speaker. A moment later, as if catching sight of something, Dragon Vein's eyes widened, exclaiming, "Woo." The old dogs of the spirit clan looked as if they had been struck, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Cough cough, so it turns out the owner of that voice is Evil Thought. At this moment, it was transforming into a dragon. As soon as it emerged, it caused the energy around it to clash, affecting the cultivators beneath Dragon Vein, who were blown away and could only scream to show they were still alive. Dragon Vein was also injured by this conflicting energy, falling to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. It looked at the fallen cultivators, anxiously shouting, "7 saints." They could only respond with a single word. Evil Thought laughed maniacally. "Haha, my brother." Then he began to gather spiritual power and struck out, this blow representing the fury of a banishment lasting 100,000 years. Its eyes became sharper as it asked in a deep voice, "Can you feel it?" It seemed something was gradually emerging from the ground. The Lu Qingqing group looked up from the ground, uncertainly asking, "Is this Evil Thought? It's so big." Dragon Vein glanced down at the injured cultivators lying on the ground. "7 saints, you still fight?" Old Dog Spirit Clan clutched his chest, responding with difficulty, "No, we can't." Hearing this, Dragon Vein looked back at the incarnation of Evil Thought, facing him directly and said, "How ridiculous, I originally planned to destroy you before you could lift the banishment, but in the end you did nothing, and we ended up causing chaos ourselves, releasing you. Indeed, it is ironic." Evil Thought comforted Dragon Vein, though it felt more like a jest, laughing loudly, No need to blame yourselves, actually I couldn't do anything at all. I was waiting for you to break the banishment for me." Upon hearing Evil Thought's words, Dragon Vein was confused and asked again, "What do you mean?" At this point, Evil Thought began to recount the past. "Back then when you banished me, I was really in despair. Because your banishment seal was too strong, I couldn't possibly break it. At that time, I had already resolved the banishment, but because the observer on the ground, for 100,000 years I was banished, inadvertently observed a strange variable between heaven and earth. Then it looked straight at Chen Xuan, who was filled with killing intent, the Xuan Heavenly Emperor. Countless images of him appeared in its mind. For 100,000 years, I found Chen Xuan to be very interesting. He is willing to do anything for the sake of the next generation, so I tried to connect the source of life being banished with Chen Xuan's future life survival. Saying this, it glanced at Wan Qing, who was still unconscious in Chen Xuan's arms, then continued, "Thus, Chen Xuan will definitely disregard everything to free me from banishment in order to save the next generation." Hearing this, Dragon Vane was so furious that he spat blood, saying, "So, you deceived me earlier, saying you could resolve the banishment was a lie, and all you did was exploit Chen Xuan's protective instincts for the next generation, setting a trap." Evil Thought laughed loudly. "Exactly, I bet correctly, now no one in this world can banish me again." At the same time, the small tentacles of Evil Thought began to stab down into the ground. "I will execute it, my ideals buried for 100,000 years. Seeing the scene before him, Dragon Vane began to lament. "It's over, Evil Thought is starting to destroy the continent. He wants to restart the continent. The living beings on the continent will die a terrible death." Saying this, Dragon Vane closed his eyes, as if he did not want to witness this scene. At this moment, the cultivators were flying in all directions. They shouted as they flew, "It's over, we are going to die, run quickly." At this time, Chen Xuan still held Wan Qing tightly and calmly asked, "Haha, where can you run to?" Saying that, he brought Wan Qing to her senior brothers and senior sisters. Standing among the panicking crowd, he gently said, "Wan Qing's poison has been cured, take good care of her." Lu Qingcheng panicked and asked, "Grandmaster, what about you?" Qin Xuan looked at them calmly and replied, "After making arrangements for Wan Qing, of course, a grandmaster must go teach a lesson." Before he finished speaking, Chen Xuan rushed quickly towards Evil Thought. On the other side, Evil Thought still did not understand why Chen Xuan dared to run towards him. Chen Xuan suddenly increased his speed, flying close to the avatar of Evil Thought, and said, "Teach this guy a lesson." Saying that, he struck hard into its face and shouted, "You bastard dared to take advantage of me." The strike caused Evil Thought to feel pain. It could only open its mouth wide and scream, "A," before Chen Xuan unleashed another powerful attack on it. Below, the cultivators were still fleeing. Chen Hao ran, and the others looked up and saw the tentacles slowly come into a stop. Beside them, Dragon Vane looked up to the sky and said, "The formation was originally intended to annihilate the continent from midair." The other cultivators looked at this scene and realized that the tentacles had gradually shrunk, seemingly having been dispelled by Chen Xuan. At the same time, Dragon Vane raised his head toward Chen Xuan, who was flying in midair, and with one hand, blocked the power of the 6 continents. Chen Xuan clenched his fists, his expression full of anger, but in his mind, he thought, "Is this the power of the Xuan Heavenly Emperor?" Evil Thought's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not believe that he had been attacked. After a while, he finally realized, so it was Chen Xuan who had struck against him. He began to laugh maniacally. "Haha, Chen Xuan, you owe me a favor. Even though you have disrespected me, I do not wish to kill you." Saying this, Evil Thought charged down, looking straight at Chen Xuan, and continued, "But I am very interested in you. I want to punish you." He then asked Chen Xuan, "You care deeply for your younger generation, don't you? Now I will simultaneously launch an attack on your younger generation." Having said that, Evil Thought rushed quickly towards Lu Qingcheng and the others. Before leaving, he left behind a question and his tail fading into the distance. "Will you choose to escape on your own or take a death blow for your younger generation?" Seeing Evil Thought approaching himself, Lu Qingcheng hugged Wan Qing and shouted, "Grandmaster, cultivators cannot fight against the power of Dragon Vane." Chen Hao ran, raised his fist in response, saying, "We would rather die." Ken Zhuan's disciples also said, "Master, you must go." Next to him, a younger generation member of Chen Zhuan shouted, "Quickly run to another realm." Hearing that, Chen Zhuan's face darkened. "Haha, this guy is telling me to come up with a difficult choice again." He recalled the time when the system required Chen Zhuan to choose the trajectory of a train. One option had a person about to die, while the other had 5 people in perfect health. Kim Swan wore an oxygen mask, gripping tightly as he lay on the hospital bed, staring at the text. Please choose the trajectory, choose wrong and die, choose right and live. His hand trembled as he reached out. The system reminded him, the option you have previously attempted has a failure rate of 0. Please choose carefully. His hand reached toward the south, where a person was bound on the tracks. He struggled to say, let it die. Seeing this, the system displayed another message. Oh, because you yourself are about to die, you choose to let the 5 perfectly healthy people die. At that moment, Chen Chuan thought this choice was meaningless and would surely fail. However, he clenched his fists, suddenly striking at the train with all his might, breaking it apart. The mission screen showed wide-open eyes and an O-shaped mouth, as if it couldn't believe what had just happened. Chen Chuan shattered the train. He shouted, fists clenched. What I hate the most are choices where both options are difficult, daring to ask me to choose. The system's screen still appeared surprised, but hearing Chen Chuan's reckless statement, I just want to solve this problem. After all, I will definitely choose wrong. If I die, so be it. On the system screen, everything began to become chaotic. No, this choice was correct. Indeed, he had made the right choice. This allowed him to gain significant benefits from the system. Back to the present, Chen Chuan clenched his fists, began to channel his energy, and shouted loudly, Hey Xuan Heavenly Emperor, what I hate the most is that bastard who forced me into this choice. At this moment, he was enraged to the extreme, his entire being bursting with power. He gritted his teeth, his eyes radiating a fierce light. The challenges posed by some, the disdain from others, all became reasons for him to take action. You dare to tell me to choose. I will crush the one who told me to choose first. Evil Thought stood in the distance, looking at him with a contemptuous gaze. Haha, Chen Xuan, you are truly arrogant and self-important. You can shout as loudly as you want, but go die with your generation. Saying that, Evil Thought disregarded him and rushed towards the 5 people, Lu Qingcheng included. At this moment, even though it was about to strike them down, everyone was only worried about Chen Chuan. Grandmaster, hurry up! Suddenly, a sound of whoosh echoed, and misty white smoke erupted. Everyone was stunned to see Evil Thought disappear instantly. Lu Qingcheng panicked, not understanding what was happening. She looked around, confused when she saw Chen Hao Ran standing beside her, surprised. The Grandmaster had also vanished. At the same time, tentacles plunged straight into the ground, causing debris to fly everywhere. Suddenly, Evil Thought appeared in the sky, looking down at the tentacles and sneering. Cultivators think they can compare to the power of the dragon vein. Go die! At that moment, Chen Xuan suddenly appeared before Evil Thought, laughing loudly. Haha, you fool, what are you thinking? Evil Thought widened its eyes, staring at him with a look of fury. Chen Xuan paid no attention, merely bent down and delivered a powerful blow towards it. The entire surrounding space transformed into a violent vortex, pulling and pushing towards Evil Thought. At the same time, he shouted, Do you think your father will die? Chen Xuan's kick left Evil Thought in agony, only able to scream, Ouch, ouch, ouch. His powerful punch struck directly at it, sending Evil Thought flying far away to a completely unfamiliar place. It crashed hard into the peak of a mountain, causing dirt and rocks to scatter everywhere. From a being confident enough to destroy the entire world, it now lay sprawled on the ground, unable to believe what had just happened. Evil Thought murmured in its mind, What is happening? This guy took my attack, and not only did he not die, but he could also fight back. It struggled to get up and began to observe its surroundings. After a while, Evil Thought realized something strange. It saw not a single soul, only Chen Chuan standing there. All the others had vanished. In confusion, suddenly from above, Chen Chuan spoke, Fool, welcome to my realm. Welcome to a place that resembles the old world, but without a single living being. This is the battle domain of Xuan Heavenly Emperor. Evil Thought felt its fury rise, but could not deny that it was severely injured. However, the wounds gradually healed, and its body began to return to its original state. Hearing Chen Chuan's words, it sneered and retorted, A domain? Domains belong to earthly supremes. You are merely a Tao emperor. How could you possess such a thing? Evil Thought screamed in a tone of hatred while a powerful gust of wind blew from its body towards Chen Zuan. Chen Zuan just stood there, his expression calm, and replied, "Hemph, based on what can a Tao emperor not have one? Are you discriminating against realms?" To understand why Chen Zuan was able to wield a domain in his hands, one must rewind time to the moment he drew his lot. The result returned by the system did not satisfy Chen Zuan. It was merely a consolation prize. Its content was the enhancement of defense. In his domain, he would be invulnerable. Seeing this outcome, Chen Zuan pondered. This enhancement only works in the new domain. But if my cultivation level hasn't reached earthly supreme, then I can't have a domain. So does that mean I can only use this power to deal with evil thought? But if misused, it could endanger everyone. While deliberating, Chen Zuan suddenly remembered something. Wait, the domain. Isn't Wang Ting's mission rewarding a domain? Then I just need to pretend to sacrifice Wang Ting, take advantage of the spirit clan to detoxify her, and then take the source of life. By doing this, I will complete the mission and obtain the domain. With this defense enhancement, I can withstand evil thought. Chen Zuan's eyes lit up, and he triumphantly crushed the jade slip in his hand. He decided to execute this brilliant plan. His plan succeeded as he lured evil thought into the domain to battle. Returning to the battlefield of Zuan Heavenly Emperor, evil thought began to speculate about the reason Chen Zuan had gained a domain. Hmph, Chen Zuan, the fact that you possess a domain means you must have some peculiar ancient artifact, right? Chen Zuan crossed his arms with a confident expression and replied, "That's right, now unless you kill me, you will forever be bound within my domain." As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately pierced in the chest by the sharp tail of evil thought. Blood spewed out, and the wound deepened day by day, until it pierced straight through his chest. After the attack, evil thought arrogantly said, What's so hard about killing a Tao emperor? I didn't kill you before, just leaving you to help me lift the banishment." Just feeling joyful, suddenly a voice rang out. "Oh, is that so?" Hearing that voice, evil thought was startled and turned back. In front of it stood another Chen Zuan with an unharmed body, standing tall and full of vigor. It felt extremely surprised. Chen Zuan looked at it seriously and said, "Do you still dare to mention exploiting me?" Right after that, he swung his arm hard and hit straight at evil thought's head. That slap immediately sent evil thought tumbling backward, its face turning a dark green. It wondered in its mind, what is happening? He was clearly hit by the power of my dragon vein, but why is he not dead? Not only that, but he is also completely unharmed, without a single injury on him. Evil thought didn't have time to think for long. Immediately, it spewed out a massive, intense fire, aimed directly at Chen Zuan. At the same time, it screamed, "Go die." The fire rushed toward Chen Zuan at an incredible speed. Chen Zuan just stood there, showing no signs that he would dodge. As if it were a matter of course, he took the powerful incoming attack head-on. This time, evil thought was extremely confident. He closed his eyes and said, This time you're really going to die, right?" A familiar voice resounded, "Not at all." Hearing this, evil thought panicked. He opened his eyes wide and immediately saw Chen Zuan standing unharmed right in front of him. Evil thought was confused and shouted, "Why haven't you died yet?" Chen Zuan did not respond, only coldly slapped him hard across the face. Instantly, evil thought was sent flying away. The pain made him wonder inside, how is this possible? Why is he still not dead? Angry, evil thought was not ready to give up. He screamed, "Go die!" Immediately, he spat out an extremely powerful flame toward Chen Zuan. But this time, it was not just a single flame. He continued to spew out countless flames, executing this attack continuously multiple times. Hundreds of energy sources gathered, charging straight ahead, completely devastating a vast area. The destructive force of this energy wave was truly catastrophic. Evil thought was exhausted, panting after the fierce attack just now. Nonetheless, he was still very confident in this strike. "All right, this time you must be dead, right?" he thought. But the outcome was no different. Chen Zuan remained standing there, sighed in disappointment, and once again appeared before evil thought. This situation made him extremely frustrated. Evil Thought, feeling helpless and furious, shouted, "Why is your audacity larger than the smell of your feet?" As always, Chen Tuan happily slapped Evil Thought once again. He was sent flying a considerable distance, during which Evil Thought kept cursing. "Wu, why? Why haven't you died yet? Why can your cultivation withstand the power of the dragon vein? And why do you keep hitting the same side of my face?" Chen Tuan just stood still, saying nothing. A smug smile spread across his lips as he slowly returned to the real world. At that moment, everyone around appeared confused. The monster responsible for the left side and Chen Tuan had suddenly vanished in a strange manner, causing them to start murmuring. "What is going on? Where have Chen Tuan and Evil Thought gone? Did they die?" Nearby, Long Shi, lying exhausted on the ground, spoke up to reassure everyone. "No, Evil Thought is still alive. Moreover, I can sense that Evil Thought seems to be fighting." Upon hearing this, those standing below began to question. Fighting? Is Chen Tuan about to be killed by Evil Thought? Old Dragon then carefully sensed the situation and appeared to see something. He immediately said, "No, it seems that not only is Evil Thought unable to kill Chen Tuan, but he is also fighting with all his might against him. Evil Thought is even about to be driven insane." Upon receiving this information, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. What? Chen Tuan, a cultivator, has the ability to exert the power of the dragon vein. It's impossible. The younger generation of Chen Tuan, including Lu Qingqing, Chen Hao Ran, Zhu Wuyan, and Mu, rejoiced and celebrated together. Could it be that the Grandmaster has found a solution? I always said we should trust the Grandmaster and shift to the realm of the world. After Chen Tuan's latest attack, Evil Thought also began to regain his composure. He no longer launched aimless attacks in a state of panic. He then spoke, "All right, Chen Tuan, you are the power of the dragon vein. I admit that I cannot kill you. But without the earthly supreme, it is absolutely impossible for you to kill me." With a battered face, one side swollen, Evil Thought continued to say, "The lifespan of my dragon vein is limitless. I can wait. As long as I exhaust all your lifespan, I can get out." Hearing Evil Thought's plan to escape from the realm of the world, Chen Tuan pondered for a long while before replying, "That's true, with my Tao Emperor cultivation, I indeed cannot kill you." Upon hearing this, Evil Thought laughed loudly, continuing to speak with arrogance. "So, Zhuan Heavenly Emperor, are you starting to feel scared? Haha, no worries, just wait, I have been banished for 100,000 years. I don't mind playing with you for another 100,000 years. Chen Tuan remained unshaken. He coldly said, "Haha, what are you so happy about? With my Tao Emperor cultivation, it is indeed impossible to kill you." As he spoke, his hair and clothes gradually transformed from white to black. In no time, Chen Tuan had become an entirely different person. His entire body turned a beautiful pitch black, exuding an overwhelming aura. Chen Tuan continued, "But could it be that you think I only have one form of cultivation?" As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of golden energy was instantly unleashed by him, illuminating a vast area around. Chen Tuan's system unexpectedly appeared, announcing, "Master, your initial strength is too overwhelming. Are you sure you want to change?" Without hesitation, Chen Tuan decisively replied, "I am certain." With a gaze infused with intense determination, he immediately shot a terrifying beam of energy toward Evil Thought. The latter, filled with fear, trembled and dodged, then wondered, why has Chen Tuan's spiritual energy suddenly increased so dramatically? The beam of energy was so powerful that it pierced through the earth, shooting straight into the vastness of the universe without stopping, annihilating all matter in its path, the rocks and soil it traversed. Seeing the entire horrifying scene just now, Evil Thought broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he shouted, and even broke through the sky. What kind of power is this? It belongs neither to spiritual energy nor to dragon vein. Moreover, why does it feel like a power that surpasses everything? Chen Tuan at present, his eyes radiating dazzling light, laughed loudly with confidence, saying, "Haha, finally I can play with the original power." But then the question arises, where does this all-encompassing power of Chen Tuan come from? To thoroughly explain this question, we need to go back 200,000 years, to the time when Chen Xuan solved a major problem. After crossing over to Hongming continent, the system asked Chen Xuan what kind of golden finger he wanted. Because Chen Xuan was too weak in the original world, he had only one request: to be invincible. That was a naive statement from a young boy coming of age, still immature. The system seemed not to care much about this request. Therefore, the system granted Chen Xuan absolute invincible power. After being bestowed with invincibility by the system, Chen Xuan eagerly picked up a small stone from the ground, gained momentum, and prepared to throw the stone into the blue sea, saying, "Before I was so weak that I couldn't even create a ripple. Now let's see how many I can make." Suddenly, Chen Xuan stumbled upon a stone under his feet and fell flat on the ground. He shouted, "Ouch!" The stone slipped from his hand and rolled gently down into the water. Chen Xuan sat up, watching the stone plop into the water without seeing anything happen, and sighed. What the heck? Weak like this and it's still called invincible? After a moment of silence, the surface of the water around the spot where the stone had fallen began to churn oddly. Chen Xuan stared in confusion, looking totally bewildered. He thought nothing would happen, but no, the waves generated quickly grew exponentially, reaching heights so great it seemed to stretch into outer space. Chen Xuan sat beneath it, watching as the water rushed everywhere, accompanied by countless sea creatures flying up into the air. An octopus flew straight into his face, but he seemed indifferent. Chen Xuan was astonished by the scene he was witnessing, telling himself, "Throwing a rock, and it's already like this. If it wasn't a slip of the hand, this planet would likely be destroyed." As he was still stunned, the system suddenly spoke up. "That's right, invincible." Chen Xuan angrily shouted at the system screen, "What the hell? I just want to be regularly invincible. Randomly destroying a planet is too terrifying. Who wants that kind of invincibility that destroys a planet? Once it falls, wouldn't it kill the people of a planet?" Receiving Chen Xuan's reprimand, the system immediately made him a proposal. "All right, I will now grant you a cultivation system, and building a power will allow for upgrades. You can start your cultivation from scratch." Upon hearing the proposal, Chen Xuan thought for a moment, and then happily agreed to the deal the system offered. Afterwards, he joyfully jumped up and shouted, "Oh yeah, taking it slow will be fun. My life as Long Dao Thin is about to begin." Thus, later on, the system helped Chen Xuan conceal his invincible strength and instead gave him a golden finger illusion to use. Therefore, Chen Xuan began to carry the cultivation system to the world. 100,000 years later, he established various sects and forces. One day, the system unexpectedly malfunctioned. Chen Xuan was extremely panicked that day, repeatedly lamenting and blaming the system. "What's wrong with you? I've made so many enemies. If I'm hunted down one day and carelessly use my invincible strength, this planet will be doomed." With no system to manage his invincible strength anymore, Chen Xuan began to feel fear. He was afraid he might lose control and destroy the world, so he sighed and decided, hiding in this desolate remote place, surely no one will come to chop me down, right? So he decided to go into seclusion in the 9 Deaths, one life realm, and has been there ever since. Returning to the field of battle, Xuan Heavenly Emperor, Chen Xuan, was incredibly excited at this moment. He raised his hand to the sky and joyfully exclaimed, "But now in this lifeless realm, I can finally disregard the consequences." Suddenly, Evil Thought's gaze turned unusually anxious. It seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. In the space, a gigantic hand of 7 rainbow colors appeared unexpectedly. This hand had the power to tightly squeeze the entire body of Evil Thought, along with a voice booming, "Enjoy a good fight." Seeing the bizarre sight before it, Evil Thought broke out in a sweat, appearing utterly dazed. Chen Xuan immediately used that colorful giant hand to launch a beam of golden energy straight towards its face. Evil Thought could only scream in despair, "Ah, ah, ah." The force of that strike was so powerful that it completely sent Evil Thought flying out of Earth's range, leaving it hovering in the Milky Way. After a considerable amount of time and effort, evil thought finally managed to stop itself before drifting too far away. It gasped for breath, its mind filled with questions. How could he, with just a slap, send me into the universe? Before it could catch its breath, Chen Xuan powerfully soared up from Earth. His eyes sparkled, and he shouted, "This is just the beginning." That gigantic hand was once again unleashed by him, continuing to attack evil thought. Just like last time, a powerful beam of light continued to shoot straight at evil thought. Hit hard, evil thought cried out in pain, "Ah, ah, ah!" This time, the blow sent it flying to the outer planets of the universe. Evil thought's body crashed into the planets, causing them to instantly shatter into tiny pieces, floating aimlessly throughout the universe. At this moment, evil thought was utterly battered. Its face was covered in wounds, blood splattered everywhere. Filled with confusion, it muttered, "What is this? What kind of power is this? Why can't I fight back?" Chen Xuan, along with that enormous, mighty fist, quickly followed evil thought at a terrifying speed. Seeing the cowardly demeanor of the enemy, he smiled confidently, his tone full of mockery. "Don't be afraid. I just unleashed my power. A mere fraction of 100 billion. I wouldn't play a little longer, so please don't die, it would ruin my fun." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuan raised that giant hand high, preparing to deliver another incredibly strong slap straight at evil thought. "No, this is too scary. This is not the power of the Tao Emperor. If this continues, I will definitely die." Chen Xuan heard the plea but completely ignored it. He only focused on preparing for his next attack, his gaze cold and devoid of compassion. In this desperate situation, evil thought instinctively looked around. Its eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope as it discovered something. It whispered, as if motivating itself, "Wait, dragon vein is the power of the earth, equivalent to spiritual power. There are many earth elements around here. How did I not think of this?" Just before Chen Xuan's attack struck down, evil thought used all its remaining strength to absorb all the soil and rock material in the surrounding area. These were the remnants left over from Chen Xuan's extremely powerful previous attacks. Chen Xuan charged forward with a gigantic and powerful hand. Seeing evil thought doing something strange, he briefly showed a look of confusion but did not stop. With terrifying speed, Chen Xuan continued to attempt to get close in order to land a finishing blow on evil thought. Suddenly, evil thought spoke up, its tone completely different from the pitiful demeanor it had before. It burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Chen Xuan." Hearing this, Chen Xuan looked up, his gaze gradually becoming serious. Before him was a scene full of instability, causing his formerly confident face to turn pale. He immediately stopped, on high alert. Before him now, evil thought was no longer the weak creature it had been moments ago. Thanks to absorbing the earth and stone from the surrounding asteroids, its power and size had rapidly increased by leaps and bounds. Seeing the confidence of Chen Xuan vanish, evil thought wore a smug smile, its voice filled with challenge. "I never expected you to force me to expend nearly all of my life force, but this very thing has compelled me to forcefully absorb the power of the spiritual energy of the earth around me. Now I have obtained power at the cosmic level. You won't be able to do anything to me, haha." Evil thought's appearance had now completely changed. No longer the shadowy, vague figure from before, its entire body was now cloaked in a deep crimson, terrifying like the demons of hell. Its size had become horrifically gigantic, thousands of times larger than the rainbow hand that Chen Xuan possessed. The situation had shifted so rapidly that Chen Xuan stood there, bewildered and motionless, unsure of what to do next. How would he deal with the monstrous evil thought? Back in the real world, Longshai was closely monitoring the battle situation through his senses. He said to everyone, "I can feel it now. I can sense from the consciousness of evil thought that Chen Xuan has brought it to a certain area. Unless Chen Xuan dies, evil thought cannot escape." Upon hearing this information, everyone appeared utterly shocked. The 4 young members of the Chen family could not hide their joy. They shouted in unison, "Indeed, the Grandmaster has perfectly expelled evil thought." However, before they could rejoice for too long, immediately Longshi felt tense and reported bad news. "No, I can still sense evil thought absorbing spiritual power, evolving into a being beyond all comprehension. Chen Xuan will definitely die this time. This information immediately caused everyone to be extremely panicked, especially the 4 young members of the Chen family. They anxiously exclaimed, "What?" Others began to whisper among themselves, "Damn it, did Chen Xuan anchor evil thought? Provoking the evil thought noble person will only bring us back a more brutal revenge." Some people expressed dissatisfaction. If we flatter the evil thought noble person, perhaps we might have a chance to survive. The atmosphere became tenser than ever. Dark thoughts began to emerge in their minds. "That's right, we must make Chen Xuan suffer." One person added, "Chen Xuan cares about the youngest generation. Quickly kill them. This way, perhaps the evil thought noble person will spare us." This crazy idea quickly turned into action. All of them immediately rushed to attack the 4 young members of the Chen family. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the 4 quickly huddled together to defend themselves. Then a large stout man in the group quickly deployed a sturdy shield, protecting all the young members of the Chen clan. He did not forget to remind everyone, "Try to hold on, don't get separated." The others were all powerful leaders possessing great strength. They agreed with the reminder while coordinating to protect the young ones. Wang Ting, after stabilizing the situation, decided to leave the real world and return to the realm. Here, evil thought had become a completely different entity. Its body was so large that the 7-colored hand summoned by Chen Xuan was only half the size of one of its teeth. Seeing the tiny Chen Xuan before it, evil thought sneered and said, "Ha ha, Chen Xuan, thank you for helping me gain cosmic-level power." Immediately after, evil thought opened its mouth and summoned a gigantic fireball. It looked at Chen Xuan with extreme confidence and continued to mock, "Now how can you defeat me?" As soon as it finished speaking, the fireball shot straight toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan immediately raised the 7-colored hand, exerting all his strength to block the terrifying explosive force of the fireball. His face contorted under the pressure, sweat pouring down profusely, but it seemed that the power of the fireball was too great. In an instant, Chen Xuan's rainbow hands were blown to dust. Losing his greatest source of power, he immediately faltered and was swept into the terrible attack. The fireball generated an extremely powerful surge of energy, blowing away everything in its path and propelling Chen Xuan towards a nearby planet. When the fireball struck the planet's surface, it caused a horrific explosion, releasing successive shockwaves that obliterated the entire surrounding area. From afar, evil thought watched the devastated planet with a smug expression. It laughed loudly and warned, "Chen Xuan, you can no longer defeat me. Instead of being tormented by me in this realm, you might as well let me escape." After speaking, evil thought charged forward, approaching the recently destroyed planet. It scanned the area, determined to eliminate Chen Xuan once and for all. Beneath the planet, Chen Xuan slowly stood up. Despite being gravely injured, he calmly spoke, showing no signs of fear. "Haha, you are now merely a little bigger, yet you think I cannot defeat you. Seeing you again reminds me of an old friend. Besides, he just came to visit me. Arriving in this world for 200,000 years, he had never seen the complete form of that being." Chen Xuan withdrew his hand from the ground, stood up straight, and looked directly at evil thought. Seeing Chen Xuan starting to talk nonsense, evil thought laughed loudly. It replied, the tone dripping with sarcasm, "Haha, what's wrong? You say he came to visit you, but didn't you once say this realm only has us 2 beings? Chen Xuan brushed the dust from his hands and feet, calmly responded, "That's right, he doesn't count as a being. He sometimes isn't here, yet at other times he's everywhere. Moreover, he has already appeared right in front of you." Chen Xuan's words were full of confidence, his eyes not blinking even once. Hearing those strong affirmations along with his confident demeanor, evil thought felt a bit uneasy. It immediately turned its gaze around, scrutinizing everything it could see. "Himph, where has he gone? Where is he?" Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light unexpectedly appeared from above evil thought's head. Upon seeing that light, it looked up and observed, realizing it was growing stronger. At the same time, an endless spatial portal slowly opened, vast beyond imagination. Shortly after, countless gigantic Buddha hands flew out from within that portal. Evil thought remained standing there, its face clearly displaying confusion. The hands of the Buddha continued to grow in size, quickly becoming many times larger than Evil Thought. On the other side, Evil Thought stood still, not moving at all, without any defensive plans. Finally, amidst those gigantic hands, a great living Buddha appeared. The radiant light from the Buddha's body illuminated the dark universe, causing everything around to seem revived. Seeing the Buddha emerge, the previously confident demeanor of Evil Thought suddenly vanished, to the point that even it could not understand what was happening. What is this? When did this appear? Why do I feel the urge to kneel? Kim Swan, witnessing the trembling expression of Evil Thought, felt immensely amused. He smiled, his eyes brightening, then said, "Haha, to encounter him is your honor. After all, he symbolizes invincibility." The fearful expression of Evil Thought gradually transformed into utter terror. The living Buddha lifted its gigantic hand, a hand many times larger than Evil Thought itself. With just one swing directed at Evil Thought, although the speed was not too fast, the size of the attack was more than enough to render Evil Thought helpless, unable to do anything. It could only scream in fear and beg, wait a minute." However, those pleas could not change anything. The gigantic hand continued to aim directly at Evil Thought, pitiful, and without any point of stopping. When the hand collided with Evil Thought's body, a powerful shockwave instantly erupted, blowing away all surrounding matter. Evil Thought didn't even have a moment to retaliate. In the midst of pain, it screamed. It hurt so much, it hurt so much. Its face was immediately deformed under the terrible attack. Evil Thought was sent flying far away, to the point where it could no longer be seen. Perhaps it had been completely obliterated, vanishing from this world. Until now, when looking down upon sentient beings, Evil Thought had regarded the human race as mere ants. But this time, for the first time, it had to raise its head to look at a person. Even in death, it still did not understand why Chen Xuan possessed such power, nor did it know where it had gone wrong. Indeed, if one were to change places, who could understand? Who would have thought that a Tao emperor would be a supreme powerful individual in the universe? If there was anything to blame, it could only be said that it had forgotten the survival rules of this universe. That is, you can provoke Chen Xuan, but absolutely must not provoke his younger generation. This is the first rule of the universe. Xuan Heavenly Emperor had never feared anyone. The only thing he feared was himself. After standing on the planet and witnessing everything that had just happened, Chen Xuan suddenly turned pale, beads of sweat drenching him, lamenting, "Heavens, a single slap has annihilated an entire star system. That's a star system. When I return, I must never use this power again." Boom, 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 boom. A group of high-level cultivators from the Great Red Gate rushed in, launching an assault on the four individuals. Despite being injured, the four of them persevered in their resistance. One of the individuals from Great Red Gate, attacking with a determined expression, believed that Chen Xuan had to be dead. Killing these people would prove his loyalty to the Evil Thought noble person. "Are you still resisting? Kill!" They surged forward fiercely, attacking incessantly. The battle grew increasingly intense. The fight forced Hao Ran, King Cheng, the Fat One, and Zhu Wuyan to work desperately to protect the girl Wu Wanqing. Chen Hao ran, holding a piece of wood, his face covered in injuries and sweat, gasped for breath. No, these people are all powerful individuals at the leader level from various places, their cultivation nearing the royal realm. "I'm about to collapse," he said with great difficulty. Zhu Wuyan, with an exhausted expression, struggled to voice out, "I have Ling Tong inside me, he wants to kill me. He is tired and on the verge of being unable to contend against so many opponents." The Fat One gasped, his voice weak, "I'm out of energy, I can't even sleep. I'm about to collapse too." While everyone was fighting, Lu Qingqing persevered. She reassured everyone, emphasizing that they must hold on, for the Grandmaster must also be battling hard, and they had to wait for the Grandmaster to return. At the moment the battle was at its most critical point, Chen Xuan appeared effortlessly, as if nothing had happened. "Not at all, the Grandmaster is not having a hard fight," he said, with a little bird perched on his finger. Chen Xuan casually descended, unscathed. The Grandmaster had subdued evil thought very easily. Both sides on the battlefield turned their eyes towards Chen Zhuan. One side was terrified, unable to believe that evil thought had been defeated, shouting loudly, "What?" While those on the other side felt as if they had been saved, joyfully shouting in unison, "Grandmaster!" Qin Zhuan looked down, smiling warmly and handsomely. "You have all worked hard to protect Wan Qing." The members of the Great Red Gate gritted their teeth as they looked at Chen Zhuan, unable to believe it. "How is it possible for evil thought noble person to be defeated by you?" "Impossible. Chen Zhuan, do you intend to deceive us before you die?" They couldn't believe that Chen Zhuan had defeated evil thought. Chen Zhuan hovered in midair, closed his eyes, and sighed in frustration. "I don't care whether you believe it or not. I unilaterally declare this," he said, in a determined tone. "I feel that the power of the Great Red Gate is already too large." Qin Zhuan raised his head high, his gaze proud. "I now decide to revoke your leader position to avoid the situation of endless killing among ourselves." The members of the Great Red Gate could not accept this. "Do you want to take our position? We have struggled for countless years, dream on." "Everyone get up. Earlier we acted against his younger generation. Chen Zhuan will definitely not let us go." The leader angrily raised his sword and shouted loudly, "Kill!" The people from Great Red Gate, each holding weapons, charged toward Chen Zhuan. However, Chen Zhuan was not worried at all. He calmly caressed the little bird in his hand, sighed, and said, "Qiu King, take care of them." Chirp. The little bird turned around, rubbing its head against Chen Zhuan's hand. At that moment, a tremendous force suddenly surged from the ground, causing the charging group to come to an immediate halt. The entire group was swept into a vortex, forcefully pushed down towards the members of Great Red Gate. Before they could comprehend what was happening, they were thrown far away. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingcheng could not believe her eyes, amazed as she looked around. How could a bird be so powerful? At this moment, Chen Zhuan looked at the little bird in his hand, affectionately stroked it, and said, "Xiao King, restore the land." Chirp. Xiao King quickly flapped its wings, and right after that, the green energy was drawn back. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, startling everyone around. Images of land and green hills appeared, the earth shook, and in the blink of an eye, the devastated battlefield had completely restored to the original scenic beauty, sprawling purple flower hills, and beautiful blue butterflies fluttering. "The land has been restored. Could it be that Chen Zhuan, you really defeated evil thought?" The green dragon couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Could it be that bird is a small bird?" The little bird flew to Chen Zhuan's hand and chirped happily. Seeing it, he quickly smiled and said, "You guessed right. It was just using the life source of something to resurrect Bai Ling Niao." The green dragon's round eyes looked at Chen Zhuan, panicking and shouting, "What?" Below, everyone was surprised, mouths agape as they exclaimed, "He really has killed him." A little girl, her eyes dazed, woke up. Still lingering in her ears was the voice calling Wan Qing from someone. The girl Wan Qing sat up, rubbed her eyes to wake up, and looked around in confusion, not knowing who had called her. In front of her was the Grandmaster, a tall figure leaning down, offering a vibrant blue bird to her, speaking in a deep voice. "The power of the dragon vein is gone now, you no longer need to fight." At that moment, the rose cage beside her also fell down, as a sign when the Grandmaster spoke his final words, "You are free now." Wan Qing, with weak eyes, gently held the bird close to herself. The girl softly said, "Xiao King, you're back." The bird, hearing her call, as if understanding her words, chirped twice. Wan Qing, cheerful and happy, embraced the bird and said, "Thank you everyone, thank you Grandmaster." "Hey, is that a pet?" Chen Hao ran, and Zhu Wuyan guessed in unison. Could it be that the Grandmaster turned the dragon vein into a protective pet for junior sister? With this treasure, the world will surely be invincible. The Grandmaster seriously pointed at the four and said, "Now I have eliminated the leader of these forces. King Peng, listen here." First was Hao Ran, chuckling lightly, confidently looking at the Grandmaster. "From now on, Tan Tian will be the king of the eastern region." Next was Wu Yan, clenching his fist and raising it to his chest, expressing determination. I will do well with the task entrusted to me. The Grandmaster looked at Wu Yan and said, You will be the king of the Western region. King Qing, a beautiful young lady, chosen as the leader of the group, will take on the position of Queen of the Southern region. Lastly, the plump King Peng, with a sharp face and light brown hair, poised and determined, firmly clenched his right fist, ready to await. King Peng, you'll be the king of the Northern region. The Grandmaster seriously instructed, You must take good care of your territories, do not let war ravage, and prevent evil thought from appearing again. Wu Yan stood next to King Peng, holding the national flag on his shoulder, while King Qing and Hao Ran both nodded in agreement, replying, Yes, Master. The Grandmaster system announced, Congratulations, Master, you have completed the trial. 6 masters have received the qualification to enter the next continent. Do you wish to proceed to the next continent? King Xuan thought to himself, Is it finally time to step into a new continent? He lightly stepped onto the lush green grass beneath his feet. Walking on this green carpet means it's time to go out and have a stroll. The Grandmaster, along with 4 disciples, put their arms around the little girl Wan Ting, and they all headed towards the new continent. The planet where Chen Xuan lived was very vast, with many continents separated by great distances. The next continent was the Demon Beast continent, which lay thousands of miles away. King Xuan flew over the sea, faster than a bird, heading towards the new land. In just a moment, he arrived at the new continent, the continent of magical beasts. Master, this is the outer region of the magical beast continent, a bustling city built by the human race, Huolei, the system announced. Majestic and splendid. This is the Heavenly Water District, the upper city. Chen Xuan looked at the scene before him and smiled contentedly. Is this the place for my new generation? Not bad, finally it's not a place of poverty. Just as he finished speaking, the system announced again, But after Huolei was ruined, this is a poverty-stricken area. King Xuan's satisfied expression immediately turned into one of acceptance of fate, grimacing as he looked at the surroundings. In the lower poverty-stricken city, the residents were busy selling goods, working, and carrying heavy bags. Above Chen Xuan, a hen flapped its wings, leaving him feeling helpless and ridiculous. Why does my new generation always end up in this situation? He thought to himself. At that moment, the crowd in front of Ding Zhuan restaurant was lively and buzzing with chatter. Have you heard? The beautiful little wife is looking for a son-in-law. What's this about? King Xuan knew nothing but was curious enough to approach and listen in. In front of Ding Zhuan restaurant, many people were gathered, discussing enthusiastically. Chen Xuan stroked his chin in confusion, murmuring, Ding Zhuan restaurant, could it be that my new generation is here? The system quickly replied, That's right. Suddenly, something made Chen Xuan look up in confusion. A beautiful woman, dressed in red, sat on a chair and announced to everyone that they had arrived. Then let me speak plainly, she said, her voice bright and full of confidence. Today, no one needs to provide a betrothal gift. All you need to do is agree to be the son-in-law of my Gong Sun family. She looked around, her bright eyes sparkling. I offer my body in return, and I will definitely not go back on my word. The one who spoke was Gong Sun Ziyan, the eldest daughter of the Gong Sun family. Her words caused the group of men below to buzz with excitement, laughter, and chatter, erupting so loudly that they forgot their manners. They jostled each other, each wanting to push forward to seize the chance, laughing boisterously and speaking crudely. Such a good opportunity. Let me marry this little wife. I could dream and still laugh awake. King Xuan saw the scene before him, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Is this the younger generation I belong to? Don't they know how to choose? He thought to himself. Suddenly, a fat man, hairy and muscular, stepped forward. This man, who had earlier called her little wife, drew the crowd's surprised gaze. It turned out he was the heir of the Yu family, Yu Jian, second grade of Qi realm. Yu Jian, with his large frame, swaggered through the crowd, appearing arrogant and proud. He spoke up. Due to the intellect of the descendants of the Yu family, I have come to marry her. The crowd buzzed again. Someone shouted loudly, Yu Jian? Another person replied, slightly alarmed, "Young master, why has Yu Jian of the Yu family come here?" Seeing Yu Jian approaching from inside the hall of the restaurant, a young lady stepped out, none other than Gong Sun Ziyan. She walked up to the front of everyone and said in a serious tone, "I apologize, gentlemen, but today Yu Jian wishes to force a marriage with me, and my Gong Sun family currently has no male servant." She continued, her gaze shifting to the crowd. "If the Yu family marries me, the restaurant will belong to the Yu family. Therefore, I wish to select a son-in-law first to preserve the restaurant." Hearing this, the men outside were dumbfounded. After a moment, they seemed to understand something, and one by one, they began to flee, shouting loudly as they ran, "Get lost! The Yu family is a powerful clan, not common folk." Others shouted, "Are we really going to risk our lives over a restaurant with the Yu family? Insane!" When seeing that none of the men outside were willing to marry his daughter simply because the influence of the Yu family was too great, Ziyan's parents comforted her by patting her on the shoulder. The two of them, one on each side, spoke together. Ziyan's father, Gong Sun Tse, was the first to speak. "Ziyan, the family has waited for 100,000 years. Old master has still not appeared," he said in a heavy, sorrowful tone. Her mother, Liu Niang, continued, "As long as you marry into the Yu family, this restaurant will be resolved. It does not matter anymore." Both of them hoped she would marry the lustful Yu Jian. Ken Xuan, standing nearby, had overheard their conversation. After they finished speaking, he suddenly remembered someone. "Oh, Gong Sun family, it seems to be the younger generation of Xiao Gong Sun. Previously, Xiao Gong Sun knew that I was afraid of the other continent, and pledged to build a safe haven there for me." He thought to himself, his eyes shining with realization, "It seems this is the filial property of my younger generation." Thinking thus, he channeled a stream of green spiritual power, enveloping his hand. When the spiritual power was gathered, he quietly approached the back of Yu Jian. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, "Grandmaster, just help them solve this trouble." But things did not unfold as he had planned. A notification from the system appeared. "You are not allowed to directly intervene to help the younger generation. The new continent must align with the new role." Hearing the words "new role," Chen Xuan felt confused. The system continued to explain to prevent the master from casually intervening to help the younger generation. The actions of the master in this continent must align with the new role. Before finishing its sentence, the system immediately transported him to another location, leaving him unable to react in time. Seeing that no one could stop him, Yu Jian took advantage of the situation and boldly approached Ziyan. As he walked, he spoke in a tone full of arrogance. "Let's go, wife. With me here, no one dares to marry you." The gaze of the chubby man, Yu Jian, lustfully fixed on Ziyan. He extended his hand, his voice loud and commanding, "In front of everyone here, today you must bear my child." As his arm neared her, Ziyan screamed, her voice full of desperation, "You must not let this Yu Jian get what he wants." Someone in the crowd shouted, "Get lost." Before Yu Jian understood what was happening, a surge of spiritual power shot in from afar, striking his face hard, distorting it. Chen Xuan had swiftly moved in front of him. The rapid movement generated a strong wind around them. He shouted at Yu Jian, "I want her." Then he unleashed a powerful palm strike, causing Yu Jian to be thrown several meters away, left only with cries of pain. The crowd around stood stunned, their mouths agape in astonishment at Chen Xuan's formidable strength. After he dealt with Yu Jian, the system immediately displayed a notification. The system has altered the memories of the locals and arranged a role for the master in the Beast continent. The master may freely assist the younger generation when aligned with the role. However, if inappropriate actions are taken, the mission will fail. Ken Xuan gently waved the fan in his hand, gazing at his new reflection in the mirror. Another notification appeared from the system. New role, Xuan Cheng, a money-hungry, cold-blooded, heartless, sharp-tongued person. First level key cultivation realm. This character is rated as a notorious villain. The people around, upon seeing his face, seemed struck by lightning. One person shouted in surprise, "Why is this trash Xuan Cheng here?" Another man, anxious, asked, Could it be that he also wants to marry her? Zayan's father, noticing the concern in everyone's eyes, leaned into his daughter's ear and whispered, "You know, Suwan Cheng would do anything for money. Marrying into the Yu family would at least be more stable." Zayan didn't respond, only silently looked at him, her eyes filled with sadness. He stepped closer to her and spoke mockingly, "Why doesn't the little wife like me?" The system immediately announced a new mission. New mission, marry into the Gong Sun family. Reward, basic item card. Complete the mission to accumulate mission points. High points can be exchanged for a champion planet card, used to wield powerful strength without destroying the planet. Seeing the task, he smiled faintly and contemplated. This also meant that if he completed many tasks, he could later freely use the unmatched power. Quite interesting. While he was thinking, she looked up at him from below and said, "Swan Cheng, for the sake of the restaurant, I can accept you. But aren't you afraid of the Yu family's revenge?" Her parents, upon hearing this, became furious. Her mother spoke first, her voice full of anger. "Ziyan, are you mad?" Her father followed up, equally furious. "You want us to bring this trash back to be our son-in-law? The Yu family will take revenge on us. How will our neighbors look at us after this?" She simply closed her eyes and fell silent for a moment. After that, her expression turned grim as she replied to her parents. "Keeping the restaurant and waiting for the Grandmaster to come is the legacy of our Gong Sun family. I will not hesitate at any cost to protect it." Hearing her say that, he replied joyfully, "As for the revenge, I am not afraid. If you agree, then I am her husband." The system continued to notify. Task of being the son-in-law of the Gong Sun family completed. Accumulated 1 task point. Currently, there is 1 point. A new task has appeared. Protect the Dangduan restaurant. At this moment, Yujan was being helped up by 2 servants. His nose was bleeding, looking very miserable. He turned to look at him, stuttering, "Swan Cheng, do you dare to hit me?" Since Chen Chuan had previously controlled his cultivation at the key cultivation realm, Yujan was not beaten to death. Once he wiped his nose clean and fully stood up, he shouted angrily at the group behind him. He was not afraid at all and simply smiled cheerfully at him. Yujan pointed directly into his eyes and ordered the group, "I want him to see me and Ziyan have children." 3 names behind listened to the orders and stepped forward happily. A key cultivation realm assassin from the Yu family stepped out in front. The man beside him had a disdainful look, sneering as he said, "Swan Cheng is just a first grade of key cultivation. This piece of trash has finally reached his end." When she saw Yujan preparing to attack him, she immediately stepped forward to stand in front of him and shouted, "Swan Cheng, all I need is your recognition as my husband. You can only be killed by the Yu family here. Hurry and leave." He chuckled softly, speaking to reassure her, "Don't be afraid." His hand had somehow wrapped around her waist, causing her to blush. He leaned closer, placing a hand on her shoulder, and whispered, "I am the son-in-law of the Gong Sun family. In the future, the Dangzhuan restaurant will be under my control." Upon hearing his words, she was so surprised that question marks filled her head. Then she pointed at the group and said, "Who dares to cause trouble in my territory in the future?" He responded, his gaze icy, "I will eliminate that person." After saying this, he waved his sleeve. Powerful streams of spiritual power burst forth, striking directly at the group in front, sending them flying into the air. Yujan, who had been hit before, was struck again by this latest blow, spitting blood, his mouth swollen, his eyes bloodshot, only able to let out a soft grunt. He continued to unleash another blow. A large rock fell from above right where the group had just landed. Due to the overwhelming spiritual power emanating from the rock, the group barely had time to stand up before they were sent flying once more. After finishing off the opponents, he stood satisfied, whispering in her ear, "It's all comfortable now." She stood in his embrace, looking at the scene before her, shocked and covering her mouth. Her parents nearby, witnessing this scene, were left agape and shouted in unison, "Swan Cheng killed Yujian." Her father stepped forward, looking at him and pausing for a moment, then softly continued, "How could Swan Cheng's strength be so powerful?" Looking at the group, all had perished, their bodies piled up on one another. everyone standing there in horror, unable to believe their eyes. In the haze of dust, the fat man lay sprawled on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. He turned to her parents and said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, it's all right now. I will keep the restaurant and protect you." The two people cried loudly, not at all happy, pointing directly at his face and cursing. Her mother shouted the loudest, her voice filled with rage. "You scoundrel, you dared to kill a member of the Yu family. Now we are no different than the dead, do you understand?" Her father stood beside her, equally furious, adding, "If you can protect us, we will kneel to you." He and she exchanged silent glances in front of that scene. After crying and cursing, the two stood up, supporting each other. He looked at them and said, "Kneel. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, if you want to say that, then I'm excited." Just then, from afar, a loud voice rang out, "Who killed my son?" Hearing that voice, the couple looked at each other in fear. An elderly man, with a fierce aura and an orange energy wave, rushed towards him and yelled, "You dared to kill my son. You don't want to live anymore, do you?" He was furious to the point of madness, shouting, "You will die and not even rest in peace." This man is the father of Yujian, Wu Shang, Key Cultivation Realm Rank 3. In the face of his fury, the couple knelt down, crying loudly. They knew that with Wu Shang's strength, their family would not survive. Wu Shang charged forward, locked his gaze onto him, and growled, "Xuan Cheng, did you do this? I want you dead." Two colossal waves of spiritual power clashed against each other, startling the three behind them. But contrary to their worries, he calmly said one word, "Get lost." He swung his hand powerfully, releasing a large wave of spiritual power, causing Wu Shang to scream and be thrown far away, crashing to the ground, soul shattered, mumbling, "Oh, I'm dead." The onlookers gaped, wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw. The couple was even more terrified, screaming once again. Wu Shang had been killed by a single slap. Immediately, another person stepped forward, each powerful stride cracking the ground beneath, instilling fear in the crowd. This was none other than Yu Jian's grandfather, Wu Dao, 5th grade of Qi cultivation. He unleashed an even more powerful wave of spiritual power and roared, "What worthless thing are you? Daring to kill my descendant? I will tear you to pieces." This time, all three of them screamed in terror. Soon after, another figure approached, his mighty spiritual power tearing through the air, generating a strong gust of wind. A dazzling beam of light shot through, and another person lay down, repeatedly uttering the old phrase, "Oh, I am dead too." At that moment, his soul had left his body, causing the surrounding crowd to panic, and suddenly they all exclaimed in unison, "So familiar, it's happened again." Immediately afterward, 3 elders of the Yu family, all having reached the 7th rank of the Qi cultivation realm, rushed in with blazing eyes full of wrath. One of them shouted loudly, "Which madman dares to harm the Yu family? Our 3 patriarchs will wipe out your entire lineage." That scene repeated itself, and the 3 souls of the recently deceased cried out together, "Oh, we are dead too." The crowd watching grew larger, everyone stunned, and they collectively shouted, "God slays gods, beings slay beings." One person in the crowd questioned, "When did Xuan Cheng's 1st grade of Qi cultivation become this strong?" Another person stepped forward and yelled, "Who killed my descendants across 3 generations?" With the astonishment worn off, an elderly man stepped forward and declared, "The only way is to eradicate the Yu family, or else they will never cease their revenge." Everyone around felt dread. The newcomer was Yu Wu Ming, the grandmaster of the Yu family, who had reached the 9th rank of the Qi cultivation realm. The elderly couple was so terrified that their eyes rolled back, their legs couldn't support them, and they shouted loudly to the crowd, "This is Grandmaster Yu Wu Ming. Based on legend, he has achieved the Dingfeng of the Qi cultivation realm." Others couldn't help but echo. Xuan Cheng looked toward the system panel that had appeared, which displayed a notification. "Master, if the 1st grade of Qi cultivation fights against Dingfeng, it will be too contrary to the character role, and the mission will fail." Xuan Cheng glanced at the notification and replied indifferently, "Oh." Immediately after, his expression quickly shifted to one of intrigue and challenge. his eyes gleaming with excitement. Xuan Cheng thought to himself, to fit the character role, right, all right. Seeing Xuan Cheng's behavior was vastly different, the system panel attempted to intervene. But before it could, Ding Feng had already sprang into the air from the crowd, instantly attacking, his fist aimed at Xuan Cheng standing below. As he jumped, everyone around felt the tremor of the ground and the wind being pushed backward. His clothes fluttered wildly and circles of fire continuously swirled around Ding Feng, whose eyes glowed like raging flames. He stretched out his hand, intending to grasp Xuan Cheng's head. As he spoke, "Xuan Cheng, I want your life." Xuan Cheng, caught off guard, could only stand there, wide-eyed, as the man prepared to dive toward him. But with just a simple hand movement, he confidently blocked Ding Feng's attack. Xuan Cheng calmly said, "Wait." Ding Feng was naturally halted, his entire body coming to a stop due to Cheng's sudden action. He broke out in a sweat, looking up at Xuan Cheng with a hint of unease. Xuan Cheng frowned, forming two creases on his forehead. He spoke with great confidence to Ding Feng, "You can kill me, but you must first explain why you want to kill me." Ding Feng, mid-flight, still forming a fist, had a blank expression on his face, his eyes fixed on Xuan Cheng, absorbing the question. In that moment, his mind short-circuited, hesitating as he stammered, this." The onlookers standing outside gaped in astonishment, eagerly awaiting Ding Feng's response. After a moment of profound thought, Ding Feng suddenly figured out the answer to the question. He landed on the ground with a thud, bent over to maintain his balance, one leg planted firmly to keep himself from flying away, and shouted loudly, "Because Xuan Cheng, you killed my family." Xuan Cheng, standing before him, smirked at Ding Feng's response. Ding Feng raised his head, his fierce expression ablaze, his jet black eyes narrowed, and wrinkles appeared on his skin, worn down by time. He shouted fiercely at Xuan Cheng, "So, I want to kill you." Xuan Cheng, not knowing when he had a pair of rimless glasses ready, took them out and put them on, raising his chin high and began delivering his words with a scholarly tone. "No, the one you want to kill is Xuan Cheng. It's just a name. You and anyone can call anyone Xuan Cheng. Are you still sure you want to kill me?" Xuan Cheng's eyes were sharp as he gazed at Ding Feng. Ding Feng was puzzled, raising his eyebrows, his teeth grinding against each other, creating a squeaking sound as he said, just a passerby is trying to chime in with a comment. What are you saying?" The crowd surrounding them continued to grow, with every face displaying astonishment at Xuan Cheng's incomprehensible words. Xuan Cheng stepped closer, gently extending his hand to help Ding Feng stand up, then pointed to the wooden chair, inviting him to sit down. "Look, you don't know this, so please let me explain." "Please have a seat." Ding Feng did not ask any questions and agreed to sit down. All right." The crowd around them exchanged surprised glances at Ding Feng's sudden change in attitude. He sat down, leaning arrogantly against the chair, while Xuan Cheng moved to the opposite chair, sitting up straight, eyes fixed firmly on Ding Feng as he said, "Then I will begin." The crowd was curious, everyone shaking their heads in unison exclaiming, "What is Xuan Cheng doing?" Xuan Cheng smiled, smirking, one hand resting on his cheek, tilting his head slightly with a sharp gaze directed at Ding Feng, then began to narrate. "Do you know that life in the universe originated from a singular entity? This indicates that in essence, all people are fundamentally one." As he spoke, Xuan Cheng used body language to enhance the emotional impact of his story, emphasizing, "I am you, do you understand?" Suddenly, Xuan Cheng's body turned a translucent ocean blue and grew larger, resembling gods teaching their subjects. Xuan Cheng raised his chin and addressed Ding Feng. "Therefore, wanting to kill me also means wanting to kill yourself, right?" Ding Feng was taken aback, his mind spinning in confusion, unable to comprehend what Xuan Cheng was saying. He scratched his head and replied, "It seems somewhat logical." Ding Feng had completely fallen under Xuan Cheng's influence. Xuan Cheng's expression became serious, his brows furrowing, eyes resolute, his tone persuasive. "And your Yu clan has spent your whole life seeking wisdom, but when the world cannot distinguish between you and me, haven't you in fact found it long ago? In the space around them, images of scientific and mathematical knowledge continuously appeared, drifting in the galaxy amidst the constellations that dominated the night sky. Sign and stin, various mathematical charts, geometrical shapes, angle measurements, and much more. In the center of this galaxy was a human-like figure, completely faceless. On the center of the crown of the head is the brain, simulated with glowing lines of deep blue and white. Below the body, bands of purple, pink, yellow, orange, and blue converge into a single point. In Ding Feng's mind, a series of knowledge and mathematical formulas run continuously. His face reveals an expression as if he has just realized something, as if he is awakening. He turns to ask Suan Cheng to be sure. Yes, that's right, isn't it? Suddenly, Ding Feng becomes frantic. He cups his head with both hands and shouts loudly, Ah, my intuition tells me I still have to kill you. His eyes widen in fear at the horrifying truth. In his mind, currents run back and forth, jolting continuously, making it impossible for him to rein in his emotions. Suan Cheng, seeing Ding Feng in pain, smiles with satisfaction and adds fuel to the fire. He slams his hand down beside the chair, speaking in a mocking tone. Headaches are a sign of having a brain. A headache is also proof that your Yu clan has found wisdom. Suan Cheng says this and gestures outward, adding movements that make the observers believe wholeheartedly. Suan Cheng and Ding Feng seem lost in a world full of mystical colors, a galaxy of deep blue with no bottom in sight. Suan Cheng lets himself drift in the hazy space, spreading his arms wide, tilting his head back, and preaching, "When you have found wisdom and realize that you are me, then why not use that wisdom to think about who you should kill?" Ding Feng is taken aback by Suan Cheng's question. Both are suspended in the galaxy, surrounded by ethereal blue light. Ding Feng feels enlightened, extending his hands in front of him, his eyes dazed, his mouth unable to close. He vaguely guesses at Suan Cheng's words, pondering, "When I am me, could it be that I come to kill me?" Suan Cheng smiled joyfully, pushed up his glasses with his hand, and said, "You got the answer right, go ahead." A burst of white light erupted from behind Suan Cheng, tearing apart the dark curtain of the universe and invading the territory of darkness. Like a sign of destiny, Ding Feng was led by the nose without realizing it. When Suan Cheng struck, he used powerful force to get Ding Feng's head directly. A sharp crack rang out as his skull absorbed the blow, while a strong wind made the attack unexpected and unpredictable. Ding Feng was ambushed, unable to do anything but accept the blow. The crowd outside gaped in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. Some were so surprised that their eyes nearly popped out. Everyone was swept away by this strange moment. Despite being hit, Ding Feng still smiled, his eyes showing satisfaction as he leaned back. He closed his eyes, smiled contentedly, thanking Suan Cheng for helping him realize that the Yu family had actually found wisdom long ago. Ding Feng's fall made a loud thud when his body hit the ground, smoke rising from the impact. It seemed as if the fall had been preordained. Surrounding him were thousands of corpses dressed exactly like him, lying neatly in rows. Ding Feng, in pain, felt his old back slam hard against the ground, and he shouted, "Hemph, our Yu family." Ding Feng's soul detached from his body, soaring into the air, his eyes now only reflecting the black of the waiting darkness. His soul bowed gently, apologizing, "Yu family, I will not pursue you any longer." The crowd watching was spellbound and terrified. Their mouths were agape, uttering words of disbelief. Today, Suan Cheng had truly done something that no one expected. What kind of method of killing the enemy was this? Gong Sun Ziyan, a deeply knowledgeable person, looked surprised at Suan Cheng's physical strength and strategy. His eyes widened, his mouth about to say something but then swallowing it back. In his heart, a big question arose. Could Suan Cheng really tempt people's hearts to this extent? The system interface appeared before Suan Cheng and updated the information. Mission accomplished. Protect the Deng Duan restaurant. He received a prop card 1.3. This prop card can be used to activate items while he is Chen Zuan, but the space is limited. Suan Cheng smiled with satisfaction at the recent performance. He elegantly removed his glasses and spoke to the system. Haha, fortunately I watched a classic film beforehand. relying on sharp-tongued retorts to complete the reverse assassination. This doesn't count as going against the character, does it? The system could only respond with a few lines before shutting down. Xuan Cheng shrugged it off, considering it good enough. After finishing with Ding Feng, he turned around and called out, "Gong Sun Si, Liu Niang, what are you two doing?" Gong Sun Si and Liu Niang were sneaking away from Xuan Cheng's scene when they were caught. The two of them froze, sweat glistening on their foreheads, looking at Xuan Cheng with worried expressions. Instead of thanking Xuan Cheng, they stood there arguing, loudly criticizing him, drawing the attention of the villagers. Gong Sun Si, the father-in-law, showed no respect for Xuan Cheng. He pointed at him, growling, "Bastard! Just moved in as a son-in-law and already acting so arrogantly?" Liu Niang, his wife, who stood behind him, added, "Family matters shouldn't be exposed outside. Come here, we will teach you a lesson." The villagers around laughed and whispered. They continually discussed this couple, not expecting Gong Sun Si and Liu Niang to have such bravado. The three of them, Liu Niang, Gong Sun Si, and Xuan Cheng, entered the Deng Zhuan restaurant to discuss matters. The door slammed shut with a loud noise that made everyone's ears and heads ache, as if punishing those outside who had been so noisy. Inside the restaurant, Liu Niang and Gong Sun Si sat opposite Xuan Cheng to discuss work. The restaurant did not have overly elaborate furnishings. There were only a few wooden tables for guests to sit at, a cashier counter, and a staircase leading to the upstairs, where the couple's living quarters were located. Xuan Cheng calmly asked the two of them, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, how do you plan to deal with me?" This statement showed that Xuan Cheng was not afraid of these two people. In fact, they might even be afraid of him. Gong Sun Si and Liu Niang knelt down on the ground. Both of them said in unison, "Big brother, earlier outside there were many people, and we just kept bowing down like we were apologizing to you right in front of us, mumbling nonstop. Father-in-law, mother-in-law are bowing down to you in here." After a moment, Liu Niang looked up, smiled gently, and said, "From now on, who will call whom?" Gong Sun Si pointed upward, proposing a new idea. "He calls me father-in-law, I call him brother." Xuan Cheng stood there, his face full of joy, pointed at the two of them, and then spoke, "Haha, father-in-law, mother-in-law, just listen to me." Gong Sun Si, who was still kneeling on the ground, was sweating profusely. His eyes dared not look directly at him, stammering, "Okay, brother." After hearing this, Xuan Cheng turned and went up the stairs. Behind him, Gong Sun Si and Liu Niang looked at each other, their faces filled with resentment, whispering, "Damn it, we finally managed to be tied to the Yu family," all blaming that woman for continuing the conversation. "This guy Xuan Cheng is too intimidating." The scene shifted, a door slowly creaked open. Inside was a couple. Gong Sun Ziyan was shyly sitting on the bed. In the distance, Xuan Cheng stood looking at her, her hand brought up to her mouth, shyly stammering, "Xuan Cheng, if you want to do something with me, then go ahead. After all, I only hired you as a husband to keep the restaurant." Upon hearing this, the expression and gaze of Xuan Cheng turned grim. He thought to himself, "These younger generations always think there is some charm in my eyes, but in reality what I see is like this." He sighed heavily. In his mind, images of the small children appeared. One child cried, "Boo-woo, I want milk." Another child over there wet his diaper and cried, "Grandmaster, my bottom is cold." Xuan Cheng did not think much longer. He stepped closer, leaning towards her, his cold eyes staring at her as he said, "I have no interest in you. I just need money. If you want to repay me, why not let the restaurant earn some more money?" Gong Sun Ziyan's mouth fell open, her eyes wide in shock at his cold words. She could not help but wonder, is Xuan Cheng truly indifferent to me? It seems he really is like they say, only loving money. Life continued to flow, and night eventually fell. Xuan Cheng leisurely entered a resting place. As he walked, he contemplated, "Earlier I found out that Xiao Gongsun had been to Shuicheng City 100,000 years ago, founding a business empire just to wait for me to arrive." He then moved closer to the altar, upon which was a tablet for Gongsun. He looked at the tablet with regret and thought, after Xiao Gongsun's death, The empire had gone through 100,000 years of ups and downs, and now only a small restaurant remains. He stepped closer to the tablet, his hand resting on it. A muffled sound echoed, and he said, "Chiu Gongsun, Grandmaster will not let your efforts go to waste. I will definitely help your Gongsun family regain its former glory." That stream of thought closed his night that evening. The scene transitioned to the next morning. The sky was clear and blue, bustling with people, voices rang out from everywhere. The food festival had begun. The Gongsun family, you wait to shut down. Suan Cheng stood inside. With a carefree demeanor, he stepped out strongly, his voice booming. "Who is yelling at us to close down so early in the morning?" Gongsun Ziyan, standing beside him, replied, "It is the former chef of our restaurant. Not long ago, he was still working for the Dengduan restaurant." She continued, "We have never treated him poorly, but now he has become our competitor." In front of Suan Cheng, he stood filled with a multitude of question marks. Contrary to the criticism and disdain that his restaurant received, the neighboring Dengduan eatery was bustling with customers, pushing and shoving. The chef of that restaurant was grinning smugly, yelling in delight, "My establishment is as crowded as a festival. I've stolen all of your customers, so just wait to go out of business." Suan Cheng and Gongsun Ziyan stood outside, watching the scene with dismay. He turned to her and asked, "Has our chef declared independence?" She replied, "That's right, he controls the supply of ingredients, making it impossible for us to buy any." The chef continued to boast incessantly. Today was the food festival, and each guest had a voucher for recommendations, all of which went to that chef. This was the reason Suan Cheng and Gongsun Ziyan felt dejected. They didn't say anything, but they shared a common thought. Without the monthly recommendation vouchers, the restaurant would lose its supply and reputation. If our Dengduan eatery cannot attain the monthly voucher, it will face the prospect of closing down. Suddenly, Suan Cheng's system notified him of a new mission: help the Dengduan eatery survive the food festival. The reward was 3 figurative character reformation sticks. Seeing the notification, Suan Cheng clenched his fists and thought to himself, "So this chef is the ungrateful one who wants to push us out." He wasted no time, not bothering to think too long. He dashed straight to the restaurant, resolutely stating, "To avoid closing down, our restaurant must open today." Gongsun Ziyan ran after him, exhaustedly saying, "But we only have rice." He turned to look at her, affirming, "It's fine, leave the cooking of the rice to me." Then he whispered to the system, "System, I want to use the item card." In the distance, Shuqing City stands out with a famous culinary establishment as he walked step by step toward the Dengduan eatery. In his hand was a toothpick that he was breaking, mumbling to himself as he looked up at the restaurant sign. The Dengduan eatery only served plain rice. After reading that, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva and wonder, what kind of eatery only serves plain rice? His anger flared up, and he kicked over tables and chairs, shouting at everything in the restaurant, pointing at the faces of those nearby and berating them. "Damn it, how dare you open a restaurant just serving rice? You are humiliating the culinary arts." Gong Sun-si and Lu Niang, standing nearby, saw the tense situation and exchanged panicked glances, then said in unison, "Oh no, it's a culinary expert." Both of them thought about the authority he wielded. This culinary expert had an extremely high reputation within the food community. If he looked down on the rice restaurant, today the establishment would not be able to open its doors anymore. In the midst of his anger, a bowl of rice was presented before him. A pleading voice rang out, "Please don't be angry, sir, try a bite first." He laughed loudly, asserting, "Who hasn't eaten rice before? Even if I die here today, I will not take a single bite." No sooner had he finished speaking than Suan Cheng stepped up and forcefully shoved the bowl of rice into his mouth, yelling, "No, you have to eat, fat man." His mouth full of rice, his eyes bulging, unable to believe it. Gong Sun-si and Lu Niang's eyes widened, their mouths agape, staring at the scene in shock, then spoke up, "Ha!" The faces of Gong Sun-si and Lu Niang were increasingly worried and fearful, as if they had just lost 20 sacks of rice. Both raised their hands to cover their faces, their bodies trembling, saying in unison, Are you crazy? Daring to disrespect the culinary expert? If he underestimates it, it's the end. Gong Sun Ziyan, who was standing nearby, looked surprised at Xuan Cheng and shouted. Xuan Cheng? The overweight man was still chewing noisily. His voice sounded angry as he shouted. You dare to put this disgusting bowl of rice into my noble throat? The entire restaurant held its breath, thinking that such fury would cause the old man to explode in anger and condemnation. But unexpectedly, the plump man suddenly let go of his hands, looking down at the bowl of rice with a satisfied expression. His face brightened, breaking into a sunny smile. So delicious, he said, causing everyone in the restaurant to be astonished and dumbfounded. His face was now joyful, cheerful, and full of excitement. I've never eaten such a delicious bowl of rice, he continued, his voice overflowing with satisfaction. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly erupted, a dazzling light radiating around him, and he shouted loudly, I've broken through. That statement left Gong Sun Si and Liu Niang standing in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to believe what had just happened. They chorused in astonishment. Huh! After the breakthrough, the chubby man raised his bowl of rice high with both hands, his eyes shining brightly as he exclaimed, This ordinary bowl of rice has enabled me to break through. Truly an astonishing dish that surprises people. Xuan Cheng, at this moment holding the bowl of rice, wore a smug expression, secretly thinking, Haha, it's just that I used a tool card to drop a drop of Jade Spring Divine Medicine into the rice. Thus the rice restaurant became famous. The chubby man, delighted and cheerful, handed a recommendation ticket to Gong Sun Ziyan, saying, Incredible, this perfect bowl of plain rice. My recommendation for the month will go to you. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Ziyan was extremely surprised and overjoyed, immediately expressing gratitude. Thank you, food expert, you are truly precious. As he stepped out of the restaurant, the chubby man said with a beaming smile, Everyone eating at Ding Zhuan restaurant can lead to breakthroughs. Come and eat quickly. I dare to guarantee with my honor. The diners at the neighboring restaurant, hearing the confident declaration from the food expert, were astonished, their faces showing surprise. What? Eating can lead to breakthroughs, and the food expert is guaranteeing it with his honor. Hearing such exciting information, the people around immediately surged toward the Ding Zhuan restaurant like a tidal wave. They enthusiastically said to each other, I'll go and give it a try. Hey, I'll also go and give it a try. The owner of the neighboring restaurant was knocked aside by the crowd, staring blankly as he called out loudly, Hey, customers, don't go. The Ding Zhuan restaurant was now more crowded than ever, with people continuously coming and going. Everyone feasted as if there was a festival, eating voraciously. Before long, some diners in the restaurant had made breakthroughs. They joyfully shouted, So delicious, I've also made a breakthrough. These scenes only heightened the joy and excitement of those still waiting. They gobbled their food quickly. Once they had made their breakthroughs, those people all lined up to hand their monthly tickets to Gong Sun Si and Liu Niang, continuously expressing their gratitude. Thank you, thank you. The number of tickets was so great that the couple had to use both hands to hold them. At this moment, Gong Sun Ziyan also approached Xuan Cheng while holding a stack of tickets, her eyes filled with suspicion as she asked, Xuan Cheng, did you do something to this food? Hearing her question, Xuan Cheng quickly defended himself, replying, How could that be? You just need to count the money for me. Outside, the scene remained noisy and bustling, but inside Xuan Cheng's heart lingered a different thought. Still not enough monthly tickets. From the gate, guests continued to swarm in and out. Xuan Cheng slowly stepped outside, his voice clear and powerful, catching the attention of the crowd. Esteemed guests, there is currently no more rice available to serve. Anyone wanting rice must have a monthly ticket to exchange. Hearing this, the guests in the crowd showed their disappointment. Their faces revealed clear sadness, and one person muttered, No, our monthly tickets have all been given to Tongfu Inn. So what should we do? Xuan Cheng smiled mysteriously, his eyes revealing a sense of triumph. Then, if you do not mind the trouble, you can go retrieve your tickets from those people. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to understand, and their gazes turned sharp. They looked towards Tongfu Inn with sinister smiles. The innkeeper, who was tightly clutching a pile of monthly tickets in his hands, saw the crowd's gaze and turned pale. Panic-stricken, he exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" Before he could finish, the crowd surged forward. The sounds of pushing and shoving grew chaotic. Thud, thud, the tumultuous noise as the crowd reclaimed their monthly tickets from the innkeeper's hands. When the crowd dispersed, the innkeeper was left sitting on the ground, disheveled, his eyes filled with despair as he spoke. "Don't, if you take all the monthly tickets, I will have to close my shop." Just like that, the Dangzhuan restaurant dealt with its competitors and became the most famous eatery at the Poor Street Food Festival. The people with winning tickets pushed and jostled, lining up, holding up their winning tickets and saying, "For you all, we have no more winning tickets." At this moment, the system board displayed a new notification: "Mission accomplished, ensuring the Dangzhuan restaurant's survival at the food festival." The current mission accumulation points were 3. Xuan Cheng stood with his arms crossed, smiling lightly, and said, "Done." As he was thinking like that, suddenly a loud voice called out to Xuan Cheng from behind. He took notice and turned around. Something was definitely wrong. Another fat man was eating rice. He was a food critic, a second-tier culinary expert. His face was flushed, eyes blazing with anger. He glared sharply at the bowl of rice and shouted, "Adding something extra has diminished the pure flavor of the rice. This is a disrespect to cuisine." His words made Sun Tzu and Liu Niang tremble in fear. Their faces turned pale, their mouths quivered as they stammered, He is a second-tier culinary expert from the wealthy area, in person." Gong Sun Ziyan at this moment had a fearful expression as he looked at the food expert and thought, "It's over." The higher the level of the food expert, the greater their influence. A single remark from a second-rank food expert could determine the life or death of a small restaurant. The second-rank food expert was now sitting angrily at the table like a high-ranking official. Below him 2 people, Sun Tzu and Liu Niang, were kneeling and trembling. The food expert shouted angrily, "Kneel down and apologize to me." At this moment, Sun Tzu and Liu Niang were shivering, their lips stammering, "Yes, yes. The food god noble person cannot be provoked, we can only kneel." Xuan Cheng slowly waved the fan in his hand and stepped forward to block Sun Tzu and Liu Niang, boldly saying, "Wait, it's not his place to talk about the rice I've cooked." Hearing himself being disdained in such a manner, the food expert looked confusedly at Xuan Cheng and said, "Who are you, you filthy garbage?" Without saying much, Xuan Cheng swung the fan in his hand and slapped the face of the food expert sharply, coldly saying, "Get out." The blow was so strong that Sun Tzu, Liu Niang, and Ziyan all widened their eyes in shock. The food expert was knocked down, his face contorted, teeth flying out, just managing to scream, "Ah!" He crashed hard against the table, breaking the wooden table of the eatery in half, blood gushing from his mouth, his hands clutching his face as he howled in pain. Ziyan's mother, witnessing this scene, panicked and nearly fainted, while her father was astonished, his eyes rolling back in shock as he yelled out Xuan Cheng's name. Meanwhile, Ziyan stood in front, stunned, her voice stuttering as she exclaimed in disbelief, He is a second-tier food expert." The man trembled, gripping a piece of the broken table, struggling to get up. His face was filled with rage. Glaring at Xuan Cheng, he roared, "Damn it, you lowly commoner, how dare you hit me?" He clutched one side of his cheek, sitting on the ground, his face fierce, loudly cursing at Xuan Cheng. "A violent maniac like you, speaking like that, my restaurant cannot evaluate your food. Do you understand cuisine better than a chef?" Xuan Cheng stood there, clasping his hands, watching the man shouting loudly. After a moment, the chef stood up and asked Xuan Cheng loudly, "Are you daring enough to compete in cooking with me?" Then he set the condition, "If you can't cook better than I do, I want your restaurant to be closed for today." As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately displayed a new notification: "A new mission has been opened. Keep the restaurant open, achieve a good rating, and break the mentality of Chef Shi Kun. Reward for completion: a stick to improve the character image." Xuan Cheng smiled at the mention of the reward and looked at Shi Kun. His words were as light as a feather, yet they made Ziyan's parents panic. Her father spoke first, Xuan Cheng, even if you can cook a delicious dish, so what? The chef just needs to intentionally say it tastes bad, and our restaurant is finished. Her mother also chimed in, her voice anxious. That's right, as long as he says it tastes bad, we won't have any chance left. Ziyan was also somewhat worried, softly calling his name. Xuan Cheng. But the die was already cast. There was no way to avoid the competition. After an hour, the two of them had laid out their dishes. That Shikun guy asked loudly, "Is it done yet?" Xuan Cheng replied softly, "Of course." Xuan Cheng's dish was a stew made of shiitake mushrooms, meat, shrimp, and eggs, which he introduced as Buddha jumps over the wall. As he opened the pot, an aromatic fragrance wafted out, making those behind him drool in hunger. Shikun, feeling proud, praised his own dish, and everyone complimented him, as if they could see the heavenly hand deity. When the other dish was brought out, Xuan Cheng also presented his dish and introduced, "Mine is the 9 Rebirths Grand Elixir, you may try it." However, when everyone looked at that dish, they felt nauseated. The peculiar smell caused Shikun to cover his nose and exclaim, "Oh my goodness, it stinks. Did you even wash this intestine? Just the smell alone makes it hard to eat." Xuan Cheng remained calm and replied, "Noble culinary person, stinky tofu smells bad, but it's delicious. How can you say it's hard to eat just based on the smell?" Everyone around Shikun plugged their noses. Shikun cautiously picked up a piece, saying, "True enough, let me give it a try." The culinary expert slowly brought the piece to his mouth, chewed it, and his eyes widened as he shouted, "This is great elixir." Seeing his reaction, the people around him all exclaimed, "Oh yeah." Shikun's expression was full of astonishment. He looked at the dish, then raised his head to look at Xuan Cheng and asked, "Is it a rare delicacy?" The culinary expert, with his hands resting on the table and a somber tone, looked at Xuan Cheng and said, "Xuan Cheng, this great elixir dish." He trembled as he uttered the last word, "Did you really not wash it?" Xuan Cheng calmly replied, "Because noble person once said he liked the original taste of the ingredients, I deliberately kept it unprocessed and didn't wash it at all." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked to the core. All shouted in unison, "What? Not washing means Xuan Cheng has let the culinary expert Shikun eat that in front of everyone." Ziyan was also taken aback, her voice louder than usual. "Brother Xuan Cheng, did you do that on purpose? The culinary expert must be underestimating it." As for her parents, they could no longer maintain their composure. Her mother retched on the ground, clutching her stomach and saying, "If the intestines weren't washed, who would dare come to Deng Zhuan's restaurant again?" At this moment, Shikun was extremely excited. His face flushed, but he stammered, "No, Brother Zhuan is just joking. In fact, the intestines have been cleaned very well." He started to sweat, stammering and nodding, then loudly declared, "This dish is so delicious, I have to eat it all by myself." As he spoke, his hands were continuously grabbing food and bringing it to his mouth to chew. Everyone around was horrified. One person said, "Ah, so it was really cleaned well?" The next person added, "Exactly, this dish is so delicious that the culinary expert wants to enjoy it alone." Another person chimed in, "It seems that the skills of Deng Zhuan restaurant are truly exceptional." Xuan Cheng saw Shikun eat the entire great elixir without revealing any flaws, and he felt satisfied in his heart. He was still smart, knowing how to save face so that it wouldn't be exposed that he had eaten that dish. Otherwise, he had considered bringing out the remaining portion of the great elixir for the onlookers to taste, to humiliate Shikun and ruin his reputation. But in the end, the mission was completed perfectly. He smiled lightly, crossing his arms while watching the system notification. His mood was stable, and he received a good evaluation from the system. "Mission completed perfectly," the system announced. He was rewarded with 1 mission point and 3 character image modification sticks. The system further explained that the character image modification sticks could change the memories of others in case your image was suspected by those around. Immediately after, a small purple stick appeared in his hand. Xuan Cheng looked at the stick and internally marveled, "Oh, memory alteration, huh?" After eating the strange dish, Shikun became furious. pointing at Xuan Cheng and saying, "Xuan Cheng, although you did very well, I hate your attitude towards food." Xuan Cheng knew this guy was looking for an excuse to confront him. Despite his outward praise, inside he was cursing. "Bastard, I have to find a way to take revenge." Shi Kun continued to shout, "You must be punished." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 armed men rushed towards Xuan Cheng. Ziyan saw this and shouted loudly, "Oh no, it's the Death Warrior patrons." The couple standing beside them gaped, speechless. Shi Kun loudly added, "The fighting power of the culinary arts house Shi Kun is very strong, but it will nurture those Death Warrior patrons as professional fighters. These patrons are always absolutely loyal, and they will not die until it's over." Shi Kun commanded, his hand waved, directing the group of Death Warriors, "Go and chop Xuan Cheng into pieces, brew some wine for me." 4 Death Warriors charged forward, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from them. Just then, a hand suddenly grasped Shi Kun's wrist. It was none other than Gong's son Ziyan. She hurriedly pulled Xuan Cheng away, running while saying, "Xuan Cheng, the opponent is a person from Qi cultivation realm. You can still deal with him, but these Death Warriors are all in the realm of mind focus. You must run quickly." Xuan Cheng used his slender hands to support her delicate waist. The sudden intimate action made Gong's son Ziyan blush, shyly glancing at him. Xuan Cheng whispered, "That's right, just relying on the strength of Qi cultivation realm truly won't be easy to handle." Peach blossom petals fluttered down in the wind. He held her hand, gently lifting it up high, making everyone around them astonished. Moments later, he looked up at the sky, where the clear blue sky was suddenly overshadowed by dark clouds, gathering beneath Gong's son Ziyan's hands. Then there came a series of booming sounds, and 2 enormous hands colored like a rainbow appeared in the sky above the capital city. It violently descended. The nearby Death Warriors gasped at this scene and screamed, not understanding what it was. The hands moved slightly, enough to create a strong wind that blew away the surrounding space. The Death Warriors stared blankly, astonished. Is this the power of heavenly and earthly magic? Could there be a powerful individual Dao Emperor here? Gong's son Ziyan, terrified, clung tightly to Xuan Cheng, but still firmly said, "Let you taste a bit of the northwest wind." The crowd had been swept away by the wind created by Gong's son Ziyan, soaring in all directions into the sky, causing the heavens to become chaotic with stones and dust. They screamed in fear, cries for help echoing everywhere. "Ah, ah, ah, the wind is too strong." At the same time in the tavern, the cook was carrying a large bag. He sighed, looking around at the disarray in the inn. No more winning tickets, I can only sell the tavern now," he thought. A smug smile unintentionally appeared on his face. "But as long as the tavern can still make money, I still have a chance to start over. Xuan Cheng, just you wait." However, he did not know that a strong wind carrying the Death Warriors was about to hit. The powerful wind, like a storm, charged in, and in an instant, it blew away the entire tavern. He had not yet realized what was happening when everything before him was shattered. The screams of the crowd resonated around him. He yelled in anger, "What is happening? Where is my tavern?" The boss, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, clutched the cook tightly and exclaimed, "Ah, ah, ah, the wind is making me dizzy." After admiring this power for a while, Gong's son Ziyan was also taken aback and exclaimed, "Xuan Cheng, is this your strength?" At that moment, the system also displayed a warning. The image of the gas master is damaged. The mission is about to fail. Seeing this, Xuan Cheng, undaunted as he had planned, replied, "It's fine. Isn't there a stick to modify the image that can change the atmosphere?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a small pink stick. Xuan Cheng raised the staff high, and it began to emit brilliant golden rays that illuminated everyone around. All the people forgot everything that had just happened. He smugly commanded, "Remember, this is because I created cuisine that even the heavens must envy." As for Shi Kun, with his greed, he chose to eat alone and was punished by the heavens. Immediately, the staff exerted its power. Everyone suddenly woke up, not understanding what had just occurred. The crowd started to murmur in doubt and began to discuss. What the hell was that? Just now, the gourmet was punished by the heavens. Suan Cheng created cuisine that even the gods envy. I must visit his restaurant to try it out in the future. Suan Cheng happily fanned himself and turned to Gong Sun Ziyan, saying, Wife, the reputation of our restaurant has increased. But do you feel something strange about the atmosphere here? I sense something is not right. The next morning, at Suan Cheng's restaurant, a strange sound rang out, which was very piercing. That sound unintentionally woke Suan Cheng from his sweet sleep. He rubbed his eyes, sleepily muttering, What kind of noise is this early in the morning? He tidied himself up and walked outside. When he saw a familiar figure, Suan Cheng wondered, Wife, why are you not going to collect payment here? At this moment, Gong Sun Ziyan, with her graceful beauty, was sitting and playing the zither by the garden. She spoke gently and captivatingly in reply. Recently, the Hell family, the largest family in Jiangxi City, is selecting a longevity music piece for Hu Master. Gong Sun Ziyan is thinking of ways to set the music to lyrics. She shyly lowered her head and whispered, The music of whichever family gets chosen by Hu Master will bring great benefits, but the whole city is participating, and I can only try to make universal melody music. As soon as she finished speaking, she continued to hum her piece. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si. However, the sounds that came out were extremely discordant, causing Suan Cheng to think in fear. I can't take this anymore. The music of this world is really hard to listen to. Suddenly he rushed over, snatched the lute from Gong Sun Ziyan's hands, and said seriously, Wife, universal melody music can help earn money, right? I will write the music for you. Gong Sun Ziyan felt grateful in her heart, but was still a bit skeptical, replying, Stop messing around, Suan Cheng. The birthday celebration is coming soon. I don't have time for you to play randomly. Suan Cheng merely cleared his throat softly. He quickly showcased his talent. A gentle breeze and his fingers glided over the lute strings. The sound rang out. I have once struggled to break free from this vast world. One word uttered makes everything around become so beautifully enchanting. Gong Sun Ziyan's eyes widened in surprise, astonished as if she had just witnessed something marvelous. So beautiful. Suan Cheng continued to sing passionately, his voice soothing like a lullaby, and once feared the dreams within it. Gong Sun Ziyan looked at her husband, unable to help but exclaim inwardly. Suan Cheng's singing was not only clear and resonant, but the lyrics and the imagery were also extraordinarily beautiful. Lu Qingcheng shyly looked at Suan Cheng and said, This is such a beautiful piece of music, yet I have never heard it before. I didn't expect you, Suan Cheng, to be such a talented musician. Suddenly, Lu Qingcheng fell into deep thought. Was Suan Cheng's music mocking her? When Suan Cheng coldly turned his back, she continued to be lost in contemplation, her dreams resurfacing in her mind. I also want to see this grand world. I want to meet the Grandmaster. She sadly thought further. But I don't know if the Grandmaster still exists. Perhaps meeting the Grandmaster is just a distant dream. At that moment, Suan Cheng was sitting playing the lute and singing a piece of music. When he finished, he sighed and wondered. A modern song, surely people from the ancient times wouldn't find it unacceptable, would they? He turned to Lu Qingcheng and asked, So my dear, how was this piece of music I played? After listening to Suan Cheng's piece, everyone couldn't help but admire. Lu Qingcheng smiled lightly and said, Not only is it good, but it is truly excellent. Everyone is moved. Suan Cheng was astonished, left speechless, not understanding. After enjoying Suan Cheng's music, Lu Qingcheng smiled shyly and asked, Can I take this piece of music to the longevity god of Hu Master? She continued, This piece of music surely has a chance of winning the championship. Hearing this, Suan Cheng coldly replied, Of course, as long as it brings benefits to the establishment, that's sufficient. After he agreed, Lu Qingcheng began to think better of Suan Cheng. She realized that with such talent, Suan Cheng's nature didn't seem bad. The voice echoed from the transitional area of Jiangxi City, home to the wealthy elite. Suan Cheng turned to ask, Wife, what shall we do next? Gong Sun Ziyan replied, Let's go by training the beast. The two walked alongside the training the beasts, chatting. Xuan Cheng overheard the discussion about Hu Master, who not only favored the Yu family but also organized the training the beast competition, so they needed to buy one. He responded absent-mindedly, "It's like choosing music." When they entered the store, Lu Qingqing added more about the competition. The family that earns a good reputation in the training the beast competition will bring significant benefits to their clan. Standing before the owner, Lu Qingqing spoke up, wanting to inquire, "Shopkeeper, could you show us a few inexpensive training the beasts?" The owner, who had oddly colored blonde hair and dressed in a rough manner, sat on a chair with an imposing demeanor, cradling a fierce-looking dog. He bellowed, "Get lost, get lost. Lowly people from Jiangxi City, get out, you are soiling old master's shop." Lu Qingqing, unfazed, calmly said, "We want to buy, no need to speak so rudely. Shopkeeper, we are just folks from the poor alleys, but we are not short on money." Despite Lu Qingqing's gentle tone, the owner became increasingly arrogant. He angrily pointed a finger at them and roared, "You lowly folks are still here. If you don't get out, I'll unleash my dog to bite you." At that moment, his fierce dog let out a loud growl. Lu Qingqing still smiled gently and said, "Shopkeeper, we truly want to make a purchase." Unable to endure any longer, Xuan Cheng swung his fan. Both the dog and the owner were sent flying, crashing straight into the wall. Xuan Cheng glared at the owner, asking with a cold expression, "What do you have to say? Didn't your parents teach you how to treat guests?" Lu Qingqing was taken aback. Alarmed, she said, "Xuan Cheng, being looked down upon in the poor area is common. We shouldn't provoke them." The owner, clutching his face in pain, his eyes brimming with tears, suddenly exclaimed, "You dare to hit me and intimidate me?" With an arrogant tone, he continued, challenging Xuan Cheng, "Wait until my father arrives, you're done for." Immediately, the owner's father, a powerful figure, arrived with his underlings, shouting, "Who dares to lay hands on my son?" Upon seeing his father, the haughty owner cried and reported the situation, pointing at Xuan Cheng and yelling, "Kneel down, apologize. Father, this is the scoundrel, tell him to kneel." Upon seeing his father arrive, Xuan Cheng gently greeted, "Food god noble person, long time no see." The father and everyone around were surprised and astonished to learn that his son had offended Xuan Cheng. Their faces showed clear fear, and the father stammered, "Xuan Cheng." The arrogant and boastful shop owner still hadn't realized who he had offended, and continued shouting, "Imph, my father has brought the death warrior here, you're dead for sure. Kneel before me." Seeing his son not understanding the situation and still acting haughtily, the father angrily struck him and his pampered dog hard. He yelled, "Bastard, you dare to speak to Xuan Cheng like that?" The shop owner was dazed, his eyes filled with tears of disbelief as he couldn't believe that his father, who had always loved him, was hitting him. He choked up, tears streaming down his face, and said, "Father, why are you hitting me? You must have hit me by mistake, right?" Immediately he was lifted off the ground. His whole body trembled, tears rolling down his cheeks. The father, losing patience, yelled loudly, "Do you still dare to act haughty in front of noble person Xuan Cheng?" Lu Qingqing was so angry that his face turned red, continuously cursing, "Ungrateful wretch. I don't just want to hit you." Then he pushed his son's head down, continuing to scold, "I also want you to apologize to Xuan Cheng." At this moment, the arrogant shop owner could only cry. He thought to himself, how could he kneel before such a lowly person? Meanwhile, beads of sweat had formed on the father's forehead. He gritted his teeth, reminding himself, "What did I endure last time? I suspect this person has powerful support. How could I offend him?" After that, he quickly bowed his head and flattered, "Xuan Cheng, as for training the beast, you can choose whatever you want, I gift it to you." Hearing that, he glanced over and quickly replied, "Consider it as you know your place." Xuan Cheng and Ziyan were strolling around the zoo. He pointed to one of the animals and asked, "Wife, what do you think of this one?" Ziyan looked at the creature, sweating profusely, and shook her head in rejection. "No way, this one isn't suitable at all." Behind them, Food God watched the couple, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. His face resembled a web of worry. He thought to himself, Suan Cheng, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. When the beast training competition begins, I will ensure your family loses all their face. On the day of the grand beast training competition, the audience filled the stands, and the atmosphere became electrifying when someone spoke up. Dear esteemed citizens, welcome to my birthday celebration. An imposing old man sat regally, stroking his beard as he continued. Before we start the celebrations, let us have the grand beast training competition, with rules as every year. The champion will be the last one standing in the melee, that is the esteemed Hu Master. Hu Master. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately cheered, erupting in excitement. We can't wait, there's something to watch now. Another person shouted, Beast King, come on, reclaim the championship. The contestants gathered at the starting line. Everyone chose large, fierce animals for the competition, but Zhang Yan opted for a small, sleek, golden-feathered ostrich. The audience burst into laughter at the sight. Gong Sun family, still alive? Can your clan even make it with just one? Another one chimed in, and everyone turned their eyes towards Ziyan's group. She rode atop the ostrich, unafraid to retort back, Of course, every year it's just me who goes up. Ziyan proudly looked at the beast she had chosen. She smiled, picked up the saddle and said, The Gong Sun family was once a great clan. I'm not here seeking rank, I only wish to prove that the Gong Sun family still exists. The food god standing nearby heard this, smiled wickedly, and thought to himself, Still exists, huh? Don't worry, today is the last time your Gong Sun family will appear. The referee then shouted loudly, The competition begins. All the contestants rushed forward, determined to win first place. A contestant chased after the leader, arrogantly shouting, You're dreaming, watch me kill you. Ziyan silently thought, My beast training is weaker than the other clans. Her face grew serious as she quickly moved to avoid getting caught up in the long battle. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a claw as sharp as a dagger lunged at her. The food god maliciously targeted her, commanding a pack of wolves to surround her, trapping her. He laughed, a cold laugh echoing, Mrs. Suan Cheng, where do you think you're going? She turned to look at him, her eyes blazing with anger. You came all this way to seek revenge for Suan Cheng, didn't you? She quickly maneuvered the ostrich expertly, responding swiftly. Luckily, this high-level bird is perfect for running away. The ostrich squawked in response to her words. The food god chased behind, his face darkening, his smile turning sinister. In his hand, a flute gleamed with light. Ha 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 ha, can you run away? He brought the flute to his lips and played a long continuous note. The wild white bird, upon hearing the sound of the flute, immediately collapsed as if hypnotized. Ziyan was panic-stricken and asked, What? The birds of prey paused. Food god, seeing this, laughed smugly, pointing at her and saying loudly, You can't run anymore. Then he ordered his companions to incapacitate her. His face was ghastly, his eyes lit up with hatred, thinking to himself, The bird of prey that I sold to you was specially trained. Today, I must return the humiliation that Suan Cheng caused me. Food god shouted loudly, then ordered his crew to charge in. The group quickly rushed towards her. Just at that moment, Ziyan froze, watching the wolf's claws about to scratch her face when suddenly a beam of green light appeared, stopping the wolf right in front of her. Immediately afterward, Suan Cheng appeared, standing in front of her. His gaze was sharp as he looked directly at Food God and said, Food God, you dare. He waved his hand, and the wolves that were rushing in were instantly sent flying away. His voice was cold as steel. Get lost. They yelped and retreated in panic. Food God stared wide-eyed and shouted as he saw his companions being thrown away. Suan Cheng, how did you get on stage? When those people fell, a loud explosion occurred, causing chaos in the air. Suan Cheng stood firm amidst the swirling dust, his gaze cold as the night frost. The entire audience gasped, their mouths agape, collectively shouting, What is happening? Gong Sun Jiu's son-in-law, Suan Cheng, why is he on stage? Suan Cheng walked toward the fallen flute. He picked it up, and a mission briefing appeared before his eyes. New mission, win first place in the training the beast competition while making everyone convinced. Holding the flute in his hand, Suan Cheng looked up and said, Hu Master, Shi-kun used a bone flute to cheat and control training the beast. Can I replace my wife on the arena? The old master heard this. His face was filled with rage, but he had to hold it back, saying, "All right, Shi-kun dares to cheat in my banquet. Drag him down for me." Suan Chang turned to support Ziyan and spoke gently, "Wife, you go rest for a while." She looked at him with concern, her eyes filled with worry. "Are you okay? The cultivation level of the competitors on the arena and training the beast is higher than yours." Hearing that, Suan Chang's eyes sparkled with confidence. "Don't worry, I will make the Gong Sun family shine once again." Suddenly, a pair of furry hands slammed down on the ground, causing the earth to shake slightly. A burly man along with his group of monkeys blocked Suan Chang's path. He propped himself up, his voice cold. "Suan Chang, previously the family didn't let us lay hands on you, but on this racetrack, it's fair game. The one in charge is the three ancestors of the Yu family, peak cultivation realm, Ding Feng." He glared at him, exhaling smoke as if he wanted to scorch everything. The food god, who just moments ago was afraid, now turned a complete 360 degrees, sneering. Behind him, two subordinates were massaging his shoulders and whispered, "Hemph, Xuan Cheng, did you think that just because I was punished to the ground there would be no consequences?" One person standing next to Ziyan laughed heartily, shouting, "The chief beast still hasn't woken up. This time Xuan Cheng is definitely going to die." Ziyan looked at his face, worried, silently calling his name. "Xuan Cheng." Three gorillas charged forward. The burly man said, his tone full of challenge, "You have defeated many of our Yu family's people like this, but in the face of strong opponents, the members of the Yu family will never accept defeat." The audience was astonished, their faces showing disbelief. The three ancestors of the Yu family have taken the stage. Ziyan panicked and shouted loudly, "Xuan Cheng, be careful." A gigantic hand slammed down, creating a powerful shockwave, dust flying everywhere, dirt and bricks shattering. On the ground, a massive handprint was deeply imprinted, leaving everyone astonished. Xuan Cheng stood coldly, his sharp gaze fixed, saying, "Are you admitting defeat now?" The crowd had all been knocked unconscious by Xuan Cheng's formidable attack. Not one could stand firm any longer. "Admitting defeat, then death it is," a sigh emanated from the crowd. Above, Food God and the people behind him gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom what they were witnessing. What? Without training the beast, how could Xuan Cheng win? Xuan Cheng raised his hand, his cold gaze directed at Food God, then stated, "Do I need training the beast to beat them?" After that, he turned to those fighting like crazy, his voice filled with disdain. "Hey, this is boring, I'm in a hurry, you all can come at me now." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately halted, their eyes wide. Who dared to be so arrogant? Was he seeking death? Then, without hesitation, the whole group charged at Xuan Cheng like hungry wolves, roaring, "You only killed the small Yu family. Do you think the Yu family can compare to us? Let's kill him." Xuan Cheng stood still, unafraid, his face as cold as ice, watching them rush toward him without moving an inch. Outside, Food God laughed triumphantly, exclaiming, "Haha, this number can be considered a beast tied now." Xuan Cheng merely shook his head, his voice essy and full of contempt. "Task, do you really think that many dogs can make a difference?" A snap of his fingers echoed with a dangerous sound. Immediately, a giant foot of some creature stomped down onto the ground, causing dust to billow, and dirt and rocks to shatter. Three horned, demon-faced men standing in front cackled savagely, their eyes shimmering with gluttony, as if wanting to swallow all the light around them. Xuan Cheng shouted loudly, his voice powerful, "Black Thunder Bowl formation." At this moment, in the stands, Food God and the group behind him were scared for the second time. What the hell? Why did the great monster suddenly appear? Isn't that the legendary Black Thunder Bowl? A man with a devilish face bent over and bravely asked him, "Grandmaster, Chio Black, what's going on?" Xuan Cheng replied in a casual tone, "I'm so bored." His face was stern and his sharp eyes continued, "I want to initiate an Earth's judgment." The three men listening to their grandmaster felt a spark of excitement at his words. One pointed at the crowd below. his eyes shining with triumph. The Black Thunderbolt clan, an opportunity to earn merit in front of the Grandmaster has come. The leader shouted loudly, lifting his foot, pointing at the panicking crowd. Go, trample them for me. The crowd below began to panic, rushing into one another in terror. Cries for help echoed. Oh no, help! In the stands, someone next to Zayan exclaimed in shock. Am I dreaming? How could a great monster like this appear here? Ziyan beside him was also astonished, exclaiming, Suan Cheng, this black thunderbolt of yours, the information panel shows that the summoner of the great monster has revealed their identity. The image is shattered, and the mission is about to fail. Suan Cheng turned his face away and mumbled, I know. He looked towards Xiao Black, coldly commanding, You all go back, I still have to repair my image. He pulled out the image repairing stick, emitting a golden light all around. Suan Cheng shouted, You all forget the Black Thunderbolt for me. Before he finished speaking, curses thundered like lightning. Indeed, these training the beast fools. From then on, they would kill each other off. The crowd in the stands was stunned, and one person angrily shouted, Oh my, Zuan Cheng's mouth is so vicious that once he comes back to his senses, he can insult to the point of making the training the beast crew commit suicide. The information board continued to display the message. Oh, the mission continues. Sun Cheng was pleased to see that. He raised his hand in an gesture and said, All right, this fits perfectly with the image of a sharp-tongued person. Suddenly a large object appeared before him, snorted and spoke. You, a lowly being relying solely on your foul mouth to achieve second place. Having you here is truly a disgrace to the great training the beast competition. A person atop the giant beast looked down with contempt. My Tu Wang has no hearing, so it cannot hear your nonsense. Now do you want to surrender, or shall Ku Wang eat you? In the stands, the Ho family rejoiced while the food god yelled, Great Stone Ku Wang, even when facing the beasts, remains undefeated. The Beast King champion of all time has finally appeared. Sun Cheng, prepare to die. Sun Cheng was not worried. He placed his hand on his chin and calmly said, I choose to be eaten. Upon hearing that, Ziyan anxiously shouted, Sun Cheng, quickly give up the competition. The family's rank is not important, your life is what matters. The one controlling the great stone Chuan laughed derisively. Hemph, you've chosen to be eaten, so I won't let you run away. The beast opened its mouth wide, seemingly wanting to swallow Xuan Cheng whole. Xuan Cheng stood still, preparing to make a move. He said, Hemph, little worm, what are you thinking? I choose to be eaten. His eyes were sharp, a spark glimmering. He shouted, It's a choice for you. Then he shouted, rapidly evolving the bird. The bird instantly emitted a brilliant light, awakening fully. Everyone around covered their eyes when looking at the bright light. What is this? The bird's claws were now sharp, scratching down on the tiled floor and producing sparks. At that moment, the bird, after evolving, was twice the size of the monster. It roared powerfully, the sound echoing across the sky, causing the monster to tremble in fear. Then the giant bird bent down to look at the tiny worm in front of it, its eyes filled with confusion. In the stands, everyone began to stir. Food God panicked and shouted loudly, Is that the world's #1 great monster, the bright sparrow? The bird immediately let out a roar, forcing the controller of the monster to flee, abandoning his creature. But he hardly got far before the bird grabbed him and tossed him into the sky, taking both the monster and himself. After that, the bird opened its mouth, waiting for its prey to fall. The screams rang out as the prey was devoured whole. The bird spread its wings majestically, standing in front of the crowd and roaring, causing everyone in the stands to panic. Food God, drenched in sweat, quietly said to himself, The Beast King has been swallowed in one bite. Suan Cheng quickly instructed the bird, All right, return to the miniaturized version. The bird gradually shrank down, emitting a pink light. Now it was only as small as an ant standing among one of its own enormous feet. Xian stood in the stands, her face filled with helplessness, secretly saying, So the miniaturization can evolve into the Dark Phoenix? Could it be that we bought an extraordinary miniaturization? Food God pointed down to the competition area, where the traces of the bird still remained, and yelled loudly, Suan Cheng, return the miniaturization to me. This is an item I mistakenly sold. What you bought is a treasure from my store. He felt confident of his victory, grinning smugly and thinking to himself, "Himph, fool, securing a treasure and parading it around. I can't be blamed for reclaiming it." Suan Cheng respectfully replied, "Hu Master, today is your grand birthday. My Gongsun family hasn't prepared a gift, and so this miniaturization is for you." Hearing this, Food God frowned. Suan Cheng smiled and continued, "A gift to celebrate your birthday." Food God was so enraged that he nearly coughed up blood. Suan Cheng has gone crazy? What? To give such a high-level control unit as a gift? The old man sitting on the stage smiled happily and said, Good, Gongsun family, you have great intentions. From now on, the Gongsun family will be the best friends of my Hu Master." Everyone in the stands heard this and their tears streamed down, whispering, "How admirable! The Gongsun family becoming good friends of the Hu Master is surely a step up to the clouds." The Food God was furious but could only suppress his anger into tears, thinking, "Damn it, if Suan Cheng can't have it, then he has to destroy it. What does he dare to ask for after giving it to the Hu Master?" Suan Cheng proudly stepped up the steps, and everyone around cheered for him. Suan Cheng, Suan. Suan Cheng, Suan Cheng, Suan Cheng. He smiled triumphantly, thinking, "Haha, actually there is no evolution. I just took advantage of everyone's inattention to exchange the high-level control unit with Brat. Getting the high-level control unit in exchange for the affection of the Hu Master is a great support for the Gongsun family. Moreover, even if the control unit has problems, they can just find the original owner, Shi Kun." Approaching the Hu Master, Suan Cheng said, "Hu Master, then our Gongsun family has indeed won first place in the Training the Beast competition, right?" The Hu Master welcomed him happily. "Exactly, this competition has attracted your Gongsun family." The bird that was trapped in the cage was brought up as a gift for the Hu Master. After that, he shouted loudly, "It is the legitimate first place, Suan Cheng Beast King." The entire stands echoed, "Suan Cheng Beast King. Suan Cheng Beast King. Suan Cheng Beast King. Suan Cheng Beast King." Suan Cheng approached Zayan, smiling and saying, "Wife, our Gongsun family stands out once again." Zayan was touched. She burst into tears. "Thank you." At the same time, Suan Cheng's status board opened, sending out a notification. The master once again caught Gongsun's attention, rewarding the master with 5 mission points and upgraded the image. The sensitivity of your image has decreased. As long as you do not act overly conspicuously, you will not be suspected of your image. Now Suan Cheng's image has been updated to powerful individual of Jiangxi City, first rank of the Mirror God realm. He began to sneer, already having a plan in mind. "Oh, the cultivation has been corrected, and the sensitivity around me has decreased. This means I can act more freely from now on." Outside the hall, Hu Master was announcing to everyone, "The great competition has concluded, and now comes the highly anticipated moment of the performance." However, the performer chosen this time is quite surprising. Everyone present gasped at the recent announcement. The previous champion of the composition stood up with an arrogant expression, and beside him was a man with a dangerous look, sneering. "For this musical performance, I have paid a high price to select the champion for the performance. Before our country this time, I must be chosen." Fireworks began to launch, and the cheers of the crowd made the atmosphere even more vibrant. "Now let's invite the selected genius composer." A voice rang out. The composition champion and the man beside him strode confidently onto the stage, sneering and saying with a smug expression, "Please make way, I am taking the stage to receive my award." The composer calmly spoke, "Being selected again is quite less exciting." But just then, Hu Master spoke up. "Indeed, it is Suan Cheng of the Gongsun family who has won the champion of the performance. Let us congratulate him for earning the second award at the banquet." Suan Cheng stepped forward, clasped his hands, and smiled brightly as he said to everyone, "You are overpraising me." This announcement shocked everyone present, especially the songwriting champion and the person next to him. Both seemed as if struck by lightning, unable to believe their ears. The songwriting champion fainted upon hearing the announcement, collapsing to the ground, unable to accept it. Meanwhile, the person next to him was pointing forward, his face full of anger, tears streaming down, shouting loudly. "Fu Master, Xuan Cheng is merely a tyrant. How could he know about composing? And you're covering for him because of some favor to him." Immediately, the crowd became furious and shouted loudly, "Yes, the response doesn't need to be this obvious. So what? The person who guarantees the city makes music is now playing this trick. Might as well just give it to Xuan Cheng from the start." The crowd's anger reached a peak. They were so enraged that they could not contain themselves. "That's right, I composed for several nights in preparation, even invited a great songwriting family. Isn't this just playing with us?" Everyone agreed with this opinion and felt that Q Master was covering for Xuan Cheng. The shouts of protest rang out endlessly. The tension in the air was so palpable that people started throwing trash up towards the stage and shouted loudly, "Hidden rules." Fu Master stood there, listening to the furious words of everyone. His expression was filled with anger, mixed with a hint of confusion, as he said, "This was chosen long ago, and you have invited Xuan Cheng to perform for everyone to enjoy." Xuan Cheng still maintained a calm demeanor and gently replied, "Yes." However, the insults from the crowd continued to pour down. "Xuan Cheng, get off the stage, you disgusting briber. We will never come to Gong Sun's shop again." The one next to the champion of composition, with a smug expression, turned to look at Xuan Cheng and spoke in a challenging tone. "Hemph, Xuan Cheng flatters the Hu Master in front of everyone, but has offended the whole city. Now there are no customers left. It's truly self-destructive." Before his words could finish, Xuan Cheng gently placed his fingers on the strings. Suddenly, a melody resonated, soft and melodious, causing the atmosphere in the grand hall to settle. The sound, like a cool breeze during a sweltering summer, gently captivated hearts. Everyone was left in awe, their eyes wide with surprise, unable to believe their ears. This melody seemed to touch the depths of each person's soul, bringing an indescribable feeling, a reverberation that rendered everyone motionless. The crowd fell silent, from unfamiliar faces to those who had previously opposed Xuan Cheng. All were drawn into this tune. The person next to the champion of composition could hardly believe his ears. He understood that what he was hearing now was vastly different from what he had heard before. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that this was a special piece. It evoked a hopeful feeling within him, yet also left a bittersweet sense of longing that was hard to articulate. He gritted his teeth, biting his lip, and told himself, "Yes, indeed, it is very beautiful, completely different from the songs I have heard before." He closed his eyes, allowing each note to cradle his mind. This piece flowed like a powerful current, full of ambition, yet left a sweet sensation of hope deep within. Now in his mind, the joy was so overwhelming that he wanted to strip and dance. He flowed with the melody of the song, continuously complimenting and feeling regret, while maintaining a distant gaze. It must be said, this is truly a beautiful piece of music. Suddenly, when the music ended, he stopped playing. Indeed, the tune had come to an end. Xuan Cheng, turning to face the crowd, he spoke clearly, his voice strong. "How do you esteemed elders feel?" At that moment, everyone was silent, not a word was spoken. Only Gong Sun, with a casual demeanor, broke the silence. "Why is no one speaking? Is it possible that everyone didn't like it?" Suddenly from behind, someone asked, "Is the piece over?" As she turned to look, she saw the person's face with tears streaming down. He sadly spoke, "After hearing it all, it feels as if I have missed a magnificent love through ages, leaving me in regret." Unexpectedly, beside him, another person chimed in, "What I heard from this piece is the regret of unfulfilled dreams." Seeing that person's expression, she was utterly astonished. With tears streaming down both cheeks, he shouted, "I come from humble beginnings. How can I not desire to become a great composer?" The entire stage seemed to resonate, surrounded by continuous praises. "This song is so beautiful. At this moment, we feel as if we are about to explode. It's just too wonderful." Xuan Cheng held the lute in his hand with a dignified demeanor and said, "Thank you all for joining in the fun. If you all like, I will perform songs at the Dengzhuan restaurant to serve everyone in the future." The people in the restaurant listened and were so moved that they wanted to cry, continuously cheering in happiness. Oh my! To be able to hear music and singing in the Dangduan restaurant? We should form a group and come here for meals every day. Gong Sun Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief, as happy as everyone else. Great, it seems everyone really loves it. Suddenly, a fat, bloated man barged in. He stomped heavily, his attitude incredibly arrogant. He pointed directly at Xuan Cheng and loudly accused, "While it cannot be denied that your song is very nice, there is no way this was composed by you." He spoke as if the song was his own, even turning to tell Hu noble person with a smug expression. "Hu noble person, I suspect this song was stolen by Xuan Cheng. You once said that anyone who arbitrarily steals another's work should be expelled from Shuicheng City." Everyone below gasped in astonishment. What? No way! Could it be that Xuan Cheng really stole the music? Gong Sun Ziyan also became very worried. If this is true, wouldn't Xuan Cheng be expelled from the city? Seeing the crowd in a tumult, unable to discern true from false, Hu noble person spoke up. "Xuan Cheng, the rules are as such. If this song is not yours, please clarify it now. I can explain to everyone that this is just a misunderstanding." Xuan Cheng stood there, a straight tree unafraid of dying standing still, calmly facing the accusations. He smiled slightly, his voice firm. "Noble person, it's all right. If everyone doubts that the song is not mine, I will compose another one right here to prove it." The portly man, who had just spread the baseless rumors, was eagerly waiting for this moment. He laughed heartily, a smug look on his face. "All right, if you can't compose a song of the same quality as the previous one, then it's clear you are a fraud. Starting today, you must leave Shuicheng City." Xuan Cheng calmly sat down beside the guitar, his bright eyes shining with confidence. He slowly said, "Fine. I will compose a new song, considering it a gift for my wife." His slender fingers gently glided over the strings, as if dancing gracefully. The sound of the guitar rang out, so pure it left everyone present astonished. Each note delicately wove its way into their hearts, stirring even the hardest souls. When he began to sing, everyone seemed to be drawn into another world. His voice, sometimes deep, sometimes melodic, perfectly blended with the music, resembling a sweet stream pouring into their ears. The lyrics, each note, made the blue sky even more vibrant, and the breeze and clouds more gentle. At this moment, the space resembled a perfect painting displayed in a museum. Xuan Cheng joyfully frolicked with each note, transforming everything into a performance breathtakingly beautiful. He sang, "I search for you 100,000 times. The sun rises to the sun sets, music connects mankind." Everyone held their breath, their hearts soaring in that beautiful melody. Even the portly man who had attempted to harm him could not help but be moved. He thought to himself, filled with inner conflict, "No matter how much I hate Xuan Cheng, but this song is truly too beautiful." He thought he was drifting away with each note of music. Sitting in the small boat, he covered his face and let himself flow with the current. Looking up, he saw a beauty standing across the bridge, enchanted by the melodies. Witnessing a love that waited for 1,000 years, the young lady's cheeks flushed. She turned and cast a glance. A fleeting gaze that touched each other painted a story of 100 years. He stood by the side of the boat, admiring her silhouette, and sighed. His heart, which had long been closed, once again ignited hope for love. Perhaps the saying, "drunk by a glance, a lifetime of intoxication," was to describe this moment. The young lady unexpectedly jumped down, advancing to where she placed her trust in love. He extended his hand to catch the small light of hope that resided in his heart. The music played, awakening deep emotions he thought he had forgotten. A boat could not hold 3 people. When the young lady fell into his strong embrace, the boatman was immediately thrown into the water. The shriek, "Ah!" rang out, but no one cared anymore. Only he, she, and the endless melodies remained. Listening to that song, tears streamed from his eyes. Not only was his hearing satisfied, but it seemed all the senses in his body were awakened. He truly felt conquered. He murmured, "Could Xuan Cheng really compose such a beautiful song? Is this the talent of a musician?" Unable to hold back his emotions, He rushed to embrace Chen Xuancheng tightly. Tears and snot smeared on his face, he choked on his words, pleading for forgiveness. Xuancheng, I was wrong. I truly admire you. I respect you in every way. Xuancheng stepped back, avoiding the embrace. In a decisive tone, he coldly said, "Get lost." After enjoying the performance, Gongsun Ziyan was deeply moved. He said, "Xuancheng, this piece I will never forget in this lifetime." Hu Master also applauded in admiration, looking at Xuancheng and said, "Xuancheng, I didn't expect you to be both literary and martial." Not only did he praise, but he also granted a rare privilege. 3 days later, I will attend the banquet of the Wan family at the city fortress. May I invite you to perform a piece there? Xuancheng humbly responded, "It is an honor for Hu Master to invite me, and of course I am willing." This privilege was indeed enormous, causing everyone present to gasp in astonishment and disgust. What? The city fortress is a place reserved for the central district, and the central district is where the nobility gathers. Is the Gongsun family preparing to ascend the social hierarchy? Truly admirable. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Because the master has perfectly helped Hu Master release his burdens, the reputation of the Gongsun family has increased. Reward: 5 mission points. Additionally, when the master uses items without spiritual power, the quantity will not be limited. After hearing this, Xuancheng pondered, is it possible to freely use items without spiritual power? But these things I initially do not care about. Without spiritual power, it seems they don't have much effect. The system immediately replied in a nonchalant tone, I don't care as long as it has no spiritual power, it is fine. Shucheng City is divided into 3 districts, upper, middle, and lower. Xuancheng lives in the lower district, the poorest area, while the higher you go, the more prosperous and wealthy it becomes. At the residence of the Wan family in the central loyal district, the grand estate spanning thousands of square feet gleamed brilliantly with lights, extravagant and magnificent like an overwhelming painting. Xuancheng and Gongsun Ziyan stood at the threshold. Ziyan hesitated, softly calling, Xuancheng. She shyly murmured, "This is my first time attending a large gathering in the high-end area." Suddenly her face flushed red, her eyes timid. Do I look okay like this?" Xuancheng smiled gently, responding succinctly, "Very beautiful." Just then, the steward of the Wan family stepped out with a group of people, blocking the entrance. He glanced at both of them, a derisive smile on his face. "Waff, who are you two to dare come to the Wan house?" He pretended to look down on them, loudly mocking. "The stench of poverty on you two truly makes me nauseous." Gongsun Ziyan kept her composure, greeting according to etiquette, and respectfully said, "We are from the Gongsun family in Jiangxi City, invited here by Hu Master." Upon hearing this, the steward's face twisted, his beady eyes gleaming like a sewer rat, his filthy appearance amplifying his sinister intentions. He scoffed, his tone full of ridicule. "Jiangxi City? People from that area even deserve to step in here. Are you here to ask for dishwashing water or what?" Ziyan was heavily insulted, momentarily at a loss for words. The steward became even more outrageous, his gaze filled with malice. He splashed a bucket of dirty water before Xuancheng and Ziyan, water spraying everywhere, his tone brimming with arrogance and challenge. He pointed at the stinking washing water barrel and said, "But if you eat from this dishwater, I will definitely let you in." After saying that, he and his henchmen burst into loud laughter. The people of Jiangxi City must really enjoy eating this kind of stuff, right? Haha. Seeing herself unwelcome, Ziyan felt shy about approaching the esteemed people here. She tugged at Xuancheng's arm and whispered, "Xuancheng, it seems they don't welcome us, let's go back." But little did she expect that just a moment later, Xuancheng charged forward, grabbing the neck of the laughing steward, causing him to stiffen up, too scared to utter a word. His face darkened with anger as he exclaimed, "You dog slave!" The steward was drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. Xuancheng shoved his face down towards the dishwater and lectured him, "Don't project your dog-like preferences onto us." After saying that, he plunged the steward's head directly into the disgusting water, causing him pain, flailing about like a fish out of water. Wah! Cough cough. The henchmen were shocked and scared by the scene, yet they still yelled back, "You bastards! How dare someone from Jiangxi City lay hands on us? Do you want to die?" The commotion outside caught the attention of Hu Master. He stepped out, his face filled with rage. "What's going on?" Like finding a lifebuoy, the steward poked his head out from the filthy water and accused, "Cough cough. Hu Master, there are 2 people from Jiangxi City causing trouble here. The one who came in first, don't let the lowly ones from Jiangxi City disturb you." He thought he would be rewarded, but unexpectedly received a stinging slap from Hu Master. "Shut up, you dog." He was stunned by the slap, completely taken aback. A steward who had been trusted by Hu Master had now been humiliated in front of so many people, a shock greater than any he had ever experienced. Hu Master was furious. "You lowly ones from Jiangxi City, am I not also from Jiangxi City? Are you insulting me? Get out of my sight." Saying that, he turned to Xuancheng and Ziyan, warmly welcoming them. "Haha, Xuancheng, you have arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long." The steward, clutching his face, was filled with doubt about life. What was going on? Why was Hu Master protecting a commoner? He looked at the 2 people getting cozy over there and felt envious. Damn it, Xuancheng, right? This commoner must have seduced Hu Master. Just wait for me. On this side, Hu Master eagerly invited them in, and Xuancheng also retracted the chilling aura from earlier, returning to his polite and amiable demeanor. "Hu Master, you are too kind." The banquet took place with great noise and excitement, the sound of applause echoing like thunder. The luxury of Huolei here was not much less than that of the royal area in the center. A refined and suave young master spoke up, making the atmosphere even more lively. "Esteemed guests, this humble person will sing a song. Please do not criticize." The guests below were very pleased, applauding in appreciation. "Yes, Wine Master plays the gyukan beautifully. The song is simply wonderful, truly a great talent." Wan Qi, the second son of the Wan family, handsome and overflowing with confidence, then suggested a challenge. "Too much flattery. I heard that today Hu Master has specially brought a skilled gyukan player. Why not compete with me?" Sto Master excitedly accepted the challenge. "All right, if Wan Young Master requests it, Xuan Cheng little friend, please show your skills, but try not to eclipse the performance of the other." Xuan Cheng did not hesitate to agree, nodding in acceptance. At this moment, Wan Shi was still unaware that he had inadvertently provoked the wrong person. He smiled mockingly in his heart, finding the demeanor of the people from Jiangxi City amusing. How could such a despicable person steal my fame? Xuan Cheng sat beside the Gukan, under the watchful eyes of those around him. Some genuinely admired him, while others were only there to see a joke, but he paid no mind, focusing solely on the instrument. He touched the Gukan, and the first notes rose as if a spiritual power was being woven. With each movement of his hands, the clear sounds rang out, captivating the hearts of all who listened. Xuan Cheng, lamp of red flame that extinguishes darkness, could fight in the sky for 30,000 miles. The melodious notes evoking deep emotions. He sat there, resembling an immortal, illuminating the entire night sky. Everyone, including Wan Shi, was left speechless with surprise upon hearing that melodious tune. This was a piece that nearly reached a level of true goodness and beauty, making one listen once and crave to hear it again. The profound resonance of the Gukan, Xuan Cheng, not only surpassed Wan Shi but also transcended thousands of levels. The people around began to whisper, "Much better than young Master Wan." The lyrics of this song cannot be compared to young Master Wan at all. Wan Shi realized he was only fit to be a mere stepping stone for others, and felt utterly embarrassed. Darn it, everyone around thought he played better than me. Blushing with anger, Wan Shi clenched his fists, seething with indignation, thinking, "These despicable people of Jiangxi City dare to be so brazen, stealing my reputation in front of everyone." The manager of the Wan family stepped forward from behind and called out, "Young master, Wan Shi is holding a lot of pent-up frustration." He irritably replied, What is it about?" The steward emitted an unbearable stench that was difficult to tolerate. He embraced his master's arm and complained, "Young master, I was bullied by that musician from Zhangzhou City." Wan Shi barely had time to grasp the situation before he was horrified by the repulsive odor emanating from the steward. He covered his nose with his hand and recoiled vigorously. "Wait, why do you smell so terrible?" Yet the steward played the victim, weeping pathetically, completely flipping the narrative. "Young master, that Swan Cheng is a troublesome fellow. I am one of your people. Swan Cheng doesn't regard you at all, and given our previous animosity, this is just another catalyst." Wan Shi couldn't help but become even angrier. "What? Not only did he steal my glory, but he also harmed my people." He then strode toward where Xuan Cheng was sitting and playing the lute, abruptly interrupting the melodious tune. Wan Shi circled around him, speaking in veiled words. "Xuan Cheng, indeed, has great musical skill. I wonder if I could invite you for a personal exchange." Xuan Cheng replied calmly and politely, "I wouldn't dare to claim a teaching exchange, but I am open to conversation." As soon as Xuan Cheng finished his words, Wan Shi quickly instructed the steward, "All right, steward, take young master Xuan Cheng to the music room first. I will attend to my guests afterward." The steward eagerly replied with a cheerful affirmation. Earlier he was taught a lesson by a man who still wouldn't give up. Even more so, he felt delighted when he saw his prey preparing to fall into the trap. "Young Master Cheng, please follow this way." He also wanted to see what those guys were planning to do, so he agreed to follow without any hesitation. At the private residence of the villa, it was so deserted that only Xuan Cheng and the cunning steward were walking in the courtyard. There was absolutely no sign of anyone else, not even a servant. Stopping in front of a large room, the steward respectfully invited him inside to wait. Xuan Cheng was quite vigilant, peeking into the room to see what kind of letter could require them to go to such lengths to lure him here. The entire room was shrouded in a strange shade of red, filled with torture chains and skulls scattered everywhere. This place resembled the hell on earth, making one's hair stand on end. Xuan Cheng remained completely calm and asked, "This is the music room, why is there no instrument?" Before his question could finish, the door behind him slammed shut, accompanied by the wicked laughter of the steward. "Haha, Xuan Cheng, you dare to mock me, just wait to die." From the pile of corpses stacked high, a bizarre figure emerged, neither human nor snake. Upon seeing Xuan Cheng, he gazed at him with desire. First level of realm of mind focus, huh? He stuck out his 2-meter-long tongue, revealing sharp fangs, and said, "A leftover from the first level of spirit condensation, daring to provoke my beloved Wan Shi whom I hold dear." Xuan Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, not knowing which deity this bizarre name belonged to, nor understanding why a prominent family like the Wan family would keep such an eerie being in their residence. He spoke up, "Who are you?" The man, a sculptor of the realm of mind focus at the 3rd rank, considered himself somewhat skilled and confidently introduced himself. "I am the master of Wan Shi. I enjoy turning people into the art pieces on my wall. Now I will turn you into my finest collectible." Looking at Xuan Cheng's handsome face and sturdy physique, the master felt a tingling excitement throughout his body. Today he planned to firmly take control of this person in front of him and torture him. "Haha, after all, I am much stronger than you." After a stick of incense burned, Wan Shi stood outside, unable to hide the delighted expression of a victor. He thought to himself. After Xuan Cheng entered the master's room, "I guess he must be dead now, huh? Himph, Xuan Cheng is merely at the 1st rank of mind consolidation, while my master is at the 3rd rank." Just thinking about it made him feel ecstatic, and he couldn't help but peek through the door with eager anticipation. "Master, how is Xuan Cheng being dealt with?" However, what he saw made him truly terrified. Inside, his master was stuck to the wall, unconscious, completely devoid of awareness, alongside many other bodies. Seeing this horrifying scene, Wan Shi rushed in, worried. "Master, what happened to you?" He was met with a slap from the master, leaving one side of his face disfigured as the master shouted loudly, "You fool!" He really got knocked silly, dazed and completely confused about what was happening. Why did Master hit me? The sculptor's face was contorted with fury as he shouted, You originally didn't know what kind of character you've provoked. If you don't receive his forgiveness, you will no longer be my disciple. Suan Cheng safely left that gloomy place, coming up to Ziyan and saying, Ziyan, I'm back now. You still look blissfully unaware. Have the two of you finished exchanging your skills? Not wanting to make a big deal out of it, he casually replied, where's Hu Master? Ziyan cheerfully answered, Hu Master has gone to the conference, brother. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly fell silent, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked into the distance. It was Wan Shi, filled with imposing power, leading a group of people towards where they were, and everyone was gathering to watch the excitement. The guests were worried for Xuan Cheng's fate. He had suddenly brought so many fighters with him. What was going on? Young Master Wan was very petty, and it was likely that he was seeking revenge on Xuan Cheng for stealing his glory. Ziyan couldn't help but feel anxious upon hearing what everyone was murmuring. Xuan Cheng. But he remained calm, reassuring her, It's okay. The steward, seeing the crowd gathering over there, couldn't help but smile wider. Haha, considering the young master's temperament, Xuan Cheng will definitely run into trouble. I have to get closer to see. While he was sneaking closer to enjoy the spectacle, a hand suddenly flew in from somewhere. A man knocked him down to the ground, his tremendous strength such that he could not even lift his head to see what was happening, only able to endure rigidly in place. His mouth agape in astonishment, he did not understand what was going on. At the same moment, Wan Shi's face went blank as she clasped her hands and said, I'm sorry. Xuan Cheng, noble person, we were wrong. Immediately after, he knelt down. For what he had done, all of his subordinates knelt down in hopes of being forgiven. They all spoke in unison, Please, noble person, show mercy and forgive us. We are here to apologize to you. Gong Sun Ziyan Gian was very surprised as he asked, Is this everyone present who is panicking and shocked, not understanding what is happening? What, Wan Shi young master is actually apologizing to a person from Jiangxi City? What is going on? The steward of the Wan family, lying on the ground, was in tears, filled with confusion and disbelief that this was real. How could Wan Shi, a young master, kneel in front of so many noble families like this, forcing him to kneel to a person from Jiangxi City? Suddenly, Xuan Cheng spoke up, It's nothing. I'll spare you out of consideration for your young master's sincerity. Wan Shi raised his head and thanked Xuan Cheng repeatedly. Okay, thank you, Xuan Cheng, noble person. Gong Sun Ziyan Gian was about to turn and ask Xuan Cheng when he already said, It's nothing, it's just that your young master is being polite. At the same time, Wan Shi was inviting Xuan Cheng to the inner hall for a discussion. Xuan Cheng turned to Ziyan and said, All right, my wife, I'll be back shortly. Ziyan agreed and advised him not to cause any trouble. Inside the inner hall, there was a conversation between Master Wan Xiang and the attendees regarding weapons to deal with the beast tied outside the city. He rested his chin on his hand and said, Right now the beast tied in Ximen City is very difficult for my subordinates to handle. The purpose of organizing this banquet is to invite everyone to brainstorm ways to help me deal with the beast tied outside the city. At that moment, someone below asked, Wan Master, is it that the weapons we provided are not sufficient? Hearing this, he quickly responded, Not sufficient. Even though you provide excellent equipment, the damage is still not enough against the beast tide. Just then, a person walked in. It was Xuan Cheng. He entered and said, Wan Master, if you need weapons, my Gong Sun family can manufacture them, and I am confident they can help you deal with the beast tide. Immediately, a representative from the largest weapon manufacturing company in the central region stood up and shouted towards Xuan Cheng, The Gong Sun family can manufacture weapons. Where did this kid come from? Gong Sun family, I have never heard of it. Does the Gong Sun family manufacture weapons? Xuan Cheng calmly replied, We indeed do not, because my Gong Sun family has not even opened a manufacturing workshop. After hearing Xuan Cheng confidently talk about his weapon, everyone in the room burst into laughter, mocking him and not believing his words. One person laughed loudly, Haha, are you kidding us? This place is full of wealthy merchants who make weapons. There's not even a bone here, and you dare to come here and embarrass us." At that moment, Hugh Master spoke up. "Xuan Cheng, I brought you here to meet the nobility, don't brag." However, Xuan Cheng calmly replied, "Hu Master, it's fine, I really did bring a weapon." With a calm demeanor, Xuan Cheng secretly thought, earlier people had props without spiritual energy, so why couldn't he use them now? Immediately, the system answered his doubts. That's right, after all, the things without spiritual energy can't really cause any trouble. At that moment, Xuan Cheng drew a gun, which was a spiritual energy weapon. He held the gun out in front of everyone and said, "Master, this is my weapon, please take a look." Everyone was confused about what this was. Their faces were blank, like dogs not understanding what was going on. They mocked him, thinking it was just a piece of metal, not a weapon. "Haha, what is this piece of metal? You brought it out to crack walnuts? This thing would even struggle to catch a rat. Are you trying to make us laugh?" Even Tu Master at that time could only feel embarrassed and blush at the weapon of Xuan Cheng. "Xuan Cheng's little friend, I told you not to be so confident." At that moment, he raised his gun and confidently said, "If you all don't believe me, why don't we take out our weapons and compare whose power is greater?" Just then, the representative from the weapon manufacturing company spoke up. "All right, fresh out into society and already daring to snatch away our business, I'll let you taste the treachery of the martial world." Outside on the viewing platform, with everyone present watching, Xuan Cheng stood next to a bald man. He was holding a saber, radiating a purple aura. At the same time, the representative from the weapon company stood behind the elderly man, saying, "Xuan Cheng, we have the weapon that we are most proud of. The poisoned saber of the storm," the weapon maker said excitedly. "This saber has been smeared with extreme poison due to the beast tide, and even someone at the realm of mind focus that comes into contact with it will die." The bald man, holding the saber, laughed with glee, walking towards Xuan Cheng, hoping that if he died, he wouldn't blame him. On the contrary, Xuan Cheng remained confident, holding the loaded gun in his hand, and said, "If we're just comparing life and death without taking responsibility, I like that." Everyone present there, along with Gong's son Ziyan and Hu Master, were worried about Xuan Cheng. Why did Xuan Cheng compete with someone else again? I couldn't stop the treasure sword of drunken poison, the strongest weapon." Gong's son Ziyan sighed. "Xuan Cheng, my friend, may be in grave danger." At that moment, on the other side, the bald man had drawn his sword, laughing mischievously. He shouted loudly, "Xuan Cheng, although you and I are both at the first stage of condensation, I'm using a sword. When I advised you to quickly make a will with your wife, I'm serious." He unleashed his slicing attacks at a lightning speed, thousands of sword slashes aimed at Xuan Cheng, as if to tear his flesh apart. While slashing, he said, "If not when I unleash my fastest sword technique, Thunderstorm, the ultimate super wind, combined with the treasure sword of drunken poison, there will be none but me alone reigning supreme." On the spectator stands, everyone was extremely excited. Xuan Cheng, go die. But on the contrary, she was extremely worried. Suddenly, Xuan Cheng's face turned blank, his eyes widened in anger. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, shooting towards the other side, causing him to fall down. Below the stands, while everyone was cheering, suddenly they were taken by surprise, panicking, mouths agape. The sword fell to the ground, and at the same time, the bald man also collapsed. His body stiffened, dead as a doornail. Xuan Cheng held a smoking gun in his hand, his face calm as he said, "Himph, you fools, the times have changed." Qin Master was startled, his eyes wide as if he might pop them out. The faces of Wan Master and Ziyan were equally shocked, exclaiming, "What?" Everyone around had their mouths agape, some with looks of astonishment, shouting, "The precious sword is defeated." One master rushed forward, his expression serious, saying, "Xuan Cheng, quickly tell me, what weapon is this?" Xuan Cheng stepped closer, one hand behind his back, the other holding out the gun in response, respectfully reporting, "Wan Master, this is called a gun, a type of weapon with tremendous power. Even someone without cultivation can use it." One master asked in surprise, "Then who can shoot it? Can't ordinary people defend themselves?" He was indeed correct. One master's face was filled with joy as he took the gun in reverence. He then ordered, "Quick, someone. Terminate the contract with the Tan family. Hurry, sign a 3-year weapon agreement with the Gong Sun family." One of the servants immediately accepted the order. Yes. The Qin master, looking alarmed, exclaimed, "Ah, doesn't that mean I'm going bankrupt?" Master Qin smiled, trying to raise his hand, and said, "Please, Brother Wan, my treasured sword can be offered at a 50% discount." He turned away, refusing. "No need, no need, take your treasured sword back." He wanted to say something more, but Xuan Cheng turned over, his face calm, and smiled as he spoke. "Wife, actually, I know how to make some weapons. Now we can expand and develop the weapon-making trade. We can set up a weapons workshop." She asked in confusion, "Why is it so sudden?" Sayan looked at him with a hint of admiration, thinking to herself, "Xuan Cheng not only knows music but also knows how to make things impressive." A notification reminder popped up, and the system reduced the sensitivity of the surrounding people, so it wasn't a big deal, and it wouldn't raise the suspicion of those around. A few days later, the Gong Sun family hired many workers, and the weapons workshop was successfully built. The workshop was filled with various tools. Xian and Xuan Cheng stood at the front, directing with their hair tied back, instructing the newcomers, "A little to the left over there." After Xuan Cheng directed the workers in making weapons, the workshop became very prosperous. Everyone was bustling in and out, and one person among them said, "The salary of the Gong Sun family is too high," to which others replied, "That's right, finally we can let our families live a good life." A month later, Chen Xuan jumped down from above and said, "Take advantage of this opportunity to visit Wan King for a bit. The weapon factory is developing quite well now." He turned to look, and to his surprise, his face darkened as he exclaimed, "What happened to the weapon factory? In front of me, it has turned into a complete wreck." He shouted, "What happened?" Sayan was injured all over and lying unconscious on the bed. His face filled with anger as he replied, "You all said that while I was away, the Wan family brought people to smash the weapon factory and even injured Ziyan. Everyone around was hurt." Another person spoke up, "That's right, they said that the quality of our weapons had issues, but in reality it didn't." Another one continued, "After that, they forced their way in. Miss Ziyan was severely injured while protecting us." Xuan Cheng's face darkened as he walked past. "I know it's the Wan family being treacherous, right? I'm going to the Wan family." The purple-haired one turned back and asked, "Xuan Cheng, what do you want to do?" He did not turn around, only replied, "I have to find out the cause of the matter." His face was completely furious, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Speak up, let the guilty die," a brown-haired person spoke up. "Young Master Xuan Cheng, are you going to take action against the Wan family?" The purple-haired one anxiously turned back and said, "No, the Wan family is the largest clan in the city. Our small clan cannot contend with them." Gong Sun Master also spoke up, "All right, stop talking, let Xuan Cheng go." The purple-haired one turned back and looked at the master. He gritted his teeth and said, "With my daughter being bullied like this, as a father, I have no power." He turned back, his face helpless, crying as he said more, "Xuan Cheng, kill them for me." Xuan Cheng stepped out of the mansion, walking straight, responding directly, "Of course." The rain poured down heavily as he held a yellow umbrella, walking on. Xuan Cheng stood in front of the Wan house as thunder rumbled. A servant poked his head out, pointing and saying, "Xuan Cheng, you beast from Zhangshi City, what are you doing again? Don't you know the outcome for your wife?" His face darkened. Xuan Cheng flicked his hand, executing a move that completely overpowered. The servant was immediately hurled back. The servant shouted, "Oh yeah," before falling behind. With one move, he was taken down. The body of the gatekeeper still lay unconscious, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. The bruised face of the man conveyed the immense power of Xuan Cheng with just one strike. He slowly walked inside, the gatekeeper still lying there, not having regained his senses. Xuan Cheng stepped forward and declared loudly as if giving a command, Whoever caused trouble at my weapons shop, step forward. He spoke with his brows knitted together, clearly showing his anger. In the distance, the young master of the Wan family, Wan Ling, stood on the steps with his peers, shouting back with a voice full of arrogance and mockery. "Hey, Swan Cheng, I beat your wife, and now you want to come and take a beating too?" Naturally, Xuan Cheng remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering. Wan Ling, wearing a robe decorated with gray wolf fur on the left shoulder, had tousled silver hair. With a smug expression, he laughed. "Xuan Cheng, do you know that my master, the master, is my adoptive father? He will just stand by, arms crossed, laughing and saying, 'You dare to snatch a business from my adoptive father. I just need to come up with a false reason to dismantle your weapons shop.'" His glorious words, unrestrained and full of disdain, rang out. Wan Ling spoke while pointing at Xuan Cheng, her eyes seemingly unable to hide her contempt and delight at the difficulties faced by her opponent. "Now that you voluntarily come to take a beating, then it shall be as you wish. Cut off the lower part of Xuan Cheng for me. I want to see him become a man despised by his wife." Before the sentence was even finished, he was struck by a punch. Xuan Cheng's powerful fist landed squarely on his face, creating a deep dent in his cheek. The strong blow instantly caused him to lose a tooth, and all he could do was let out a sound. His consciousness seemed to fade away for a moment. Xuan Cheng's gaze earlier was calm and observant, but now it was filled with killing intent. It seemed that the moment Ziyan was mentioned, he would become furious if anyone insulted her. After a moment, his eyes sharpened and his gaze widened, angrily saying, "So the culprit is you." Blood fell from his fist, splattering everywhere. The air seemed to slow down. In the distance, Xuan Cheng remained clean, firmly holding his umbrella, not moving at all. It was just that his face was filled with rage. Wan Ling flew far away, losing consciousness, blood from her nose flowing, splattering everywhere. Mouth Wan Ling could only mumble a few weak sounds. He flew far away, creating friction with the ground, producing a roaring sound like fire that surprised his companions. The young master and his group had bulging eyes and gaping mouths in astonishment. On Wan Ling's side, he crashed into a pile of wood, his face battered and bruised. He angrily looked at Xuan Cheng, who was still standing there with an expression full of rage. Cough cough, Wan Ling's nose bled incessantly. The air around began to disperse, and dust filled the air. In a pitiful state, he sat up, one hand touching his face, the other pointing at Xuan Cheng, angrily shouting, "This place is a third-tier master of the realm of mind focus nurtured by my family." One of the crowd shouted angrily, "You're definitely dead." The rain poured down incessantly, lightning flashed across the sky in a dazzling line. Xuan Cheng stood in the midst of more than a dozen disciples of the Wan family. Each of them held weapons, their malicious eyes fixed on him. However, Xuan Cheng remained calm, one hand holding an umbrella, the other hand placed behind his back, an unsettling tranquility in his demeanor. At the same time, a white foot with simple purple shoes of Ziyan appeared. She splashed under the rain, regardless of the calls from behind, yet still running with determination, filled with concern. "Ziyan, stop it." Ziyan was dressed in a purple outfit, her face and body covered in various wounds. She ran straight ahead, her hands constantly covering her injured arm, while her parents worriedly chased right behind her. Her father, oblivious to the rain, kept pursuing her, saying, "Ziyan, you just woke up, pay attention to your health." Her mother, behind her, holding an umbrella with equal worry, spoke while walking, "You just woke up and are already running to find Xuan Cheng. You can't do that." Ziyan's expression hardened, her brows furrowing tightly as the rain continued to pour down her face. She had only just recovered a bit, but Xuan Cheng had gone alone to the Wan family for her sake. She was worried. Xuan Cheng was a reckless person, and the current situation was truly dangerous. She ran to the door and gasped out, "Even if Xuan Cheng can deal with the Yu family, confronting the Wan family is like hitting an egg against a rock." When faced with the masters of the Wan family, the disparity is as clear as day and night. Despite her parents' worries running right behind her, Ziyan only hoped that Xuan Cheng would be okay. As soon as the door opened, she rushed in, her face filled with concern. Although her body was covered in wounds and injuries, her fear for Xuan Cheng overshadowed everything else. Xuan Cheng, she called his name, her eyes wide open, her brows furrowed, as if she had seen something that shocked her deeply. Before her, the yard of the Wan family was littered with the bodies of the Wan family disciples. All of them had been knocked down, unable to rise, laying sprawled on the ground at Xuan Cheng's feet. Meanwhile, Xuan Cheng stood there, holding an umbrella, his body seemingly unaffected by the pouring rain, causing great worry for those watching. When he noticed Ziyan standing at the door, anxiously calling his name, Xuan Cheng turned around, his hand still gripping Wan Ling's hair. The person he was holding was in pain, his face so bruised that he was unrecognizable, being dragged along like a dog, unable to resist. Xuan Cheng didn't pay much attention, turning back to look at Ziyan, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. "Ziyan, you're awake." Ziyan and her mother were both extremely surprised. The two women stood in the courtyard, where the bodies of the Wan family experts lay scattered all around. This scene left both of them in shock, and her mother seemed the most taken aback. What? The Ningxin troops of the Wan family. Gong Sun, standing behind, also showed joy at seeing all those experts defeated. Xuan Cheng has defeated them. At a steady pace, Ziyan rushed forward, gripping Xuan Cheng's wrist holding the umbrella, pulling him along. She couldn't hide her anger seeing that he had taken down everyone here. Her face grew more tense and worried. Her parents were equally anxious, quickly running after them, and her mother frantically said, "Xuan Cheng, you've made a huge mistake, we need to go now." While running, Ziyan hurriedly explained to him, her voice urgent, "I'm fine, but now you've killed Wan Ling. Soon the Wan family will be furious, you cannot stay here any longer." She was worried not only for herself, but also for Xuan Cheng's life, feeling as if his life would be hard to keep when facing the Wan family. The scene became tense as everyone realized the severity of the situation. Not only the Gongsun family but also the workers in the workshop could be implicated in this matter. Her father couldn't help but worry, realizing that the situation had gone too far, and it was beyond saving now. He sighed, his voice full of disappointment. "I was wrong. It was I who let Xuan Cheng go out. But I didn't expect that Xuan Cheng would take such drastic action." At that moment he stood beside them, looking calm and untroubled. Just seeing the family of three wholeheartedly worrying for him, he simply said, "No, it is my fault." These words were like a gentle breeze, not amplifying others' anxiety, but merely serving as a way to ease some of the unease. Ziyan, now soaked from the rain, turned to him with a clearly worried expression. "Realizing your mistake now is too late," she said, her voice pleading. "We have to get everyone out of here right away. There may still be a chance." Xuan Cheng stood there, unmoving, his expression still cold and resolute. Suddenly he said something that surprised and astonished everyone around him. "No, I was wrong in that I didn't eliminate the entire Wan family earlier." As soon as the words were spoken, his face darkened. Everyone was astonished by what he had just said, especially her mother, who was even more surprised than anyone else. "Xuan Cheng, you really have no regrets at all." As soon as her words ended, everyone was taken aback. At the mention of his intention to eliminate the Wan family, they were all shocked. Immediately, a notification panel appeared beside him, and he spoke to himself about how he would address this issue. The Wan family was indeed too extravagant. Although he had reduced the sensitivity, if things continued like this, his image would collapse. He furrowed his brow, reading through the notification. He stroked his chin, and upon finishing, he realized that complete destruction of his image was not necessary. What he meant was whether it was possible to deal with the issue without taking matters into his own hands. Things had reached this point, and there was no turning back. There was no choice but to proceed this way. He walked ahead and then turned back to her, saying, "Let's go home for now. I have a way to deal with the Wan family." Ziyan couldn't help but ask, "Home, what do you want to do?" Xuan Cheng quickly explained, "If both we and the workers in the factory have no way to retreat, then I can declare war on the Wan family." He said this while raising his hand, indicating his desire to engage in direct combat. Meanwhile, her parents were taken aback by his words. They directly rejected the idea, believing that we could never have the strength to defeat the Wan family. They also pointed out that the workers in the factory had no cultivation. It was akin to throwing eggs against rocks. Xuan Cheng promptly countered, soothing their emotions. One hand held an umbrella while the other shielded against the rain, his expression steadfast, as if the rain would soon cease. At Ziyan's parents' factory, the wooden sign hanging outside was rotten, missing a piece, and cracked all over, dark and filthy. Everywhere were workers in tattered, faded clothing. These were individuals struggling, enduring much hardship. Upon entering the factory, the impoverished and gloomy atmosphere made anyone feel the difficulties present in this place. As soon as they entered the hall, the workers immediately felt anxious, their bodies bearing the marks of past injuries. One of them spoke up, the Wan family has ordered our execution." The moment the words were spoken, agreement echoed around. Everyone was scared, unable to comprehend why they had been summoned when it was clear they were about to die. Amidst the scene of the workers discussing anxiously about the impending death, Xuan Cheng and Ziyan stood above, recognizing the worry from the crowd below. Xuan Cheng understood that the workers had always fulfilled their duties, and he felt they would not fight back. Ziyan looked at him and said softly, "I feel they will not fight." Hearing that, Xuan Cheng immediately rejected the thought, his voice resolute, "It's going to be fine." From his position above, Xuan Cheng spoke loudly, full of determination, "Gentlemen, I know that facing a powerful family like the Wan family can shake your confidence." A worker below replied, "That's right, we can't possibly win." Their faces showed even more anxiety. But Xuan Cheng shouted back fiercely, his voice filled with anger. "But a bunch of beasts who do not see us as humans, only as animals to be slaughtered at will. We should not be afraid." He stood high above, speaking words that surprised the workers below. However, no one expected that one day they would hear the voice of their own hearts. Xuan Cheng above continued to speak, "We are people, just like everyone else. When we are denied our last space for survival, why shouldn't we fight back against them once before we perish?" As he spoke, his expression hardened, his face filled with anger. Nevertheless, he did not forget to use their critical weakness as a springboard, helping them move forward. "I stake my life to ensure it. Everyone should go to the battlefield, surprising those below. Under my protection, you will not die." The more Xuan Cheng spoke, the more the resolve of those below blazed fiercely. He said, "I hope everyone remembers. Kings who, generals and leaders, name you call." The workers below began to stir, repeating Xuan Cheng's words, implicitly understanding the issue. "That's right, we are no different from those high-ranking officials. Overthrow them." The factory workers nodded in agreement with this idea. Suddenly the workers, filled with strong determination, shouted loudly as if their willpower was overflowing. They roared, "Kings who, generals and leaders, name you Chung Ho." As they shouted, they raised their hands to the sky, their spirits ignited with fierce enthusiasm. Xuan Cheng, after seeing their courage ignited, turned to his in-laws and said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, bring out the weapons and give them to the workers." Ziyan's parents quickly pulled out metal weapon boxes and pushed them toward the workers. They hurriedly opened the metal cases. Inside were brand new 6-barreled guns and ammunition still pristine. Everything was fully equipped. Another box contained headphones, armor, and pants, seemingly crafted with great finesse, clearly prepared for battle. Faced with these heavy weapons, the workers were taken aback, as if this was their first time using them, with mouths agape in disbelief. At this moment, Sun Shi stood to the side, arms crossed, smiling joyfully, and said, "These are weapons we have just developed. Moreover, there are even more powerful things." His cryptic words sparked curiosity among the crowd. On the side of the Wan family, at the highest podium of the arena, Wan Ling's father was angrily speaking, continuously insulting Xuan Cheng. "Damn it, Xuan Cheng from Jiangxi City is merely slandered by my son. Xuan Cheng is a lowly person from Jiangxi City, so what if my son has wronged him?" His words truly showed great contempt for Xuan Cheng, treating him as a baseless villain who mercilessly bullied his son, Wan Ling. Wan Ling's father, with a purple-veined sword at his waist and wearing iron armor, shouted loudly downwards, "The trash from Jiangxi City dares to lay hands on my son. Now the entire Wan family shall mobilize," he forcefully commanded, determined to eradicate the entire weapon workshop and Xuan Cheng. As soon as the words were out, he wanted to kill the entire Xuan Cheng family. Below, the knights of the sect held their swords, shouting together, "Kill!" They were all ready, determined to reclaim honor for Wan Ling. Meanwhile, in the distance, a young man rushed over, his face filled with panic. "Not good, not good." Immediately, the incident caught the attention of Wan Ling's father. "What is it?" He felt somewhat uneasy at the report from his subordinate. The man in the blue attire rushed over, pointing behind him, his face pale as he mentioned it, his hand incessantly indicating behind. Wan Ling's father turned in the direction the man was pointing and was startled and alarmed. "Xuan Cheng, that guy is shouting loudly, charging in here first." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from behind, and the stone wall exploded. Debris flew everywhere, creating a terrifying earthquake-like scene. As the smoke gradually cleared, behind the wall stood the weapons factory crew, aggressively charging in. They were fully equipped with modern firearms. In the distance, Xuan Cheng stood behind his subordinates, wearing a relaxed smile as he watched each individual enter. Xuan Cheng commanded, distributing the tactical teams according to the plan. He smiled, pointing at the positions that each team was to take. Those armed with guns immediately opened fire, creating a cloud of dust from the bullets, hindering anything that obstructed them. At the same time, the rear line supported without waiting for orders, throwing grenades forward, sweeping away everything. "Kill through for me, kill!" Those who received the teachings, often holding swords, seemed to stand still and endure the battle, unable to resist, helpless against Xuan Cheng's destructive weapon. They saw no bullets, only felt its force. Wan Ling's father, standing behind the door, panicked as he saw his soldiers fall before that weapon of destruction. The wooden structure was in ruins, smoke and dust everywhere. "What is strong like that? The weapons we bought from Xuan Cheng, where are they?" In his panic, he immediately asked his subordinate about the weapons previously purchased from Xuan Cheng. On the other side, a person in blue trembled and said, "Wan Ling, because of buying weapons from your adoptive father, he has thrown everything away." Immediately, Wan Ling's father became frantic, his face pale, almost unable to breathe. On the other side, someone from the rear immediately repeated the phrase that Xuan Cheng had taught, holding a grenade ready to throw. The grenade flew straight towards the two people who first encountered the green egg. The two stared blankly, pointing at the green-shelled egg. This green-shelled egg is..." Boom! The explosion echoed through the sky, instantly sending both people flying away, debris shattering all around, smoke filling the air. Father Wan Ling couldn't hold back and shouted in pain from this overwhelming force. "That hurts so much, this egg bites back." The red-haired man, at this moment, had been beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground in despair, gritting his teeth and yelling, "Damn it! Even if Wan Ling's side instigated this, so what? You people from Zhangxia City are wronged and have to bear it, yet you dare to resist." Immediately afterward, he angrily ordered the defense troops, "Shield warriors, block quickly, charge forward, shield me from the attack." He stood behind 3 shield-wielding soldiers and directed them. Suddenly, a group of shield soldiers rushed out to protect him. The red-haired man, once in a miserable state, now laughed heartily as if he had won. "Haha, those useless remnants, huh? It's time for us to counterattack." He wore a sly smile and continued, "Kill Xuan Cheng," now smiling cunningly. "Hemph, do you think this is all our firepower?" Then Xuan Cheng pointed a finger at the sky and shouted loudly. The dense fire network immediately launched. Following that were countless arrows, so many that they couldn't be counted, flying towards the armored soldiers. They couldn't react in time. Panic-stricken, they shouted, "Oh yeah, right, our shields." They're running away in a panic, one after another in fear. "Oh no, the shields are broken, we can't hold them anymore, run fast." The red-haired man could only stand there in shock. "Oh my shield warrior is also not okay." At that moment, suddenly a cannon appeared, preparing to fire. Accompanying it was Liu Niang holding the cannon, disdainfully saying, "Emph, I don't care what shields you have." She excitedly shouted, My chicken thunder is here. Today I'm blowing all of you up." Her eyes blazed with fiery spirit as she shouted at the soldiers. "This is the consequence of bullying my daughter." Waf, indeed the weak supporting character, but as a mother, she is resilient. As for the red-haired man, seeing his troops in disarray, he quickly hid behind a stone wall to avoid the incoming fire. Panicking, he said, "It's over, we can't hold on anymore." But at this point, there was nothing more to be done. In an urgent situation, the red-haired man shouted to someone, "Quickly invite Grandfather Wan from our family." As soon as he finished speaking, something strange descended from the sky. Looking closely, it was a muscular man, leaving everyone on the ground stunned. However, they quickly regained their composure. After hearing the order to attack, they instantly aimed their guns at the man and began firing continuously. However, they may have underestimated this man. The moment he landed, he unleashed an incredibly powerful force, sending those around him flying away. He flexed his muscles, bracing himself against the bullets. Then he bellowed, "Hemph, I am a powerful individual of the bone-devouring realm." This imposing man was none other than Grandfather Wan of the Wan family, Wan Hao, a first-grade bone-devouring realm. In front of the guns, he showed that these weapons of yours could not harm him. As the title Bone-Devouring Realm echoed in the air, Liu Niang and the others were thrown into a panic. What? The bone-devouring realm is not afraid of bullets? Wan Hao used his two hands and his massive, muscular body, as big as a mountain, to lift a huge rock and said, "Take this, the people of Jiangshi City dare to come and cause trouble at the Wan family." Then he threw the rock with one hand toward Liu Niang, who was standing nearby. Luckily, she managed to dodge in time, otherwise she would surely have met her end before her hair turned gray. She exclaimed, "Oh, my gun is here." Wan Hao moved to where the red-haired guy was lying with his arms crossed and said, "Hemph, just a bunch of enemies and you dared to summon me from seclusion. Xiao Wan, you have greatly disappointed me." At this moment, the red-haired guy could only flatter Wan Hao. "Haha, still the grandfather is awesome." When he thought he had victory secured, he said, "With grandfather stepping in, it seems we can turn defeat into victory soon." But before he could finish his sentence, out of nowhere, a huge bullet came flying toward the spot where they were talking. Right before the red-haired guy's eyes, the bullet hit Wan Hao squarely in the abdomen. He could only let out a "umph" in pain, while the red-haired guy gaped in shock. The force of the bullet sent Wan Hao flying several meters, accompanied by a loud explosion. The red-haired guy hadn't even had time to process what had happened and had to wonder, what was that? Why did grandfather fly away? From the rubble caused by the recent explosion, a fortunate person crawled out. He cried out pitifully, wailing, "Report to master, grandfather has been blown to bits." At that moment, the red-haired man also lost his strength and sank down to the ground, scratching furiously at the soil. "You unfilial son!" Behind him, a shiny barrel gleamed. A voice full of hatred rang out, "You injured my daughter, scared my wife. Do you think you can disregard the funeral of our Jiangshi city?" It was Sun Si driving an extremely imposing yellow tank forward. He ground his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, shouting loudly, "You have angered the ancestors of 18 generations. This is the true nature of a man." These words terrified the red-haired man even more. He nervously asked, "What is that? What is this Wang Beisai?" At this moment, Xuan Cheng did not pay him any mind. The person standing on the pile of rubble commanded his soldiers, "Everyone, the enemy has been obliterated. It is time to launch a full-scale attack." Hearing this, the soldiers all responded loudly in unison. Then he charged into battle, pursuing and attacking the remnants of the Wan family that still remained. He shouted, "Kill without mercy." He fought until the soldiers of the Wan family had not a single piece of armor left. The red-haired man sat on the ground, his eyes observing the miserable scene before him, and he said, "Unforgivable. The people of Jiangshi City have schemed and forced me to the brink of death, so don't blame me." Immediately his eyes turned white as he exclaimed, "Quickly release the city guardians that we have imprisoned for many years. Release them all." Instantly, the gates that were previously used to confine the beasts were all opened. Many cruel, blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. The red-haired man, who had lost his humanity, cried out, "Today, no one shall survive." Monstrous legs stepped out, and they howled and snorted. Among these ferocious beasts were all kinds, from birds to dragons, snakes to tigers. They roared, and not distinguishing between friend or foe, they frantically tore apart everything in their path. This situation caused the soldiers of the Wan family to cry out in despair. "Ah, we're still here. Why did the master release the beasts?" Everyone was panicking, the sense of danger overwhelming. Some of the Xuanqing soldiers quickly realized the situation and warned each other, "It's over, there are too many beasts. We can't kill them with bullets. We need to withdraw for now." However, the situation on Gong Sun Chi's side seemed dire. Above, the tank was targeted by two enormous beasts. They roared loudly, making the atmosphere even tenser. Gong Sun Chi gradually fell into a state of immobility. He was terrified, thinking to himself, "No, these beasts are too close now. The tank can no longer fire. If this continues, the tank will be crushed." Seeing everyone in distress, the red-haired man felt quite pleased and laughed loudly in his heart. "Haha, you all have forced me to the brink of death, so let's all die together." Although his own situation was not too stable as he faced the fierce beast before him alone. Suddenly, a hand appeared. This hand condensed a strange golden power. The hand raised up and used that power to strike at the beasts near the tank, causing them serious harm. This move left the red-haired man stunned as he asked, "Oh my God, what is this?" In contrast to him, Gong Sun Chi, who had just been saved, laughed heartily at the person who had just unleashed the attack. "Haha, that is the ironclad heroine armor made by Xuanqing." Gong Sun Chi continued, "You guessed it right. That is Gong Sun Ziyan." The ironclad heroine, with a bright smile on her face, joyfully called out, "Parents of everyone, I have come to help you." This caused the red-haired man's eyes to widen in astonishment, even though he was inside the mouth of a wild beast. "Oh my God, I was just about to eat," he exclaimed. "What is this?" Xuanqing also seemed quite pleased to see her arrive. He said, "Ziyan, activate the absolute kill mode." Hearing this, Ziyan responded with an affirmative and then pulled down her iron mask. After that, she continuously attacked the wild beasts, causing them to scream before dying. The battle quickly came to an end. Soon after, a pair of feet slowly approached the flat-lying red-haired man. Xuanqing, feeling proud, looked down from above, directing his gaze towards him, saying, "Wan Master, you have lost." The red-haired man could only bitterly remain silent, able to utter just one word, "You." But no one expected him to suddenly kneel before Xuanqing, earnestly begging, "Xuanqing, I will relinquish the position of envoy of city defense to you. Can you forgive me?" "Sure." With Xuanqing's agreement, the red-haired man was so excited that he repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude. He looked truly humble. Thank you for the great kindness of young Master Xuanqing," he said, his voice trembling. However, Xuanqing is not the type of person who easily lets things go and forgives everything. He smiled, but his eyes were devoid of emotion as he looked at the red-haired man. "At the same time, you must hand over the position of envoy of city defense to my Gongsun family. Only then can we legitimately assist you." These words sounded pleasant, but to the red-haired man, they felt like pressure, making it impossible for him not to exclaim. Sometime later, suddenly on one day, everyone was bustling around. They discussed with each other, urging one another to quickly go see what big event was happening. One person in the crowd asked, "What is going on?" "I heard that the envoy of city defense wants to apologize to a family in Jiangsu City." Another person, not believing it, asked, "Really? Is it true or fake?" Before the eyes of the people here, a red-haired man was kneeling down on a high platform. Around him, whispers and murmurs filled the air. At this moment, the red-haired man, with tears streaming down his face, forced himself to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, today I, Wan Shi, declare that I apologize to the Gongsun family and all the citizens of Jiangsu City. I have already apologized to them." Looking at the people before him, the red-haired one pointed and continued speaking. Starting today, I officially hand over the position of envoy of city defense to the Gong Sun family. Casting his gaze upon the entire Gong Sun family in front of him, the red-haired one simultaneously declared to the world that Xuan Qing is now the new envoy of city defense. However, this unexpected event caused those around them to murmur and discuss amongst themselves. What, handing over the envoy of city defense and allowing someone from Zhongsha City to joke around like this? Xuan Qing paid no mind to the whispers and calmly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, the city gates will be guarded by the Gong Sun family. If anyone is dissatisfied..." He paused for a moment, then continued, "They can step up and give it a try, but behind me is a formidable row of soldiers. Is there anyone who would dare to defy that?"